Chapter 1. Alice Burton, Talladega National Forest, Alabama. Alice gasped and tried to rise, but her chest throbbed in pain, and her whole side was a massive cramp that squeezed her breath away and knocked her back into the dirt. The sky was pale blue and fading to dusk, and it seemed to pulse as her heartbeat throbbed in her ears, while she lay in a bed of pain where every breath was a new agony. The sharp discomfort left her disoriented and confused, and when she tried to roll over, her side spasmed and forced her down again, leaving her feeling like she'd just been hit by a car, then run over by a train, then kicked by a mule for good measure. Groaning softly, Alice let her head rest against the hard ground, struggling to catch her breath, occasionally wondering if she was still alive, concluding each time that she must be, because death couldn't bring so much raw pain. Flexing her hands, she checked herself for injuries without getting up, starting at her stomach and working her way upwards, feeling tender and sore over every inch of her skin. Alice expected to find blood at some point, but when she reached her ribs where the pain was at its apex, she felt no warm slickness, just the pain like a stab to the chest from the slightest touch. She pulled her hands away and blinked at them, relieved and perplexed they were dry with no signs of blood. How? The word came out in a whisper, pain lancing through her chest. Something heavy was caught in her shirt pocket, which had spread open and was hanging down off her side. She dug in the front left pocket and pulled out her cell phone, pieces of plastic and glass falling away, the case almost crumbling in her hands. The facing was still intact except for a diagonal crack, and when she tried to turn it on, it wouldn't work. The backing was snapped and broken, and her fingers traced a rounded divot in the titanium plate. She flipped it over and picked off pieces of the case and ceramic cover until all that was left was the shiny rectangle of metal with a perfectly round indentation in it. Bits of her memory returned, and she recalled the last thing she saw. The sleek, matte black barrel pointed at her, the flash of light, the punch to the chest, then darkness. She'd been shot by who was it? Alice shook her head and tried to remember through the scrambled shock, but nothing came to her. Come on, get up. Her throat was scratchy and raw, head throbbing as she tried to tuck her right elbow beneath her and roll over, grimacing, gasping, and spitting. Everything was less painful on her right side, but it still took several tries to flip onto her stomach. Elbows pressed into the hard dirt, she walked her knees beneath her, fighting chest spasms with every tiny intake of breath, gritting her teeth until she was on her knees in a tight ball. She expelled the air she'd been holding and held still, drawing the next breath slowly and carefully, testing the limits of the pain. Sweat trickled down her face and neck, and tears dripped from her cheeks into the dirt. Palms on the ground, she pushed herself up and settled back on her heels, resting with pain radiating through her body in waves of dizziness. It was easier to breathe in that position, and she almost took a full breath before gasping. Doing an experimental twist, she found that if she leaned the right way, the ache faded slightly. Lifting her shirt, she revealed a deep yellow bruise spreading from her breast to her waist, and a stinging, intermittent cut streaked down her left side to her hip. The bullet must have ricocheted off the phone and grazed me somehow. How on earth? Alice picked up the ruined phone and pulled aside the dented piece of titanium, still partially attached to the circuit board with tiny screws and epoxy, a few small components falling down across her shirt and onto the ground. The battery on the opposite side of the plate was still intact somehow, and still epoxied directly onto the titanium. Scowling through hot tears, she started to toss the remnants of the device into the woods, but she couldn't let it go, couldn't throw away the last connection to James. She clutched it against her right side and wept for a full minute, finally putting it in her pocket in case she could find a use for the battery later. It had grown darker since she'd been shot. Wait, yes, someone had shot her. She vividly remembered they'd been in the woods on a trail. The sky had been clear, the sun hot. She'd been on a path of some sort, walking. No, riding Buck and holding the leather reins in her hand. Sarah, Jake. She called in a raspy whisper, the memories of the pair coming back into focus. Sarah, Jake. Birds chirped and fluttered through the treetops, and the slow swell of buzzing insects rose and fell like a tide through the humid air. Alice forced herself to her feet, lurching side to side before stabilizing on shaking legs. She tried to take a few steps and almost stumbled off the path, but put her right arm out for balance, pushing off the rough bark of a nearby loblolly pine. Sarah, Jake. The woods were an undisturbed wall, nothing on the trail nor in the woods in front of her to indicate where her children had gone. Turning on wobbly legs, she faced pines with the branches stretching above the humid, moist undergrowth and casting shadows across the trail. A scuff in the dirt caught her eye, the ground was disturbed, the grass smashed in spots, a cluster of footprints in the dirt at the trail's edge. Sarah, Jake. Her voice carried louder through the woods and echoed up the trail, but no one replied. Her unanswered calls brought a slow swell of dread that sent her pulse racing, breaths coming in desperate gasps as more details of what happened filtered back. She'd been riding on Buck with the kids right behind her when someone shot her. No, not when she was riding, but when they dismounted to rest. Alice saw the gun again, then the man standing behind it, Mark. The memory was accompanied with white-hot heat and pain, and she flinched back and almost fell. She stood with her head down, eyes shut and drawing the scattered threads of her memory together, weaving a tapestry of faces and voices to match. Something formed, a short stitch of a conversation just before the flash of the gun. "If you lay a finger on any of their heads," Alice remembered saying, "you'll wish you didn't live to regret it." "Nah, Alice, you won't be doing a damn thing about anything." Mark, she spoke the name with growing fury. Mark and Christine, that's right, and Hunter and Mia weren't even theirs. Fuming, blinded by watery eyes, Alice's rage overcame her pain, and she took 2 staggering steps up the trail, the rutted path stretching, curving out of sight, lost behind the towering pines and tangles of brush. "Give me back my kids." Alice tried to scream, but it came out as a breathless choke, and the next breath twisted her insides with a dagger's point. Shuffling to a stop, she sobbed and slumped over, clutching her left side as a wave of pain started in her chest and wrapped around her back with spasms thrown in for good measure. When the agony finally passed, she took short, steady breaths to calm her shaking hands. The bullet might not have penetrated her chest, but given the level of pain she was in, she undoubtedly had at least 1 or perhaps 2 broken ribs. Rushing forward without taking some time to orient herself would just lead to further injuries, and then she'd never get Sarah and Jake back. Alice turned and hobbled back to the edge of the trail where she'd been shot. The horses were gone, including Hercules with the extra packs and provisions, Mark and Christine leaving nothing but garbage, and something hanging from a cluster of thick sticker bushes. "My pack," she whispered. Alice came off the trail and shuffled over to the pack, picking it off the thorn branches where they'd tossed it. She opened the main compartment and took a quick look inside, her stomach dropping in disappointment when she found nothing. She threw it down and started up the trail, but stopped and returned to the pack, slowly crouching and falling forward onto her knees as she lifted the front flap. While the main compartment didn't have anything in it, there was something about the weight of it that made her think twice about throwing it away before checking all of the small pouches and pockets it had on the outside and inside. Her search was not in vain. The side pockets yielded a pocket knife, 2 crushed water filtration straws, and a few bits of trash. A smaller front pocket had a full, sealed MRE, and the backpack itself was intact but for a few small snags from the sticker bushes. Looking around at the trash that had been left behind, she spied several lengths of orange string lying in the grass along with some empty water bottles, and she gathered everything up and put it in the pack with the rest. When she tried to sling it on her shoulder, pain rippled up her side, the pain nearly too much for her to walk without doubling over. Alice laid the backpack back down and removed the pocket knife, one of the small ones she and the kids had taken from the trailer outside the sporting goods store so long ago, then slowly crept forward into the underbrush in search of a tree branch. After finding nothing but sticks and brush, she checked some nearby saplings, measuring their diameter, settling on a sturdy, straight one she could grip firmly in one hand. With her pocket knife, she began sawing around the base about 6 inches up off the ground, angling the blade downward, and then cutting across, brushing the shavings out with her fingers. The task required every bit of mental and physical energy she had, taking her mind off the pain as she drew steady breaths and focused on Sarah's and Jake's faces, clinging to a thin thread of hope that she could somehow find them, if only she continued pressing forward. Sweat trickled down the sides of her face and into her eyes, and the fingers of her right hand began to cramp, but she kept doggedly sawing through the sapling. She took several breaks to catch her breath, settling on her heels and staring up where sunlight dribbled through gaps in the canopy and flowed like water across the forest floor. After a moment, she'd go back to work, shaving the sapling down, shoving it back and forth to loosen it up before cutting some more. Finally, when she was nearly through it, she grabbed it and used her weight to push it over, breaking it so it fell into the underbrush and dragged vines and branches with it. Holding it up to get a gauge of what height would be the most comfortable to walk with, she began sawing on the opposite end. When she was halfway through, Alice tried to snap the top of the sapling off, but flexing her arms merely brought her more pain in her chest and a deeper, wrenching cough that left her bent over double, gasping for air. When the fit ended, she drew her hand away from her mouth, relieved when there wasn't any blood on her fingers. Guess I didn't puncture a lung. Small favors. Unable to break the stick clean, she was forced to finish cutting all the way to the very last fiber until it fell free. Alice then went to work stripping the twigs and offshoots away, breaking some with her hands and sawing off the thicker ones until the stick was relatively smooth and easy to grasp so that she could put some of her weight onto it. She put the knife in her pocket and slowly shouldered her backpack, clenching it to her side as she put the end of the stick into the ground to test walking again. Alice took several trembling steps, gritting her teeth against the fiery agony ripping through her chest. Rising to her full height, she turned and hobbled back to the grassy area near the lake, better balanced and with less pain in her side. Alice checked over the footprints and trampled grass but couldn't tell which direction Mark and Christine had taken the kids without further scouting. Leaning most of her weight on the walking stick, she moved up the shallow bank to the trail, the effort leaving her breathless and panting. She searched the trail again, putting the pieces together, trying to recall what Mark and Christine said as they were rifling through the packs. There was something she couldn't quite remember, something about more workers for a camp up north. That's the way we were going. Turning back in the direction they had been heading originally as a group, Alice hobbled up the trail and finally found hoof prints that continued on up the path. "I see where you went, you bastards," she croaked. "I'm coming. I'm." Swallowing dry, she sniffed and wiped the sweat from her forehead, her eyes stinging from the salt and sunlight. With no other choice but to keep moving, she stared up the trail, ignoring her growling stomach and aching chest, clinging to her walking stick in a white-knuckled grip, desperation and determination the only things driving her forward. Chapter 2. James Burton. Frankfort, Illinois. James trudged through a short stretch of woods with a box in his arms, ducking and running, as he fled the intense gunfire that had erupted behind him as the remnants of the city tore themselves apart. The sky was hazy and dark, no moon or stars in sight, with tailwinds driving tatters of pale fog through the trees like ghosts. The occasional stray round zipped overhead, snipping leaves and branches, urging him to keep moving and dodging, glancing over his shoulder at the wavering flashlight beams, muzzle flashes and screams. Breath gusting in plumes of steam, James ran for the tree line, pushing through a cluster of bushes, climbing over a fallen log and landing with a huff on the other side. 3 more steps carried him to the edge of the woods where one heel slipped from beneath him and sent him sliding down a hillside on slick leaves and grass, water shooting up his back all the way to the bottom. Ah! He was soaking wet and covered with mud, but the box was still in one piece and relatively clean. Rolling to his left, he pushed against the hillside to get up, jogging east past a long stretch of blocks with scattered buildings and wooded spots, a few old brick warehouses dripping wet with dark windows watching him in the gloom. James reached a massive curbside storm drain and stooped to set his package down, then stood over the grate. Reaching his fingers through the bars, he hauled it up with a groan and tossed it aside with a clang. There was a shuffling from down in the drain, and Private Oswell's pale face appeared, dark eyes staring at him, thick strands of brown hair clinging to her cheeks. She was looking worse than she had been when he'd left her earlier, having been shot clean through at least once and nicked several times in the hail of gunfire they'd run through back in the warehouse district. "Did you find anything?" she asked in a pained voice. "Yes, I did." James handed the box down and climbed in next to her, grabbing the grate and hauling it toward him with a grinding sound until it half covered the opening, then took hold of it from below and slid it into place with a clang. Their breaths were close in the darkness, squeezed in beside each other on a sloping, seat-like curve in the center of the pipe with water dripping on all sides. "Busy out there. It's insane." As if to emphasize his point, several shots cracked, mixed with the smooth rattle of automatic weapons, going silent for a moment before breaking out into another feverish racket. "It's like the 4th of July out there." James situated himself on a dry part of the pipe, pulling his backpack between his feet and resting the package in his lap. "I found a couple of first aid kits." Oswell nodded with a wave of pain. "Where at?" "Restaurant a couple of blocks back." Most of it was burned down, but beneath they had a few first aid kits in the kitchen. He opened a bag to reveal 2 plastic boxes with red crosses on the front. "They're just basic ones, but they should have some gauze and antiseptic ointment to keep your wounds from getting infected." James switched positions and put the first aid kits on the seat while squeezing in between Oswell's knees. "Okay, let's see what we're dealing with here." Oswell's dog tags jangled as she shed her coat to reveal a camouflage t-shirt over long-sleeved undergarments soaked with blood. She pulled it up, exposing a pale stomach smeared with red, the outline of her abdomen muscles and hip bones defined even in the darkness thanks to a steady lack of nutrition and constant stress for days on end. James searched for the bullet hole, only to feel warm blood seep between his fingers. "I can't see a thing. I'll need to use my flashlight." He dug it out of his backpack and put a sock over the end before turning it on, shining the light directly on the wound. "The entry wound is small, but let's see if there's an exit wound." He reached behind her, feeling beneath her shirt, his fingers sliding over her cold, clammy skin, but not finding an exit wound of any kind. Must still be in there. Wonderful. Oswell's sarcasm was thick, just what I wanted to hear. We can keep the bleeding down, but we need to get you out of this bacterial hellhole and to a doctor. Let me check the leg. A few inches below the makeshift compression bandage, James found another bullet hole with a trickle of blood that was slowly leaking down her leg. This one went through at least. And the good news continues. Nothing's bleeding too badly. I should be able to get you patched up. He opened the first aid kits and found packages of painkillers in a side pocket. Do you want something for the pain? Dumb question, huh? Oswell nodded briskly as she sucked air through her teeth. James took one of the gallon jugs he still had in his backpack, the plastic dented from running with it in his pack, and handed it over. She grabbed the pills and water and downed 4 NSAID pills while he sorted through the other supplies. I'll start with your leg. He tore her pants leg open with the help of a knife, used a cloth and saline to clean the wound, applied antiseptic to the gauze, and packed it in, slapping on an oversized bandage on top to seal it. With an old rag, he wiped the area dry and ensured the bandage was sticking to her skin. Now, the exit wound. I'll need you to twist around so I can get to it. Oswell groaned as she grabbed her pant leg and pulled her right knee to her chest, shifting so she could lay on her left side and expose the back of her leg to James. He found the entry hole in her pants but couldn't locate the actual exit wound. There's a lot of blood back here and I can't. Ah, there you are. The material was tough to rip, but he grabbed 2 handfuls of it and tore it wide enough to get a good look. Oswell clenched his arm and squeezed hard, her bony fingers digging in. Is it bleeding bad? Not terribly. Besides, if they'd hit a major artery, you'd already be dead. She nodded as he went to work cleaning and binding the wound, then taking care of 2 nicks on the side of her knee and calf. James shook his head. You must have walked into a spray of buckshot or something, because I'm seeing small cuts all over you. Feels like I'm on fire, she said, grimacing with every wave of pain. She gripped him harder as he cleaned and patched her up. We'll leave the tourniquet on for now. Let's have a look at that hip. Oswell brought her leg up straight, settled back, and lifted her shirt to check her shot hip. When James pushed around the puckered bullet hole, there was no blood at first, but pressure from a different angle forced a teaspoonful of warm red fluid to bubble up and drip down her side, revealing a quick flash of metal beneath the blood. You know what? There's something right there beneath your skin, maybe caught in the muscle or something. I can try to get it out. Are you sure? I'm no expert, but it's near the surface. And if I can get it out, we might avoid an additional infection vector. Oswell looked doubtful for a moment but nodded. What would you use to get it out? My staff's got a couple of blade attachments. I could sterilize one and sort of pick at it and try to squeeze it out. It wouldn't be like taking out a splinter. It'll hurt. She nodded and took a deep breath, wincing at the movement. Yeah, it's hurting and I don't want an infection, so let's do it. Okay. James opened the section of his collapsible staff to find a long serrated blade. He affixed it to one of the sections of the staff to act as a handle, screwing it on tight and testing the balance. It was oversized for what he needed it to do, but it was the smallest thing he had, and it was sharp, to boot. Using a small bottle of isopropyl alcohol from a first aid kit, he sterilized the blade and cleaned around the wound again as Oswell bit her lip, trying to keep from crying out. You'll have to hold the flashlight on it. Oswell took it and shined it straight down while James worked on the piece of metal, pushing it toward the opening of the wound through the skin while picking at the edge of the hole with the blade. Each time he touched her, Oswell sucked air between her teeth, cursing softly, gripping his shoulder with a white-knuckled grip. You're doing great, Oswell. Just hang on there. I'm going to break your shoulder. Each word was accompanied by a wheeze. That's okay. I've almost got this thing out. The blade tip clinked against the metal, and she clenched her teeth to hold in a howl of pain as James pushed the bullet between the blade and his fingers from beneath a flap of skin. The edges of the metal jagged as they clung stubbornly to her flesh. This looks fragmented, like it might have ricocheted off something and hit you. That would explain why it didn't go very deep. Lucky me, Oswell seethed and gasped, sucking another breath of air and holding it as he caught the underside of the bullet with the blade and flipped it out into her lap. Got it. With a tremendous exhalation, Oswell collapsed back and rested her arm on his shoulder. Ow, that hurt like hell. You did great. James worked on cleaning the wound, packing gauze into the opening and pressing a wide bandage on top. Ow, geez. Sorry, I have to pack this really tight. I'd trade anything to have your backpack. Probably would have had some coagulant powder for gunshot wounds. Yeah, that last fight we had was rough. Had to leave almost everything behind. James pulled her shirt down over the bandage and nodded at the pistol at her side. I'd say we're both lucky to be alive, and with anything left to defend ourselves. It's a blender out there. Yeah, I guess so. Patting her uninjured leg, James repositioned himself so that he was sitting next to her, looking up through the dripping sewer grate. He wiped the moisture off his nose and spit into the darkness at his feet, listening to the distant gunfire. How can they be fighting so long? He asked. You think they'd run out of steam by now trying to kill each other so hard? They're savages. No humanity left inside them. Oswell chuckled painfully. If only they'd stop fighting long enough to pay attention, they'd realize they don't need to kill each other, at least not over supplies. What do you mean? They're dropping enough supplies on the highways to feed the survivors for 10 years or more. There are radios, clothing, and survival equipment. Tons of good stuff they're missing because of what? Some people thrive on conflict and drama. You can't expect them to go docile in the most intense situation ever. Oswell put her pistol in his lap, but he pushed it back into hers. You keep it. You'll need it more than me, plus I have my staff. I can't shoot the way I'm shaking. Even if I had my rifle, I couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. Can't believe I lost my rifle and ammunition back in that junkyard, or that we're back in another sewer. She let her head fall back against the damp wall, taking a deep, shuddering breath. No, you're the one who has a steady hand. Take the gun. James slipped it into his coat pocket. Okay, but it's right here if you need it. He grabbed his backpack and pulled it closer, unzipping it and rifling through the contents. We've got some canned stuff left in here if you're hungry. What is it? We've got corn, peas, and baked beans. Breakfast of champions. No thanks. I'll wait till I'm really desperate. After searching through some more, he brought out a package of twisted black sticks still in its crinkly packaging and gave it a shake. I forgot I even had this. Oswell read the label, licorice. Yeah, I had it in a side pocket. Can't stand the stuff, but calories are calories. Want some? I'm not big on candy, but licorice is pretty good. James ripped open the package and handed it to her. Go ahead, it's all you. She pulled out a piece and chewed, while James used the knife from his staff on the can of baked beans, getting the lid open just enough to peel it back and begin pouring the cold, sugary sauce into his mouth. It's not a gourmet meal, he said between mouthfuls, but it'll do. Beats nothing, Oswell agreed as she chewed the tough candy. They ate in silence for a few minutes, listening to the rain fall and the distant battles rage on. It was comfortable in their little nook, a tiny parcel of peace and quiet amidst the chaos. The smell coming up from the sewer pipes wasn't pleasant, but the tremendous amount of recent rainfall had washed much of the usual foul odors away, allowing them to eat without gagging. So, what should we do now? We'll get you out of here somehow. Not sure how that's going to work, but sure, we'll figure something out. She wiped her hand down her face, shaking with constant tremors that ran through her body. Here, James scooted closer and wrapped his arm around her, hugging her so that her head rested against his chin. Geez, you're freezing. F feels like W winter, she replied with chattering teeth. Well, you've lost a fair amount of blood, and it has been getting colder as of late. You're cut all to hell and back but holding up well. You'll make it, Oswell. Her body relaxed, slouching against him, clinging to him and letting her head fall to his chest. How long till we move out? I'm exhausted just thinking about it. We should probably stay here for a few hours and rest, then try to leave. Maybe the gunfire will have moved away by then. I could stand to get a little rest, and her voice was soft, slurring slightly as her eyelids drooped. And the pain pills are starting to kick in. My hip doesn't feel too bad right now. Where are you from, Oswell? She grunted softly. A little farming town outside of Peoria. Mom won't be happy when she finds out I got shot. She never wanted me in the Guard, but I followed in Dad's footsteps. He'd be proud of me. Mom just always worries. Probably made for some intense dinner conversation. She chuckled softly and coughed. They're usually too busy with my younger sister to notice what I'm up to. They realized long ago I was the kind of girl to make my own way. At least I was. You're not done yet, Oswell. We've got a long way to go, but we'll get there. They sat quietly for a few minutes before James spoke again. Hey, I'll keep first watch. Why don't you try to get some sleep? She nodded. Sounds good. James tried to stay awake for a while after she drifted off, but her steady breathing lulled him into a restless slumber filled with twisted, angry faces shouting at him and chasing him through the back alleys of Chicago. The flash of gunshots exploded behind his eyes, and echoes of cries rang in his ears, sometimes starting him awake until he drifted off again. The writhing images followed him in every dream, and not even thoughts of home with Alice and the kids could drive away the darkness. A distant shotgun blast was what finally jolted him from the torturous slumber, and he squeezed Oswell's shoulder tightly. You still with me? Oswell woke up and pushed herself back, dazed and blinking. Huh. Yeah, I mean, unless this is hell. Seems pretty close to hell. Not that lucky, I'm afraid, he chuckled. Is Alice, is she at home, still alive? James hesitated. She's alive, I'm sure of it, and so are my kids. He tilted his head and listened. It sounds like the gunfire has moved away. Sounds like it. Then it's probably a perfect time to go. James packed up what little they had, putting the first aid kits back together and placing them into his backpack. He pushed the grate to the side and climbed out, reaching for his things, tossing them aside and holding his hand out for Oswell to grab. Using the edge of the sewer hole, and with James' help, she climbed out and got to her feet, wobbling a little but leaning against him until she had her balance. Can you make it? I think so, yeah. Take my staff to support your right side, and I'll support your left. We'll keep as much pressure off that right hip and leg as we can. Okay. He handed her the staff and shouldered his backpack, and together they started down the road heading east, hobbling past brick buildings that dripped with moisture and rust, water stains forming dark patterns on the walls. Drizzle sprinkled across the tin gutters and car roofs, and a couple of inches of water stood in the grassy areas and weed-infested yards. Remarkably, a pair of street lamps remained on, likely solar-powered, sputtering off and on intermittently in the early morning as dawn crept closer. Oswell grunted softly with each step, staring hard at the ground, favoring her right foot and keeping it elevated as much as possible. It didn't take long before they'd fallen into a good rhythm and were taking longer strides, though, with James shuffling beneath her arm to keep her weight supported. Twin puffs of breath escaped into the cool morning air and billowed up to join a rising mist stirred up by the rain. "Looks like we made it out of there, eh?" Faint gunshots were barely audible behind the pair as Oswell gestured with her head in the direction of the city. "As long as we keep going east, I don't care. You have a destination in mind." "I wouldn't mind making it to the National Guard outpost in La Porte. That's just south of the Michigan border. I'm familiar with the area. As long as it's closer to home, you won't get an argument from me. You set the pace, Private." Oswell huffed and puffed, teeth clenched as she swung her right leg forward to give momentum to her strides. The blocks passed swiftly, moving from corner to corner with James watching for people, ready to reach for his pistol at a moment's notice. At the next intersection, they came to an industrial building on the right with a big, sagging sign on the corner that read Packard Candle Company, and James broke their rhythm and drew them to a stop. "What is it?" James paused to listen, trying to triangulate on the sounds echoing off the buildings. "I hear voices." "I don't hear any. Wait, I hear them now. What direction?" "Maybe somewhere in the next block or two. Let's keep going, but slower." They walked across the street with James, head on a swivel, as he checked the dark stoops and alleys for signs of movement. But the shadows continued playing tricks, making it difficult to spot any potential trouble lying in wait. The voices got louder up toward the next corner, though, and as they got closer, he let Oswell rest against the wall and held his finger to his lips. She nodded in understanding, and he left her there and approached the corner slowly, taking his pistol from his pocket and craning his neck to look off to the left. When he saw no one to the left, he crept ahead and peeked around the corner to his right. The next block was a short string of stores with signs he couldn't read, and a car was backed up to one door, and 4 people were hauling supplies out from the store and into the car. They carried out jugs of water, armfuls of cans and glass bottles, crinkling bags of snacks, and other assorted items, hurrying to load them into the trunk. They whispered quietly as they worked, one person pacing around the vehicle, on guard duty with a rifle in his hands, though he spent more time walking back toward the store than he did keeping an eye out, pointing inside and giving instructions. All of them were younger, looking like they were in their 20s or early 30s, though none wore clothing or bore tattoos that identified them as members of the gangs who had battled through the streets back in the city proper. Their vehicle wasn't idling, nor did it have any fire damage, an EV for certain, which very nearly tempted James into confronting the group. Before he could follow that train of thought any further, though, the vehicle pulled noiselessly away and drove smoothly down the road, heading south. After watching them for a few moments, he turned back to Oswell and took her by the arm. "Who was it?" "Just some people in an EV, looting from a store." "An electric car, we could have used that." "I know, but there were 4 of them, and we need to pick our battles carefully. Let's just keep walking and keep our heads down." "Okay." They plodded along the lonely road, never entirely leaving the city, passing through one small township after another with darkened signs that read Dyer, Hartsdale, and Schererville. There were stretches of fields in between the small cities with wilted crops where dirt washed across the road, low spots forming pond-sized puddles they splashed through, their feet soon soaked and chilly. Oswell's teeth chattered, and James' stomach grumbled loudly when they passed a lone pizza restaurant with a deal for a large pepperoni for $6.99 painted in bold red letters on the front window. 20 minutes later, they began slowing their pace as Oswell's injuries and general weakness took a toll on her. She leaned on him harder, putting a strain on his shoulders and back, forcing him to deal with her injuries while bearing through his own. Their boots shuffled on the pavement as they trudged on, and a quarter-mile later at the edge of another small township, something caught his eye. Across the street stood a string of burned-up specialty stores with scorched signs that were barely legible, a coffee shop, a bookstore, and one that caused him to angle Oswell across the road. "What is it now?" she asked as they crossed. "It'll be worth it, trust me. Head for the store on the far right. It's burned up pretty good, but maybe we'll find something inside." A moment later, they stood in front of a bike shop with most of the brick front spilled onto the sidewalk, the door hanging crooked and shattered from its frame. The inside was a blackened mess, with a few sparkling pieces of chrome standing out amongst the char. James left Oswell leaning against a beam and stepped inside, his footsteps crunching over the burned wood and fallen brick. The ceiling had fallen, burying almost everything except for a few bikes hanging on the wall and some handlebars jutting up from the floor. He started picking through the wreckage, dragging out a couple of children's bikes with the spokes split and the frames bent from the intense heat. "I like where you're going with this, James, but riding won't be any easier for me. It's worth a look around." James picked through the rubble some more, pulling out a decent-looking 10-speed and a mountain bike, walking them over to a clear place, checking out the tires and resting them against the wall. If he'd been alone, the mountain bike would be perfect to hop on and go, and it would only be a few days before he was riding up the gravel driveway to his house. Oswell read his mind. "Hey, listen, if you want to take one of these and go, I wouldn't blame you." He shot her a dark look and rolled his eyes. "Shut up and rest, would you?" "Yes, sir." He fiddled around with a couple more half-buried bikes, and then worked his way toward the middle of the shop, stepping beneath the drooping roof that dripped sooty water, pieces of ceiling tiles, and insulation. The place was a dangerous mess, the slickness made worse in the darkness. He pulled out his flashlight and checked over his shoulder, but there was no one around, and the gunshots had faded out. Flipping the flashlight on, he stepped deeper into the store's recesses, kicking pieces of trash and debris off to the side, dragging out bike frames that had burned up in the fire. He was about to give up when a strange boxy shape caught his eye, a flat cargo tray with rails and two smaller wheels. "Hey." He put the flashlight to the side and tossed chunks of wood and charred ceiling aside. "Check this out." "What is it?" "It's a cargo trailer of some sort." "Need some help?" "No, stay there. Give me a second." Breaking through the debris, he grabbed a handlebar and pulled a mountain bike frame from the wreckage that was still attached to the cargo trailer. Both the bike and trailer were covered in dents and scratches, but had been spared from any serious damage thanks to the thick layer of bricks that had fallen atop them from the nearby wall. "Is it broken?" "No, it looks like it's in decent shape." James stood it up, put the kickstand down, and grinned at Oswell as her eyebrow went up. "You think that thing can carry me?" James bent and looked at the label attached to the side of the cargo tray. "It's got a 200-pound maximum capacity. How much do you weigh?" "Not 200 pounds, she replied in mock offense. James was already unhitching the cargo tray and guiding the bike over the rubble to bring it to the front of the store. He brushed off the dust and debris, checked the chain, lifted the rear end, and spun the tire so that it rotated smoothly. Seems functional. Heading back for the cargo trailer, he finished clearing off the rest of the debris resting atop it and jostled it free, dragging it over to the bike and hitching the two. Kicking the kickstand up, he walked the bike and trailer back and forth, grinning at Oswell. Smooth as silk. Looks like we've got a new ride. Come on, let's get you settled. James held out his arm. Nodding in thanks, she handed over the staff and James walked her closer to the cargo trailer. With his backpack against the rear rail as a cushion, he had Oswell straddle the trailer hitch and ease down until she was sitting inside with her knees hooked over the front rail. James stood with his hands on his hips. Is that comfortable enough? She shifted back and forth, settling in and gripping the side rails. I think so. There's plenty of room to move around. It'll keep your injured leg and hip elevated somewhat, but it won't feel the best what with the bar pressing on your legs. If we find some blankets or cushions, that should help a lot. Thanks, James. Even if I had to sit on a bed of nails, it'd be better than walking the whole way. And I appreciate you not taking off on me. Oh, don't you worry, he laughed. It's crossed my mind a few times, but you're just too good of company to leave behind. It must be my glowing personality, she winced as she shifted around, trying to get comfortable. He chuckled and put his flashlight and staff away. Something like that. Okay, let's give this a try. I sure hope I remember how to ride a bike. Oh, now you tell me. Oswell closed her eyes and gripped the side rails of the cargo trailer. Maybe I want to walk after all. Throwing his leg over the top bar, James put the bike in first gear and used his heel to push the kickstand up. With one foot on the pedal, he rose and put his weight into it, moving them forward a few feet on the sidewalk, shakily turning the front wheel back and forth to keep his balance. After a moment, they picked up speed, reaching the corner and banking sharply into the street where he switched into second gear with a sharp click. The bike's tires spun smoothly, wheels ticking softly as he wove between clusters of debris, hit a couple of bumps, and found a long stretch of wet, glistening pavement ahead. As they picked up speed, he glanced back to check on Oswell as she clung to the side rails, keeping herself steady. You good, Oswell? Need me to slow down for you? Just keep pedaling, James, she growled. James grinned, a rush of elation hitting him as they sped over the pavement with the tires devouring yards of road, looted storefronts and burned-out buildings, zipping by faster than they had in days. Shadowy figures looked up from the wreckage to watch them pass, the bike quiet enough to not draw attention, until James and Oswell were already well past anyone who might want to pursue them. He continued changing gears as the road got smoother and easier to navigate. And as the pedaling got easier, the strain in his back and shoulders faded as they raced eastward beneath the coal-colored clouds. Chapter 3. Alice Burton, Talladega National Forest, Alabama. Alice attacked the path at a feverish pace as clouds of swarming bugs buzzed in her face, bit her, and stuck to her sweaty arms and neck until she brushed them off. As the day grew longer, humidity seeped in from all around, the sweltering heat settling on her like an electric blanket, making her feel thirstier the wetter she got. Her shirt hung off her shoulders, damp and musty from lying in the dirt, and sweat trickled down her back, collecting at her belt line where her jeans soggily clung to her hips. She swallowed dry, yearning for a single sip of anything, dreaming of crossing a cool, clear stream to drink from, though leaving the trail to search for one would undoubtedly lead to her swift demise. The forest stretched on all around her, endless and lonely without Sarah and Jake's company, the the sounds of their voices, their laughter, and the way they teased each other, all of which had made the whole journey bearable. Alice was alone, a desperate wanderer on the sweltering trail with only hoofprints to follow, and an occasional piece of garbage tossed off to the side to encourage her that she was heading in the right direction. The trees pressed up against her, the path overflowing with pine needles and sticks, forest refuse that crunched under her feet, and gave off a floral musk that agitated her throat. She wouldn't consider resting, never stopping once. Drawn along an invisible thread, she was driven against all odds to follow. The trail wove back and forth up strenuous inclines that pit her will to go on against her body to see which would give out the first. At the top of a ridge, Alice paused above a curved valley shaped like a bowl to catch her breath. The slopes below her swept with pines and birches, their needles and leaves glittering in the sun. Flocks of birds flew across the open spaces, while a lone red-tailed hawk called out as it drifted in the upper wind currents, searching for its next meal. She walked the treacherous ridge line where the path was wide enough for a single rider, the stones embedded in the soil worn smooth by horses and tires and hikers' boots. Swaying under the sun's heat, Alice came off the ridge and entered the woods again where the ground leveled out. The whole time she limped along, she kept her head down and focused on the horse tracks, counting them by the thousands until they suddenly weren't there. Alice stopped and blinked, checking the brush on both sides of the trail but finding no clue as to where they could have gone. A hill butte up against the trail on her left, dense with trees and foliage, but she doubted she could climb it if she tried, and the horses certainly couldn't have traversed it without leaving some sign of their passage. Broken branches hung off the bushes on her right, and sticks lay cracked and smashed in the dirt. She shuffled off the trail through a patch of short grass, prodding at the debris with her walking stick, finally stopping at the forest's edge. Something fluttered in the breeze, and she reached and plucked a tuft of beige horsehair from a branch that jutted out into the trail. "Buck," she rasped. A barely perceptible trail cut through the bushes and saplings, and something or somethings big had pushed them aside and trampled them to get through. The path curved about 30 yards into the woods past flat clearings like the campsites she'd seen when they first met Mark and Christine, public spots for campers with iron grills and stone campfire pits spaced reasonable distances apart. Spots of sunlight touched the forest floor where gray squirrels scampered, and insect clouds grew thicker, and Alice rubbed the horsehair between her fingers and stepped amid the campsites, edging sideways past branches and sharp thorns that curved like sharks' teeth. The first pair of campsites showed no signs of recent activity, with the remains of fires weeks old and covered with scatterings of fallen pine needles. Moving across the camp area, she rediscovered the horse tracks in the moist earth and followed them up through the woods until the sound of trickling water reached her ears. Picking up the pace, she climbed to a tall bank that loomed over a lazy, narrow stream. Trees hung over the water, sometimes butting heads, the roots running deep and clinging to the steep banks. Alice found another campsite 40 yards up the trail to her right, with logs pulled up around a ring of rocks, the remains of the fire inside giving off a small trickle of smoke that drifted into the upper boughs. Alice hurried over to the fire, prodding the ash and coals with her walking stick until the remnants turned red and released a fresh gray tendril of smoke that curled upward before being torn apart by the breeze. Buried in the ash were a few wrappers that might have looked familiar if not for their scorched edges and indiscernible labels, but the more she churned the coals and ash, the more pieces of trash turned up. One she flipped over revealed black writing on white packaging, an MRE wrapper like the ones she and the kids had been carrying. Footprints encircled the stones and logs, the soft ground and a few water bottles stomped flat by several pairs of feet. Near a low-hanging branch, she found a cluster of horse hooves, and she tracked them through the bushes and down to a larger creek, where a rush of clear water broke over a V-shaped spill of mossy rocks and poured into a wide basin in a spray of foam. It dispersed lazily in bubbles and swirls, spreading out in tiny waves to lap at the muddy bank. The hoof prints were clustered at the water's edge, so compounded that she couldn't count them, but it had to have been Buck and the rest of them. That meant Mark and Christine had made camp there, and then went on. Between the fading fire, the trash, and how she felt, Alice must have been lying on the trail in the hot sun for several hours or perhaps even a full day. "No, it couldn't have been a whole day," she croaked. "That's impossible." With her phone broken, though, she had no sense of time, and as she looked around at the tracks, the stream, and the dying campfire, the long period of time started to make more sense. Digging her walking stick into the mud, she climbed the bank to the camp, panting, her sides aching, feet throbbing, every breath bringing a sharp sting to her lungs. Her foot caught a raised root, and she stumbled and almost fell, saving herself by thrusting the walking stick at the ground to keep from falling. Stabilizing herself, she stood frozen, staring at the trail. If she kept going at her current pace, she'd quickly push her already fragile body far past what it could take, which would do no one, neither herself, nor her children, any favors. As much as she wanted to trudge ahead without stopping, her body and mind demanded a break, to take a few moments to think things through, recoup some energy, and think through what her plan should be going forward. The campfire coals she'd stirred up were fading to gray, the smoke trailing up faster as if on its last breath, and she shuffled over and used her walking stick to stir the coals around again, drawing another flicker of red from the ashy heap. Dropping slowly to one knee, she scooped up twigs and leaves from around the stones and logs and tossed them atop the coals, stirred them up to get them alight, then got another handful, picking up a few larger sticks as well, and dropping them on top of the leaves and pine needles in a pyramid shape, making several shaky trips until the flames licked up the sides of the wood. By the time Alice was done, she was panting again, sweating, gripping her walking stick with both hands, arms quivering and barely hanging on. She backed away from the raw flames, the heat too intense to stand by, yet the light gave her hope, and she slipped off her backpack and laid it by one of the logs. With slow, shallow breaths, she very carefully sat on a log, taking a minute to find a comfortable position and catch her breath as she stared into the blaze. The crackle and pop of the wood cast cinders upward and lulled her into a trance-like state of exhaustion. Alice swallowed dry and rubbed her neck, the thirst gripping her again out of nowhere, throat raw after breathing dust and pollen and eating enough gnats to make a meal. It was tempting to simply go down to the creek, cup a bit of water in her hand, and drink her fill, but getting sick on top of her aching chest would devastate her chances of finding the kids if she survived at all. You can only go about 3 days without water, she thought, and the way you're sweating, you can cut that number in half. Unzipping the backpack, she pushed her remaining MRE aside and took out the damaged water filtration straws. One was merely bent with some plastic tubing inside stretched and cracked and bits of filter media trickling out. When Alice bent the pieces back straight, it seemed like it might still be usable, and she put the straw in her left pocket, climbed the staff with both hands, and made her way to the creek. Getting on one knee at the water's edge was agony, but she was getting faster, learning which movements brought her more pain and avoiding them whenever possible. Gasping and holding her breath, Alice held the straw straight and bent toward the crystal-clear flow, the air lifting off the water to cool her face. It took a painfully long time, but she touched the end of the filtration straw to the water and sucked on the tapered tip. Nothing came right away, so she sucked harder, waiting for a hint of moisture to reach her lips. The teasing agony of refreshment at her fingertips, but being unable to taste it, made tears run down her cheeks as she put every ounce of energy into the simple task of drinking. A cramp pinched the left side of her neck, and she backed off the straw for a moment before trying again, sucking with all her strength until the faintest trickle of water seeped from the tip, the cool taste touching her tongue and encouraging her to keep trying. Cheeks sunken, she got a trickle going and filled her mouth, then tilted her head back and swallowed, the cool water hitting her stomach like a block of ice, sending a shiver up her back. "Oh, that was good," she gasped, bowing back toward the water and drawing another mouthful, then another. By the time she finished the third mouthful, her sides and cheeks were aching too much to continue, so she sat on her heels and allowed her chest to decompress, taking deep breaths, still dizzy from the lack of air. In spite of the soreness, the small amount of water she'd taken in had transformed her, and her senses grew sharper as life returned to her body. The straw was infuriatingly difficult to use in its half-broken state, but it worked, and that was all that mattered. After a short time, she drenched her hands, arms, face, and head in the water to cool herself off, then slowly rose and headed back to the fire. It was still blazing, its heat more comfortable as the heat of the day was replaced by a cooler breeze, the smoke helping to drive back the endless swarms of gnats. Alice sat on the log next to her pack, stirring the coals a bit and throwing in a few nearby pieces of wood to keep the flames high. She leaned the walking stick beside her and picked up the last MRE, with beef patty and jalapeno pepper jack written on the front. The water had ignited her hunger, her stomach gurgling loud enough to be heard over the roaring fire. She tore open the package and stuck her hand in, moving past the beef patty and drawing out the cracker and jalapeno cheese sauce. Remembering Sarah's instructions to break the crackers up first to save from losing any crumbs, Alice opened the packages and selected a large corner piece of cracker, spreading the spicy cheese on top and popping it in her mouth. Chewing slowly, she finally swallowed and deemed it the best cheese and crackers she'd ever eaten. One piece at a time, she got through the pack, hot tears burning her cheeks as she thought of the kids, where they were, and what they could possibly be doing. Already the food was clearing her mind, seeds of ideas turning in her head, possibilities taking shape and fading out just as quickly. When the crackers were gone, she tilted the package up and dumped the crumbs in her mouth, then squeezed out the last drop of cheese. She felt decent by the time she was done, but exhaustion was settling in on her heavier than ever. Her feet were sore, she couldn't imagine walking another step, and her eyelids were drooping as she fought to stay awake. While she had no idea what time it was, judging by the dwindling light and chirping insects, it was late afternoon or early evening. The air had a heavy, drab feel to it, opposite of early morning when the sun beamed through the treetops and made everything glow. She'd been walking for hours then, nearly a full day, and going farther wasn't a matter of willpower, but of physical ability and energy expenditure. The moon had been full 1 or 2 nights ago, so maybe she could sleep for a couple of hours and hit the trail early in the night, using the moonlight to guide her. If she was lucky, she might catch up with Mark and Christine at the next campsite. Tracking them had been easy enough. They were sloppy travelers, leaving tracks and garbage everywhere, and they most likely thought she was dead, which gave her a distinct advantage over them. They'd never see her coming. But not right away, not with her body on the verge of failing her and the weight of exhaustion draining all her energy, forcing her down into a deep den of sleep. As she sat by the fire contemplating what to do next, dozing without realizing it, shadows fell over the forest, and the sound of insects swelled in announcement of evening. Small flocks of bats flitted wildly between breaks in the trees as a breeze rode in on dusk's cooling cloak, while leaves and twigs crackled out in the thick of the trees, like something big was creeping by, deer, most likely, or something that preyed upon them. A caterwaul sounded in the distance, though between the fire close at hand and the source of the sound being far away, she wasn't immediately concerned. Getting back to her feet, Alice gathered a pile of pine straw and leaves, using it to make a bed for herself near the fire. She used her backpack as a pillow and took her time lying down, slipping from her seated position on the log to her knees, rolling onto her right side and slowly to her back, where the campfire warmed her shoulders. After several minutes of shifting and moving to reduce the number of pine needles jabbing her in the back, Alice finally found a comfortable position and rested her head down with a shallow sigh. As she drifted off to sleep, all she could see was an endless trail ahead of her that cut through vast swaths of forested hills and mountains. She was racing along it at 40 miles per hour, her body free of pain, easily bounding up slopes as she navigated the switchbacks and narrow trails with graceful ease. In that moment of pure control and transcendence, she fled her pain and worry and drifted into sleep. Chapter 4. Ryan and Helen Cooper. Lansing, Michigan. Ryan stepped into the kitchen, knees still sore but the rest of him moderately refreshed from a good night's sleep. They'd foregone taking watch shifts in the name of getting some serious rest, relying on the dogs to watch over the house. Duke slept in bed with them, playing up his shoulder injury the entire time to win enough sympathy from Helen to be pampered and brushed before they'd gone to sleep. The first thing on Ryan's mind was coffee, and he grabbed the pot from the coffee maker and went to the sink to fill it up. The flow of water was normal for the first couple seconds, then the pressure dropped as the pipes groaned, and the flow quickly dropped to a mere trickle. Oh, what is it now? He put the pot in the sink and shuffled to the basement door, pushing his hair back, his agitation over a lack of coffee only compounded by the thoughts of whatever might be causing the issue. Helen was coming down the hallway when she stopped and watched him walk by. "What's wrong, dear?" "Water's not working, no coffee." "Any idea what it is?" "That's what I'm going down to find out." Diana followed Ryan as he headed downstairs and over to the circuit breaker panels, opening the boxes and reviewing the various switches, reaching the one for the well pump and flipping it off, then back on. Turning a spigot on a nearby utility sink, the water flowed for a couple of seconds before it too sputtered out to a trickle. Great. So it's the pump. Phenomenal news. Turning the circuit off, he grabbed an adjustable wrench, a piece of rope, and a flashlight from James' workshop. "You find the problem?" Helen asked as she stood near the stairs, watching him. "Yep. Pump's dead or there's something wrong with it," he replied as they headed back upstairs and he put his boots on by the back door. "That's a pretty serious issue. No more hot water, well, no more water, period." Helen leaned on the cooking island. "Can you fix it?" "I don't know. We'll have to see what the issue is." Ryan glanced at her as he opened the door. "Can you take care of the chores today while I work on this?" "Of course, dear. Do what needs to be done. I'll handle the other stuff." "Thank you." He leaned forward and gave her a peck on the cheek and a hug before heading out the door with a weary sigh. The morning was bright and crisp, and he quickly shut the door to keep the dogs in and walked past the EV and over to the wellhead, which stuck up several inches from the ground in the rear corner to the side and behind the house. Using a wrench, he loosened the cap and pulled it off along with a bundle of wires, which he placed off to the side. Tying a rope around the flashlight, he lowered it until it shined on a shoe fitting that connected the pump to the pipe running into the house. 20 minutes later, After poking around in the basement and two of the sheds, Ryan finally found a T-bar and put the long end into the hole and threaded it into the shoe fitting. Once connected, he began wiggling and pulling on it, feeling it give a little but working it harder until it popped free from the junction, and he hauled it to the surface. He tossed the T-bar aside, grabbed the hose and wires, and started drawing up the pump itself. The back door opened, and all three dogs shot out of the house with Duke trailing behind, looking up at Helen as he exaggeratedly favored his leg. "How's it going out here?" Helen asked, coming up behind him. "Perfect timing. I could use your help for a second." "What do you want me to do?" "Grab that bundle of hose and wires and such and walk away, while I draw out the rest so they don't get all tangled up. I have no idea how deep their well is. There could be 20 feet or 100 feet of hose down there before the pump comes up." Helen dragged the hose and wires through the yard as Ryan kept pulling, shaking his head after 40 feet came out but with no pump. 10 feet later, a thunking noise came from below, and a moment later a cylindrical metal object about 18 inches long clanked against the top of the pipe and popped out. "Got it," Ryan grunted as he lifted the heavy object, carrying it over to a patch of gravel where he laid it down. Helen brushed her hands on her jeans as she rejoined him, squatting down next to him as he poked at the pump. "How does it look?" "Not so good. It's definitely the problem. This thing is completely rusted out, and the seals are all rotted. Motor's probably been on its last leg for a while now. It's amazing this thing even worked." "It's probably the original one, maybe 20 years old." "Absolutely." Ryan looked over at the solar panels. "If I had to guess, it's the constant power fluctuations that finish the motor off." "Can you repair it?" "Nope. Pumps like this are designed to be replaced, not repaired. And even if I had the parts, no, I can't fix it, so we'll have to figure something else out, and soon." "I'm sure there's something we can do." "Not unless James has a second well pump lying around." Ryan snorted as he stood up, kicking at the broken piece of machinery idly as he wiped his brow. "Anyway, this will have to wait. It's about that time. Let's go see if Sandy's here." Walking around the side of the house, they both shaded their eyes from the intensity of the morning sunlight, spotting in quick order two figures, one smaller than the other, standing down by the front gate, both of them waving at Ryan and Helen, who returned the gesture. "If you want to go ahead and start with the chores," Ryan said, "I'll go down and talk to Sandy. Then I'll see what I can do about getting us some water." Helen waved toward the barnyard. "The animals can wait to be fed. They're not going to starve." "You want to watch my back." "Think she might be trying something." "Actually, I'd like to finally meet her. See if I can't get a feel for what's going on myself, too." "Perfect. I wouldn't mind some company either." After grabbing their rifles, the pair exited through the front door, Duchess running around the side of the house and joining them while the other pair hung out down near the fence line surrounding the barn. "Settle down, girl," Helen laughed as Duchess bounced around her and Ryan. "You need to burn off some of that endless energy." As the trio approached the gate, Helen and Ryan waved to Sandy, who was wearing the same jeans and boots she'd been in the last couple times she had met with Ryan, along with a leather coat and scarf smudged with dirt and ash. Stephen stood a little behind her, gawking as the massive Great Pyrenees bounded up to the fence with her bushy tail wagging. "How's it going, Sandy?" Helen called with a wave. "Oh, not too bad, all things considered. You must be Helen." "The same. Ryan's told me a lot about you." "I'll bet, probably how much he mistrusts me." Helen laughed and took off her gloves, reaching across to take Sandy's hand. There was definitely some of that at first, but I think he's starting to warm up to you. Well, I appreciate that. Sandy nodded at Ryan as he stood a few feet behind Helen, keeping a watch on things. I wanted you to meet my son, Stephen, who you helped so much. Stephen, come and say hi to Helen and Ryan. Stephen stepped from beneath his mother's shadow, eyeing the Great Pyrenees warily as she sat near Ryan, tail wagging furiously in the gravel. Hello there, Stephen, Helen smiled, turning to Ryan. I think you've probably heard about Ryan from your mom, and that's Duchess. Hi, he spoke softly, waving at Ryan and Helen as Ryan stepped up to the gate, smiling at the young boy. I'm glad to see the antibiotics worked for you, Stephen. Your mom told me you were in pretty bad shape. Yeah, my stomach was hurting, and I felt like I was burning up. I feel pretty good now, though. I'm glad to hear it. Ryan looked up at Sandy. Just be sure. Yes, he's still taking them. And thank you again. They stood in awkward silence for several seconds until Helen looked over at Ryan with a raised eyebrow, and he nodded almost imperceptibly. Hey, why don't you come in? Helen looked back at Sandy. There are some benches and chairs right over there by the pond, and we can sit and talk for a spell. That sounds good, Sandy said haltingly. Are you sure that's okay, though? Like we talked about before. Ryan unlocked the gate and pushed it open wide enough for the pair to step inside. Next steps in this little thing revolve around trust. Sandy and Stephen walked through the gate, watching Duchess warily as Helen held the dog's collar, and Ryan locked the gate back up. Stay, Duchess, Helen said and walked over to her guests, shaking both their hands and touching their arms. You both must not hang around the folks who came over to the house the other day. Otherwise, she'd be a lot more aggressive. No, I'm glad for that. Sandy held Stephen's shoulders as Ryan turned and patted his leg. Come here, Duchess. Come, girl. Duchess obeyed, treating the newcomers with indifference as Ryan rubbed her head. Good girl. Very good girl. Well, Sandy, I'd say you both passed the dog test. If you want to pet her, go ahead. Stephen reached out but jerked back when Duchess sniffed at him, though his action didn't dissuade her, and she came right up and licked his arm, sending him into a shy fit of giggles as he held Sandy's hand. Duchess continued, snuffling and snorting at him until he finally patted her head and let his hand slide along her shaggy neck. Yep, passed with flying colors. Helen grinned and gestured to the pond. Okay, follow me. Duchess leaped ahead as they walked over to the larger pond where Alice and James had placed stone benches and seats at some point in the past. Back before all this, we'd come down and feed the ducks. It's a beautiful property, Sandy said. I came over a couple times in the past, but not very often. They've changed it a lot since then. They've done a nice job with the place, I have to say. Ryan stood in silence for a few moments, watching the sun standing high in the sky, angling above the trees and casting warm rays across the pond's surface with sparkles of glimmering light. The sky was bright below thin, tattered clouds that appeared pulled apart at the edges. Ryan, how about if I go up and grab those sandwiches I made for lunch today? Helen said, stepping between a pair of rich red maples and down to the shore, gesturing at the benches near the water. I'd say this little get-together could use some food, wouldn't you? Oh, we couldn't possibly. Sandy started, and Helen dismissed her with a wave. Don't you even. I'll be back in 2 shakes. Thanks, hun. Ryan eased himself onto a bench, rubbing at his legs as Helen hurried back up to the house. Sandy and Stephen sat down nearby, watching the ducks paddling across the pond, dipping their heads down every few seconds, occasionally coming up with a minnow or strands of grass from the bottom. A few moments later, Helen shuffled up with a basket and blankets draped over one arm. Back, spread the blankets out on the grass or seats if they're dirty. We haven't had much time to do cleaning of the non-essentials lately. Oh, Helen, you didn't have to do all this. Sandy got up, helping Helen with the basket and spreading out a blanket on the bench to sit on. It's nothing, really. We're both just happy to have someone to share some food with. Helen sat on a bench with Ryan next to her while Sandy and Stephen took a pair of seats to her right. I hope you don't mind vegetable and egg sandwiches on stale bread, though. Sandy laughed. Vegetable and egg sandwiches. I don't think I've ever had one. Oh yes, it's the latest fashion. No, we ran out of deli lunch meat a while ago, but veggies and eggs are still in good supply, so. Helen brought out 2 sandwiches wrapped in paper towels and handed them to Sandy. They're honestly not bad. Tomatoes, lettuce, peppers, scrambled eggs, and a little vinaigrette dressing. You know what? That actually sounds pretty good. Sandy gave one to Stephen and opened hers up to show leafy pieces of lettuce hanging out and thick slices of tomato piled high between the bread. This is fresh. And cold, too. Do you have a working refrigerator? Ryan shot Helen a glance and responded, Nah, we moved our perishable items down in the basement where it's cooler. Oh, I see. Smart thinking. We've had to make a lot of adjustments in how we live, Helen added, changing the subject. What about you two? How are you getting along? About the same as when Chase was around. He was a good man back in the day, but lately, well, I told him not to join that group and he did it anyway. Ended up being more trouble than it was worth. Got him. She shot a glance toward the burial mounds on the east side of the property. Killed. Stephen spoke softly, Sandy wrapping an arm around him while Ryan watched on with a pained expression. If you'd like to visit his grave, you're welcome to. I'm sorry it went down the way it did, but it wouldn't have mattered. Sandy wiped a tear from her eye. You had to defend yourself, and I understand that. Sandy handed the remnants of her sandwich crusts to Stephen, encouraging him to feed them to the ducks. Her eyes turned glassy as he trudged off. Stephen is, to be honest, things haven't been going so well the past few years. Chase took to drinking more often than not, and did what he wanted no matter what I asked. He even started to, well. She rubbed at her arm again, where the faint outlines of a bruise were still visible. He'd been going in on me for a while now, and looked like he was going to start on Stephen. So you can imagine that him not returning wasn't entirely unpleasant. Oh, hell's bells. Ryan growled as Helen put an arm around Sandy, pulling her tight. I'd be happy to walk over with you if you'd like, Helen whispered. Or we can stay with Stephen, whichever you prefer. Sandy nodded her thanks and they sat silently for a few minutes, as a brisk breeze rushed in, clacking the treetops and sending the tall grass whipping back and forth like waves on the ocean. How close are you to that group? Ryan cleared his throat. The ones Chase was involved with. Jack and Barb Willoughby. I can't say I like them much. They're both blowhards if you ask me, but they're convincing enough to get people to stick around and follow them. People still follow them. The Joneses are with them, and so are the Fosters, but they're a little older and aren't too keen on fighting. A few others from the end of the road have joined since they attacked you. There's Tommy and Joyce Coleman, Mitchell Ward and his son, Greg, a few others. So at least a dozen. Something like that. They've pulled together some RVs and campers out in the Willoughby's backyard. New folks are bringing tents and supplies. They won't let you in unless you have supplies to contribute. That makes sense, Ryan nodded. We're still at our house, or what's left of it. Our back porch survived mostly, and it's got a cover on it. Plus, we had camping equipment in the shed. Have the Willoughbys been talking about us, or what happened? I couldn't really say. I hear them in the field playing music and talking sometimes, but they're almost a quarter-mile away from us. We've traded with them some, but ever since it happened, they've been pretty standoffish. Helen nodded. Did you know our Alice very well? We weren't best friends or anything, but she's one of the few people in the neighborhood I liked. We always said hello to each other at the grocery store, and we planned a food drive together a long while back for the high school. She and her husband always kept to themselves for the most part, and seemed content that way, just doing their thing out here. But she was always friendly any time our paths crossed. It's nice to know you two got along. I'll take friendly casual acquaintance over enemies any day of the week, Ryan agreed. After a while more of sitting, talking, and watching the ducks in the pond, Ryan looked over at Helen before speaking to Sandy. Would you like to go see? Straightening her back, she nodded. I suppose so. They got up and walked along the southern edge with the ducks swimming next to them, turning onto a small dirt path between the berry bushes and fruit trees, drooping branches brushing against their shoulders, coming out at the east edge of the property, where Norway spruces dominated the tree line, forming a wall of green along with the oaks and white pines. Sandy stood in front of the mounds. Which one is his? I didn't really check for IDs on them. I'm sorry. No, I understand. Thank you. Helen and Ryan turned and headed back to the pond while Sandy and Stephen stood near the mounds, heads down as they spoke quietly to each other. After a few moments the pair returned, Stephen's face a mask of silent contemplation while Sandy wiped a few tears from her cheeks. Thank you again for that. We should be getting on home. Do you want to meet again tomorrow? Is there anything we can bring in trade? Actually, there is something we've been wanting. As they walked back to the gate, Ryan chose his words with care. We'd appreciate it if you could find some information on a pump. A pump? A well pump. I figure that since you're from the area and would know of any suppliers or well diggers, or maybe someone has one lying around in a shed or something. I can check around. Why do you need one? I want to put a second well out back for the animals. I'm thinking about digging one by hand, and I'd like to have a pump for it if we can get some reliable electric going. I might know of a well digger outfit that's still standing, based on what some neighbors said. How much would one be worth to you? What do you need? Food, weapons, ammunition, the usual. They reached the gate, and Ryan stopped and rubbed his chin. Something like that would be worth a couple of hens at least. It'd be a good start to a flock, and you wouldn't have to rely on your neighbors so much. Helen opened the gate while Sandy faced Ryan and crossed her arms. What about 3 hens, if I were to find a way to get you the pump itself? 3 hens who, you drive a hard bargain. He looked at Helen, mulling over the idea for a moment before nodding. Tell you what, if you can find me a good, high-capacity well pump, then we'll do 2 hens, plus 2 chicks when we get our first hatching. Sandy thought for a moment before extending her hand. It's a deal, Ryan. I'll see what I can find and get back to you. They shook hands and Sandy took Stephen through the gate. Bye now, Helen called. Same time tomorrow. We'll be here. Helen smiled and watched them walk hand in hand past the Jones' old home and out to the street, disappearing behind a stand of trees. Helen and Ryan turned and strolled up the long lane to the house with Duchess trotting next to them, tongue lolling out and exhausted from all the running around she'd done while playing with Stephen. She seems like a nice lady, Helen said. She is, so far as I can gather, and she knows how to drive a bargain, but we still need to be careful. At least she can tell us what the neighbors are up to. Knowing where they're living, I think the Willoughbys are about 6 farmhouses down, if memory from a few years back serves me correctly, is incredibly valuable. And knowing Sandy and Stephen are just a few houses farther down is helpful, too. Do you think we could? Helen paused and shook her head. Never mind. What is it? I was going to say, what if she could work her way in with the neighbors and find out what they're up to? You mean spy? Ryan put his hand on his cheek and gasped dramatically. Oh, stop it. We wouldn't ask her to lie or anything, but she could ask questions when they come around to trade and tell us what they said. Information is just as good as anything else to trade. We need the well pump first, but if she's amenable to helping us further, that'd be a smart thing to ask from her. Nice thinking. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder as they moved up the front walk and into the house, letting Duchess in first. I'll get back on the chores then. Helen picked up an apron she'd laid over a kitchen chair and started putting it on. Do you want to help, or do you have something else to do? Ryan put the basket on the kitchen table, folded the blankets, and laid them neatly inside the basket. Actually, I've got an idea for a manual well pump that I want to try. The reserves of water we've got will only last for so long, and I don't want to count on Sandy coming through for us. You'd best get to it then. Holler if you need anything. I will. Helen gave him a peck on the cheek and went out to feed the chickens and gather eggs, leaving Ryan to grab a notepad and pencil and head down into the basement, ideas swirling in his mind. Chapter 5. Alice Burton. Talladega National Forest, Alabama. Sometime during the night, Alice started awake as the echoing crack of a branch or stick somewhere nearby in the forest jarred her from her sleep. She sat up quickly, but immediately regretted the sudden movement when her chest muscles spasmed in painful fits. Leaning to the right, she waited until the spasm passed and took several gasping breaths until her wind returned and the pain receded. Whatever had made the sound had darted off into the thick of the darkness, scared by her movement and sound into beating a hasty retreat. Nice alarm call, she croaked, leaning forward and putting a hand to her forehead. While she felt like she could sleep for another dozen nights, Alice forced herself to roll to her right and climb up on the log to sit for a few minutes, yawning, wincing, and blinking back tears at the unbelievable pain searing in her chest. Once the worst of it passed, she woke up a little more, her senses sharpening and coming alive. The woods were vivid in the greenish-gray light, illuminating the leaning trees surrounding her, the tangled brush connecting them, half-broken branches hanging under the weight of vines and deadfall. Her lifeline, the fire, had nearly gone out, and she stirred it, throwing a few more sticks on along with a handful of pine needles to feed the flames. Hunger gnawed at her insides, and a desperate thirst raged in her throat, more than it had the previous day, as her body continued trying to adapt to what was happening. With the help of the blossoming firelight, Alice shuffled down to the stream, kneeling in the same spot as before and using the half-broken filter straw to drink, getting 5 or 6 mouthfuls down before the wrenching cramps in her side forced her to quit. With water dripping from her chin, she eased back on her heels and watched the light glimmer off the surface of the stream, the mixture of white from the moon and orange from the fire churning in the bubbles. She was about to get up when the thirst returned, a craving for water unlike anything she could remember, her body desperately needing to fulfill a primal desire. Alice very nearly bent down and drank straight from the water, but she resisted and continued to use the straw filter instead. settling into a semi-comfortable position with her weight resting on her right arm and leg, working through the pain and discomfort, each mouthful of the liquid providing the motivation she needed to keep going for a couple dozen more mouthfuls. When she finally stopped and tried to get up, nothing worked, and she had to push hard on her thighs to sit back on her heels and gasp through the pain and stiffness. Wiping the moisture off her chin, she grabbed her walking stick and leveraged herself off the muddy bank to face the opposite woods, freezing suddenly when a pair of eyes stared back from the dense foliage. An unwitting gasp caused her side to ache, and she winced, backing up as she clutched at it, trying to circle around to the fire. As she moved, a shadow turned and leaped away, a vaguely deer-shaped bit of darkness crashing through the brush, a veritable freight train in the relative stillness of the forest. Alice laughed hoarsely, shaking her head with relief. "Good grief, you scared the crap out of me. Last thing I need is to become Mountain Lion Scat." Alice made her way back to the campsite, sitting by the fire for a few moments before kicking dirt onto it and packing her things away in the backpack. With it on her shoulder, she held fast to her walking stick and hobbled back the way she'd come to the main trail. She assumed Mark and Christine had taken the same track after stopping at the campsite, since there were no other paths leading anywhere else nearby, and the main trail had, based on her foggy memories, been what they'd tried to stick to the entire time before as well. "You can do this," she told herself, setting her jaw and walking with a lurch and a sudden burst of unexpected energy thanks to the food, sleep, and intake of water. Judging by the uptick in her awareness, she must have slept at least a couple of hours, more than she had wanted to spend, but just enough that she could continue her hunt. Alice focused on the ground as she trod along, searching for tracks, trash, or other indications that her children's kidnappers had taken the path as well. Flashbacks of old movies and books where prisoners dropped a trail of clues for rescuers to find went through her mind. But Jake and Sarah most certainly thought she was dead when they had been taken, and they wouldn't intentionally be leaving any traces for her to find. The dirt was hard-packed and rocky, and while the moonlight illuminated the path, it was darkened by passing clouds and masses of fog, making it too dark for her to see any possible details in the dirt. She briefly considered constructing a torch, but she'd already put out the campfire, and it wouldn't last long without fuel or materials to keep it burning. There was also the matter of her only advantage being that Mark and Christine didn't know she was alive, and carrying around a torch would negate said advantage. Far from the light and heat of the fire, the forest came alive with a cacophony of sound. Cicadas, crickets, and katydids sang in the night, a nocturnal chorus as they searched for mates, while large creatures occasionally moved through the trees, just far enough to be out of sight. Just when she was starting to wonder if Mark and Christine had taken Jake and Sarah along another route, she spotted the wide curvatures of hoofprints in a muddy section of the trail, and she knelt to run her fingers along the shapes. "Oh, I've got you now," she whispered. Gripping her walking stick with both hands and leaning on it to support as much of her body weight as possible, she trudged on with an automatic locomotion that had far too quickly become second nature. Jab the staff and take a step, then repeat ad nauseum. Jab and step, onward into the night as the path stretched far and away, curving slightly by degrees. Her chest ached with each breath, her legs burned and her feet ached, but she lowered her head and kept marching, more machine than woman, treading a path that not even death itself could keep her from. The forest trail soon leveled out and transitioned from rock and hard-packed soil to looser dirt, and the hoof prints stood out in the moonlight, imprinted in soft earth higher on the slope. She continued for another half-mile, looking down occasionally to make sure she was still following them, until without warning they vanished. Backtracking slowly, Alice found where they'd left off, appearing to just disappear into thin air. Slowly lowering herself down to her knees, she crawled around, leaning one way and the other to get out of the moonlight's way, tracing the hoofprints with her fingers off the dirt and through the grass as they veered to the left on a side trail. She got to her feet and squeezed through the dense brush, barely able to see a foot in front of her, taking careful steps as she tried to adjust to the change. The path turned into hard-packed dirt covered in mulch and sticks, and she had to feel around with her boot, sometimes getting on her hands and knees until she found the tracks again. Thorny branches swatted her arms and legs, the barbs digging into her skin. Alice winced and put her head down, shoving the brush aside with her stick and plowing through it with her shoulders low. Her breaths got deeper, and something wheezed in her chest, a sick whistling sound that told her, in all good sense, to stop. She trudged on with a defiant grunt, swinging her feet forward, untangling herself only to get caught again. With a final burst of energy, she lunged and broke through, stumbling forward, windmilling with her walking stick and free arm, almost pitching off a rocky ledge to plunge into unfathomable darkness. Alice found her balance and took 2 steps back. Kissed by a cool breeze coming up from the cliff, she'd nearly fallen off, her hair whipping around her shoulders as she took hold of a nearby sapling as she took in the view. An expansive valley aglow with moonbeams stretched out in front of her, a pair of curving spurs sweeping up from the valley floor to meet where she was standing to form a horseshoe shape. The trail followed frighteningly narrow ridges downward both to the left and the right with dark, rocky slopes dropping off both sides, and silhouettes of trees clung to the hills with their waving tops shimmering in the moon's light. She caught her breath and took a few steps in both directions, but the path was too rocky and didn't show any hoof prints or human tracks no matter how close she looked. Cursing softly, she slammed her staff into the ground, seething resentment for fighting all the way to the top only to be left with nothing. Her next decision would be no more than a mental coin flip, a simple guess as to what route to take. But she was unprepared to possibly make the ultimate mistake that would take her farther away from her children. Her vision blurred, but she blinked away the tears, shoulders sagging until off to the left, deep within the valley trees, a sharp orange light flickered and cast a faint glow that painted the surrounding trees a soft shade of red. A campfire. It had to be them. It had to. She could almost see Sarah and Jake sitting around a fire with Mark and Christine watching them, holding her own rifle on them, putting them down or even hurting them. Before she could start second-guessing or falling into despair, Alice took the left-hand spur in that staggered gait she'd adapted, jab, step. Jab, step, glancing repeatedly at the orange spot in the trees, measuring it against where she stood, and how far the trail curved to the valley floor, figuring they were at least 3 miles away, maybe a little more. Distance didn't matter, though. She had a bead on her children and clung to the faintest flicker of hope that she could reach them before morning came and they took off again. She bore through the pain, wincing and grunting with every step, forcing herself to keep moving through the cool night. She tripped and almost fell multiple times as she clambered across stones and circled large gray boulders perched on the trail amid spills of rock. Breezes crawled up through the pines and spruces, blowing her hair around and driving away the sweat by sending chills up her sides. Alice picked up the pace, easing down a sharp descent that forced her to turn sideways, body twisting and stomach lurching every time she slipped and almost fell. Scrub-covered fields blinking with fireflies rose to meet her descent, and soon she was moving through the valley toward the end of the horseshoe shape she'd seen from higher up. The woods grew thick again as she got off the side of the mountain, and a fog spread upward, where bats banked sharply through swarms of bugs that swirled in the moonlight. The path leveled out but became rockier for a stretch, and Alice had to slow down and lift her feet higher with each step to avoid tripping on obstacles hidden in the darkness. The moon had shifted halfway across the sky when she came to the first source of water since coming down off the mountain, the trickle luring the ravenous thirst inside her. She found 2 stones to straddle and knelt to drink, sealing her cracked lips around the filter straw. A steady flow of water eventually trickled through, and she held the position in defiance of her screaming ribcage, making sure her belly was full before getting back on the trail. Stomach growling, sore heels pounding the rocky earth, Alice began to make progress, readjusting to the shortness of breath and stabbing pains, holding her left arm against her side to discourage unnecessary movement. She began eating up the scree-covered trail yards at a time, the pain growing into one constant ache that pulsed throughout her body, warning her that if she didn't stop, it might be forced to take matters into its own hands. Sweaty strands of her hair clung to her face, and she hardly felt the insects crawling in her sweat, attempting to bite her and crawl up her nose. Only 2 things mattered: Jake and Sarah. Alice could swear she could see the orange glow several times off the sides of the trail, nestled in a woody depression or behind a stone, but when she blinked, the color was gone, an illusion of hope in the vast wilderness. She tracked her time by the moon as it slid through the clouds, the puffy shapes breaking around it in feathery wisps that turned yellow when the light hit them. After what must have been an hour, she came to another stream that sat low in the landscape, forcing her to traverse a steep bank to reach the water's edge. It moved slower than the other with a stagnant, pond-sized depression off to her left. Alice stayed off to the right where the water ran quickly across the rocks, pausing again to drink all she could until her stomach couldn't hold any more. It was getting harder to draw it through the straw, a sure sign that the damage it had suffered was contributing to its rapidly diminished lifespan. Taking off her pack, she dug inside for the 2 empty plastic bottles and went to work sucking up more water, but instead of swallowing it, she spit mouthfuls of it into the bottles until they were full. Screwing the caps back on and stowing them in her pack, Alice moved on in spite of her body's protests, baffled that she still had yet to come across the fire. Hoofprints were still occasionally visible on the ground, so she was on the right track, but the distance must have been farther than she originally thought. Up on the ridge, it had seemed close, not easily attainable, but certainly closer than the length of trail she'd been walking. Occasionally, she stopped for a few moments to lean against a tree to catch her breath, her gasps so shallow she was sure her lungs would collapse at any moment. Sometimes she sat on a stone with her head in her hands, waiting for the cramps in her feet and calves to go away, the guilt growing with each moment that she stood still. As soon as she could, Alice got back on her feet and kept moving, losing track of the moon as the sky changed from a deep shade of night to somewhat of a fainter pale blue. As the sky's tint lightened, Alice grew worried that she might not see the fire and walk past it altogether. But with the morning light came a better view of the trail where the hoofprints were still clearly visible. As the sun's first rays finally crested over the distant hills, Alice was beyond exhausted, skin scratched and itchy, bleeding from a few dozen different cuts. She could hardly walk anymore, resorting to dragging her throbbing heels along by the bowed walking stick, her right foot turned inward to keep her weight on the outside. She de-slowed to a near crawl, uncertain if another breath would come or whether she'd collapse on the trail and slowly decompose. When she spotted a tendril of smoke rising off the right-hand side of the trail, It didn't register for several seconds, and she merely stood, staring at it until her brain finally caught up with what she was seeing, and her body lurched into action. With a desperate grunt, she launched herself into motion, hobbling fast and reaching a flat circle of packed dirt with a large campfire still smoking in the center. Alice glanced over her shoulder, looking up to where she'd stood on the ridge hours before, confirming that the campfire was the same one she'd spotted from so far away. Like the other campsite she'd come upon, a few logs had been drawn up for people to sit upon, and hoof prints and shoe prints cluttered the dirt and mud. Pieces of half-burned garbage sat in the bed of coals and ash, the packages singed but discernible enough for her to recognize that they had come from Sarah's and Jake's packs. With a delirious, choking sob, Alice turned in a circle, angry tears streaming down her cheeks as she clenched her fists in frustration. "I barely missed you by." She shook her head and sent tears dripping from her chin. "A few hours, at most, damn it." Exhaustion and disappointment washed over her like a wave, and she struggled as a vision flashed through her head of the kids walking out of the forest with big smiles on their faces, hugging her and telling her they'd somehow gotten away from Mark and Christine. But as much as she hated to think about it, the fact was that they weren't free, and were instead most likely tied up, barely being fed, and suffering under the same abuse that Mark and Christine's supposed children had already suffered. "I've almost got you, you bastards," she growled, hardly recognizing the raspy, guttural sounds that came out of her throat. "You're going to be," she coughed and gasped, swallowing a lump. "So damn sorry." Alice jammed the walking stick into the ground and started to get back on the trail and push on, but her wobbly legs betrayed her, threatening to drop her on the spot after taking 2 steps. She could barely move, much less walk who knew how many more miles. Mouthing curses at her feeble body for failing her, she set her backpack on the ground and worked on the remnants of the fire, adding kindling to the coals and stirring them to life with her stick, then shuffling around and finding pieces of deadfall around the edge of the camp to toss in. Soon, the flames were flickering high as the wood crackled, and she again saw Sarah and Jake's faces. Tears broke free and stung her dirty cheeks, then a sob hitched from her throat, bringing with it a new wave of pain that rocketed up her side and locked her chest in a single, conjoined spasm that stole her breath away. "Damn you," Alice gasped, holding herself, grimacing as she sank onto a log. When the spasm stopped, all she could imagine was doing unspeakable things to Mark and Christine, making them experience pain and anguish 1,000 times over, letting them recover, and then starting all over again anew. Licking her dry, cracked lips, Alice slouched and took an inventory of her injuries. There were more scratches on her arms than untouched skin, and when she touched the sore spots on her face, her fingers came back covered in bloody smears. Lifting her shirt, she was horrified to see the bruising had turned even darker, stretching across her entire chest. Pulling the backpack closer, she fished out her water bottles and popped one open, tilting it back, draining half of it in a few gulps. She sat on a log sipping at the water for several minutes, letting the pain in her side recede a little, trying to calm herself and think straight, but there was nothing left to think about. She was so close to the kids she could practically feel them in her arms, but opening her eyes revealed only the fire and emptiness around her. For the first time she could remember in days, her bladder needed relieving, and she went into the woods to spend several painful minutes trying to find a position that didn't feel like someone was sticking a knife into her chest. When she was done, it took her a full 2 minutes to wiggle into an upright position and get her pants buttoned. Then she slowly hobbled her way back toward camp. By the time she was back, The sun had fully risen and was casting rays into the upper boughs, the shade recoiling as the light advanced across the forest floor. A group of 3 squirrels involved in some sort of squabble dashed through the campground, paying her no mind as they fought and squeaked before running off through the brush and up into trees to chatter at one another. She sat there for some time, considering eating more of the MRE to bolster her strength, but ultimately deciding to leave it in case she, or one of the kids, needed it more later on. Without bothering to gather any pine needles or leaves, Alice slipped to the ground and laid down with twigs and stones poking into her back, her need for sleep smothering the faint desire for some comfort. As she lay and stewed in misery, Alice tried to remember the times from back on the farm with James and the kids, when they would bring in some crops or perform simple chores like mending fences or feeding the chickens. But her mood was too dark to change with some simple memories, and her thoughts came back to one simple point, obsessed with thoughts of things she wanted, no, not just wanted, but was going to do to the people who'd stolen her children and tried to kill her. "And no mercy for you," she choked out. "No mercy and no forgiveness. Nothing for you too. Why you're going to die, and you don't even know it." With a shuddering sigh, Alice fell into a troubled sleep as, deep within her, a monster grew, rising from the pit of despair and anguish, sharpening its claws and gnashing its curved teeth as it awaited the moment when it might finally be unleashed. Chapter 6. James Burton. Merrillville, Indiana. James pedaled smoothly down the road, squeezing the spongy hand grips as he switched to a higher gear, leaned back on the seat, and cruised faster than he had since he'd ridden atop Amber to escape the motorcycles. The wind whipped past him, cool against his face as it pushed his hair back, energizing him and pushing him to greater speeds. The skies were still dark and cloudy, and gutters dripped with stagnant water, but the rain was finally ending as the temperatures dropped from a cold front blowing through the region. A month prior, such a front would have been predicted down to the hour, or less, but weather forecasts of rainfall and cold fronts, while important, were the least of most people's worries. James glanced over his shoulder as he cleared a field of debris with a slight bump, checking on his passenger. Oswell looked pale where she rode doggedly in the cargo wagon, her legs padded by a heavy jacket where they hung over the rail, her back supported by a small couch cushion they'd found in a dumpster. Her face was a constant grimace as the small cargo trailer bounced and swayed ceaselessly, its suspension not nearly as robust as the bike's, and James called out to her, "How are you doing back there?" "It's not my proudest moment." Oswell clung to the rails, resting on her left side on the pillow to ease the pressure on her hip. "How about you?" "Doing great," James grinned. "This is a little like riding a bike. I feel like a kid again." "I feel like an old lady," Oswell countered. "Everything is achy, especially my hip." "Any change in the bleeding?" "Not much since we changed the bandage. I'm surprised, what with all the bouncing back and forth." "Don't worry, I'll have you in La Porte with your people in no time." James pointed at a sign coming up. "Look, Merrillville, 10 miles. "Can it be 10 seconds, please?" "Hang on, there's a straightaway ahead. I'll pick up the pace a little." Oswell groaned and gripped the sides of the trailer harder, bracing for the uptick in bouncing and swaying as James put his head down and raised off his seat, switching into 5th gear and began pedaling harder. The wind swirled against him and howled in his ears, whipping his coat around his back. Highway 30 was a straight shot, with hundreds of roads interconnected to towns like Hartsdale and Schererville. It was a mix of big city and small town designs, peppering in new constructions with buildings that could have been 100 years old. They all shared one thing in common, though: the charred remnants of vehicles flipped on their roofs, twisted sideways, or buried in storefronts. Tomb-like buildings rolled past them at breakneck speeds, tires zipping over the asphalt. An occasional shout or gunshot from the ruins broke the steady sound of the bike and trailer, cutting the dead air and reminding James that they were nowhere near safe, and he had to keep pedaling hard and fast. His legs were holding up remarkably well thanks to all of the walking he'd been doing. But the real test was starting to come down to calories and endurance, and he was burning through both of them trying to get to La Porte as fast as possible. He'd been snacking all evening and into the morning on packs of honey-roasted cashews they'd found in a corner store, and kept eating a mouthful every 15 or 20 minutes to keep his energy boosted. But his back was stiff, and his legs had a deep, mild aching buzz in them. Oswell was in far worse shape, though, the jostling ride not doing her injuries any good, but her resilience had been on full display as a barrage of sarcastic quips continued to mask her pain. James felt around in his pocket for the last bag of cashews, slowing down as they passed through an open space between buildings. After tearing the corner of the bag open, draining half of it and swallowing, he grabbed a bottle of fruit punch from his other pocket, switched hands, and twisted the cap off with his thumb and index finger. He took 2 swallows and finished it off, tossed the bottle in a high arcing shot that landed in the backseat of a blown-up car. "Look at this guy," Oswell laughed from behind him. "A regular Jordan. I'd rather be Armstrong right now. With or without the doping." Hi. Highway 30 turned into Cherville's main thoroughfare, Joliet Street, and the roadsides grew thick with businesses. Restaurants flew by in large numbers, and he was tempted to turn into one to see if there was anything left to eat, but any that were left standing had been ransacked several times over. As a chain hotel came by on the right, he thought about stopping to try and find a mattress to load onto the trailer to make Oswell more comfortable. But the doors on the bottom floor were broken in, with bedspreads and pillows pulled out and strewn across the parking lot. TVs and drawers were lying broken and scattered amongst the fabrics, and mattresses had been dragged out and left to soak in the rain. When a man stumbled out of a room with a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a pistol in the other, James stood up and pedaled faster, blowing by him as he shouted and fired haplessly, missing the pair by a country mile. "Did you see that guy?" Oswell called up. "How could I miss him? Looks like he turned over every room in that place." "I wouldn't mind lying down in a real bed." Oswell drew ragged breaths, speaking in a hitched, halting tone. "My hip is really screaming." "We'll rest soon, maybe somewhere past Cherville, okay? Wherever's safe, you're the boss." The highway split in two, leaving a thin grassy median between the strips of asphalt. Around them spread a concrete jungle with restaurants, hotels, and shops, their parking lots brimming with piles of wreckage and corpses that had soaked and liquefied in the rain, turning into streams of charcoal runoff. A massive department store appeared on the left, the lot swarming with dozens of refugees, the most they'd seen since the gangs, who were gathered toward the front. People dragged suitcases behind them and wore wet backpacks on their shoulders, bouncing children in their arms or holding their hands as they looked at the 2 big green military tents with Indiana National Guard stenciled on the sides in bold lettering. "Hey, Oswell, you see what I see?" She hung over the side rail and squinted. "Yeah, I see it." "Are those your people?" "I don't see any trucks, but maybe they pulled them around back. Or maybe they got stranded somewhere like my group did." "Want me to pull up and check it out?" Yeah, it might be worth a look. James pulled through the intersection, cruised to the turn-in, and cut between two restaurants, hoping to come out up front on the right side near the tents. 30 people stood in the entry lane, marching along like zombies, glancing at them as they went by, most with dead expressions except for a couple who saw the bike and edged in their direction. It wasn't until James was almost up to the end of the lane that he saw the poor shape of the facility. The hastily constructed tents were torn and sagging, and most of the security ropes and chains had been cut or pushed to the side. Men with guns stood at the entrances dressed in blue jeans and leather jackets, more than a few wearing motorcycle helmets with dark visors pulled over their faces. Whatever was inside the tents, they guarded it with force, a few of them shoving a pair of adults to the ground, threatening them, and cracking them in the faces with their gun stocks. A man at the back of the line in front of the tents pointed at James and Oswell and tapped another man in the chest. Hey, we can grab that bike and make a trade. They'll give us food for that, I bet." Dozens of eyes turned in their direction, measuring them up, edging toward them to cut them off, and a man and woman trotted toward them while the first two men shoved them back with a shout. "Hey, the bike's ours. We claimed it first." Oswell slapped the side of the trailer, and James shouted back at her, "I'm on it." James did a quick turnaround, blowing by a few curious people who'd stopped to measure their chances of knocking him off and taking the bike and their supplies. Others flew at them outright, feet pounding the pavement behind them as James bore down on the pedals, a panicky burst of adrenaline fueling his legs as he shot past them back toward the entrance. "Stop him!" A woman jumped in his way and tried to grab the handlebars, but James growled, sticking out his left foot and driving her back. "Out of the way, Oswell, watch out." A man rushed in from the right and grabbed the cargo trailer rail, jerking it and trying to tip it over. Oswell punched and scratched at his arms, knocking him off so he toppled over on the pavement. The man's weight had slowed them down, though, and James swung back and forth, leaning on the pedals to get them moving again. A half-dozen more people were coming in from the sides, crouching to grab the handlebars, hungry to knock James off and take the bike for their own. James plunged his hand into his pocket and pulled out his pistol, and the first man he aimed at threw his hands up and backed off. But someone on the left stepped right in front of him. A big man with a ghoulish grin, teeth bared and sneering, as James sped toward him. James shifted his aim and fired when they were 10 yards apart, sending a round through the man's shoulder with an ear-splitting report. The man stood in dumbfounded shock, but he didn't move, and James fired again, hitting him in the breastbone. The man's grin wiped clean as he staggered and fell to his knees, pitching sideways right in James' way. He swerved the bike over at the last second, barely getting by, Oswell clinging to the rails and throwing her weight around to keep herself from tipping. James sped across the turnaround lane, spitting gravel beneath his tires as he tried to turn east onto the highway. People sprinted to cut them off, so he altered his course and stayed south on a road that connected several major stores. The pavement tilted downward, allowing James to sit back and catch his breath as he put more distance between them and their pursuers, who finally stopped chasing them and gestured rudely instead, cupping their hands over their mouths and shouting obscenities at them. Breathless and pumped full of adrenaline, James followed the road to where it connected with Wicker Avenue, flying through the junction and welcoming the sight of abandoned businesses with no crowds once again. "Nice pedaling, James," Oswell said. "Nice fighting," he replied breathlessly. "That went south pretty quick." "It's almost as bad as the city was." "Yeah, no kidding. From now on, no more crowds or main highways, and no towns. The back roads take longer, but we'll stick to them from now on. Hey, check the compass and let's make sure we're still heading east." Oswell pulled the top portion of James' staff from beneath her and held it aloft, keeping the knob on the end with the compass in it steady against the bumping and swaying of the trailer. "We're heading due south right now. I'd say take your first left, assuming it looks safe." "Does anything really look safe these days?" James laughed as he turned onto a street, entering a long straight lane of neighborhoods. A desolate landscape of houses and shells of burned-up vehicles stretched before them, a sight he was growing uncomfortably used to. Large oaks dotted the lawns in front of the remnants of the houses, most of them blackened all the way up their trunks, with a smattering of leaves still intact on some of the upper boughs. There were no signs of people, though. The residents either hunkered down inside their houses or having moved off to other areas, like the shopping area he and Oswell had just vacated. On a section of flat, empty road, James relied on the natural balance provided by the attached trailer to remove his hands from the handlebars and reload his revolver from a box of bullets in one of his pockets. When he was done, he clicked the cylinder shut, stuck both the gun and bullets back in his pocket, and relaxed with his hands on the handlebars and his head on a constant swivel. The next 2 hours were primarily flat riding, alternating between hard pedaling and coasting as they maneuvered through desolate neighborhoods which turned into farmland as the miles progressed. Soon, they'd left Cherville behind and entered quiet country roads with woods and farms surrounding them. Oswell moaned and grimaced with every tiny bump, clutching her stomach and sighed, looking pale with discomfort, sickly and feverish, and on the verge of throwing up. "Are you okay back there?" "My leg and hip are just killing me," she gasped. "I've never hurt so much in all my life." "Let's stop then." James was already looking for a place off the side of the road. "We'll get you a couple of hours, rest, and try again later." Oswell shook her head. "No, we said we'd go until night. I'll be fine until then. It's just pain, I'm not bleeding." "Are you sure?" "Yeah, I'm sure. Keep pedaling, James. You watch the road, I'll try to tamp down on the groans." "I'm on it. You let me know if you need to stop, though, understand?" Oswell nodded but stayed quiet, bearing through the pain with only a grimace and an occasional readjustment of her position to betray what she was going through. While James appreciated her courage, he was beginning to worry about her, questioning whether she had sustained internal injuries that she wasn't telling him about, or was unaware of herself. Still, he kept his head down and pedaled faster, ignoring his own aches and pains and focusing on making progress. Soon, after miles of farmland, he spotted a church at an intersection on the right. It was an old building with a red brick front and sides, and a peaked roof that had burned up and collapsed, the rectory a mere skeleton of blackened beams and framing. Parked behind it was an ancient Dodge Ram van with its windows shattered and scorch marks wrapping up around the roof. The fire's path was clear, leading from the van to the rectory, and over the church's spine, leaving destruction in its wake. Only the front of the building and bell tower survived, the red brick standing up to the flames and suffering a few singe marks and crumbling mortar. The worrisome matter was the congregation gathered outside, a dozen people kneeling in the mud, heads bowed as a preacher stood at the top of the front steps, his suit coat and white shirt stained with sweat and dirt, sweating as he shouted and gesticulated. "Repent, repent. I'm here to call you all to repent. Know that it was God who brought down the world. It was He who did this. We are witnessing the downfall of a sinful world where the wicked once ruled and are now being punished." As James drew closer, he spotted several bodies of men, women, and children, with suitcases and belongings scattered around them lying in the front parking lot of the church, near the parishioners. Their clothes were blood-stained, and their scalps crusted with bloody hair that covered gashes and cracked skulls, evidence of some sort of brutal treatment. James pumped the pedals harder to try and skirt around the place, but the preacher heard the whirring of wheels and the low clack of the cargo trailer's axle as they clattered up, and he met James' eyes over the distance. "Not good," James muttered. The preacher waved the Bible in their direction and screamed at the top of his lungs. "There are more of the sinners. There they go in defiance of God. Get them and bring them to their knees." The congregation turned and struggled to their feet, confused at first, haggard faces twisting with anger, tortured eyes glaring with malice and violent hatred. When they saw it wasn't two people on foot but riding on a bike and cargo trailer, they went from walking to running in an instant. Surrounded by fences, ditches, and trees on both sides of the road, James had no driveways or side lanes to take and no escape from the quickly closing mob. "Here we go," James called back. "Get ready, Oswell. Can you turn around?" "There's no time for that. I'm going straight past them. Hang on." James strained against the pedals, forcing them forward, clicking up 2 gears to grab every bit of torque he could. While the crowd came at them with bared teeth, they ran slow and flat-footed, unable to efficiently close the distance across the church yard and parking lot to cut them off. The first group missed him but lunged for Oswell, and she swung the top portion of his staff at the reaching hands, breaking fingers and knuckles with the crack of metal on bone, forcing them back with yowls and curses. James swerved wide to the left, tires crunching on the narrow shoulder and barely getting around the woman who'd been in the lead as she dove for them. Oswell punched the top of the staff into the woman's chest and redirected her behind them, tripping her up and causing her to fall face first on the asphalt, skidding along on her palms and face. James checked his side mirror as the crowd milled into the road, the preacher filtering toward the front, raising his Bible, pointing, and shouting something James couldn't hear. He turned back to the road, just in time to brace himself as they plowed through a debris field, the bike tires cracking over pieces of plastic and metal, crushing a headlamp before swerving to avoid hitting a fender. The cargo trailer shook violently, rattling Oswell and almost tipping her over twice. Then they were through the worst of it and back on smooth pavement again, pedaling hard to put distance between themselves and the church crowd. The handlebars were wobbling, and James craned his neck to see a slight bend in the front rim that was rubbing against the brakes. "You okay back there?" "Yeah, I'm fine," Oswell gasped as she readjusted in her seat, pulling the backpack in behind her for extra padding and settling back with the upper section of the staff resting across her lap. They weren't kidding when they made these things. Should have given M to us, too, not just you civilians. When we get to that outpost, I'll ask for another one and get them to engrave it for you." "Bite me, Burton." James chuckled. "Speaking of, are we still heading east?" "Yep. It's getting late, and my legs are killing me. I'll find us a place to stop soon. Just hang on a little longer, okay?" "Thank heavens. I'm pretty sure my hip is about to fall off of me." James adjusted his grip on the handlebars and pedaled on, devouring the miles slowly, but surely as the land faded into Indiana backcountry. It was getting dark when the country road wove them between close-pressed woods, with only a few homesteads and barns sitting off the roadside. Before long, the moon had risen enough to pierce the gaps in the clouds and light the road, shining on the telephone poles and wires that hung low to the ground. After passing a few rundown farmsteads, James spotted an old barn off to the right with faded sides and a roof riddled with holes and rotting wood. He banked onto a dirt path overgrown with weeds, pedaling over ruts and rocks out past a rusted tractor with its wheels buried in the mud. "Are you trying to finish me off back here or what?" "Sorry." A minute later, James squeezed the brakes and brought them to a stop in front of the barn. Out behind it was an old fence with rusted wire and rotted rails, entire sections of it broken and overgrown, and built into the barn walls were windows with broken glass and two collapsed stalls at the end. "Give me a second to check it out. Stay here." James put his kickstand down, took the revolver and flashlight out of his pocket, and moved off to his left around the first corner. Virginia creepers crawled up the side, and long grasses grew high along the base. There was a wide-open entryway with no door, and he shined his flashlight inside to reveal a dirt floor, stacks of hay bales, and a glimpse of barrels lined up in rows. A rusted cage was outside along the back of the barn, divided up into several sections, with food and water bowls and leashes, half buried in the dirt. And the last portion of the barn had a few dozen wooden slats lying on the ground with rusted nails sticking up. Coming back around to the front of the structure, James found Oswell curled on her left side with her head bowed, and he hurried to her side, looking around as he spoke. Hey, you okay? What happened?" "Well," she laughed haltingly, "I finally found a comfortable position is what happened." James laughed. "I hate to get you up, but I think this place looks good. I saw some hay bales we can use as bedding, and there's plenty of dry wood around to start a fire. Come on, let's get you up. I want to look at that wound as soon as possible." Oswell nodded, taking James' hand with an iron grip as she struggled to stand, and a moment later he was supporting her weight and turning her toward the barn. They walked up to the main double doors and stood in the entryway, and James flipped on his flashlight and shined it around. Off to the right were 3 barrels with loose, rotting hay bales sitting on top while farm implements hung from hooks, and dusty piles of refuse were scattered around on the floor or hanging crookedly from nails and hooks on the walls. A pile of decorative stones, boxes of tiles, and smaller barrels with rusted hoops sat off to the left, and James motioned to where one hay bale had fallen over, broken apart, and spread across the floor. "Come on, let's get you laid down on that. Then I'll use those stones to make a fire circle so we don't burn the place down." He guided her inside and left her leaning against a pole while he grabbed their things. Putting a blanket and clothes over the spilled hay, he helped her sit and turn over into her comfortable position before hauling stones over to create the fire circle on the dirt floor. Using wooden planks, he formed a pyramid shape with hay for kindling in the center. Then he removed the flint and one of the knives from his staff, squatting beside the stone circle, leaning in, and flicking the pieces together to shoot sparks into the dry hay. Soon, a bit of smoke drifted up, and he blew on it harder to coax out some flames. After a few moments of work blowing between the slats, he got the fire going in earnest, tendrils of orange licking up and caressing the wood and giving off a wave of heat. "There we go, Oswell. Come on and get closer, see if you can get yourself dried off some." She scooted herself closer, with James spreading more hay around and adjusting the blankets to make a soft place for her to lie on. Oswell stretched out on her left side, resting on her elbow and keeping her right leg straight. "You okay there?" "Best hospital I could imagine being in, Dr. Burton." James snorted, sitting down to start unlacing his wet, mud-caked boots. "I never was one for being called doctor, so don't you start giving me any lip. Come on, get your boots off so we can see how bad our trench foot is. Feels like I've been walking around in sacks of water for days now." Oswell tried to reach her boots but fell back with a frustrated gasp and a groan of pain. Just sit back and stop aggravating your wounds. I've got the boots. James unlaced her boots and tried to pull them off, but they were stuck to her feet, forcing him to jiggle them until they came off with a wet squelch. He placed them next to the fire while she peeled her socks off and swung her feet around to put them in front of the fire. "That feels amazing," she sighed. "No sign of trench foot, either." James sat opposite her with his boots and socks off, rolling back and putting his heels up to the fire while he checked his toes and bottoms of his feet before sighing wearily. "Same here. They look like prunes, but I think we're in the clear." Groaning, he sat back up and scooted closer to Oswell. "Before you get comfortable, though, I need to check your wounds." James got the first aid kits out of his pack and brought them around, pulling up Oswell's shirt, wincing at the bloody bandage which was leaking all down her side. He gently peeled it off, the flickering firelight showing the puckered entrance wound with a bit of yellowish fluid seeping out. "You've got an infection in your hip wound." James sat back and shook his head. "That's what I was afraid of." Oswell leaned over, trying to get a look at it. "It's been hurting too much to just be from the ride." Shifting to her leg, James inspected the entrance wound where the tourniquet was still wrapped tight, keeping the bleeding to a minimum. When he removed the bandages and rolled up gauze, he didn't find any pus or signs of infection, and a bit of scabbing was even taking place around the edges of the wound. "Looks like we were lucky with the leg, but not so much with the hip. Thankfully, it's only a few more hours' ride to La Porte, and then we'll get you some real medical attention. In the meantime, I'll clean these and redress them, and you can take a couple of pain pills and aspirin to help with any fever that might come." Oswell nodded and turned over, gritting her teeth as James rifled through his things to get the medical supplies out. "Thank you again. You didn't have to do this." "The heck I didn't." He chuckled and began setting aside pieces of gauze, bandages, a rag, saline, and antiseptic cream. "How do you think I'd look my wife and kids in the eye and tell them I abandoned someone to die just to save my own skin? They'd probably tell you you were being smart. You could be home by now." "Yeah, well, the right thing is rarely the easy thing. Doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. Hold still, I'm going to open this up, see if I can't get some of this pus out." James squirted some saline into her infected wound, squeezing and pulling on it to wash out the yellow fluid. Oswell ground her teeth together, fists clenching and unclenching as he worked. "Good grief, that hurts like a—" "Sorry, should be better now." He tossed a stained rag into the fire and applied a heavy dose of antiseptic cream inside and around the wound, then piled on gauze and taped everything up. When he was done, he gave her a gallon jug with a bit of water swishing around and had her take a couple of NSAID pills and aspirin. "Thank you. I feel better already. And look, right or wrong, I really do." "Oswell, I get it. You're welcome, okay." James laughed. "Now simmer down, try to find a comfortable position to rest in and stop telling me how much you appreciate being alive before I jam a stick into that hole in your side." As Oswell chuckled, James took his socks and boots and set them to dry next to Oswell's. Then he sat opposite her on a rock and put his feet up on the stone circle to let the flames warm them. They sat in silence for a short while, listening to the crackling wood and letting the heat radiate around them. When the fire got low, James gathered more dry, rotted pieces of the barn's walls and ceiling, talking as he worked. "Ideally, we'd rest here until morning, but I'm worried about letting that infection go for that long. Let's rest for a few hours but get back on the road before morning. If we push hard, we can make it there by daybreak." "That's fine. I just need a few hours outside that cargo trailer and I'll be fine. If there's such a thing as an anti-suspension, that sucker has it. James grinned and placed more wooden planks in the fire, stirring the coals with a tire iron he'd found among some rusty tools hanging from hooks in a corner. It's not a Cadillac, that's for sure. Once the flames were roaring again, he wrapped his arms around his knees and stared into it. This is a great fire. I only wish we had some real food to cook over it. We have only a can of corn and a bag of honey-roasted cashews. Hardly fine dining, but— Wait a second. Oswell grabbed for her jacket and opened a side pocket, pulling out a can and waving it triumphantly. No way, where did you get that? I forgot to tell you, but I found it in the same store we found the cashews. I put it in my pocket and kept looking for other stuff, but didn't find anything. Well, toss it over. She did, and James caught it and read the label. A pound of cooked ham with maple flavoring. Not bad, Oswell, not bad at all. I officially nominate you for a Medal of Honor. Great, she laughed. My parents will be so proud. James searched for something to cook it on, finally settling on a thin piece of aluminum he found over by the farm implements. He gathered more stones and stacked them opposite each other on the circle, placing the metal sheet on top so the flames licked up around the sides. After a few moments, he flipped the sheet over and scraped off the burned residue to make a semi-clean surface, then used one of the knives from his staff to open the cans and put them on the new cooking sheet, then settled back and waited for them to warm. What will we eat with? Oswell asked. I think I saw something over by the tools. James went over and picked out a couple of slim pieces of scrap steel about 4 inches long and 2 inches wide. I'll clean these off and sanitize them in the fire. We can probably use them like spoons, sort of. Sounds good to me. James used a rag and a little water to clean them off, and rested them on the edge of the stone circle, with the eating ends pointed inward over the flames. After a while, when the liquid in the cans began to bubble and steam was rolling out of them, he used his semi-dry socks to protect his hands as he moved the cans and utensils and set them aside to let them cool. Oswell took one of the pieces of steel and the can of corn and tried to eat from it, but the steel was nearly useless, and she was only able to get a few kernels in at a time. Maybe just eat directly from the can. Tilt it up and scoop it in your mouth. I wouldn't drink the juice, though. That stuff's salty as all get out. Oswell nodded and ate half the can, handing it over to him before moving on to the ham. James finished off the corn and threw the empty can into the fire, then broke out the last of the cashews. He ate his portion and traded her for the ham, the meager amount of food more than enough for them to fill their shrunken stomachs. That's the most food I've had since I was with the Amish, he said, tossing the second can into the flames along with the cashew packet. Oswell slowly moved back onto her side, grimacing as she stretched her legs back out into a comfortable position. I bet you ate like a king with them, eh? Yeah, it was crazy how much they had with them, even though they were on the move. She chuckled and shifted on the hay bed as a drizzle started up, pattering gently on the roof and raining in through the holes, the droplets sparkling in the light of the fire as the smoke curled up through the same holes the rain entered. Go ahead and get some rest, James said. I'll keep watch for a while. Don't worry about keeping watch, Oswell replied, unsuccessfully stifling a yawn. No one's coming out here in this rain. We're 1,000,000 miles away from anything. Maybe, but I don't want to take any chances. We're so close, and I don't want to screw it up by taking our foot off the gas or the bike pedal. He grabbed the tire iron and stirred the coals, coaxing out more heat. Once I get you settled in at La Porte, it shouldn't take me long to get back home. I just hope." His eyes watered and he choked up for a moment. "I just hope my wife and kids made it back." "If they're anything like you," Oswell yawned, her words slurring slightly as her eyelids drooped, "then they're doing just fine." "From your mouth to," a snore cut through James's words, and he smiled and shook his head. "Okay, I'll stop talking." He stood and walked barefoot to the front double doors, squeezing between them and checking outside. The road was empty, and the fields and trees swayed in the wind and rain, the area filled with a quiet peacefulness that showed no sign of hidden malice. There were too many entrances into the barn to guard, though, and no string or rope available with which to set alarms. Still, he cracked the front doors and wedged a pair of stones on top so that if someone opened them, one or both would hopefully drop on the intruders' heads. It might not hurt them much, but it would at least wake him up. James went outside through the side door, gathering some loose nail-filled boards and placing them beneath the windows with the nails pointing upward. Rolling a barrel over to the side door, he blocked it and piled random pieces of wood and tin on top to make it harder for anyone to get in. If they tried, they were bound to knock something off and wake him up with the clatter, an imperfect solution, but the best he could do given the circumstances. Standing in the middle of the barn with the crackling fire and glistening drizzle, he inspected his traps and nodded in satisfaction. He gathered up some hay and placed his coat on top, making a bed for himself opposite Oswell. Gun in hand, he laid down and stared up at the smoky rafters, listening to his body's complaints about his sore legs and aching back. A slight headache and a runny nose adding to the weariness, he felt down into his very bones. But his belly was full, and the fire had driven back the cold chill that had gripped him all day. Most of all, he was so close to home he could practically feel Alice in his arms, the kids buzzing to tell him what they'd been doing, and Ryan and Helen smiling with relief that the family was reunited once again. The thoughts couldn't hold a candle to his exhaustion, though, and the next time his eyes closed he was gone, succumbing to the sleep he so desperately needed. James woke to a gentle roll of thunder and the steady tink of water dripping onto the aluminum sheet, then sizzling away into nothingness. He rose to his elbows and blinked at the moonlight filtering in through the gaps in the roof. The barn was dark, and the fire had died down to glowing coals that gave off a steady warmth without the accompanying light of a roaring fire. He rolled over and got to his knees, groaning at the soreness in his legs and back. Back home, before everything had gone to hell in a bobsled, a long day of physical labor would be wrapped up with a dose of painkillers to help reduce inflammation and soreness. Such niceties were mere memories, though, as any medication they found would have to be saved for dire circumstances, not the relief of muscle aches. Around him, the shadows in the barn were quite different in the moonlight, casting strange shapes that stood in the corners or behind the hay bales. The barrel, pieces of wood, and the stones above the main door still stood undisturbed in the side entrance, and there were no other sounds but the steady drip of rain and the rustle of leaves and grasses outside. Shifting positions, James grabbed the tire iron and stirred the coals, throwing a few pieces of wood in amongst them and kicking the flames to life to chase away the dark shapes around him. Oswell lay where he'd left her, still on her left side but looking paler, with a glistening sheen of sweat covering her face. He went over and placed his palm against her forehead, shaking his head at the heat coming off her. She stirred, moaned, and blinked up at him. "James." "Yeah, it's me. Everything's fine, but you've got a fever. Feels like a bad one." "I was hoping that wouldn't happen." "How do you feel?" About the same," She started to get up but fell back with groan. "Actually, I'm not feeling so good at all." "We've got to go now, then. We need to get you to La Porte ASAP." James took 2 of the pain pills he'd been tempted to consume from the first aid kits and handed her those along with the water jug. "Take these and drink the rest of this." Oswell accepted them wearily, then paused mid-drink. "What about you?" "Don't worry about me. We need to get fluid in you to keep your strength up. Stay here a minute and I'll get the cargo trailer packed up." "But—" "Zip it. I don't want to hear any arguments." James stuffed the first aid kits into the backpack and folded the blankets, pushing open the front doors and watching the stones he'd placed on top thud to the ground. Outside, he arranged everything in the cargo trailer to make the ride as comfortable as possible for Oswell. As he worked, Oswell coughed and hacked inside the barn, her lungs rattling with phlegm. The bike's front rim was still warped, and the fork had a slight bend in it, though there wasn't much he could do about it but ride as gingerly as possible to avoid any more damage. All packed up and ready, James returned to get Oswell, helping her up and giving her the assembled staff to lean on, guiding her outside. She moved sluggishly, tripping and leaning all her weight on him, climbing clumsily into the trailer before falling heavily into her seat with a grunt. "Thank you," she slurred, eyelids fluttering as she tried to keep them open. "Don't thank me yet. We've still got a ways to go." James pushed the bike along the dirt driveway until they reached the road. Then he swung them east and hopped on, pedaling and clinging to the trembling handlebars. They rode through the moonlit darkness, bypassing Valparaiso by skirting south around the city and striking northeast on Highway 2. The streets were quiet, the rain light and cool as it sprinkled on them, though the bike's wobbling progressively worsened with every mile they rode. Soon James struggled to pedal, forced to put twice the energy into it and stick to the higher gears. Oswell wasn't faring much better, her coughing growing worse, rattling her chest with every fit that gripped her. Along one stretch of road, she stopped coughing altogether, and James pulled over to check on her, finding that she'd passed out while clenching her fists beneath her chin, shivering, teeth chattering like it was the middle of winter. Her forehead was on fire, and James dampened a rag in a nearby puddle and placed it on her head to try and cool her down before rearranging the blankets to keep her stable and secure. Back on the bike, he kicked off again and pedaled even harder, the handlebars rattling his arms and shoulders and nearly shaking out of his hands. The bike was shifting and shaking as the rim rubbed the brakes, and the front end got wobblier and looser. Then something clattered in the chains, loud and obnoxious as he winced, hoping the thing would hold together and not attract any unnecessary attention. "Hey, Oswell," he said, pointing to an upcoming sign. "You with me?" "I think so." "Check it out, La Porte in 3 miles. Great," she said and coughed. "Can you direct me to the outpost from here?" Oswell shifted into a sitting position and wiped at her face, trying to clear away her bleary-eyed confusion. "Where are we now?" "Highway 2, heading northeast." "Just stay on Highway 2 and that'll get us there. You'll see signs. I'll try to help watch." She trailed off and James nodded, focusing on the road again. "Take it easy, Oswell. I can do that." The highway curved to the right past wide-open fields and farmland, the wind sweeping the drizzle around to form a spray that soaked through his clothing and chilled his legs. As the aches in his body grew, he bore down harder over the handlebars, keeping his eyes pinned to the straight line in the center of the road, fighting with the bicycles shaking and rattling for control. Without warning, there was a metallic snap, and the bike chain flew off, his legs suddenly spinning out of control for a few seconds, with the resistance of the chain removed. Something in the front wheel gave out afterward, and the front end collapsed, pitching him forward and nearly throwing him over the handlebars, the pull of the trailer the only thing keeping the bike upright. They ground to a halt in the middle of the road, and James hopped off, whispering a prayer of thanks that he hadn't painted the road with his face. While he was no bike mechanic, a quick glance revealed that the front tire had broken in 3 places, and the wheel was sitting loose between the spokes, impossible for him to fix without a new front tire. Even if he'd had a replacement, though, there was still the problem of the broken chain that dangled from the rear tire's gears, chewed up and missing a few links. "What's wrong?" Oswell asked in a shaky voice. Why'd we stop?" "It looks like we're in trouble." James put the kickstand up and let the bike lean to the left. "The front end is screwed up, the tire's completely broken, and the chain snapped too. I guess we're walking." "Sure looks like it." "Can you make it?" "No choice. How many miles do we have left?" "We were at 3 miles a little while ago. I think it's maybe 3/4 of a mile away from here." "I can make it. Help me up." Stuffing the blankets and extra clothes into the backpack, James shouldered it and held out his hand for Oswell, pulling her from the trailer. She fell against him and clung to his neck with barely any strength left. He rechecked her forehead. "Yep, you're burning up. We need to get you there now." James reached inside the cargo trailer and got his staff, handing it to her and making sure she could keep some semblance of balance before they moved down the road. They started slow and stayed that way, Oswell's boot on her injured side scraping the pavement in a steady, agonizing rhythm. After 50 yards, she was barely holding her weight anymore, bowing him over and dragging him down. Sorry, James," she murmured. "Don't be." "I am. We'll make it." "You should leave me." "Shut up and focus. 1 foot in front of the other. You didn't come this far just to fail everyone." Everyone." Captain Lister, Lieutenant Washington, Rodriguez, Pug, Weissman, Witkowski. Their sacrifices won't mean jack if you don't make it. And the only way you're going to make it is if we get to the outpost. You hear me?" "Yeah, I hear you," Oswell replied, her left arm strengthening around his neck, back stiffening as she got her foot off the ground. They picked up the pace and soon reached a La Porte National Guard sign indicating the outpost was just ahead. Off to the left, the La Porte County Fairgrounds stretched out in a wide-open area divided up by multiple roads. On the right were neighborhoods, motels, and a church, all having suffered heavy fire damage. The outpost was on the left in the middle of a large parking lot with the remnants of a few vehicles and scattered debris, and the gatehouse building was a dark squarish shape with 2 tall flagpoles in front, the brick wall stretching 30 yards to either side before turning into fencing with barbed wire strung on top. "Do you see anyone?" Oswell asked. The moon had fled behind gathering clouds, obscuring everything in darkness and gloom, forcing him to squint to see anything as they stopped at the edge of the lot. "There aren't any lights on, and I don't see anyone out back. Looks like no one's home. Come on, let's go check it out. Maybe there's someone inside who can help us." "I don't think so. Just come on. If nobody's home, we'll figure it out our own damn selves. Move your ass." They hobbled up to the gate, which stood partially open with a guardhouse off to the left. James stepped through first and helped Oswell slide in, walking her inside the guardhouse and placing her in a chair. Papers and forms littered the floor, and a table had been turned over, spilling radio equipment and equipment everywhere. "Stay here for a minute and rest." He turned the table back up, pushing it close to her. "I'll go look for help." Oswell nodded and slouched forward, breathing heavily as she laid her head and arms on the table. James stepped outside and jogged into a courtyard surrounded by the dark shapes of buildings and flat concrete lots with smaller squares that might have once been armored vehicles parked in them. "Hello," he called. "Is anyone here? I've got a wounded guardswoman who needs medical attention immediately. Hey, anyone home?" No one responded, leaving James standing in the middle of the lot with his hands on his hips, unsure of where to go to keep searching. The cloud cover shifted a few seconds later, and moonlight broke through to spread across the outpost, chasing away the shadows and exposing the true horrors of the devastation around him. Out of a dozen buildings, at least half had been destroyed by fires that left scorch marks on bricks and skeletons of crossbeams and 2x4s. The worst sight was the bodies, though, sprawled out around the buildings and across the open spaces, some on their backs but most face down on the pavement. All of them were surrounded by dark patches of what he assumed were blood, a mix of green and camouflage fatigues and civilian street clothes, and all riddled with bullet holes or showing signs of having been burned alive, leaving the stench of death drifting on the wind. "Oh, no," James whispered, his stomach twisting into knots, reaching for his pistol as he half expected some monster in the darkness to spring out upon him, adding his body to its collection. After calming himself down with a series of slow, deep breaths, he started walking amongst the bodies, searching for any signs of life. Pallets of supplies sat in random spots around the lot, plastic torn off of them, their stacks of goods long since raided. The largest cluster of pallets sat in front of a pair of warehouse bay doors that had been rolled up to reveal more provisions inside, though those too had not been spared. Most of the buildings that hadn't gone up in flames had their doors hanging off their hinges and windows shattered, with garbage and supply packaging scattered inside and out. The trash fluttered as the wind kicked up, the haunting sounds eliciting the feeling of a ghost town, albeit one with a much higher chance of actual ghosts than most. Remembering Oswell, James turned and jogged back to the guardhouse where she still lay across the table, her breathing erratic and the edges of her lips starting to turn blue. He straightened her and gently slapped her cheeks. "Oswell, still with me, Oswell? Hey." James started to lift her into his arms when the chair shifted and nearly rolled out from under them. "It's got wheels. Thank heavens for small favors." He gently placed her back in the chair and adjusted her so that she slumped to one side with one foot tucked beneath her. Getting behind her, James pushed the chair through the guardhouse door and rolled her across the pavement as the wheels creaked and groaned over being taken across such inhospitable terrain. After slamming over ruts and almost tipping Oswell out of the chair twice, James angled into a central lane that cut between the buildings toward the back of the compound. Taking his flashlight from his pocket, he flipped it on and shined it at the burned-out ruins in search of anything that might have medical supplies, but the buildings were looted clean. At the end of the lane, his flashlight beam fell across a brick building with a tall metal flagpole and a U.S. flag whipping in the wind where a sign on the front read Indiana National Guard Administration, La Porte, Indiana. "The glass is still intact. Maybe it's got something we can use." He rolled her up the walkway to the glass double doors, turning her and pushing his back against the doors to shove them open. Leaving Oswell in her chair, he shone his light around the lobby area, which had a front desk and chairs lined up along the walls. Slipping behind the desk, he rifled through papers and checked cabinets, finding two large metal flashlights that dwarfed his. When he popped one on, the light was bright, cutting through the gloom. James continued his search and found two first aid kits in a drawer, placing them on the counter before moving into a hallway with several doors, one labeled as a restroom and another a supply closet. He pushed into the closet and rifled through shelves of cleaning products, orange cones, mop buckets, and boxes of forms and paperwork. His flashlight beam lit upon a separate cabinet hanging from the back wall with a big red cross on the front, and he rushed over and popped both doors open to find a pair of thick, oversized medical kits with dozens of pockets and a big central compartment. James grabbed one and hauled it off the shelf, the weight almost ripping it from his hands. Heading back to Oswell, he found her still slumped over in the chair, sprawled with one arm hanging over the side. Sitting her up straight, he put his ear close to her nose to ensure she was breathing and tried shaking her lightly to wake her up. "Oswell, are you with me? Oswell." When she didn't respond, he grabbed seat cushions from the waiting room chairs and placed them on the floor behind the front desk. He wheeled her around, lifted her from the chair, and laid her down, then swung the trauma kit in his backpack onto the desk and dug out the blankets and extra clothes to elevate her head and cover her up. The first aid kit held a huge array of supplies: rolls of gauze and cloth tape, isopropyl alcohol wipes, antibiotic ointment, and cold packs. Grabbing a cold pack, he shook the contents and rubbed it vigorously before placing it on her forehead. "Now, we need something for that infection." He rifled through the kit for antibiotic pills, but instead found an IV bag filled with clear fluid and labeled as cefazolin, along with a brief explanation that it was a broad-spectrum antibiotic. Digging around a little more, James found some tubing and an IV needle, and started setting up an IV for her. James placed the flashlights upright on the floor for illumination and taped the IV bag to the counter, then attached a drip chamber to the fluid bag and unrolled the rest of the tubing, clamps, and ports. After putting on some gloves from the bag and sterilizing Oswell's arm, he opened the cannula package and felt for a vein beneath her elbow on the inside, following the guide written in large print on the side of the cannula packaging. When he couldn't find one right away, he tied a disposable tourniquet to her upper arm and tapped gently around the vein to get it to pop. Holding the needle close to her skin, he took a deep breath and released the air slowly, leaning in and inserting the needle tip into her vein, waiting for blood to fill the cannula tube. When it didn't, he withdrew the needle and wiped the sweat off his forehead, gathering himself to try again as he reread the instructions. On his second attempt, blood filled the cannula tube, and he released the remaining breath he'd been holding and slumped forward to calm his shaking nerves. After taping the tube and needle to her arm, James flushed air from the IV line and connected the rest of the tubing, checking the drip chamber to ensure there was a steady flow of fluid. When he saw it was working, he collapsed against the cabinets, drawing his legs up and wrapping his arms around his knees. His head throbbed, body vibrating with echoes of the wobbly bike handlebars, and he hadn't realized how fast his heart was racing until it finally started to slow. With Oswell's fate out of his hands, there was nothing left to do but wait and sleep. Chapter 7. Agent Alan Harris. Mount Weather, Virginia. The walls shook and faint dust trails trickled from the ceiling as another explosion went off in a nearby corridor. A shudder ran through the Mount Weather complex where Special Agent Alan Harris, President Burke, and a handful of Marines were sequestered. The president's office within the building, buried deep underground on level 3, was more than likely the target of the invaders who'd breached the outer walls and were beating their way past the Marine guards outside. It was impossible to tell for sure, though, since there'd been no answers to attempts to contact the attackers throughout the ordeal. Burke was pacing near his desk, jacket off, tie undone, with his shirt buttoned down and his sleeves rolled up, communicating with his military leaders through a speaker on the desk. His computer screen flickered every time an explosive went off in an adjacent passage, and Harris cringed at the closeness of the walls, the ceiling suddenly too low, the walls too weak, ready to collapse on their heads at any moment. The walls were double-reinforced steel and concrete and could withstand much more than a few pipe bombs and grenades, but facts didn't hold up very well in the face of the overwhelming assault. "We crushed their last attempt to get deeper inside, sir," General Pulaski said in his deep baritone, voice steady, without a hint of strain. "But they've got that main hallway locked down." "Where are you currently located, General?" Burke asked. "We're at the foot of the main corridor, and Colonel Crow is holding the B1 passage ahead of us. We've got most of the rooms barricaded and secure halfway up the hall. And we're just off C1 in the secured presidential suites. We're actually closer to the bastards than you. You should stay right where you are, sir. Don't try to reach the main corridor through C1. They're about 300 feet up the passage at the top of the stairs, and they've got control of the elevator shaft and stairwell. Anyone emerging from C1 will be turned into minced meat. We've already lost most of Marine Units 2 and 3, and Unit 1 is divided between myself and Colonel Crow, sir. Why can't we break through that position? There's a curve in the hallway, and they've got barriers set up far enough back that we can't hit them with weapons or grenades. They can't get a direct sightline on us either, but they can roll grenades and IEDs down the stairs at us." "A stalemate, then." "That's right, sir." Harris had changed into combat fatigues, and the Marine Guards had brought in crates with carbines, pistols, and ammunition from a small stockpile they kept in an adjoining storage locker. The equipment had been there for a few years, but it was still in good shape thanks to regular maintenance and testing. Harris had chosen a standard-issue Beretta pistol and an M4 carbine, strapping on an armored ammunition vest stuffed with several spare magazines. "Do we have anything better than grenades?" "There's an armory just up past where C1 intersects with the main corridor," Pulaski said, "right in the middle of no man's land. We got the codes to get inside, but we haven't been able to get close, much less hold a position there. But the armory is stocked. RPGs, ammunition, rifles. Any ideas on how to get to the armory, General?" "I combined the remnants of Marine Units 2 and 3 into their own support unit and sent them through the ventilation system to an adjoining hallway up ahead of C1. They don't have the numbers to attack, but they're on standby. Wait, sir. I've got the fire team leader of SU coming through now. I'll patch him through. Go ahead, Green." The line spit and sputtered before falling into the soft hum of background noise. "Yes, sir. General Pulaski. This is Sergeant Green, sir." The Marine's voice was barely above a whisper. "We just showed up and are in position, but be warned there are a dozen tangos moving down the main corridor, headed in your direction." "Did any of them enter C1? "Negative. They're skipping adjoining rooms and hallways and are coming right at you. They're carrying riot shields, too." Burke stopped his pacing. "Where did they get those?" "Could have been from a local police armory," Harris said. "General Pulaski, what can we do? Should we head to the next level?" Pulaski's heavy breathing filled the speaker and consumed the silence as the seconds ticked painfully on. "General Pulaski." "I'm here, sir, just considering options. The riot shields offer them some protection from small caliber fire, but they aren't going to hold up under a steady barrage if it comes down to it. No, we can beat them. Green, we'll hold them here at the end of the hall and keep their attention. Sporadic gunfire, nothing too heavy. You'll creep in behind them along the walls to avoid any crossfire from us. On your mark, We'll stop firing and take cover while you hit them hard from behind. Crow, you'll stand by in support of all units. Yes, sir, Crow said. Orders received, sir, Green replied. Green, stay quiet and out of sight. If they see you, retreat to the ventilation system and head back our way. Yes, sir. Harris, the president, and the Marines stood quietly in the room, cycling through equipment checks, the Marine captain pacing as they listened to Pulaski report on the attackers approaching up the main corridor. We've got movement through the smoke, Pulaski whispered, still somehow sounding like a bellow coming from the deep-chested general, making Harris cringe in expectation of the violent clash. Incoming. A Marine shouted, followed by the brisk pop of explosions and flying debris, the screams of multiple people, and a roar of gunfire that clipped the speakers in a single wave of unrecognizable noise. Harris had stopped to face the desk with his rifle clutched against his chest, sweat trickling down his cheeks and moistening the neckline of his undershirt as they listened to the communications chatter. Coming, General, Green said in a clipped and quiet tone. Down, Marines, Pulaski hissed. Get down. One barrage of gunfire was replaced with another, less intense but no less deadly. Distant screams cut through the din, filling the speaker with living agony, and Green's steady, heavy breathing as his carbine belched fire and smoke. Suddenly, he grunted like he'd gotten punched in the stomach, sucking a big chest full of air and letting it out in a clipped sigh. I'm hit, he said, voice fading quickly. Medic. Crow, Pulaski called, and more gunfire erupted in the hall, a confused mess of sound Harris could barely make out. Burke listened for several long moments, hands pressed hard on the table and leaning over the speaker. Crow, Pulaski, what's going on? The firing continued, men and women screaming and suddenly falling silent, and Harris released a quiet breath when Pulaski came back on the line. Sir, we're checking the hall now, Pulaski said. Green is down, most of his unit is down. We're abandoning the forward halls and consolidating all units to the foot of the main corridor. Burke closed his eyes and shook his head. Damn. The security cameras being down screwed us, sir. We had them, but they kept an eye on their backs and caught Green and his team coming in. We beat them, but we lost too many. They got away with their wounded, and they still hold the head of the corridor. Understood, General. Do we have anyone left to assault them? All we have is remnants of Unit 2's Alpha and Bravo teams, and Unit 1's Charlie team. 9 Marines, sir. 11 if you count me and Colonel Crow. We've got another half-dozen wounded, but most aren't capable of fighting. Stand by, General. Burke hit the mute button on the speaker and turned to Harris. What do you think, Harris? I'm not a battlefield tech. Did I ask? No, sir. It's not looking good, he replied flatly. They've got the superior defensive position, and we have no idea how many reinforcements they can muster. Do we have any backup? None who can get here quickly enough. Any other suggestions? Harris lowered his weapon and stared at the ground as he thought. Then he met the president's eyes. The key is the armory, sir. Heavier, overwhelming firepower-s what we require. The bastards have a solid defensive position and eyes on the armory, though. They'll see anyone coming in and cut them to pieces before they can even get inside. Even if someone gets access to it, we'll lose too many in the assault. Those riot shields gave me an idea. You heard Pulaski. They won't stop bullets. I'm not suggesting using scavenged shields, sir. But we have some damn thick metal doors and tables around here. Burke's eyebrow went up and he grinned wickedly. Say no more. I'm sending you out there to lead this. Me, Harris stiffened. I'm not a soldier, and besides, without me, you'll be completely on your own. I think we're pretty safe in assuming that you're their target, and even if you aren't, you will be as soon as they figure out you're here. Are you implying that I can't handle myself, Agent? No, sir, but I served 2 tours, I can handle myself. Get me a pistol and magazines. It's big boy pants time. Harris hesitated for a long minute before his shoulders slumped. You're not going to take no for an answer on this, are you? Burke winked at him, unmuting the line. General Pulaski, I'm putting Agent Harris on. He's got an idea. I'm all ears. General, I'll take the President's Marine Guards through the hidden corridors to C1. I'm pretty sure I can get into the armory. It'll be a suicide run, Harris. It won't be. I've got an idea to make this work. Pulaski's tone changed, pleading with Burke. Mr. President, are you sure about this? Harris has my full support, Pulaski, and at this point we're running out of time and people. Pulaski paused but finally consented. We'll be there, Harris. This better be a damn good plan. Meet you there in 15 minutes, sir. Harris hit the mute button and retrieved a pistol from one of the Marine guards outside the President's office, handing it and 2 spare magazines to Burke. Kick some ass, Harris. I won't let you down, sir. The President grinned. Make sure you don't. He let Harris go and gestured to the Marines. Follow this man's orders to the letter. Bring us back a victory. The Marines saluted the President and turned to follow Harris as he exited the room, guiding them through back hallways and side passages that he had spent the last few hours studying on Burke's computer. When they reached a small hatch, he punched in a code, and the door popped open with a clank, revealing a narrow, closed corridor leading off into the darkness. They shut and locked the door behind them, and Harris jumped back in front and jogged to the end with steaming pipes hissing above his head, the faint flicker of emergency lights barely lighting his way. At the end of the corridor stood a door with another keypad, and they popped that open and stepped into a small, bare room with a single door on the north side. All right, gentlemen. On the other side of this door is the C1 hallway. We need to get across that hall to Pulaski. Can you help me do that? Yes, sir, they replied in whispered unison. Okay, here we go. Slow, steady, and quiet is best, but be prepared to lay down suppressing fire. His fingers danced over the keypad buttons, and the door popped open softly. Harris pushed with his shoulders and stepped into the C1 corridor, suppressing a gagging cough as a swirl of smoke and ash hit him square in the face. Swinging his rifle left and right, he moved to the other side to give the Marines room to flank him, and once they'd all filed out, Harris led them down to where Crow, Pulaski, and the remaining Marines were at the backside of the hallway, barely dodging a spattering of gunfire that zipped past them down the main corridor. Colonel Crow. Harris nodded. General Pulaski. Crow stood tall, arms held out with his carbine in one hand, helmet tilted on his head. Pulaski was a bull, taking up the space of 3 men, rifle looking small where he held it against his wide chest. He pushed Harris down the hall, thick eyebrows narrowing over steel-gray eyes. This better be a damn good plan, Harris. Frankly, sir, Harris shouldered past Pulaski and through the Marines to peek around the corner, surveilling the armory door and the slight right curve of hallway that blocked their view of the enemy. I'm surprised you didn't think of it already. What is your plan, Harris? Harris turned and strode back along a junction of C1 past the annoyed general, who followed right on his heels. These doors. Harris gestured to the doors. They're 3-inch thick reinforced plate steel. You'd need a wad of C4 like they used on the entrance to get through them. What's your point? Shields, General. I say we take 2 of them off their hinges, turn them sideways, and march straight down to that armory. The second an IED comes rolling down the hall, we drop the doors and hunker down behind them until the danger has passed, then keep moving. Unless they've got a big ball of C4 or an RPG, they won't be able to do anything to get through them. Pulaski stared at Harris for a moment before walking down the hall, putting his hand on the door to a barracks and slapping it with a heavy thud. That might work, he said. Son of a, you're right, I should have thought of it myself. Harris shrugged, no offense intended. Plenty taken. Pulaski's relief at the possibility of a viable plan was palpable as he winked at Harris. Okay, gentlemen, let's get a couple of these doors off. The Marines got to work, using tools to attack the hinges, knocking out the pins, jerking the doors free, and dropping them with heavy clangs. One brought up a set of ratchet straps from a storage locker which they wound around the doors, providing handles that would allow them to keep their fingers safely behind cover. After things were set up, Harris and the Marines dragged them across the floor, tilted them sideways, and carried them to the end of C1 where it intersected with the main corridor. Put them together, side by side, Harris pointed. We'll use the straps to slide them along the floor like shields so that our whole bodies are covered. Then if we hear a grenade or something coming, we angle them and brace ourselves. It'll be like a rolling barricade. You get what I mean? The group nodded, a couple of Marines enthusiastic as they knelt behind the doors, keeping their shoulder pressed against the heavy steel and clinging to the doorknobs and straps to prevent them from sliding. The others followed suit, crouching, seeing how many they could fit behind each door. We'll have a second wave coming in behind you guys, Harris said. Myself, General Pulaski, and Colonel Crow. As soon as we reach the armory, we hold that position and go inside to find something to take them out. Rah, a Marine growled, nodding and grinning, the others joining in, slapping hands and shoulders, jaws firm and resolute. Okay, let's do this. Pulaski directed 6 Marines to sling their weapons and carry the doors to the intersection. At first, they moved awkwardly, bumping their knees against the doors and almost dropping one, but they quickly fell into a rhythm and marched to the intersection. Crow got in behind the door on the right with a few more Marines, and Pulaski took the left with his group. Harris brought up the rear, forcing himself to breathe steadily as smoke drifted up the hallway. He was used to surveilling a crowd, picking up the fine details and determining who might be a threat to the most important man in the world. The act of charging down the hall in an attack formation was utterly new to him, but Harris tried to turn his brain off and let his instincts take over. Okay, Marines, Pulaski said. Let's move. The Marines carried the doors out into the hallway, turning left and shuffling through the debris where the smoke was thick, and shadows played tricks on their eyes. From the end of the corridor, an enemy shouted and fired, and a round pinged off the steel door and hit the wall to his left. More shots came in, the doors slipping lower as the Marines instinctively ducked, and Harris faced the incoming flashes, ducking down as something hot whipped past his ear. Pulaski boomed, "Brace." The doors slammed on the tiles with a clang, and the Marines ducked behind them as a pair of grenades bounced off the steel, before throwing a wave of heat and shrapnel out into the corridor. Harris crouched and pressed himself into the packed group of Marines, the smell of sweat, blood, and smoke surrounding them. A barrage of gunfire came with sharp concussions that vibrated the doors, the rounds careening off in every direction, taking chips out of light fixtures and tiles to send a trickle of dust on their heads. The Marines held firm, though, and not a single projectile or piece of shrapnel got through. Pulaski called out, "Let's move." The troops lifted the doors just enough to slide them along the floor and moved forward again, taking more small arms fire as they progressed down the hall. Harris peered over the doors, shifting to the side and watching the curling smoke as shadows charged down the corridor at them, quiet through the haze, the sharp profiles of their rifles stark against the gray light. "Here they come, General," Harris shouted. "Marines, let's have some cover fire." Marines lifted their carbines high and fired over the doors, cutting into the charging enemy formation, sending them flailing and windmilling through the smoke. A couple threw themselves against the walls, ducked, and came ahead firing wildly, doing everything to disrupt the Marines' slow but steady progress up the hall. A Marine holding the door on the right cried out and stumbled, a huge gash taken out of his leg by a ricochet off of a nearby doorframe, and he took 3 more steps before letting go of the ratchet straps and crashing to his knees. The door nearly tilted over to expose the rest of the people behind it, but 2 Marines rushed in and replaced him, lifting it level in time for a heavy barrage of gunfire. Rounds flashed and ricocheted off the steel, and Harris winced, desperately wishing he had more ear protection than a simple pair of earbuds used for communications. "Right here," Pulaski bellowed as they came level with the far edge of the door leading to the armory. "Hold fast." The Marines dropped the doors just as a round of pipe bombs came hurtling down the hall as the attackers retreated. They exploded, shards of nails and quarters chinking off the doors and zipping overhead like a swarm of angry yellow jackets. "Hold this position," Pulaski growled. "Get that man's leg tended to. Harris, we're stuck. They can sit here and hammer us all day, but we can't do much back to them." "Let's see what we've got to work with in the armory," Harris replied, crawling to the armory door keypad and punching in a code. The door hissed and popped open to reveal a pair of rifle barrels pointed outward, the guns brandished by a pair of wounded Marines, one leaning against a shelf packed with bins, and the other sitting on the floor with his legs spread, the front of his fatigues covered in blood. The latter glared at him wide-eyed, nostrils flaring, hand shaking with his finger on the trigger. Harris held up his hands. "Whoa, we're on your side, Pulaski, we've got survivors in the armory." "You guys finally made it," one of the Marines inside the armory asked as smoke poured into the room through the half-opened door. "There aren't a lot of us left, but we made it." Harris glanced at Pulaski as the general crawled up next to him, the pair inching their way inside the armory before standing up. At the sight of Pulaski, both Marines lowered their rifles and attempted to salute until he waved them off. "How long have you been in here?" The man's typical growl softened as he knelt down next to the injured Marine on the floor. "We got hit first." The Marine gasped and swallowed dry. "Me and my 4 buddies got inside and locked the door. 2 of us didn't make it." "Excuse me, sir." A Marine slid to her knees next to the wounded soldier and pushed Harris aside, breaking open a first aid kit. "You did good, son. Take it easy." Pulaski stood up and turned to Harris. "Good work, Harris. Time to make these bastards pay." Harris nodded and spun into the aisle, facing crates of grenades, ammunition, and weapons on 10 racks that stretched the length of the room. At the end, an array of automatic machine guns and RPGs hung from hooks on the wall. A pair of Marines lay side by side on the floor in a corner with their hands resting on their chests, their appearances peaceful in spite of the blood and gore that surrounded them. "Santa just came down the chimney, Harris." Pulaski came up behind him and scanned the wall, grabbing a couple of M4 carbines with M2, 3 grenade launchers affixed beneath the barrels. "I'll hand these out and get some counterfire going. It'll give them something to think about. Grab a couple, would you?" Pulaski carried the guns away, and Harris reached for a pair of M4s but stopped, instead stepping to the right and taking an RPG off the wall, reading the designation as an Acheron MP anti-tank weapon. Since when did we start importing these? Harris mumbled to himself. He had trained with stingers, javelins, and similar launchers outdoors on target ranges, but had never fired one in closed confines. While the M203s were a boon, any progress up the corridor would be hard-earned and bloody even with grenades on their side, but a missile could swing the odds in their favor. He pulled it off the wall, found the box of rockets, and took one from its foam bedding. Stomach twisting with reckless intent, Harris loaded the weapon and checked the safety and firing mechanisms. He started to walk away, but paused beside a case that read 30 XM67 fragmentation grenades and hooked 4 on his vest. Skin crawling, sweat trickling along his back and sides, he grabbed the rocket launcher and trudged down the hall, stopping at the door where the battle was raging and Pulaski and Crow were shouting orders, coordinating the Marines' firing. Harris stood by the door and held the tube aloft shouting to get Pulaski's attention. "What's the arming distance on this?" "Say what?" Pulaski turned to him, eyes widening when he saw the launcher. "You've got to be joking, Harris." 75 meters. The answer came from the wounded Marine behind Harris. "Damn, too far." Harris turned to the man. "Is there a way to reduce it to, say, 25 or 30 meters?" The Marine nodded weakly. "It's a prototype unit. There's a selector dial on the side. You can reduce it to 20 meters, but the blast radius—" "Don't worry about it." Harris swiveled back to Pulaski. "General, we're never going to break through with rifles and grenades. They've got high ground and can lob stuff around that curved hallway till the cows come home. But with this," Harris hefted the launcher. "You want to destroy the hallway?" Pulaski shook his head. "Are you insane? Are you a NASCAR fan, General?" Pulaski stared blankly for a few seconds before Harris continued. "Neither am I. But my dad was a huge fan and told me about this driver, Ross Chastain, who—" A weak laugh came from behind Harris as the wounded Marine held his side, grimacing in pain. "You're crazy, but it'll work. Reduce the arming distance to 35 meters. Fire it along the wall. If the curve is too steep, it won't destroy anything. If it works, though, 35 meters is enough to take those son of—" The man's head slumped, and the Marine tending to him checked his pulse, working harder to treat his wounds. "I have no idea what either one of you are talking about, but you got us this far, so if you have a smart idea, make it happen." Pulaski went back to the entrance to the armory, shouting at the Marines to prepare to lay down cover fire. "Hail Melon," Harris muttered as he twisted the dial on the safety selector knob. "Don't let me down." He stepped outside to the thump of an M203 round bursting from its barrel and skipping down the hall, bouncing off the walls and out of sight before it exploded, sending shrapnel and smoke back at them. Shouts and cries of pain rang out from down the hall, followed by a cluster of Molotov cocktails skittering across the tiles, glass clinking, breaking, bursting in a gush of flames that rolled over the steel doors. A new burst of outgoing fire came from the Marines behind the doors, and Pulaski drew up next to Harris, shouting over the din. "Do it, Harris. Kill the bastards." Chapter 8. Ryan Cooper. Lansing, Michigan. In James' workshop, Ryan lined up pieces and parts with the hope of designing a manual well pump. The basic function of the device rolled around in his head. Draw the water into a main chamber with an upstroke, trap that water with a one-way valve, and on the downstroke pump it out a side spout that would feed the house. So far he'd managed to assemble a long, 2-inch piece of PVC pipe as the main housing, a 1-inch pipe converted into a plunger, a homemade check valve made from a bicycle tire, various couplers, and a jar of PVC cement. Most of the supplies had come from a shed out back, but the other parts had been on the bottom shelf of James' workbench. Ryan measured 18 inches on the longer PVC piece and cut off the excess, using some sandpaper to smooth the edge. On one end, he plugged in the check valve, and on the other he placed a T-shaped connector with one opening pointed off to the side which would form the spout, then capped the top. There was a soft knock, and Helen stepped inside. "How's it going down here?" "Well, I've got my pieces together, and I'm trying to work out how to make them fit so they'll actually work." "How'd the chores go?" "Everything's done, but I left the milk to you." "I'll pick that up as soon as I'm done with the pump." "Explain to me how this will work." "The first thing I did was make a check valve." He took out the check valve and held it up. "That's this piece here." "It looks rough." "Yeah, well, I built it myself. I drilled holes in a standard plug and screwed a piece of rubber to the inside. It'll allow water to enter the pump housing when you draw up on the pump, but won't let it fall back into the well. This spout here is where it'll come out on the downstroke of the pump. I fixed it so we can screw a hose on it for whenever we need to get it to places." Ryan put the check valve back on. "It really all depends on how well this check valve works." "Where'd you get the rubber for it?" "From an inner tube and hose." He gestured to where he'd tossed the spare pieces off to the side. "I've got everything ready, but I need to put it together and test it. I've got a 5-gallon bucket for that, but I need water." "I'll get that for you," Helen said, heading out of the room. Ryan inspected the 1-inch pipe he was using as a plunger, hoping it was wide enough to do what he needed. He held the pieces together, sliding the plunger up and down and testing the smoothness until Helen returned with 2-gallon-sized jugs taken from the basement storage room. "Where do you want it?" "In the bucket." "Yup, just pour them in there while I connect this piece of hose to the spout." "Okay, good. Now we'll just put the end of the hose into this jug." "Ready?" "Yeah." Ryan twisted the housing, trying to keep it together with his hands. "Okay, let's see if this'll work." He pressed the plunger to the bottom and drew it up, bringing some water into the pump housing. Ryan continued to work the plunger up and down, watching as more water filled up the housing until it reached the spout and gushed through the hose into the bucket on the next downstroke. Helen grinned. "Looks like that was a success." "Yeah." Ryan raised the plunger and pressed it down again, forcing more water into the jug and stopping when it was almost full. "There you go," he said, drawing his arm across his forehead. "It'll be tough, but I bet we can get a couple gallons per minute. I just need to attach a hose to the bottom of this going down deep enough into the well, and we can draw out as much as we have the arm strength to muster." "When will you hook it up?" "They have enough bottled water here to last us a couple days if needed." "Nah, won't take me that long. I want to make some adjustments first, then cement everything together. I have to draw water up 50 feet of hose, so I need to make sure everything is super tight and can actually handle the pressure." Helen stepped over and kissed him on the cheek. "I'm so proud of you, dear. There's nothing you can't build. Can I entice you upstairs for a snack before you finish up?" "No, ma'am. I'm going to cement all the pieces together now and get it ready to test outside. I figure we can use one of James' 500-gallon water tanks he's got stacked out behind the barn. We can bring that up to the house, set it up on bricks, and connect it to the water filter in the basement." "Will that give us enough pressure?" "It'll probably create enough pressure to use the downstairs shower once it's filled. Now, filling it is going to take some muscle, but maybe later on I can figure out how to get a motor running on it." He grinned determinedly. Anyway, we'll burn that bridge when we come to it. I'll have this up and working by dinner. Let me know when you're going to test it, and I'll come out. Ryan nodded as Helen left the basement, then took everything apart and spread it out on the workbench, carefully using the PVC cement to glue it all back together, fitting the pieces tight, ensuring the check valve was in place, and that the hose attachment for the well was firmly affixed to the bottom. The job he'd had running on one of James' 3D printers wrapped up a short time later, and he picked up the part he designed to keep the pump from falling into the well. It was a circular, star-shaped piece with one open end and spikes sticking out from the sides, and he slid it onto the bottom of the pump housing and tightened it with a pipe clamp. Excitement brewing, Ryan took the entire contraption upstairs and showed it to Helen where she was working at the stove, and together they went out to the well head. Ryan connected the well hose to the bottom of his new pump and handed the pump to Helen to hold while he fed the hose back into the well. Once it was all fed in, he dropped the pump in gently and rested the spiked stopper on the top of the well head, allowing everything to sit level in the pipe. Okay, this is the moment of truth. You built it. It's going to perform phenomenally. Ryan put the plunger into the pump housing and started working it up and down with long, smooth motions. Gurgling, slurping sounds came from the hose, and after a full 5 minutes, he finally had to quit because his arm was hurting and nothing was coming out. What's the problem? The hose must be deeper than I thought. The end of the plunger needs to be bigger. That might give me more suction to get the water up. Ryan fished around in his pocket and brought out a small screwdriver and several plastic chips. I used the printer to make these in case I needed to try different sizes. The one I have on now was 1 inch, but this new one is 1 3/4 inches. He used a screwdriver to remove the old plunger and put the new one on, then resumed pumping. After 2 minutes of continuous pumping, water showed up inside the pump housing and Ryan kept going, drawing more up each time until it gushed from the spout and splashed his feet. Awesome work, honey. Helen wrapped her arms around him, and he lifted her off her feet and spun her before putting her back down. We've got water. He pumped his fist and sighed, rolling his shoulders. That's a load off my mind. I never doubted you. Ryan continued working the pump to see how much he could get out, the water coming out the spout sporadically in fits and spurts, spilling through the opening until the ground was muddy. I mean, it's not perfect. We'll have to stand here and continuously pump to keep the flow going, and it's going to take a lot of energy to get this out. But I can also make even bigger plunger tips, accurate down to the millimeter, to help make it as efficient as possible. I'll have to experiment with that a bit, but I'm sure I can make it work a lot better. Ryan put his hand out, caught a palm full of water, and had a taste. Ugh, tastes like licking an iron bar. No wonder they've got the softener. I'm assuming we can't pump it fast enough by hand to give it enough pressure to go through the softener. Nope, we need a new well pump, or one of the tanks we were talking about. If we fill it high enough, we can probably get enough pressure to get some kind of flow through the softener. Even a trickled be better than sucking on iron day in and out. I think James has a skid of old garden bricks he used to make the retaining wall out front. We can use those to get it up a few feet and level it off. You need help getting that all up here. I don't think so. Ryan sized up the EV. I'll use the car to drag the tank down and a piece of plywood to get the bricks. Shouldn't be too hard to get the tank on the bricks, I don't think. Sounds easy enough. She gave him a wink. Ryan laughed. Not easy, but workable. I do worry about what will happen when other things start to fail around here, though, like the furnace and stove. I suppose we'll deal with that all if, or when it happens. Helen locked arms with him as a cool breeze blew in off the barnyard, carrying the smell of hay and animals as it brushed a gray lock of hair into her face. "You're not a young man, though. You can't push yourself to do everything. We'll do what we must because we must." Ryan patted her arm. "And as soon as the kids get home, we'll have some real muscle around here to get things done. Hopefully sooner, rather than later." Helen stood next to him for a moment as they looked out over James and Alice's property, the stiff breeze wicking away their sweat as it blew the long grasses in the yard and field to and fro. Ryan squeezed her arm and started walking toward the EV. "Honey, I'll take care of this if you want to continue the chores. I'll try to get done fast enough to help you." "Don't worry about it, dear. I can manage everything but the milk myself. Just do what you have to do." He got in the EV, powered it up, and drove it carefully up through the barnyard gate and around back where 5 big rain collection tanks sat unused. They were all made of white polyethylene, dirt-stained on the outside but in perfectly good shape otherwise, with a small opening on the top and a hose connection on the bottom. James had several chains hanging from the barn wall, and Ryan grabbed a 30-foot-long segment with hooks on each end and secured it to the car frame beneath the back bumper, then wrapped the other end around the tank. Hopping back in the EV, Ryan drove slowly, dragging the tank behind him, constantly checking his mirrors and ensuring he didn't dent or damage the tank, waving and shouting to get the curious barnyard animals out of the way. Down by the house, he swung in a wide circle and dropped off the tank, throwing the loose chain in the trunk and driving back up to the barn for a piece of plywood upon which he loaded 150 garden bricks. He drilled a quick hole in the plywood and put the chain hook through, then dragged the bricks down to the house near the tank and wellhead before parking the EV. Helen waved from the kitchen window, and he waved back before starting to stack bricks close to the house, using a level to keep things fairly flat, purposefully ignoring his penchant for making things perfect in favor of making them workable first and foremost. Once the stack was 5 bricks high, he placed the plywood on it to make a ramp, tilted the tank up on its bottom edge, and rolled all 150 pounds of it up the ramp until it sat atop the bricks. After a short break to catch his breath, Ryan kicked the plywood piece out of the way, then connected a standard hose to the tank spout, putting the other end through a gap in the wood covering the basement window. Ryan hurried inside and headed down to the basement where he opened the window and grabbed the hose end, pulling it through and looping it over a nail near the water filter. A hose coming in off the PVC pipe from the well was attached to the filter, and he used a wrench and some liquid lubricant to loosen it up and get it off before he connected the new line to the water filter. His fingers were sore, arms and back aching as he finished, and he dragged himself upstairs to fall into a kitchen chair with a huff. "All done?" Helen asked, bringing him a glass of water. "Everything is done except for pumping 500 gallons of water," he chuckled, wiping the sweat off his forehead. He took a long drink to wash down the dust of the day, putting the glass on the table with a nod of thanks. Helen sat across from him. "Are you ready to call it a night, dear?" "I don't want to, but it's not that important for us to get a shower tonight. We know it works and can get water up out of the well, and that's all that matters right now. I'd still like to have a new pump, though. Hopefully, Sandy will come through. I'm not counting on it, but maybe she will. It would make things a lot easier. We've still got plenty of water in the jugs," Helen spoke sympathetically, reaching across the table to hold his calloused hands. "Why don't you take the night off? We'll make a nice dinner and listen to some music. Maybe we can take a walk around the property later. You know, take first shift together." That sounds like a productive and romantic evening with the woman I love. Ryan turned his hand over and held hers, running his thumb across it. I have to remember that this is a marathon and not a race. Whether we pump that water tonight or tomorrow won't make a difference, although I was hoping I could get you a nice hot shower tonight. Don't worry about me, she smiled. I'll be fine. What do you say we heat some of this water and take a nice warm sponge bath, though? We don't have to clean ourselves all the way, but your face, dear, well, you look like a little boy who's been playing in the dirt. Ryan chuckled before standing on sore knees and gesturing toward the kitchen. I guess we better get started. If I sit down for too much longer, I won't want to get up again. Helen got a large pot from a cabinet and heated water from a few gallon jugs, while Ryan collected 2 sponges and dry towels from the laundry room. When the water was warm enough, Ryan brought it over to the table and placed it on some oven mitts she'd put down. After peeling off his shirt, boots, and socks, he rolled up his pants' legs and removed his prosthetic limb. Helen popped a CD into the player, but paused before pressing the power button. Do you want me to turn on the news? Maybe there's something new on. Ryan started to say yes, but he shook his head and snickered. Nah, it'll just be the same thing they've been preaching all week. Stay inside. Looting won't be tolerated, isn't that a joke? And here's a list of refugee centers, updated as of this morning. I'd rather listen to music than that bunch of useless crap. Helen laughed as she started the music. Then the pair got to work with the sponges, cleaning as much of the sweat and grime off as possible, squeezing the dirty water into a bucket next to the table. When they'd reached the limit of what they could reach on themselves, they took turns washing each other's backs, and Helen helped Ryan with his leg, paying particular attention to the cracks and crevices around the scar tissue. Thanks, hun. Ryan gave her a hug as she handed him a fresh shirt, both of them slipping into clean clothes. Not as good as a real shower, but I'll take it. Oh, come on now. I could get used to getting my back scrubbed by you. Helen winked at him, and they both laughed, taking some small measure of joy from their brief reprieve from the horrors of life. Chapter 9. Alice Burton. Talladega National Forest, Alabama. Alice was back on the trail after a few hours of restless sleep, never truly resting but instead turning and shifting ceaselessly as she tried to get comfortable. Eventually she gave up. The combination of forest floor and never-ending distracting thoughts about Jack and Sarah too much for her to ignore. It was early afternoon when she sat up and staggered to her feet, the glaring sun bright across the treetops as it cut onto the trail, threatening to bake her where she walked across the hard-packed earth. She was huffing and puffing on the hot, humid air, digging in and trudging hard to make up for the time she'd lost during her much-needed rest. High above, the screech of a hawk echoed as it circled under the blazing sun, spiraling in lazy circles, giving no care to the ways in which the world around it had changed. Alice had taken off her jacket due to the heat and used it to cover her head to keep her neck and ears from burning as the tree cover began to wane around her, though she had nothing for her arms, and they were starting to ache from an impending sunburn. The forest trail had smoothed out and swept straight down from the heights, flattening out with a layer of loose gravel and weeds on top. The hills rose around her like shoulders, with stony slopes to her left and rolling lumps of brown and green to the right as far as she could see. To the northeast, a radio tower sprung from the trees, standing out in the wilderness with its steel girders and communication dishes clinging to its sides. The staccato hammering of a red-cockaded woodpecker echoed through the valley, and the thin chirps of black-throated green warblers sang from the deeper woods. Other birds swept through the trees in flocks and choruses, background noise to the raw wheezing in her chest and the repeated stabs of pain every time she moved. With only a couple of hours of fitful rest to fuel her, she felt like a shambling corpse with only a few coals in her gut. She still had a little water left in one bottle and pulled it from her waistband, the plastic crinkling as she tilted it up to drink. Dropping the empty bottle from her aching fingertips, Alice stared down at the hoof prints which continued diverging onto other paths, but still maintained a northerly course. The grass grew thick and tall, sometimes as high as her shoulder, crowding the trail so it was almost impossible to see. Honeysuckle clung to saplings and brush, spiderwebs woven between them with their fat-bellied makers perched in the middle, awaiting a meal. The air swam with pollen and dust, floating on warm breezes that occasionally were enough to cool her skin, though the high humidity kept that from happening for the most part. With each turn she made, the paths grew a little wider, some with gravel spread across them, as if someone had put it down to even out the rough spots. After a 100-yard stretch of dirt tracked, she came to a wide path almost fully covered in gravel with the grass cut away on both sides. Not quite a road, but not a trail, either. She stood there as her feet throbbed and ribs ached, the tenderness and swelling having grown increasingly more agonizing since she'd set out. No matter how much she leaned on her walking stick or changed her posture, the pain was always there. The discomfort had become part of her, embedded in every breath and heartbeat, yet still inconsequential compared to her tenacity and drive to find her children. Turning back and forth, Alice stared back up the trail to the south, wondering if she might have missed a turnoff where the horses had been taken. She very well could have, but their tracks were still right in front of her, ending where the gravel road started. There was only one direction to go, so she continued up the trail at a snail's pace, checking to both sides, trudging ahead as the trail strayed like a loose ribbon, twisting back and forth but never once branching off. The faint scent of smoke took a few moments to register in her sleep-addled and injury-riddled brain. It was the smell of burning logs and cooking meat, an aroma that sent her stomach into a fit of grumbles. Memories of hot dogs and hamburgers sizzling on a grill sprang to mind. 4th of July parties, summer cookouts filled with laughter and play, a big bowl of potato salad and homemade, crinkle-cut French fries. It took several minutes for her to realize the significance of the smell, and she paused where she stood, sniffing deeply, trying to decide if the smoke was real or just some hallucination. After an hour of weary walking, Alice swayed on her feet and could barely lift her chin. The fire inside her, the only thing keeping her going, demanded her legs move faster, but her whole body was shaking, and she could barely hold a breath, much less force hours more movement from her tortured body. Still, she forced herself to go on. There was no choice. Death hadn't conquered her, and she was therefore obligated to continue on no matter what her physical condition demanded of her. It was only when her shoes touched the edge of a paved road that she stopped again. The blacktop stretched east and west in front of her, with more tall grass and woods beyond on the other side. Heat, unbearable in its intensity, came off of the blacktop in waves, adding to the discomfort from the sun above and the humidity all around. There were no more hoof prints or tracks to follow, just an empty road going both ways and the path back to where she'd started. With a frustrated, weak sigh, Alice stood barely moving, frustratedly locked in indecision over which way to go and lacking a coin with which to spur her decision. The campfire smells hit her again, and she lifted her eyes and spotted a sign on the side of the road. Shuffling over, she stood in front of a wooden plank with the words "Swimming Hole" painted in bold yellow lettering and an arrow pointing off to the east. roughly the same direction she thought was the origination of the smoke. She forced her feet to move in the direction the sign indicated, her walking stick making soft thuds on the pavement, each footfall more a drag than a fall. The road meandered eastward, and soon she was walking through a wooded lane where the brush was cut back, but the surrounding trees stood 50 or more feet high, their canopy stretching out to cast a blessed shade across the burning pavement. 100 yards along the road stood a rough building next to a circular field of grass with a rail fence. The structure was a half-barn, a skeleton structure, held up by wooden beams with a single rail stretching along one wall. Half covered by faded, rotted wood, every tiny gust of wind caused it to groan and creak. Alice approached it with narrowed eyes, spotting movement between the loose boards. Tied to the inside rail stood a line of horses, snorting and nickering softly in the shadows. Checking to make sure there were no people, Alice walked up and slipped in through a rear door, standing on a floor of hay and manure, a cloud of dust swirling in the dappled sunlight that squeezed in between cracks in the roof. Buck. Alice gaped at the beige gelding, who tossed his head and snorted at the sight of her. "Oh, Buck." Alice flew to him and threw her arms around his neck, resting her cheek on his flank and taking a deep breath of his musky coat, accepting his nuzzles and affectionate snorts. On his other side stood Stormy and Rocky, both curious, tossing their heads and pulling on their tethers. "I can't believe I found you guys." She kept her voice to a whisper as she clung to Buck's neck, looking around to inspect the dusty barn. "How did you get here? Where are my kids?" There was a short ladder leading up to a loft, and saddles and bridles hung on the opposite wall, along with some tools and blankets. At the end of the stall stood 2 more horses she didn't recognize, both chestnut mares eating and drinking from a bucket and trough beneath their noses. "And where are all the people?" She patted Buck one more time and retrieved her walking stick, walking from one end of the stable to the other, finding a tool chest and a small farrier station that was well used, though she saw no sign of the kids' backpacks or personal items. Another draft of campfire smoke carrying rich scents of cooking food swept by, but the smoke was the only sign that anyone else was nearby. Figuring there must be a camp at the end of the lane ahead, Alice headed for the exit, groaning as her trail-beaten body protested in a spasm that traveled down her side and left her doubled over and leaning against the door frame. Spitting and gasping, she waited until her body stopped cramping and her shallow breaths fell steady again. Finding the horses meant that she had nearly reached the end of her journey, but even that excitement wasn't enough to convince her battered and broken body to keep carrying on. She was still bone-weary, beyond exhausted, and she needed some rest. Resting, though, while they suffered who knew what tortures at the hands of Mark and Christine, was antithetical to everything she believed in both as their mother and a decent human being. She stood at the edge of the doorway to the barn, swaying, trying to psych herself up enough to continue forward, but after a few minutes of almost falling over, she had to concede defeat. She needed a moment of serious rest, some place where she could rest her body, get her head on straight and formulate a plan of attack. Turning away, Alice shuffled over to the ladder and looked up into the loft. Pieces of hay stuck out over the sides, big bales of it stacked up in various states of condition and stages of decomposition. She used her left hand to grab a rung and anchor herself while reaching up with her right to take the next rung up. Taking a deep breath, Alice started her climb, trying not to drop her walking stick, ignoring the inevitable pain, and ascending 2 or 3 rungs before she had to stop and rest. After another moment, she got to the top and tossed the stick into the hay. Then she finished her climb and crawled into the loft, her good hand slipping forward on some dry hay so that she fell forward, striking her chin on the wood. Alice swallowed dry and waited for the shock to pass, then rolled over onto her back and scooted farther into the hay. She fell slack with relief as spasms and cramps faded, replaced by the shortness of breath that came after any excess exertion. Stretching her right arm above her, she shifted and tried to relax, blinking at the old wooden roof, water-stained and dry-rotted, the stifling heat at least 15 degrees hotter than it was out on the trail, lingering in the rafters until Alice thought the heat rather than the humidity might suffocate her. A breeze stirring through the bottom level rose into the loft, cooling the sweat on her arms and face, and with that little bit of relief, she crawled backward on one elbow until she was partially leaning against the barn wall. Slipping off her pack, she sat it next to her, digging out the MRE and the last water bottle. She put the beef patty in the heating element and added a bit of water to get it warming. Then opened the chocolate drink package, squeezing the package into a funnel shape and pouring its contents through into the bottle, recapping it, shaking it, and setting it aside. She ate the cookie in small chunks, feeding herself slowly, her body responding with a surge of alertness, her vision sharpening as she surveilled every detail of the loft, every knot in the plywood walls, even the pieces of straw she'd broken trying to climb up. It was quiet inside and outside the barn as she mixed the meat sauce in with the beef patty and ate it out of the pouch, the meal hitting her stomach like a brick, and her eyelids began to droop, her thoughts growing sluggish and detached as the temporary alertness wore off. Alice finished every bit of the MRE she'd saved, downing the rest of the lukewarm chocolate drink and turning the cookie packaging inside out to get at the last few crumbs of chocolate. With her shrunken belly feeling more satiated than it had in days, she rolled onto her right side and shifted in the straw, finding a low pile of hay to hide behind, using her backpack as a pillow, and grabbing handfuls of hay to stuff beneath her left side for extra comfort. In the few seconds it took for her to fall asleep, guilty thoughts of Jake and Sarah passed through her mind, but she pushed them back. A shambling half-corpse would only result in failure, no matter what was going on with her children. No, she needed the sleep and to let her stomach digest her meal to fuel her body and mind both. The horses were there in the barn, so the kids would be close, and she would get them back. There was no other option. Chapter 10. Red Fletcher, Ionia, Michigan. Red Fletcher reached into a bucket, grabbed a wet rag, and climbed up to the truck cab, trading Martha his clean rag for a bloody one and receiving a disgusted look in return. "This stuff is everywhere, Red," Martha said. "It's all over the seats and floorboard." "It'll be fine, Martha. Let's just do this and move on." "But we have to drive in this, Red. You're really okay with sitting up here with all this blood?" Nancy likely was inside the truck with her, the women cleaning out the bloody cabin after Red's people had liberated it from 2 National Guardsmen a few hours earlier. The passenger window was completely gone, and spider-webbed bullet holes dotted the front windshield. The remaining glass on the driver's side was splattered with red, and the late afternoon sun shined through the patterns of blood in a macabre mockery of stained glass. They'd reached Ionia that morning on bicycles and handcarts they'd found near Lowell, making much better progress than they had initially on foot, and the salt truck about to be driven away by the National Guard was too good to let slip away. "We'll put down blankets to cover the blood," Red said, his voice taking on a malicious edge. "Stop whining about it. This is huge for us." "How long will it take us to get there?" Nancy interjected herself into the conversation. "Hard to tell." Red cast one last glance at his wife before addressing Nancy. "The roads are bound to be congested, but Ryan's place is only about 20 minutes east of Lansing. Reynolds came up and scratched his head. That'll be about an hour, hour and a half from here. Sounds about right, Red nodded. Like I was telling Martha, we won't be in this truck very long. Hanson came up with a lopsided grin and his rifle clacking against his hip. Don't blame us for all this blood, Martha. Those a-holes should have just got out like we asked and not tried to drive off. That wasn't a smart move, Reynolds agreed. They got themselves shot. You're mad at the wrong people. Martha looked over the two men, both in jeans and heavy coats over flannel shirts, combat boots with their pants tucked in, blood caked beneath their fingernails from dragging the bodies out of the truck. Red glanced at the two guardsmen lying by the dumpster, stripped of their weapons, ammunition, and packs. When they'd failed to respond and tried to drive through his people, they'd fired on the truck, striking from two sides and taking them out before they could return fire. The truck had suffered minor damage when it lurched off to the side out of control and hit a car where it stuck and roared like a dying beast until the driver's foot was removed from the accelerator. The important part was that it had been a quick ambush and they hadn't suffered any casualties, a moment of great pride for Red. It was the first time they'd worked together cohesively as a unit rather than a motley collection of neighbors, moving in on the truck, flanking it, offering the guardsmen a way out but showing no quarter when they wouldn't comply. From there, it had been easy enough to check for any other guardsmen in the area before pulling the bodies out of the truck and calling the rest of the group on up from where they'd been keeping out of sight on the road. Red climbed down and went back to check on the others where they'd pulled their bikes and handcarts up to the truck bed to have them loaded on. "How's it going, Tyler? Is everything going to fit?" Tyler nodded. "It'll be tight, but we'll make it work." Those guardsmen had already loaded the few barrels of fuel that were stored here, so we're covered on that too. "And the truck is full," Red slapped the back. "Should be enough to make it to Lansing and then some. Can you handle the rest of this? I want to take Reynolds and Hanson inside and give it a thorough once-over." "No problem. I'll put a couple of people down by the road to stand watch, and we'll get this thing loaded up in about 25 minutes. "Perfect, I'll meet you back here then. Reynolds, Hanson." "Right here, Red," Hanson said, jogging up. "Follow me, fellas, let's check for supplies." The salt storage facility was in a fenced-in area with a standard brick city building with 4,000 square feet of offices, a motor lot out back, and a dome-shaped building filled with salt and dirt. They followed the sloping driveway to the rear, where the first signs of destruction appeared behind the office building. "Looks like all the cop cars went up," Reynolds said. "Too bad." The lower parking lot held about a half-dozen police cars, city maintenance vehicles, and white vans, all blown to pieces with their insides strewn everywhere. Parts of the main building had burned down as a result, and one bay door hung open, knocked off its rollers with chunks of steel, wood, and fiberglass hanging from the frame. "Maintenance bay for the city vehicles," Red said. "I doubt there's much by way of supplies unless we want salt." Red nodded to where the door to the salt storage facility was sitting halfway open. "You can eat that stuff, can't you?" Hanson asked. "It's for the salt truck," Reynolds replied. "Still, it's just salt." Red laughed. "You go ahead and try it. It's not food grade for one thing and probably has a bunch of rocks and chemicals and crap mixed in. You let us know how it tastes." Hanson grimaced and Red rolled his eyes at the man. "Come on, let's check this place out." Ducking and stepping through the bay door, Red murmured, "Looks like a shotgun blew this place apart." Several toolboxes were knocked over, and the tang of oil and metal lingered in the air mixed with dripping antifreeze. though it was all overshadowed by the stinking rot of death. Two men in coveralls lay sprawled on the empty bay floor, hats flung off, engine parts penetrating through their torsos. Red kicked one man over to see a 6-inch piece of metal sticking out of his sternum, his cold, rotting hands still clinging to it. Reynolds checked the other man out, fiddling with a large sliver of glass that had pierced his orbital cavity, jerking it back and forth to give the corpse an animated appearance. Red scowled. "Leave it alone, Reynolds. Come on." They stepped over parts of the engine block, the manifold and scorched gaskets, entering a storage area that smelled of burning, the stench so acrid and sharp they almost couldn't stand to be in the room. Shelves had toppled over, and the remnants of oil and gas cans littered the floor where they'd caught fire, and there were scorch marks on the walls where flames had ignited portions of the building. "I guess it's in the oil, too." Red covered his nose with his sleeve and gestured to a set of stairs going up. "Or the oil caught fire when the gasoline went up." Reynolds kicked one of the cans across the room. "This way." Red started to get out his flashlight and go up, but Hansen flipped on his tactical light and shined it up the steps. "We haven't checked up here yet, Red," Hansen said. "Best be careful." Red clutched a pistol in one hand as he climbed the stairs carefully, making sure not to step on anything weakened by the fire, popping a door open at the top, and entering a long hallway that ran most of the building's length. The air had an acrid, smoky sting, riding a breeze drifting from the burned-up part of the building, where the hallway opened to the sky. He gestured for Hansen and Reynolds to follow him, and they slowly made their way through conference rooms and filing rooms filled with dusty cabinets and records no one would ever see again. "Those guardsmen came from somewhere else, looking for transport, I'll bet." Red holstered his pistol. "Ain't nobody left around here. Place'll be ancient ruins before too long." "Already looks that way to me." Hansen moved to the next room with his rifle held to his shoulder, knocking the door open with his boot and sweeping his weapon back and forth. "Stop being a jackass, Hansen," Red said, following behind Reynolds. "Just practicing." Hansen busted into the next room with a grunt, hammering the door so hard that it slammed back against the wall. "My Marine training is coming back to me." "Great." Red gestured to the next hallway, the longest corridor yet. "Make sure you yell clear, just like you did when you sat at a desk all day in Germany." Hansen fell into a half-crouch and crept to the end of the hall with his barrel pointed toward the open door. "Looks like a break room in here," he whispered back. "Wait, I see vending machines." His voice dropped even lower. "They're broken open, but there's stuff still inside." "That doesn't make any sense." Red moved to the right to see past him where faint daylight spilled into the room, casting shadows everywhere, and caught sight of some of the shadows shifting imperceptibly. Hansen was about to kick open the doorway when Red reached past Reynolds and grabbed his shoulder. "Wait," Red hissed, but the man was already lunging toward the door. It slammed in Hansen's face with a bang and was swiftly followed by the scraping of furniture across the floor, dragged into place on the other side of the doorway. "Get it open." Red growled as Hansen threw his shoulder into the door but only budged it a quarter inch. Someone on the other side slammed it shut again and pushed the furniture up with a squeaky scrape. A man called out, "Go away, leave us alone." Hansen was about to ram the door again when Red grabbed his jacket and held him back, calling out, "Who's there?" "None of your business. Go away." "Oh, come on now," Red said. "We're just looking for some supplies and help on our trip." "Like hell you are. We saw what you did." "Then you know what we'll do to get what we need," Red spoke with an ominous note. "This doesn't have to end poorly. We've got weapons, too. Come in here and see." Red was about to confer with his men down the hall when Hansen threw his shoulder against the door one more time, bouncing back and raising his rifle as the people on the other side shoved the furniture back in place. As soon as he heard the squeal of the wood, he squeezed the carbine's trigger, spraying rounds through the door, furniture, and flesh. Screams and curses erupted from the other side, drowned out by the gun's chatter as Hansen emptied the entire magazine, ejected it, and slammed home another, then rammed the door open an inch, hitting it again and breaking it open enough to slip his broad shoulders through. Hansen's actions were a blur that Red barely had time to process, and before he could stop him, Reynolds bowled his way inside on Hansen's heels, weapon raised and sweeping back and forth. Baseball bats flew in with heavy strikes from survivors of Hansen's initial assault, and the man screamed and grunted as he and Reynolds both continued firing, until both the shouts and gunfire abruptly cut out. Blood hammering in his ears, heart racing, uncertain of what he'd find on the other side, Red stepped in and almost tripped over a dead woman before swinging into the center of the room where Hansen and Reynolds stood with their rifles pointed outward, barrels smoking, bloody bodies sprawled on the barricade, nearby tables and the floor. Hansen rolled his shoulders, his curly brown hair matted with blood above his right temple and trickling down the side of his face. Reynolds was breathing hard and scanning the room with wide eyes, taking in the half-dozen people lying twisted and bloody, filled with holes, all dead except for one man moaning off in a corner somewhere. Bullets had chewed up the counters, and gun smoke and the tang of blood hung heavy in the confined space. "What the hell, Hansen?" Red growled. Hansen shrugged and walked over to the smashed vending machine, grabbed a candy bar out, ripped the wrapper off, and shoved it in his mouth. Red shouldered his rifle, took 2 strides across the room, snatched Hansen by the hair and slammed his face into the open face of the machine, rocking it backward and sending candy bars and bags of chips and crackers flying everywhere. Before Hansen could get out a protest, Red swept his feet from under him and jerked him backward, slamming him to the ground with a thud before planting a boot on his neck. Hansen gasped and choked, startled and out of breath with the candy bar jutting from between his lips and chocolate smeared across his cheeks. His eyes flew wide at the sight of Red's rifle pointed at his nose, and he grabbed at the gun to sweep it aside. But Red dug his boot heel into Hansen's neck and lashed out at Hansen's nose with the gun barrel, forcing his head back down onto the bloody tiles with a wet smack. "You call yourself a Marine?" Red jerked the rifle to the side, fired several rounds into the floor, and then pushed the hot barrel into Hansen's chest, leaning on it, snarling as the metal sizzled through Hansen's shirt and into his skin. "You're a piece of shit, Hansen. You get me? You are nothing. I will end you right here and right now and sleep sounder for having done it." Hansen's breathing was jerky, his eyes searching back and forth for an ally, but Reynolds stood across the room, quietly watching. Why, yeah, sure, Red." Red took the rifle barrel off Hansen's chest and leaned in closer to the man's face. "Let's get one thing straight since you were too busy chewing on crayons earlier, Marine. I'm in charge of this operation. You don't do anything, not even take a dump unless I tell you to. You got that?" "Why, yeah, Red, I got it." A trickle of blood ran out of Hansen's nose and mixed with the chocolate smeared across his cheeks. "Whatever you say." "That goes for you, too." Red whipped his rifle up and pointed it at Reynolds, still leaning heavily on Hansen's neck. "If we're going to get through this, I need people who will do what I need them to, not what they want to do. Charging in and shooting up people who we could have recruited or pumped for information is not what we need to be doing unless I give the order. Get it?" Reynolds held his hands up, taking a step back in deference. No problem, Red. Whatever you say goes. Damn straight it does. Red looked down at Hansen for another moment before shaking his head and addressing Reynolds again. Get him up. Put all the food, supplies, and weapons in a bag, and let's get out of here. It stinks. While they were largely in his imagination so far, the malodorous sense of death had already begun to fill the room, and Red found his stomach beginning to turn in spite of his attempts to ignore the carnage. He started turning over bodies, checking through pockets for keys or weapons, but not finding anything except doubts about what they were doing, which he brushed off as quickly as possible. Reynolds helped Hansen up, the big man wiping the blood and chocolate off his face with a paper towel, throwing a fearful side glance at Red. There's not much here, boss, Reynolds said quietly as he stuffed the rest of the food in a sack, tossing in a few rolls of paper towels he'd found above the refrigerator. If Hansen hadn't decided to go all Rambo on these people, we could have questioned them to see if they had any other supplies. Red stood and walked over to a closet, opening it to find it completely cleared out. I bet there's nothing in the cabinets, too. He gave the room a skeptical sweep, observing how the furniture and filing cabinets had been dragged in from other rooms to make the barricade. This could have even been a trap to lure people in with the vending machine snacks before beating them up. Why didn't they try to lure us in? Reynolds asked. They watched us kill the guardsmen and probably decided to play it safe once they saw what they would be up against. Course, we'll never know because Brainiac over there came in shooting like Yosemite Sam, and now they're all dead. Sorry, Red, Hansen whispered, shouldering his rifle and holding a few paper towels to his bloodied nose. Red walked over and stared up into his bloody face before sighing wearily and patting the man on the shoulder. It's okay, Hansen. We've only been in a couple of real combat situations. The first one went well. This one, we've simply got to do better. Right, I understand. I'll remember my old train. No, Red squeezed Hansen's shoulder tighter, eliciting a grimace from the man. What you'll do is remember to listen to me. Get it? Got it, Red. Good, now let's get everything and head outside. I'll do the talking. Don't need Martha crawling up my ass again. They gathered up the supplies and walked out the front door, taking the sidewalk to the salt truck. The rest of the group waited apprehensively by the truck, forming a defensive position behind it with their guns out and ready to shoot. Martha saw Red and broke cover, hesitating when she caught sight of the blood on Hansen's head and face. What happened, Red? We heard gunshots. Red turned her by her shoulders and walked her back toward the truck. Found some people holed up inside and they attacked us. Had to defend ourselves. We're fine, though, and we got them all. More people dead. They attacked us, Martha. But they attacked us. Martha? Red's voice dropped an octave, and she stood still for a few seconds, staring at him as her jaw worked back and forth, before finally giving him a disgusted look and changing the subject. What did you get out of whatever really happened? Not much. Some packaged food from a vending machine. Looked like they were running low themselves, so they were probably hoping to steal from us. Red gestured at the two people they designated as medics, one combat-trained and the other a former EMT. Hey, can you take a look at Hansen's head? Took a bat to the nose and back of the head. He's bleeding a bit. Yes, sir. Red handed off Hansen with a knowing look, then met Tyler at the rear of the truck, where everything had been loaded up but a couple of bikes and handcarts. Are we about ready to go? Yep, we've got all the supplies and bikes in the middle, Tyler said, leaving the rest open for people to stretch their legs or lie down if they've got to. We secured everything with bungee cords and rope, so nothing will tip over or fall out. Excellent. I'd say we're about ready to roll out then. Martha and I will take the front seat with Reynolds. Get everyone else in back. The last of their things were loaded into the back of the truck in short order, and everyone jumped inside and put up the tailgate with a clang. Red got behind the wheel and started it up, the engine's powerful vibrations a welcome relief beneath his feet after so much walking. Martha got in on his right, with Reynolds riding shotgun, and the latter held out a folded, dog-eared piece of paper. "I found this, boss." "Boss?" Martha arched an eyebrow, but Red ignored her. "What's this?" He took the paper from Reynolds. "It's a map I found on one of the guardsmen. Looks like it's marked with National Guard locations, ones you'll probably want to avoid, especially now." "Martha, dear, will you be my navigator?" Red held out the map and she took it from him, nodding quietly as she spread it out in her lap. Red revved the engine, put the salt truck into drive, and pulled out, whipping onto the road, easily knocking aside a vehicle frame and smashing over a smattering of debris with the truck's massive tires. "Oh, this is good." He patted the steering wheel and threw the truck into a higher gear, smiling as it plowed through yet another burned-out vehicle. "This is really good. We're going to eat those miles up." Chapter 11. Alice Burton. Talladega National Forest, Alabama. It was the middle of the night when Alice woke from the most restful sleep she'd had in days. Instead of being overheated and sweating as she had when she'd collapsed in the hay, though, she was shivering, and it took her a moment to realize that there was a breeze blowing through the rafters, wicking away the sweat from her skin. She lay still for a moment and listened to the horses making soft noises below, and when there were no sounds of people along with them, she got up on one elbow to perform a self-check and look around. Her right side was stiff from sleeping on it so long, her right pinky finger tingling with pins and needles as the circulation returned, and her chest still ached with every breath. But the pain was duller than it had been previously. There was no moon visible through the cloud cover by which to estimate the time, but based on how much better she felt, she guessed that it must have been a few hours at least. Despite breathing easier, her chest still hurt terribly, the primary ache having shifted from her sternum area to the left side, muscles twitching beneath her scapula and down her spine. She sat up in a slouch, stretching her neck in both directions, cracking it, testing the pain level to see if anything had gotten any better. She couldn't tell if things were better, but she had more energy and felt like she was dealing with her injuries well enough that she could climb out of the loft and have a look around. Alice grabbed her backpack and started scooting toward the ladder when voices approached from the east along the road out beyond the barn. Carefully and quietly, she slid back to her spot behind the hay pile, getting her knife out and ready, heart pounding in anticipation of some kind of confrontation with the kidnappers of her children. As the voices came near, Alice peered through the cracks in the wall, watching as a pair of flashlights moved across the road and swung up toward the stable, flashing across the wooden slats and doorway into the structures, and she sank back down. "Can't we get one of the hands to do this?" an older man said in a gruff voice. "I'm getting a little too old for chores." A younger man chimed in. "We've got work hands, but that doesn't mean we don't have to do a thing or two, especially when the brats are so busy. At least we get the choice of when to do this, and I'd rather do it at night before we go to bed because I like sleeping late." "That's because you're lazy, Charlie." "I'm not lazy, Carl, just smart." "Whatever, man," Carl chuckled. "I'll fill the water troughs if you want to grab the hay from the loft." "Sounds good to me." The pair stepped inside and clanked around with tin pails while the horses chuffed and snorted in anticipation of being fed. One man set his flashlight on the rail, illuminating a large circle on the ceiling and flooding the loft with light. Alice clenched her pocket knife, staring at the ladder with wide eyes, and then moving a few inches to the left where her walking stick sat in plain view. In a rush, she raised up, drew her legs beneath her, and stretched to grab it just as Charlie clasped the ladder rung and started climbing. She reached with her left arm, compressing her ribs on that side and sending streaks of agony pulsing up to her neck. Teeth clenched against the gasp of pain wanting out, she wrapped her hand around the stick, lifted it quietly off the hay, and brought it to her chest. Charlie's hand came over the edge and felt back and forth until it landed in a small pile of hay a few inches from her leg. He grabbed a handful and pulled it off, stuffing it into a sack before reaching for more. Alice held her breath and froze, holding the stick in her left hand, knife in the right, ready to use them if the man ventured further into the loft. When Charlie ran out of hay in the spot he had started in, he reached farther, with his fingers brushing her leg as he grabbed some more. Alice rolled the other way, her movements masked by the sounds of him stuffing hay into the sack, and he took one last handful before climbing down, and Alice released the breath she'd been holding. How long until the next delivery of workers comes in? Carl dumped feed out into a trough for the horses, who chuffed and snorted as they jostled to get near enough to eat. Another week, probably. They sent more folks out yesterday. Gonna take a day to get out of the park, few days to acquire them and a day or two to get back. Charlie replied with a snort. They're worth the trouble, though. Things are easy with them doing the hard labor for us. And the best part is, if they screw up, you can give them a little business for it. What were they gonna do, fight back? Alice's jaw clenched as she imagined Jake and Sarah in the clutches of what was obviously a larger group of people, operating side by side with others as a slave labor workforce for whatever the pair of men were involved with. I guess that's one good thing. There was a splash of water as Carl transferred it from the bucket to another trough, and the horses began to munch on the hay and drink. Alice stayed tensed in the quiet, barely breathing as the men went about their work and finished stacking the pails in the barn. "Well, this should be good enough," Charlie said. "Yeah, doesn't need to be perfect," Carl agreed. "You ready to head back?" "Yep, let's go." A flashlight that had been left shining at the ceiling was picked up, and the light blinked out as the pair moved through the rickety door and slammed it behind them, but it hit with enough force to bounce back open. Damn latch is still busted. Whatever, we'll put it on the list of stuff to get. Not like it matters, though. They're all tied up. Yeah, but what if someone... As the voices, footsteps, and flashlights faded, Alice left her backpack behind and quickly crawled to the edge of the loft, swung her feet over, and climbed down the same way she'd come up, keeping her left arm mostly locked against her side. Boots down, she brushed past the horses and went for the door, which was a loose construction of planks connected by two cross pieces, and pushed it open. The latch was rusted, but the hinges were quiet, and she leaned out and watched the distant glow of flashlights as they crisscrossed in front of the men. Before she could think better of her actions, Alice forced herself to move out from the barn and through a swath of grass before reaching the edge of the road, staying off to the side, matching their footsteps, keeping the bushes near if she needed to crouch down somewhere and hide. The night was alive around her, insects singing in thick swells that were loud enough to mask her movements, and a gentle breeze provided a natural rustle that her footsteps blended with. Up above, bats flitted in the darkness, chasing bugs in wild acrobatic moves, and the moonlight was bright without much cloud cover to hide it. After a moment, the sounds of rushing water came through over the insects and wind, and she heard splashing and more voices. Across the road was a large wooden sign held up by a pair of thick posts, though she was too far away, and it was too dark, to see what it said. The faint orange glow of campfires washed over Charlie and Carl and stretched their shadows to where Alice crept stealthily behind them. She caught more distant conversations, and when the campfires came into view, she married the voices to about a dozen people gathered around a wide open space in the trees. Picnic tables dotted the area at the edge of the light, and two people sat eating at one, while others stood and sat farther away. Off behind the group were small buildings with wooden siding, screen doors, and big porches with awnings that faced the fires, and many of the windows and screen doors held a soft glow of inhabitation behind them. The breeze changed directions, and Alice was hit with the smell of cooking meat. She spotted a man leaning over campfire grills, grabbing something with a pair of tongs, and flipping it in a burst of flames as another person stood near him, pointing at the fire and speaking something unintelligible. Alice stepped off the road and into the brush, letting Charlie and Carl go as she crept deeper into the bushes between a pair of large trees, moving to the south side of the camp area where the view was better. Pulling down a slim branch, she stood up slightly and looked around, still too far to hear any meaningful snippets of conversation, of which there was a copious amount. She was close enough to observe that the men and women were poorly dressed, with many of their shirts and pants ripped and covered with dirt and other stains, indicating that they had been out in the forest for quite some time. Some of the men had a borderline junky look to them, though a few rippled with muscles and carried themselves with an air of surety not possessed by the others. A group of 4 women stood by the nearest fire, each wearing long flannel shirts or t-shirts, tight jeans, and beers in their hands as they talked and flicked ashes from cigarettes. One man grabbed another by the shoulders and shook him, the other grabbing him back, the pair wrestling a moment before breaking down in laughter and slapping each other's shoulders. Beyond the fires, she spotted both candlelight and electric lanterns glowing from within the buildings, the 3 largest structures shaped like bunk houses, while the other smaller ones could have been outhouses or storage sheds. "Reminds me of summer camp," Alice whispered. "Maybe it is a summer camp." From the woods, a pair of shorter forms appeared, the first she'd seen since observing the camp, their chains jangling faintly, and each with a bundle of sticks and deadfall in their arms. The 2 boys slouched as they stepped into the clearing, carrying their burdens over to the farthest fire where the pair of men had been wrestling a moment earlier. The adults, laughing, slapping the kids on the backs of their heads, the smaller of the 2 falling into the other, both almost going down until the men snatched their arms and held them upright. That gained them another slap, and one man pointed to a spot next to the fire where the kids staggered over and dropped the wood with a clatter. One man grabbed the larger boy by the arm and shook him, gesturing at the pile and explaining something. Then the boys fell to their knees and gathered what they'd dropped into a neater pile, picking up any scraps that had fallen off the side and placing them on top. "That's how you do it," the same man shouted loud enough for Alice to hear, clapping mockingly at the pair, and patting the larger of the 2 children on the back so hard, he almost tripped over the woodpile and toppled into the fire. The man grabbed him again by the neck, hauling him backward before shoving him toward the smaller boy, the 2 slamming together and grasping each other to keep from falling. The other man came up and gestured at the pair of children with a hatchet, and the boys flinched in response, grasping each other in terror. The man burst out laughing at their fear, flipped the hatchet around, and held the handle out, shouting at them. "Go get some bigger pieces. Cut it down if you have to. Yeah, none of this small crap. The first man pointed at the wood pile. "This stuff burns too quick. We need bigger logs to make a real fire. Go on now." "Go." The bigger boy took the hatchet and grabbed his friend, and the two chain-bound laborers staggered off past the fires and laughing people into the woods about 30 yards from where Alice was standing. "And don't think about trying to get away," one of the men called after the children. "Remember what happened the last time." Alice scowled and slid deeper into the brush, stepping carefully in the dry leaves and pine needles as she moved in the direction the two children had gone. It didn't take her long to find the kids, the larger boy hacking on a sapling, while the other dragged a log from a short distance away, bound together by their short length of chain. Alice stood in the shadows for a moment, catching her breath and studying the two children for a moment, while she tried to decide on the best course of action. When she finally stepped from the trees, both boys jumped back in surprise. The bigger one, probably 12 or so, raised the hatchet while the smaller boy dropped his log and stood with a quivering chin. "Hey, kids," Alice held up one hand. "Hey, don't be afraid. Alice stepped closer, leaning on her walking stick as she took a breath, her chest aching from the bit of movement she'd been doing. "We're getting the wood like Stan told us to," the bigger boy said. "We're trying to go faster, I swear." "No, no, no," Alice gestured. "I'm not part of this, whoever these people are. I've just been watching from the woods here." The boys shared a look before the bigger one pushed the smaller one behind him. "There's no need to test us," he said. "We won't run. We couldn't if we wanted to. We know that." Alice shook her head harder. "No, boys, I'm not here to test you or punish you. Look, my name is Alice and I came from It's a long story. I'm not with these people, though, I swear." As Alice spoke, the pair only stepped back and shared another frightened look. "I was with my kids a few days ago, Jake and Sarah. You might know them. Anyway, a couple of real jerks tricked us and took our horses and guns and my two children. They shot me right here, too." Alice pulled down her shirt to reveal the bruise and touched the spot on her chest a little too hard, wincing in pain. The bigger kid shifted his grip on the hatchet and stepped into the light. His face was soft and round with hazel eyes, and he was fairly broad in the shoulders, a tough-looking kid, but he wore an expression of mistrust mixed with intense, overwhelming fear. Both boys didn't appear physically older than 12 or 13, but there was a look to their eyes that added several years to each of them. "You got shot." "Yeah, right here." "If you got shot, lady," the smaller boy piped up, "why aren't you dead?" "I had my cell phone in my pocket, and the bullet hit it and ricocheted down my side. Here." She lifted her shirt enough for them to see the line of scrapes and where the round had glanced off her hip. Moonlight penetrated the upper canopy and shined across her stomach, exposing the dark bruising all along her front, causing both boys to open their mouths in shock. "Wow, you really did get shot," the bigger boy said. "Yeah, I did. And you know what the worst part is?" Both boys shook their heads. "The jerk shot me with my own gun. Now, what are your names?" The bigger kid jerked a thumb at himself. "I'm Ricky, and this is Colton." "Nice to meet you boys. How long have you been here?" Ricky shrugged, nervously looking at Colton. "I don't even remember. Maybe a week or two." "I was here before him," Colton said, stepping closer. "Like forever when they first started it." "What is this place?" "I guess it used to be a summer camp. Reminds me of the ones my mom used to send me to," Ricky said. "But it's not a camp anymore. These people took it over. All I see them doing is sitting around the fires and partying." Ricky looked at Colton again, his eyes darting around nervously. "Yeah, they do a lot of that, but they make stuff too." "Make stuff?" "Yeah, in one of the back buildings. It's a lab or something, I don't know. I was never in there for long, I just deliver stuff for them, he gestured. And get wood. Are they cooking drugs? Ricky thought for a minute. The stuff they make smells really bad, but some of them use it in pipes and stuff. I think they trade some of it too, but mostly they just make it and stash it in one of the buildings. What about your parents? Are they around? Ricky sniffed and wiped his arm across his nose. Nah, Mom and Dad didn't make it. Colton's didn't either. Did these people? Alice trailed off, unsure of how to finish the sentence. No, Ricky replied. Colton's parents were in a car, and mine were in a building that burned down. I'm sorry, boys, Alice said. I'm so sorry this happened to you. Ricky nodded, and Colton pulled a sleeve across his eyes. Do they feed you? Yeah, Ricky said, but not like home. Alice wiped her eye with her shirt sleeve. Is it the same group of people here all the time? Nah, new people show up sometimes. They keep sending people out on supply runs and stuff. I don't know half of them, but it makes it kinda easier. Easier how? Well, sometimes they can't remember all of us, and we can sneak extra food when nobody's looking, or get extra break times. Alice nodded knowingly. I see. Say, have you seen anyone new around here? New kids, I mean. Ricky considered the question. They bring in new kids all the time these days. I guess a lot of people are dying out there. You could say that. The ones I'm looking for are mine, though. Yours? Colton's eyes widened. They don't take kids from parents who are alive. Well, they did shoot me. And I think my kids and I might have spooked them or something when we ran into them in the forest a couple days ago. What do they look like? Ricky asked. Jake is about yay high, 14, with short brown hair. Well, I guess it's grown out a little bit now. Sarah is a little shorter, 12, with long brown hair. She'd probably be wearing it in a ponytail or clip or something. Oh, yeah, Ricky said, looking at Colton again, who nodded in confirmation. Must be the newbies that came in this morning. Alice nodded. Yeah, that's about when they would have showed up. Can you tell me where they are? They moved them to the other side of the camp, Colton said, near the river. They got them hauling water and food. They've got them on cleaning duty, too, mainly because they're not doing what they're supposed to. What do you mean? Well, the girl slapped one of the guards, and when he knocked her down, the boy tried to punch him. Alice smiled. Those Ray my babies all right. Ricky glanced toward the fires. Look, Ms. Alice, if we don't get this wood back, we'll get in trouble. We've barely cut anything, and Stan will be expecting us back soon. He stooped to gather up some of the bigger pieces Colton had dropped and put them back in his outstretched arms. Wait, kids, I know you're chained up, but you've got a hatchet. Why don't you try to run away? Ricky shook his head and kept working. A couple of kids already tried to get away, and they got ripped for it. Ripped? You don't want to know. Colton spoke softly as he and Ricky exchanged a look. But they treat you okay as long as you do what you're told. We need to do what we're told. Okay, kids, Alice said. I'll let you get back to work, but I promise to help you get out of here. Yeah, right. Nobody's gonna do that. Still, I will, I promise. Can you do me a favor? Ricky nodded and let Colton squeeze by with his stack of wood. Can you get word to Jake and Sarah that their mother is alive and coming? Ricky picked up some larger logs and tucked them under one arm. If I see them, I'll tell them, but I probably won't see them, though. They work on the other side. Of the camp, yes, that's good enough, thank you. Stay safe, kids. We'll try. The two figures shambled away, dragging their chains through the brush with arms full of wood, getting snagged on forest debris and tripping, finally disappearing from sight. Alice moved north along the tree line, buried in the brush, moving closer to the bunk houses after they left. She stopped when a man and woman walked by half-drunk and stumbling on a dirt path, pushing each other playfully before coming together and locking arms. Once they'd passed, she surveilled the bunk houses, getting a good view through the windows. There was at least a half-dozen adults in one directly in front of her, and more in the other two, their shadows silhouetted in soft lantern light. Smoke rose from the double chimneys of the building, and there was the smell of some other sort of food being cooked inside the buildings. Alice walked the length of the entire camp, hidden by the darkness and the depths of the forest as the breezes picked up, cooling her sweaty face. There were more bunkhouses near the river, a few campfires blazing high with people gathered around them, where a radio played and a few women danced drunkenly, spinning and almost falling into the fire, pulled to safety by their partners and laughing in their arms. Others were working, carrying plastic-wrapped packages or wood for the fires, kids mostly, hunched over and cowering beneath the heavy hands of their jailers. Men and women alike shouted and cuffed them across their heads, shoving them down steps when their tasks were complete or sending them running with their packages. The hairs on the back of Alice's neck rose at the sight of children being treated as they were, but she continued onward, staying well within the tree cover and counting buildings and people as she went. Soon the sound of rushing water grew louder, and, remembering what Ricky had told her about Jake and Sarah, she trudged eastward, moving slowly and carefully to avoid crunching too loudly on the dry forest scatter. She avoided rocks and logs, sometimes poking at the ground like a blind person with her walking stick, using her left hand to grab saplings and clutches of vines to keep herself from stumbling. Bugs crawled across her skin, and she swatted away the ones on her face and neck, too sore and focused to bother with the others as they slowly ate her alive. Leaves and branches brushed her arms and legs, grabbing at her jeans and sometimes bare skin to add more cuts and scrapes. Alice paid the minor annoyances no heed, though, instead pushing through the tangle of woods until she finally reached the river and looked down from the bank at the water's edge where firelight glinted off the river as the water rolled by. A grassy field swept north along the riverbank with more buildings and campfires, more people, shouts and laughter, and even more drinking and partying. Pairs of kids walked around the camp, many of them chained together like Ricky and Colton had been, delivering wood and fetching food and other items around the campgrounds. Cooks dished out food from large, homemade grills where flames leaped high and grease sizzled and snapped. The smells hit her hard and her stomach twisted in agony, her body suddenly coming to the realization that it desperately wanted food. Alice stopped where the bank cut sharply toward the water, moving back the other way, craning her neck and squinting through gaps in the brush at the children, finding it impossible to tell if any of the prisoners were Jake or Sarah. In the firelight and shadows, all of the smaller figures looked the same. Younger kids and teenagers both, all marked by their shuffling movements and clanking chains. At one grill, what looked to be a girl of about 10 held out a plate with shaking hands, and when the cook slapped a piece of meat on it, the dish tilted down, slipped off, and the food hit the ground. The man smacked his tongs on the top of the grill with a clang, drawing glances and laughter from those gathered. He stood with his hands on his hips, glaring at the girl who remained rooted to the spot with her arms still held out and the plate dangling from her fingertips. The cook snatched the piece of meat off the ground and dropped it back on the grill, scraping dirt off and brandishing the tongs with a furious shout. "Get down and eat some dirt," he growled. "Go on, get on your knees." The girl dropped to the ground and stared up at the man in question. "Get a handful of dirt. There you go. A little more. Perfect. Now eat it." She knelt, trembling, with a mound of dirt in her palm, shaking her head, her sniffles and sobs audible even to Alice. "You know the rules, girl," he said. "If you drop something, you eat dirt." "I wasn't ready for it," she cried. "You dropped it too." "Shut up." The cook pointed his tongs at the ground. "This'll teach you to be ready next time. Now eat." With shivering shoulders, the girl drew her hand to her mouth, and it was all Alice could do to hold fast to the sapling she was leaning on and not burst from the trees, and plunge her knife into the man's chest. "Easy, Alice," she murmured to herself under her breath, swallowing hard. "Can't save Jake and Sarah if you're dead, now can you?" "That's it," the man said. "Swallow it, good girl, now get out of here." The cook gave her a parting smack with his tongs as she leaped up and ran away, her chains jingling through the crowd to their laughter and mocking sneers. Alice shook her head and took a deep breath, the sharp pain in her side a reminder of the poor condition she was in. Even if she could locate Sarah and Jake, there was zero chance of her being able to take on the entire camp by herself. Gotta think of something else. Gotta be sneaky somehow. Alice continued her peregrination along the tree line, her teeth grinding and her clenched fists white with rage as she witnessed other abuses as they happened in real time. Ricky and Colton's insinuations of what went on hadn't prepared her for the slaps, shoves, shouts, denigrations, and in one case, full-on beating with a switch torn from a nearby tree, leaving the victim's shirt in tatters. In between the mistreatment and rampant partying, both the children and adults labored, the former operating as the manual labor while the latter performed other tasks, such as cooking and along one building, constructing what looked like a small supply shed. A figure caught her eye at the edge of a campfire, a flash of chestnut hair in the light, a tall boy with a messed-up mop of brown hair, shirt off, sweat glistening on his chest. He was chained at the feet with another figure like Ricky and Colton had been, each with a rope over their shoulder, leaning forward and straining to drag a tarp covered in stacks of bricks. The tarp had been loaded so high that some of the bricks wavered and toppled into the grass. A foreman stormed over and pointed at the pile while shouting at the pair, and both of them dropped their ropes, held their fists out and hollered back, their voices raspy and raw and brimming with pain, but still unmistakable. "Jake," Alice whispered. "Sarah, my babies." The foreman and Jake went back and forth for a moment before the man shook his head and delivered a hammering backhand to Jake she could hear from where she stood. The next one was for Sarah, a slap across the cheek that rocked her head back and sent her flailing backward, nearly cracking her head on the pile of bricks. "You son of a—" Alice growled like an animal, starting to come out of the bushes, but forcing herself to remain crouched against every instinct she possessed. Jake turned and shoved the foreman, grappling with him before the man balled up his fist and struck him across the jaw, the blow knocking him on his back atop the pile of bricks. Sarah, who had barely gotten to her feet, threw herself over Jake, covering him with her body, glaring up at the foreman and shouting something at him that Alice couldn't make out. It was a nightmare scenario. Her children were being beaten in front of her, and any move she tried to make would mean certain death for them and her both. "Stay down, Jake," she whispered. "Just stay down. Come on, son, be smart about this." Jake pushed Sarah off him but remained on his back, and the foreman nodded in satisfaction and gestured to the bricks, then pointed the other way. Other nearby children who had been watching in slack-jawed fear jumped back to work as more of the adults stopped their carousing and came around, yelling and slapping them. Jake and Sarah helped each other up, both of them in obvious pain, and the two began picking up spilled bricks and restacking them in rows, while the foreman barked another order before walking off laughing. Chapter 12. James Burton. La Porte, Indiana. The morning sun crept across the sky, sending a ray of light between the blinds in just the right location to fall squarely on James' face. He flinched and blinked, turning away from the brightness and warmth and putting his hand up to shield his eyes. Rolling to his left, he slipped off the cushions he'd been lying on and got to his knees as the events of the last day rushed back to him. The ride into La Porte, the bicycle breaking down, and finally, "Oswell?" he asked, mouth dry and lips chapped. When no one replied, he crawled to his jacket, grabbed it and got up, feeling every inch of soreness from the bike ride and uncomfortable sleeping arrangements through his back and legs. Half staggering to the counter where he'd last left Orwell, he rubbed the sleep from his eyes, but she wasn't there. There was no sign of the IV drip, the tubing, or the guardswoman. The cushions were still there, though, and the jackets and blankets had been tossed aside along with the bloody gauze he'd used to clean her wounds, but she herself had vanished. "Oswell," he called again, turning toward the front doors to see if she'd gone outside. A soft bang echoed through the building's hallway and James whirled and crouched, taking his revolver out of his pocket and tossing the jacket on the cushions. Another bang came from somewhere down the hall, not urgent or violent, but casual, inasmuch as a strange noise in a strange, empty building could be called casual. Still dizzy and dazed, sore from almost 2 days of non-stop pedaling, James limped down the hallway, pausing at each door to listen for sounds, finally reaching the end where he rested his hand on the doorknob and waited. From inside came shuffling and clanking, and he gathered himself before slamming into the door with his shoulder, raising his gun up and preparing to fire. "Oh, hey, James." James blinked several times before lowering the pistol, letting out an exasperated, relieved sigh. "Damn it, Oswell, I nearly shot you. Didn't you hear me calling?" Oswell sat at a break room table with a big bowl of cereal in front of her, her spoon clanking as she took another bite, nonplussed by James' unorthodox entry into the room. "Sorry, I didn't," she said around her chewing. "I was so hungry that I couldn't wait to eat. I found cereal and some powdered milk. Not as good as the real stuff, but it gets the job done." She pointed to a box and pitcher filled with white liquid with her spoon. "Come on, have some." James laughed in bewilderment and relief, sat across from her, and put his revolver on the table. "Sorry about that. I just woke up and saw you weren't there. Then I heard some noises. Scared the hell out of me, what with all the bodies all over the place." "Oh yeah, that was me getting dishes out. I got up about 15-20 minutes ago and saw this hooked up to me." She raised her arm to show the cannula still in her arm and a fresh fluid bag hanging from an IV stand with wheels. The color had returned to her face, the dark circles beneath her eyes had faded, and her expression was bright and alert. She'd combed back her greasy hair and put it in a ponytail, and while her face had been scrubbed clean, her clothes were still dirty and ragged. "I figured you must have done it. I would have thanked you, but you were sleeping and I didn't want to wake you up. So, thank you. You saved my life, Burton, again." "You're welcome. You look like a new person." "Thanks. Found a sink and some water and cleaned up a little bit. Then I got to eating. I feel 1,000 times better, and I woke up hungry. Honestly, I'm shocked to see you up and moving around. You were pretty bad last night. The infection had a grip on you. I didn't think the antibiotics worked that fast." "Oh, they don't. I'll feel a hell of a lot worse later." "What do you mean?" Oswell laughed as she poked at the IV bag with the handle of her spoon. "This ain't just antibiotics. It's a cocktail of antibiotics and painkillers and narcotics they use to dose people up during field triage. I'll feel like crap later, but I feel amazing now." James chuckled. "Well, sorry, and you're welcome. Hey, I didn't find this room before. I see we've got a couple of vending machines and a sink. The spigot works too." James grabbed the bowl and spoon and poured some sugar-coated flakes and reconstituted milk into it. After the first tentative bite, his hunger took over, and he finished the bowl in 2 minutes, then had a second bowl, and ate that one almost as fast. "Slow down. You'll get sick." "I didn't realize how hungry I was," he replied between bites. "Is there anything else?" "Nope. We've got powdered milk, water, and cereal. Nothing else in the cabinets except a box of stale snack cakes, some coffee, and filters. All the food in the refrigerator is rotten, and the rest looks like it was ransacked." "Well, maybe there's something else around the outpost. Have you been outside yet?" "Not yet. I was waiting till you woke up to venture outside, just in case there were any ne'er-do-wells lurking about." James took a slower bite and nodded to the IV stand. "Where'd you find that?" "Storage room, on the other side of the building." They finished eating, and James took their bowls to the sink and dropped them in. "Can you walk?" "I can with your handy-dandy walking stick," she said, lifting it from where it leaned against her chair. With shaking arms, she used the staff and table to leverage herself up, fell off balance for a second, but recovered and stood straight. "Not bad. I'll help you down the hall." "No, I've got it. Just get the door for me, please." James crossed the room and opened the door, waiting for her to pass and staying close in case. She lost her balance again. They made it to the end of the hall and then into the lobby, and he held open the front doors as she stepped into the warm morning light that cut across the outpost, revealing the full extent of the death and destruction. Oswell frowned and shook her head. I can't believe it. It's all gone. The whole thing just gone. Who would do something like this?" James squinted at the rotting bodies and twisted metal of armored vehicles, buildings reduced to rubble, and garbage everywhere. The smell that had been previously dampened by the cool of the night and a slight wind was 10 times worse in the daylight, and the rotting stench would only grow more pungent as the day warmed and the sun climbed to its zenith. "What do you suggest we do?" James asked. "I think if there was anyone left here, they would have found us by now." "Yeah, agreed," she shrugged. "Honestly, I don't know what to do at this point." "Are there any other bases or outposts around?" "Not within walking distance. There's a training camp outside Shipshewana, Indiana, but that's 60 or 70 miles away. I'll never make it on foot." "Yeah, we'll need a ride," James said, surveilling the remains of numerous rusting armored vehicles lying around the outpost like chunks of coal. "Let's look around. Maybe we'll find something." With a flashlight and pistol in hand, James guided them away from the administration building, and they walked the long lane leading to the main four-way intersection. They'd only gotten about 20 yards when Oswell's foot started dragging, and she quickly fell behind. "Hold up, James," she huffed, slumped over with her arms shaking on the walking stick. "I can't walk fast enough to keep up. This isn't going to work." "What if I help you?" "Nah, you'll only wear yourself out. You'd be better off going by yourself." James scratched his chin, then motioned back to the building they'd just left. "Is the armory close by?" "Yeah, why?" "Why don't you look around for some weapons and ammunition while I see if I can find us a ride? Just stay close to the administration building." "Hey, good idea. I can limp around for a while for sure. I'll grab your backpack and load it up with whatever I can find." "Good. If you run into any trouble, just holler. And use that office chair if you're getting worn out. That's what I brought you in on last night." "Ha," Oswell chuckled. "So that's how you got me into the building. I wondered why that chair was covered in blood." While Oswell hobbled off, James walked along the lane toward the main intersection. The first two buildings lay in burnt, rained-on ruins, and while the next few stood intact, their front windows were broken and the main doors had been torn from their hinges. More guardsmen lay sprawled on the ground and around the buildings, their weapons and ammunition vests stripped from their bodies. One guardswoman hung halfway out of a ground floor window, her knuckles resting on the grass, bullet holes puncturing her back, and a thick, reddish-black puddle covering the ground beneath her hands. Others showed signs of having been beaten bloody, dead eyes staring at the sky, faces mottled with purple and black bruises. Three people not wearing uniforms, some of the attackers, James assumed, had been cut down in the yard, their bodies shredded, painting the grass red. How on earth did they take this place so unawares? James muttered to himself as he reached the intersection, turning left where more armored vehicles were strung out along the road. He passed warehouses with delivery trucks parked by the loading docks, their gas tanks having exploded and setting the rest of the buildings on fire, and any goods left intact had been dragged out into the parking lot, though only their outer packaging and wooden pallets remained. He found a couple of intact, half-melted water bottles rolling among a pile of destroyed ones, and put them in his pockets. Several boxes of uniforms had been tossed aside with jackets and fatigues hanging out, fluttering in the breeze. Helmets and air filtration masks, folding chairs and tables, range targets, stuffed dummies, and other training supplies lay scattered around, but the food and water had either been destroyed or hauled away. James came across a small brick warehouse about 3 buildings down on the left with 2 doors rolled up, and a half-dozen guardsmen in a rough semicircle around them. They'd been overrun, their helmets twisted on their heads, skulls crushed, stripped of their weapons and armor. At least 5 times their number of civilians lay dead in the front yard of the warehouse, their stench making his stomach twist, and he began to regret how much cereal he'd eaten. This where you boys and girls made your last stand. Looks like you took a fair number of these a-holes with you, that's for sure. Picking through the soldiers' corpses was a grim and unproductive task, yielding only a smattering of wallets and cell phones that he left on the ground next to the bodies. He was about to give up his search and move to the next building when he saw a pair of boots sticking out a nearby doorway, with the rest of the soldier's body lying back in the shadows. Curious, James walked up and shined his flashlight over a man partially covered in a strip of plastic that had likely come off a supply skid. Tossing the plastic aside, James saw the man had been stabbed in his stomach, with the butcher knife still stuck in his gut, but whoever had killed him left his M4 carbine and ammunition vest. Inside were 2 full magazines, and the gun had a half magazine in it as well. James gingerly stripped off the blood-stained vest, put it on, shouldered the rifle, and moved on up the road. Humvees, armored vehicles, and troop transports littered the streets and parking lots as he moved deeper into the outpost, each and every one destroyed well beyond anyone's ability to repair. James' hopes lifted, though, when he spotted a building bearing the label of Maintenance Depot at the end of the lane with its doors thrown up and dark, rectangular shapes inside. Jogging up, James flipped on his flashlight to reveal several Humvees in various states of repair. One tilted toward the ground at an awkward angle after the hydraulic lift it had been sitting on had failed. None of the vehicles had been destroyed by the blasts, but neither were any of them in any shape that could be considered drivable. Still, James walked from one to the next, checking under the hoods to see what conditions they were in, finding a lot of major components missing, some with their transmissions or engine blocks hauled out and hanging from chains. "Well, shoot, this take weeks to cobble together," he murmured as he picked through the scraps and checked out the tools and workbenches along the walls. A lone Humvee, nearly overlooked due to its position, sat back by the rear doors of the building with a jack next to it and a new tire leaning against the passenger door. The hood was up, and he looked inside to find the engine was mostly intact, unlike all of the other vehicles in the depot. A battered fuel pump and alternator sat nearby on a workbench, covered in oil smears, and the new parts sat nearby, still fresh in their boxes with paperwork on a clipboard bearing signatures of guardsmen who'd been working on the Humvee. James picked up the clipboard and scanned over the papers, looking back inside the Humvee to verify that the paperwork matched the vehicle. They must have been in the middle of fixing this one when the civilians attacked. Dang, it's basically intact. Pushing back against the hope that he so desperately didn't want to have dashed, James opened the driver's side door and checked the fuel gauge to see it was half full, and there were 3 more red jerry cans marked diesel standing against the wall. He circled to the front of the vehicle, carrying over the new parts, leaning in, pushing aside wires and hoses to see if the vehicle truly needed as little work as it seemed like it did. Tapping his hands on the frame, he nodded with growing excitement. Holy crap. I think, yeah, this might work, this might be perfect. Leaving the garage, James jogged back down the street and took a right at the intersection, catching up with Oswell where she was hobbling toward the administration building with his backpack on one shoulder and an M4 slung on the other, carefully rolling the IV stand next to her. When she heard his footsteps, she turned and lifted her shoulder bearing the rifle. Hey, the armory didn't really make it. I think somebody ignited the ammo and it went to hell in a bobsled. I found a rifle, pistol, and some mags someone had left behind. Well, I don't think they left it behind exactly. They were shot trying to run off with it. What about you? Oh, hey, you found a rifle too. Nice. Yeah, forget the rifle. That's not the best news. Try me. James panted with excitement, pointing back down the way he'd come. There's a Humvee in a repair depot with a few missing parts, but the replacements are right there, and I'm pretty sure I can fix it quickly. Okay, that sounds promising. What about fuel? The gas tank is half full, James said with a pointed grin. It must be from some old stock, and there are some jerry cans of untainted diesel nearby. It should be more than enough to get us where we need to go. Oswell couldn't suppress a growing smile. Are you sure you can fix it? James laughed. Are you kidding? I fixed a tank, Oswell. Of all the things I've done that I never thought I could, this is one thing I know I can do. Chapter 13. Ryan Cooper. Lansing, Michigan. A cardinal sat on a post 30 yards down the fence line, watching curiously with a tilted head as Ryan and Helen leaned against the rail and waited for Sandy to show. Duchess and Diana were lying in the grass on the left-hand side of the driveway near the fruit trees, their tails wagging lazily in the morning sun. The heavy fog that had lingered throughout the morning was scattering, and the skies were a brilliant shade of bright blue without a hint of clouds. Birds bustled and came alive in the treetops with chatters and chirps, and the ducks fussed and quacked in the pond, shaking their feathered bodies and diving for minnows and grasses. She's late. Seems unusual. Yeah, Ryan squinted and shielded his eyes to see farther up the road. This is odd. Oh, well, maybe something came up. Maybe, Helen replied unconvincingly. Let's wait a few more minutes. I don't want to come back down here in a few minutes if she shows up. Ryan found a stick nearby and tossed it to the dogs, watching them race to grab it, bring it back, and drop it at his feet. He threw it a few more times before they got bored and stopped partway back to him to chew on it instead of bringing it back to him. "Well," Ryan stretched, "looks like Sandy's not coming, so we might as well get back up to the house. Hey, do you want to have a cup of coffee with me before we get started this morning?" Helen asked as they walked back up the long driveway toward James and Alice's home. "Nah, I want to get that well pump going properly as soon as possible. I've still got a little work to do on it." "Well, go ahead and take care of that, and I'll feed the animals." "You sure?" Ryan asked. "You did all the farm work yesterday, and I don't want you to have to do it all today." "Nonsense," she replied as they reached the garage. "I've got it down to a science. Besides, we can't do much without water. Still, I don't like you being out there alone, with no one to watch your back." "Alone?" Helen chuckled. "Don't be silly. I've got the dogs, well, Duchess and Diana anyway, and I'm armed to the teeth." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." They reached the back door where they'd stacked a few vegetable bins filled with rotten or deformed vegetables they'd use to make compost later, and Ryan stopped Helen before she went in. "Do you know where they keep the bleach?" "They've got plenty of it in the laundry room." "Why?" "I want to shock the tank and the well. The cap's been off all night, and the hose running down there isn't exactly sanitary anymore. It's a 50-foot pipe at least, and I don't know anything about the well itself, so I'll have to guess how many cups to use. But still, the last thing we need is coliform growing in there." I'll bring that out to you before I start with the animals." "Perfect. Thanks." They kissed, and Ryan checked on the 500-gallon tank, lifting the lid to find it in good shape with a bit of dirt inside. He used vinegar and water to clean it out, then left it to dry while he found some rubber tubing in James' workshop and ran it from the manual pump to the tank, letting it hang inside through an intake flap. By the time he'd turned around, 3 bottles of bleach and a thermos of coffee were sitting on the patio with a note from Helen that read, "Have a good day. I love you, dear. Your heart, Helen." Grinning, Ryan watched her walk to the barnyard gate, pushing her wheelbarrow of feed with 2 of the dogs trotting by her side, facing a horde of hungry barnyard animals that bleated and clucked for attention. His grin faded as he thought about their remaining feed and hay. He hadn't been able to check on the hay to ensure it hadn't rotted or had any mold infestations, though James and Alice had enough feed stored to last for several months if they were careful about rationing it. Still, if they ran out of either, it would be tough on the animals. They could graze during warmer months, but they'd already overgrazed part of the barnyard, and keeping an eye on them if they were allowed to roam the rest of the property would be difficult, to say the least. One problem at a time. Ryan pushed the thoughts aside and got back to the tank, double-checking the connection into the basement where it fed the water filter and softener. With everything looking as good as he could manage, he grabbed a 5-gallon bucket and returned to the well pipe. Pouring several cups of bleach into the bucket, he put it under the pump's spout and started drawing up water with slow, easy motions. Slushing and gurgling sounds came up with each stroke, and after a few minutes of steady pumping, liquid showed up in the housing and soon sloshed into the bucket. The chlorine smell burned his nostrils, forcing him to turn his head away as he worked, and when the bucket was almost full, he stopped pumping and poured the mixture directly into the well head, repeating the process twice more, introducing about 1.5 gallons of pure bleach to the well. With the well disinfection sorted, Ryan capped the well head and walked out to feed the chickens, letting them wander the yard for a bit and tossing their feed into the dirt. When he was done there, he put up the feed buckets and walked out to where Helen had just finished milking Bessie and was capping the container. "How's the old girl doing?" Ryan asked, patting the cow on the rump. She's great, Helen said as she started dragging the container out of the stall. Without this girl, our lives would be a lot less enjoyable. That's for sure. Here, let me get that. Ryan grabbed the container and hauled it out into the shade for pickup later. We could give some of this to Sandy and Stephen for trade. I bet they could use it or trade it themselves. I've been thinking of tossing a few gallons in if she comes up with an actual well pump. It'd be more than worth it. And we can't really drink it all. Helen rested one hand on his arm and the other on her hip, wincing as they walked to the barn entrance. At least not till the kids get back. You okay? Ryan asked, patting her arm. I'm fine. It's backbreaking work, but I'm thankful to have it. Amen to that. Unfortunately, it won't get any easier. Why do you say that? We still need to fill up that water tank. Helen sighed. Can it wait until after lunch? Absolutely. The bleach needs to dilute into the well anyway. They walked down to the house, taking in the afternoon midday breezes as they swept through the grassy field and barnyard. They put together a light lunch of berries and stewed tomatoes, followed by 2 glasses of milk from the refrigerator. Eating quietly at the kitchen table, Helen sat with her legs crossed to the side, mixing some olive oil and vinegar in as she ate. Ryan cut himself a couple of extra slices of tomato and ate them at the window with the plate in his hand, cutting them with a fork and popping the pieces into his mouth. What do you think about fried potatoes tonight for dinner with bacon bits and cheese? He asked. Oh, that sounds good. I'll make one of those boxed pasta meals to go along with it. Helen laughed. I'll pull out some recipes to spruce things up. You know, your doctor would be happy knowing you aren't eating fast food anymore. Dr. Sander can kiss my butt, Ryan said in mock offense, but I guess that is one upside to all this. He patted his gut. I've lost 10 or 15 pounds already. And you're looking good. I feel like hell, but thanks for the compliment. How's your calf feeling? Awful, but less stiff every day. I'm getting used to ignoring the pain as much as possible. You should still take something for the inflammation. Yeah, I will if it gets bad. You ready to go out and try the pump? Helen rose from her seat, as ready as I can be. After dropping off their plates at the sink, they walked outside to the pump. First, let's do some flushing and see how badly I chlorinated the water. He removed the spout tube and grabbed the 5-gallon bucket, getting back in position and pumping the plunger. Soon, water was sloshing into the bucket, filling it slowly but surely, and he quietly counted each stroke until the bucket was full. Smell that. Helen put her face near the bucket, sniffed, and turned away disgustedly. Yep, that's bleach. Ryan grabbed the bucket, took it over to the edge of the field and dumped it into the dirt before returning and starting the process again. Each subsequent bucket smelled less like chlorine until, after 12 times, he scooped out a bit with his hand and tasted it. Okay. This is, well, it's not great, but it's decent. And the chlorine will evaporate pretty quickly, too, especially at this dilution. I think we're good. He reconnected the pump to the tank. The bad news, though, is I figure it'll take about 2,000 cycles of the pump to fill that tank. We'll have to take turns if you're up for it. Just let me know when you need a break, and I'll get my pump arm on. Helen retrieved her sun hat, put her sunglasses on, and sat in a nearby chair, looking across the property with her rifle sitting on her lap. Occasionally she got up and circled the house or walked over by the graves, checking the tree line, watching to see if the dogs gave any indication there were people around. Each time she returned and shook her head at Ryan before sitting back down. Ryan kept working, alternating arms, keeping the flow going and the water moving through the tubing and into the tank, listening as it sloshed around inside slowly, inexorably filling the giant reservoir. Helen retrieved another folding chair from the basement once his knees ached too much to keep kneeling, and he sat as he pumped the plunger, sweating, elbow and shoulder hurting after a couple hundred cycles. "Okay, I'm ready for a break now," Ryan panted as he spoke to her. "Feels like both my arms are about to fall off." Helen left her rifle leaning against her chair, coming over to take Ryan's place. At first, she struggled with it, trying to get comfortable on the chair while cycling the plunger up and down, finally standing to get a better angle on it. "This is awkward," she groaned. "I know," he replied. "If you stand, it puts pressure on your lower back. If you sit, it puts pressure on your upper back. And if you kneel, your knees are going to feel like crap. Can't win for losing." "This really makes me hope Sandy comes through with that pump." Ryan laughed. "You and me both. I'll take a quick walk around now with the dogs. Holler if you need me." "I will." Helen pulled the chair closer and straddled the pump, looping the hose over her left knee. "Ah, that's much better." "There you go," Ryan nodded. "Whatever works, works." Calling Duke and Duchess to him, he grabbed Helen's rifle and walked west toward the tree line, sighing at the sight of all the cleanup they had left to do in the field to prepare for the next year. It would have been done already, albeit by James and Alice and their kids, if not for the world blowing up in everyone's faces. Reaching the tree line, Ryan turned south and strolled along the rustling barrier of white pines and noble firs bordering the property. Everything smelled sharp and sweet and sappy, tainted with the slightly rotten egg stench of the pond. He walked up to the shore where bald cypress trees clung to the edge with their roots buried deep around the water, and ran his hand down the rough bark of one of them, feeling the knots along the trunk and taking in the serene sounds of fish splashing near the shore. Ryan continued his stroll, walking over to the berry bushes and fruit trees, grabbing some late-developing raspberries off the branches and trying them with an approving shrug. James and Alice had already harvested most of the fruit and had either eaten, canned, or sold it at the local market. But next year, they'd have another abundance of apples, pears, peaches, and more, a welcome bounty in a trying time. Ryan gave the graves a passing glance and derisive snort on the way back to the house, where he found Helen leaning forward, focused on the well pump, working the plunger aggressively. "How's it going?" "Tougher than I thought," Helen said, easing up and glancing back. "Once you get used to it, it's not too bad, I guess. I'm ready for a break, though." Ryan walked over to the tank and stepped onto the brick platform, flipping up the lid and looking inside. "You did good. It's a quarter of the way full." Helen let out an exasperated sigh. "Just a quarter. I feel like I've been doing this all day." "It starts to feel that way, doesn't it?" He set the rifle back against the far chair and gestured for her to switch positions with him. "It's a beautiful day. I walked down around the ponds and through the fruit trees. Boy, when spring comes, we'll have such a harvest. I'll make so much apple and cherry pie, you and the kids'll be sick of it." "Never." Ryan started the cycling motions again, watching water rush along the clear tubing and into the tank. He became lost in his thoughts for the next hour as his shoulder ached and his back muscles spasmed, sweat pouring down the sides of his face as he was forced to breathe deeply, trying to keep pace with the repetitive motions. "Just let me know if you need a break," Helen called. "I'm just thinking. We'll only use a little bit of this water each day, but we need to keep it topped off to keep the pressure in the house up. We could top it off in the morning after we make coffee and wash up, then again after we're done with chores at the end of the day." That way, we'd have decent pressure throughout the day. It sure would break up the monotony. Please give me some monotony. Any way to make it easier without a well pump? Helen asked as she walked to the corner of the house and surveilled the property. Ryan's expression deepened as an idea clicked in his mind. Well, maybe I could use the car. Repeat that, please. Well, I could pull the EV closer, jack up one side, and strap something to a wheel to cycle the pump up and down. I'll have to think about that one. Or maybe James has an electric motor inside I could rig up somehow. That sounds like a good idea. Ryan dear. Yeah. Come over here a second. If I stop pumping, the water will settle back into the well, and I'll have to work harder to get it primed again. Ryan, her tone changed, and the hairs on the back of his neck began to stand on end. You need to see this. Ryan stopped pumping, regretfully letting the plunger go. Then he grabbed his rifle and joined her at the corner of the house. Is that Sandy? What's she doing down there at this hour? I don't know, Helen said as Ryan raised his rifle to peer through the scope and sweep it across the woods on both sides. She doesn't have Stephen with her. That's strange. And she seems weird somehow. What if she needs our help with something? I don't know, Ryan's voice dropped an octave. Something seems off. Helen touched his arm. She could be in trouble. We should at least see what it is. Come on, Ryan, we'll take the dogs down with us. Ryan huffed but nodded. All right, we'll see what's up, but if I say to go back to the house, we go back. Of course. Ryan took a few steps out from the corner of the house and raised his arm high to Sandy, and she raised hers back and waved. He whistled, and Duchess and Diana raced from the west side of the property where they'd been lying in the grass, and Duke came over from the chicken coop, nosing around with the other dogs. Ready to go? Ryan asked grimly, clipping a trio of quick-release leashes to the dogs' collars. I'm ready. Let's head down. They walked down the driveway with the dogs straining on the ends of their leads, heads raised, ears up and alert. When they got close, Ryan slowed up and gave Sandy a brief wave. Hello, Sandy. You're a little late today. Sandy stood with her hands on the rail, her thumbs fidgeting, fingernails picking at the old wood back stiff. Where's Stephen? Helen asked. Sandy smiled awkwardly and jerked her thumb toward the road. Oh, he's back at the house. Ryan raised an eyebrow. The porch, you mean? He's not sick again, is he? No, he's doing fine. He was just tired and wanted to stay home. Well, what can we do for you then? Ryan asked. I came down to tell you that I found something out about that well pump you were asking about. Sandy glanced over her right shoulder, and her voice dropped to a whisper. I'm sorry, Ryan. She retreated from the rail and took several long steps back. Ryan gently pushed Helen behind him, and the dogs all stopped sniffing around and came to attention with their broad heads pointed to the trees off to the left, growling low in their chests. A broad man with a gray-brown beard and a black sweatshirt stepped out from behind the trees, followed by a heavy-set woman with her brown hair pulled into a messy bun. Others followed them, all people Ryan didn't recognize except for Mike Jones, and all of them advancing slowly toward the fence line. Ryan handed the leashes to Helen, raised his rifle, and faced the approaching crew, who stopped a few yards from the fence. I know you, Mike Jones, and I know you too. He nodded to the broad-shouldered man. You were in my house a few days ago, trying to kill us. The hell are you doing showing your face around my property? Remember what I said. I told you not to come back or I'd shoot you. I'm not on your property, old man. The man held out his hands. You wouldn't shoot me just for standing here, would you? He looked as though he weighed 250 or 300 pounds, and standing next to him was a woman who glowered at Ryan and Helen. "You must be Jack and Barb Willoughby." "That's right," the man replied. "Good." Ryan ticked off the safety of the rifle. "I like to put names to the faces of thieves before I kill 'em." "Hey, asshole." Barb stepped around Jack and pointed at him angrily. "We ain't thieves." "Excuse me." Ryan kept the rifle pointed at Jack's chest. "How the hell do you figure that, you dumbass?" "We have a proposition," she replied indignantly. "We thought we had to take things from people, but we figure now we should all unite if we're going to make this work." "Oh sure, unite. Now that you figured out you can't take what you want to work together. Screw off. Maybe we could have worked something out earlier, but not anymore." Ryan kept the gun leveled at them as the dogs growled low, several 100 pounds of muscle and fangs behind him, giving him the confidence to hold his ground. Helen tried to hold the dogs in place, but they were dragging her forward, growling low, foam dripping from their jaws as they lunged for the fence, recognizing the people who had invaded their home, desperate to do their jobs. Jack's confidence wavered ever so slightly in the face of the slavering beasts, and he stayed next to his wife as he addressed Ryan. "Look, why don't you have your wife march up to the house and come back with some eggs and vegetables for us? Help us out a bit, eh?" "You don't have any right to them," Ryan replied flatly. "If you got something to trade, I might be willing to do that, but—" "No, no, no, no trading. You'll hand over some food and you'll do it now. We're not going." Ryan steadied his stance, shifted the rifle a hair to the right of Jack and Barb and fired twice, making the whole group flinch. Then he swept the barrel across the lot of them. "Yes, yes, you are going away, or my wife and I are going to be digging a lot more graves. Your choice, assholes." Mike Jones and 3 others retreated, fear in their eyes as the dogs behind Ryan fought harder to get off their leads, Helen barely able to keep a hold on them. "Don't be afraid of him," Jack smirked with mock bravado, lifting his sweater to show a pistol holstered on his hip. "We've got guns, too." Sandy was backing off over to the side, her expression panicked as she looked helplessly back and forth between Jack and Ryan. Ryan glared at her briefly before directing his rage at the others. "Well then, try it. If you think you can take us, come on and try." "Look, I didn't come here to fight." Jack held his hands up again. "But the way we see it, you owe us for killing some of our friends. Rita and Mac were good people, and Trace was too. And how do you think Sandy feels about you killing her husband?" Ryan shot Sandy another dark glare. "She knows the score on that, and you do, too. Screw off with your bull. What exactly do you take me for here?" "Someone who's willing to defend his property," Jack said, his tone growing less aggressive and more desperate. "That much is obvious. But come on, man. That's 3 people we lost, plus Ron who's shot up bad and still in bed. Can't work, can't help us scavenge. You cut our workforce in half and—" "There's that word again, you." Ryan shook his head. "You all know damn well it was you who chose to attack instead of work together. I didn't cut anything, you did." Jack started to approach the fence when Duke's lead finally snapped, and he threw himself against the gate, barking and snarling at the group, sending them a few steps back as Helen tried to keep the other 2 in line. "I'm not arguing anymore," Ryan bellowed. "Helen, let them go and cover me." 2 men in the group who had been reaching for their own pistols froze as 2 more massive dogs joined the third at the gate, the metal structure groaning and vibrating violently as the Pyrenees tried to get through. Helen unshouldered her rifle in a flash and fired a shot into the air, sending the dogs into a further frenzy. "Back the hell off," she shouted as Ryan slowly backed up next to her, both of their rifles scanning the crowd, watching for anyone who might try to go for their gun. "Duke," "Diana, Duchess, come, heel," Ryan hollered at the dogs, and miraculously they obeyed, backing up toward him while still barking and snarling at the group beyond the gate. Barb stepped out from behind Jack, moving toward the gate, and Ryan fired at her husband, the Winchester bucking against his shoulder, a round slamming through the man's arm, twisting him to the ground in a howl of pain. The men around him retreated further, and Ryan addressed Barb directly. "I'll put the next one in his fat belly," Ryan screamed over the roar of the dogs. "With no hospitals around, it'll take a week for him to die. You want that?" Jack fixed him with a hard stare, his fingers slick and red. Then he got to his feet, turned and waved to the others to put their guns down, his wife clutching to him as the group slowly edged away from the gate. "We're not going away, old man," Jack shouted at Ryan and Helen as his group moved away down the road. "We're neighbors, and we have nothing better to do than wait you out till you want to work with us. You'll be waiting a long damn time." Ryan and Helen continued backing up, putting as much distance between themselves and the fence as possible, giving the pair a distinct advantage with their rifles. Sandy was the last of the group to leave the gate, and she stood at the tree line wearing a pitiful expression, raising her hands and mouthing something Ryan couldn't make out. His lip curled and he spat at the ground. Then he, Helen and the dogs quickly retreated back to the house as fast as they could backpedal. When they reached the front porch, Ryan followed Helen and the dogs inside the house and slammed the door shut, immediately heading for the dining room blinds and peering through a crack in the plywood, rifle at the ready. "Looks like they're gone." Helen was standing to the side, bent over with her hands on her knees and panting heavily as the dogs moaned and grunted around her. "What in the world was that?" "A weak attempt to extort and threaten us. I should have put a bullet in all of them, damn it." He shook his head and pounded his fist against the wall. "Damn you, Sandy. I should have never trusted her." Chapter 14. Alice Burton. The past. Alice held a pair of chickens by their legs, walking stiff armed with them back to the trailer, to lay them with dozens of others already piled in a bloody heap. Her gloves were bloody, and she had smears on her forearms and flannel shirt she'd rolled up to the elbows. She'd put her hair in a ponytail after being repeatedly reminded to, though her eventual acquiescence was due to the threat of an extra-long bath, and not because of the gore getting into her hair. Scores of chickens lay dead in the trailer, some of them in pieces with their wings or heads torn off, and a half-dozen sheep lay on the other side, savaged beyond belief by teeth and claws, though nothing was eaten, just destroyed and left to rot. It was a nightmare, a ruthless slaughter Alice could never have imagined. Her mother and father were collecting what was left of the sheep, Ryan's shoulders broad and stout and Helen's hair a lighter shade of brown, curly, and pulled back in a bunch like Alice's. Her mother's forearms rippled as she lifted a dead ewe and brought it over from the field to place it in with the others, and her father joined her, carrying a few more chickens he'd found who had been trapped in a corner of the fence. The night was dark and cool, and they'd just about collected all the living sheep from across the field where they'd tried to escape, though few had actually been successful. Some of the younger ones had died by the chicken coops, and Alice was gathering those while her parents did the heavier work. A pair of electric lanterns gave them light to see by, one hooked to the back of the trailer and one on the ATV, keeping the darkness at bay. But all Alice could think about were the monsters that had torn the animals to pieces. Flashes of yellow eyes, snarls, and growls out beyond the safety of the light. Every time she blinked, the terrifying sights and sounds reappeared in her mind, leaving her heart racing and her blood pounding in her ears. "Damn pack of dogs did this," Ryan grumbled with a plume of warm breath as he stood by the trailer and measured the surrounding darkness. "A pack of dogs, Ryan," Helen said, fists on her hips. "How can this be dogs? I'm thinking coyotes." No, coyotes would have stripped the sheep, left nothing but the head and backbone. This was dogs. Probably came from the Loomis farm when it shut down last year. They never did control the animals, and the damn things probably went feral. He pounded his fist on the trailer rail, sending a shudder through the frame, and Alice turned and went back for more chickens, stooping to pick up a wing here, a leg there, a handful of feathers and a head, listening to her parents go on. "Well, somebody's got to pay for this." Helen gestured to the dead animals. "This cuts into next year's income something bad. These hens were giving us dozens of eggs a day, and our roosters are gone. That's not even counting the sheep. It'll take 2 or 3 years to build this up again. We've got the money to replace them." Ryan's low tone resonated with rage. "We'll recover." "We don't have the money, dear," Helen replied in exasperation. "We spent the last of it on this year's feed and equipment. We were supposed to expand next year, and that's not going to happen unless we march right up to City Hall and demand reparations for this. If it was those dogs, animal control should have gotten them before they got out of hand." She turned in a circle and shook her fist. "It took us so long to make it here, and all we have left are these bloody corpses. Ryan, they ripped this place to shreds. That's what we have insurance for. But it won't pay out for everything, and it won't bring back the momentum we had." Ryan sighed wearily. "We'll go down and talk to the city in the morning." "And if talking doesn't work," Helen snarled, "we'll sue. We have a friend who knows a good lawyer in New York. One word and he'll bring hell down on them." Alice dropped the chicken parts in the trailer with the rest and went back for more, stepping into the bloody battlefield where every square foot was covered in blood, crimson stains smeared on the coupe door frame, feathers stuck in the fencing, eggs smashed on the ramp to the hen house with yolks dripping on the cold ground. Alice didn't understand a lot of what her parents were saying about the city, insurance, and next year's income, and she'd only known one of the Loomis kids, having gone to school with her for a little while before they had to move. There was only the blood and feathers, the matted wool, the way the trailer shook when they dropped another dead body on the pile. Her parents' anger was real too, and while her mother's was outward, she sensed something deeper inside her father, a familiar silence that sometimes overcame him when he got really mad, to the point he could knock a person over with a look. She found Rooster Bob just outside the hen house door, dead on the ground with his wings spread, a patch of hair on his talons, the poor bird not near big enough to put up a real fight. She picked him up by his legs and grabbed the last hen, taking them back to the trailer and dropping them on top with tears forming in her eyes, thinking about all the times she'd woken up to his crooning, though those times were far gone, never to return. She wiped her gloves off in the grass and stood by the trailer, and Helen and Ryan turned to her with strained smiles. "All done, honey?" Helen asked. "Yes, ma'am. Rooster Bob was the last. He's—" A sudden sadness gripped her heart, not only for Bob but for the fears she could not see, things adults talked about that she couldn't understand. Her face got hot, and she wiped away a gush of tears with a clean patch of her sleeve. "He's the last one. There's still a lot of blood and hay, but I can rake it, I guess." "We can get that tomorrow," Ryan said, his hands gripping the rail, shaking slightly, his shoulders bulging beneath his shirt, the straps of his overalls tight with restrained fury. "Are you okay, sweetie?" "I guess I am." Alice started to wipe the tears away with her other arm but stopped, and she realized she'd only smear blood across her face. "What are we going to do, Dad?" Ryan knelt down, embracing his daughter for several long seconds, then held her by the shoulders at arm's length. "We're going to set up a little trap and kill them, hun. We're going to kill them all." Alice crouched by her father 30 yards from the chicken coop at the edge of the woods, with the forest at their backs. Ryan had spent the day mending some of the fencing the dogs had torn apart and put a couple of hens inside along with a pair of sheep staked to the ground out front, the animals grazing on grass and feed they'd scattered around, oblivious of what their true purpose was. Ryan lifted his radio and whispered into it. "Anything yet? I thought I heard some barks." "Oh yes, I hear them coming," Helen replied, the radio slightly staticky due to her distance in a nearby blind. "They're noisy as all get out. Alice, you do what your father says, you hear me? Ryan, I swear to you if she—" "Helen," Ryan's voice was weary. "We've beat this horse to death. She'll be well away from them and I can't handle this by myself. We need her here." "She only goes after the stragglers, Ryan Cooper. You take care of my baby." Alice wore camouflage pants and jacket, but without the orange vest she normally wore when she and her father hunted. She de-rolled her sleeves up and had her long dark hair pulled back with a green cap perched on her head, sitting so tight it smashed her ears down. She held her .30-06 rifle and had a small pistol holstered at her hip, and Ryan was dressed similarly, holding his rifle and staring eastward toward the old Loomy's farm. A full moon was hiding behind wide strips of clouds that allowed most of the glow through, illuminating the wide fields and forests so well that they didn't need flashlights to see by. A nervous tick had been stirring in Alice's belly ever since they'd left the house that afternoon and her father explained what they were going to do. "It's going to be bloody," he said. "I know, Dad," Alice replied in a broken voice. "Are you okay? You can go back to the house, you know. Lord knows your mother would prefer that." "I'm fine, I am, Dad. You know I can shoot." Ryan allowed a thin smile to cross his lips. "That you can, girl. Okay, be ready." The radio crackled, and Helen piped in again. "I just saw several dogs pass right beneath me, heading straight for you, but I've got a bead on them. Don't shoot yet. We want them grouped up when I hit them with the buckshot." "Roger that." Ryan gave Alice a firm, flat look. "You ready, honey?" "Yes, sir," she replied, trying to keep her voice even. "I'm ready to go." "Safety off. Safety off. Let's go, just like we talked about. Pick off the strays only. Stay far away from the pack. Come on." Before Alice could answer, Ryan was up and jogging from the tree line, angling to the left to get a good view of the coop while Alice leaped up and moved to the right, staying near him, lifting her rifle and aiming toward the rear corner. "Remember, take your time with your shots." Alice swallowed dry to loosen her tightening throat, adjusting her grip on the weapon to keep her arms from shaking. "Okay, Dad. If you get into trouble, stay calm. Get up in a blind and don't hesitate to do what you have to do." "I will." Pounding paws drew nearer, running through the woods, accompanied by yips and yelps and a chorus of barks. The chicken wire shook, and scraping sounds like nails on wood came from the other side of the coop. The chickens scattered and flapped, clucking excitedly, and the sheep flinched and scrambled back, jerking against their tethers. The radio crackled, and her mother's voice piped through. "The dogs are at the coop, Ryan. Did you get that?" "Got it. What are they doing?" "They're on the opposite side of you, trying to dig under the wire." "Okay, don't fire. We're spread out over here. We'll take care of them." "Roger that." "Alice, I'm going to take the first shots as I move around. Stay behind me." "Yes, sir." Ryan crept forward with his shotgun in a tight grip, and the stock nestled into his shoulder. Stay back a bit and remember to watch where you're aiming." "Okay, Dad," she replied nervously, adjusting her grip on her rifle. From the corner of her eye, she saw him cross, stepping to the left, flashes spitting from the barrel, the electronically amplified sounds coming through her ear guards cutting out with each pop, pop, pop of his shotgun. Alice jolted and gasped, trying to stay steady as pained howls cut the air. Teeth snapped and the dogs snuffled and yelped as they crashed against the chicken wire, sending the birds into an insane frenzy, the dogs fighting with one another as they sought out the source of their pain and misery. "Alice, eyes open, girl." A pile of claws and fur and gnashing teeth bolted around the corner, mottled mutts rushing around the far side of the pen toward them, but they cut back toward the coop. A couple angled for the sheep, while the others went for the door where they'd broken in before. Hardly thinking, her breath trapped in her chest, Alice whirled and fired, hitting one dog in the ribs and sending him skittering sideways into the chicken coop, bouncing off the wire and crashing into the other mutts. One dog snarled at him, leaped back off balance, then rushed Alice and Ryan, saliva flying from its jaws and its sharp canines snapping. She was already pulling the charging handle and loading another round, lifting the weapon and firing before her father could, taking the dog square in the head and dropping it several yards away. She backed up, but more canines appeared, frenzied, wounded and dying from her father's buckshot, and she fired 3 more rounds in rapid succession, hitting a dog in the side and a second in the shoulder, the hounds yelping and howling as they scattered in every direction. As her father fired at the main pack, they started to break, but one on her side, a massive black and white mix of German Shepherd and Bulldog, shot right at her, those around it following like a flock of birds, coming together and charging her as one. A cold spike of terror struck her spine, and she was caught between freezing and running. Her father's words came back to her. "Take your time with your shots, do what you have to do." His voice soothed her while she continued backing up, putting distance between her and the raging hounds. Fear left her, and she responded with calm deliberation. She fired once, striking the lead dog in the shoulder, spinning him with a vicious yelp. Then she sidestepped and loaded another round, forcing the pack to come around a tree to get to her. A pair tangled in the protruding roots and crashed in a heap, and Alice shot one through the side, dropping it instantly. Still backing up, lifting her feet high so she didn't trip, Alice charged the weapon and fired again, then again, shooting by instinct more than aim, putting down one dog and sending another spinning and snapping at its rear leg where she'd grazed it. Eyes as wide as saucers, breath coming in shallow gasps, Alice loaded the rifle yet again in automatic movements that had possessed her limbs. A shaggy white dog appeared in front of her just as she squeezed the trigger, her round striking the dirt and blasting it into the beast's face. It yelped in surprise and leaped back, and the rest of the animals stopped charging and dashed off several yards back toward where her father was, barking and snapping, running in confused circles with frantic yips. A nigh-on palpable wave of fear rippled through the pack, and when Ryan came around in front of the chicken coop and started firing on them, the dogs broke in every direction, some flying right by her, bumping and knocking her legs as they sprinted by. The big German Shepherd Bulldog mix she'd hit earlier blasted from the center of the pack, charged through a tangle of brush, and crashed into her, sending the rifle flying out of her hands. The dog leaped again, trying to get by but only slamming into her and knocking her to her knees. Fangs snapped at her face, driven by deep-throated, panicky snarls, the sharp scent of iron-hot blood and animal musk in her nose. She jerked back as the gnashing teeth snapped within an inch of her nose. Throwing up her left arm, She blocked the next bite from tearing her face off, holding her arm against the animal's neck, her whole body shaking as she fought against its weight and strength. She swung her left leg out to anchor herself, right hand reaching across her waist to grab the 4-inch knife sheathed there, just an afterthought when she'd strapped it on, wanting to mirror her father. Whipping the blade free, she swiped at the dog as it latched onto her sleeve, barely missing her arm, though she missed with her blade as well. With a strained grunt that hardly sounded human, Alice hauled the dog back in her direction and swept in with the blade, jamming it into its shoulder close to where she'd shot it. The knife came free in a spray of blood, but the dog still dragged her forward, pulling her off her knees. She went with the momentum, using her weight to drive the animal into the roots at the base of the tree, knocking it off its feet. She stabbed again, a deep thrust to the neck, drawing the blade back across the folds of skin, slitting its throat in a gush of blood. Throwing herself on the animal, she pinned it against the tree with their faces inches apart, the dog's sanity lost in its feral frenzy as it snarled and squirmed. Alice screamed as she plunged the knife into its eye socket all the way to the hilt, collapsing on top of it, lying on it, panting, chest heaving, twisting the knife until the dog kicked and shivered and finally, mercifully grew still. "Alice!" Ryan came around the tree, squeezing off multiple rounds at the few retreating dogs that still lived. In the wake of the scattering pack, he threw the shotgun down and grabbed the rifle slung on his shoulder, firing into the woods with heavy booms, swinging one way and the other, picking off the beasts as they tried to retreat, thinning their numbers so that any survivors would no longer be a threat. Once they'd gone, he ran back to Alice and fell to the ground next to her. "Alice, are you okay, honey?" Alice rolled off the dead dog with her knife sticking out of its eye socket, her sleeve still stuck between its teeth. All she could do was blink in numb disbelief, tugging faintly on her arm to get it free from the locked jaws. Ryan slung his weapon and grabbed the animal, prying open the jaws and pulling her arm free. Pain from having been jerked back and forth came a moment later, a sharp, radiating sting that began to pulse, bringing a gush of tears to her eyes. "Oh, honey. I'm so sorry, oh, baby girl." "I'm okay, Dad." She held up her arm, covered in blood and certain to blossom with bruises, but mercifully free of any breaks in the skin. "It only got my jacket." Ryan embraced her, tears streaming down his cheeks. "I'm so sorry, baby. I'm so sorry. They were heading around the front. I thought there were just a couple around on your side, so I went after them, and a few shots rang out from the direction of the blind, and Ryan looked up. "You sure you're okay?" She nodded, and he helped her to her feet. "Come on, then. Some must have run your mother's way. Let's finish this. Stay close to me." In the chicken yard, 8 or 9 dogs lay dead, their blood turning the dirt to crimson mud, snarls silenced. A few were crawling away, and the terrified sheep stood pressed against the mesh wire, bleeding and shivering as they shifted, unable to run. Part of the remaining pack had indeed broken around the coop, and to flee back toward the loomies, right into Helen's hands. Ryan grinned coldly as the sound of her Mini-14 popped off rounds in 2s and 3s, each report followed by sharp, pained barks and yowls that echoed through the woods. Alice stayed close by her father as he moved through the remains of the feral pack, searching for any animals that had been wounded and putting them out of their misery with cold, workmanlike efficiency. When he was done with his bloody work, he turned and embraced her again. "Are you okay, honey?" "Did I do okay?" "You did amazing. I'm so darn proud of you. I'm just so sorry you had to do that. Mom's going to kill you, you know." Alice forced a smile which turned genuine, then Ryan laughed, the slow leak of tears from their eyes turning into a flood, and Alice sobbed and threw herself deep against him, wrapping her arms around him and clinging to his hunter's jacket as if for dear life. "I'm sorry that I got knocked down. I'm sorry I almost ran away. I tried to hold my ground." "Oh, honey." Holding his rifle out in one hand, he returned the hug even harder and kissed the top of her hat. "You did great. You held your ground just fine." Ryan looked at the dead animals all around them. "It's my fault for bringing you out here tonight. I should have listened to your mother. I had no idea it was going to be like this. I'm the one who's sorry." "It's okay, Dad, really. We did what we had to do." Ryan's eyes glistened in the moonlight as he stared at his daughter proudly, nodding at her. "We did, sweetie. We did good." Alice lay in the brush at the edge of camp with the moonlight blanketing her in an eerie luminance, clutching her knife in one hand and her walking stick in the other. The whites of her eyes glowed brightly amidst a face covered in river mud, spread across her cheeks and neck, ears smeared with it inside and out. Dee rubbed it over her arms and hands, and into her clothes, heavy and wet and grungy, as the garments clung to her clammy skin. Her hair was bound with an orange piece of string, also covered in mud, with a sprinkling of dirt and twigs all around to help her blend in. Just a shadow in the darkness, she lay still with her stomach turning and anxiety pecking at her brain, terrified at the wheezing coming from her chest and the stabbing pain in her side that had only grown worse. As she looked across the campground, though, the fear and anxiety melted away. The people in the camp carried on their evil deeds and the abuses continued. The kids, her kids, suffering malice and cruelty for reasons she couldn't comprehend. Every slap, every shout, swelled her anger until it eclipsed all the pain and the fear and the rage, and at the end there was only one question remaining in her mind, a singular focus into which every ounce of her strength and rage was poured. "What are you going to do, Alice?" Her father's words came back to her. "Kill them. Kill them all." Chapter 15. Agent Harris. Mount Weather, Virginia. Harris crouched with the rocket launcher on his shoulder as smoke filled the hallway from the guns, grenades and fuel-filled bottles that had exploded up and down the corridor. His nose stung and his eyes watered, but he tuned his ears to the sounds of the battle, the exchange of gunfire as one side opened with a barrage only to duck and reload, giving the other side a chance to respond. General Pulaski grabbed his Marines and pulled them to the floor, shouting orders for them to get down, drowned out by another pipe bomb explosion that rocked the steel shields and sent fire reaching for the ceiling. Harris waited for the flames to pass before he rose and aimed the round-tipped Acheron toward the enemies, standing exposed for a handful of precious seconds while he hugged the tube resting on his shoulder. He cycled through the launch sequence on the keypad, a target screen flipping out and magnifying the hallway. Everything became massive in the viewfinder, and he settled the crosshairs where the hallway curved right and swept upward out of sight. Taking a deep breath and holding it, he kept the crosshairs aligned as dark shapes moved into his line of vision through the drifting smoke, muzzles flashing as hot rounds zipped past his ear, rattled the steel doors, or hit the wall near his head, showering him with bits of hot metal. "Fire the damn thing, Harris," Pulaski bellowed. "Now." "Clear." Harris released the breath he'd been holding in one long gust, and at the end of it, he pressed the firing mechanism. Air hissed beside his right ear as the rocket shot smoothly from the tube, and a fresh plume of smoke flushed through the corridor as the round headed toward the enemy, glancing off the intersection between the wall and floor and miraculously not stopping, but curving around the bend and up the stairs. Harris dropped behind the Marines, slamming his hands over his ears and gritting his teeth before an explosion like no other rocked the air, followed by screams and shrieks of agony. A pressure wave shoved the steel doors like a giant hand, pushing the Marines backward and knocking Harris on his back. A wave of heat and flame crawled toward them after the pressure wave, hitting the doors and exploding upward to roll across the ceiling. And Harris could only gape at the curtain of orange-red tendrils that devoured the ceiling tiles, sending embers of insulation and old paint flickering down like fireflies. Marines hit the floor with their hands over their heads next to him, but Harris rolled to his left and crouched against the armory door, waiting for the wave of heat to pass, half expecting the hallway to come crashing down on his head. An eerie silence fell over them, punctuated only by a few scattered moans and cries from somewhere far down the hall ahead of them. Harris opened his eyes to the flickering overhead lights as the Marines slowly uncovered and crawled to their knees. With a grenade in hand and his pistol at the ready, Harris stepped forward, creeping toward the sounds of trickling water and pained groans. Smoke rolled along the floor, cutting his visibility in half, though the worst of it was the sudden smell of scorched flesh that wafted over him, and no matter which way he turned his head, he couldn't escape the sweet, blackened reek. The toe of his boot bumped something, and he swept his hand to clear the air, catching a glimpse of someone's arm lying on the floor, skin scorched, one of the fingers twitching as the nerve was somehow stimulated even after amputation. He stepped into a slowly spreading pool of blood that was cascading down the stairs and moved quickly through it, stumbling over more bodies and stepping on bits and pieces of flesh, boots slipping on the slick tiles. A sudden current of cool air floated through the corridor, stirring the fog and pushing it past him toward the Marines. The walls were splattered with blood, bits of flesh and clothing stuck to the scorched brick, smoking in tendrils that twisted to the ceiling. Every step he took revealed more carnage, someone's torso off to his left, another unidentifiable limb to the right, and bits of viscera stripped of skin, singed and smoldering. Up ahead, where the missile had finally detonated against a pillar in the wall, wires and cabling drooped, and water pipes had burst, the trickle mixing with the blood and gore. Harris clamped down waves of revulsion, holding his stomach and leaning against the wall as he clenched his teeth tight to hold back the bile rising in his throat. He forced himself to look, to take a quick count, somehow cobbling together 12 deceased attackers just by the number of limbs lying around. Turning back and stepping into the center of the hall, he waved, "Come on up, Marines." Seconds later, running boots reached him. Marines appeared through the smoke, falling into crouches as they crept around the corner, undeterred by the carnage that lay before them. Pulaski ambled up with them, whispering orders. "Tight formation, Marines. Keep your eyes forward on that far stairwell. Move, move." The troops pulled together and pressed on, and Pulaski stopped next to Harris. The fools must have been stacked up here right around the bend, taking turns lobbing their pipes and grenades at the wall to bounce down the hallway at us. Your rocket bounced right past them before detonating, wiping out every damn one of them. Pulaski's heavy hand fell on his shoulder. "Damn fine shot, Harris." Harris nodded and wiped at his mouth, as if he could get rid of the taste of death surrounding them. Then he fell in behind Pulaski and a couple of lead Marines as they shuffled past the worst of the butchered attackers, ducking beneath the dripping pipes and coming out on the other side. The elevator doors were leaning heavily in their slots. The elevator car tilted dangerously as well, and wall panels were askew inside of it. The stairwell on the near side of the elevator had collapsed in spots, concrete and bricks piled up on the bodies of dead attackers, sharp rebar jutting through their chests. Mortar dust drifted by, and Harris got a breath of it, turning his head to cough it out. "Sweet Mary," Pulaski murmured, nudging a dead attacker with his boot before joining Crow and the rest of the Marines by the intact stairwell. Crow took 2 Marines to the first landing and ducked beneath buckled concrete to peer up the shaft. Gunfire peppered the steps, and the Marines jerked back and came down to gather around Pulaski and Harris. There are 2, maybe 3 attackers on the landings above us. A spark of malice flickered in Crow's eyes. We can take them, kick their asses out of here once and for all. Pulaski's spine stiffened, and he glared at the group gathered around him. All right, Marines, the general said. We're heading up in teams of 3. Alpha team go with Crow, Bravo and Charlie with me. As the troops formed up, Pulaski took out his radio and put it to his mouth. Mount Weather Command, this is Pulaski. We've cleared the main corridor and are heading up to the first level to continue clearing the base. You're clear to send medical personnel up to this level to see to the wounded. Excellent news, General, Burke replied. Keep us posted. Yes, sir. Harris started to join the ranks of Marines when Pulaski grabbed his arm. Harris, I want you to go back and see to the President's safety. Are you sure? We can handle this. You've done more than needed, and we can take it from here. The general pushed through the Marines and nodded for Crow to go ahead. The Marines hit the first landing, one covering the others, while an automatic machine gunner squeezed by with his M249 and continued up, firing a long burst up the shaft that sent dust and debris trickling down. The attackers tried to return fire, but the Marines outgunned them and filed up the stairwell in crouched stances, shooting in alternate fashion, pushing up 2 flights until the last Marine disappeared. Harris turned and jogged back through the ruined, smoking hallway, past the flames and carnage to the armory, where he found the 2 wounded Marines resting against the ordnance shelves. The man with the wounded chest held a tourniquet tight around his right leg, nostrils flaring as he clung to life while the other lay unconscious on his side, though his chest was moving in rapid, uneven breaths. Did it work? The Marine asked with a scratchy voice. It did. Better than I could have hoped. Thanks for the instructions. No problem. I'm just glad you got the bastards, but he swallowed hard and glanced down at himself. I don't think I'll live to celebrate. We've got medical personnel coming up. Just hang tight. I'm going to pick up some of your buddies and bring them in here. Okay. The Marine nodded, and Harris jogged up the hall, looking for the wounded men they'd left in the corridor, finding them sitting shoulder to shoulder, pale and sweating with blood splattered on their shirts and pants. Come on, guys, Harris said, kneeling next to them. We've got medics on the way, but we should get to the armory where it's safer. As he finished the sentence, pieces of the hallway fell, brick and concrete cracking on the tiles where water trickled in red-stained streams. Wordlessly, the pair started to get up, and Harris gestured for the man with the wounded hand to get on the other side of his comrade. Together, they helped him down the hall and into the armory, and Harris got them against the wall with the others. The Marines had left a couple of first-aid kits, and Harris grabbed one, popped it open, and lined up some bandages, wraps, and antiseptic. Kneeling in front of the Marine with the finger stumps, he removed the bloody bandages, rewrapped the man's hand with gauze, and added a thick layer of self-adhesive wrap. When the Marine's eyes fluttered and he leaned to the side, Harris sat him straight and slapped his cheeks. I need you to stay with me, Marine. You got that? Harris retrieved a tourniquet from the first-aid kit and applied it to the man's upper arm, twisting it tight and securing it, taking him by the chin, shaking him, trying to keep him consciousness. You've lost a lot of blood, but you'll make it. Help's on the way. The Marine's head lolled forward, but he mumbled something and nodded. Harris moved to the man with the chest wound, taking over his bandage, tightening the windlass rod on the tourniquet surrounding it to apply pressure and locking it in place. Are you with me? Yes, sir. The Marine's voice was sluggish, eyes rolling upward in their sockets. Harris parted the man's shirt and cleaned the wounds, sprinkling clotting powder into them and packing bandages on top, but it was a mess he was unqualified to treat, and all he could do was hope and pray for medics to arrive soon. Going to stitch me up, too, the man chuckled. Sorry, Marine. Not much I can do about this chest of yours. Looks like something chewed you up and spit you out. Guess you didn't taste too good. The man laughed harder, and he leaned forward and coughed, Harris catching him by the shoulder and keeping him upright. Take it easy, man. Just sit back and wait for the doctor to get here. It's okay if I don't make it, he replied. It's the end of the world anyway, and my brothers, they kicked ass. We stood tall to the end. Harris took the man's chin and lifted it, looking him in the eye. You're not going to die. You can't. Who else is going to tell stories about some fool who fired an anti-tank missile in an enclosed corridor? True, the Marine chuckled and nodded. I'll try to hang on just for the story alone. Good man. Hey, here they are. Harris stepped back as a few medics and a doctor swung into the armory, pushing Harris aside as they fell to their knees and started working on the wounded Marines. With nothing left to do, Harris backed into the hallway with water trickling around his boots, still tainted bright red in the stark, blinking overhead lights. The sounds of fighting were still prominent in the distance, though the M249 was the loudest, indicating the Marines were winning. His pulse was still racing, heart thumping in his chest as he trudged along the main corridor to C1 and then into the narrow passage leading to the president's bunker. As he stepped out, voices reached him, and he headed toward them to find President Burke, Major Spencer, Cindy Strode, and others standing in an intersection. There he is, Burke waved him in. The man of the hour, Agent Harris. Your insane plan worked. It was touch and go there for a minute, but we broke the sons of bitches. Harris shook hands with the president, accepting the uneasy smiles and congratulations from everyone, recounting, at Burke's insistence, what they'd done to recapture the main corridor and deal a fatal blow to the attackers' hold on the complex. Cindy stood with her arms crossed, shaking her head, but Burke grinned and slapped Harris on the back like it was another day at the office. Doesn't surprise me, Harris. Excellent work. How about I promote you to second general after all this? Harris laughed. I was just thinking outside the box, sir. Yeah, way outside the box. Burke patted his shoulder. Major Spencer, do you have any updates from Pulaski? Spencer held up a radio and turned up the volume. I've been following along, sir. Our Marines have broken through the main entrance and are taking the fight to the attackers. Still waiting for a fresh update from General Pulaski. Until then, we are advised to stay put. I want to go outside. I want to know who did this to us. With all due respect, sir, Harris replied, we should wait for an all-clear from the general. Burke accepted Harris's advisement with a roll of his eyes and took Cindy off to the side to have a conversation, while staffers brought bottles of water and passed them out to everyone. Harris gratefully took one, twisted off the top, and downed the entire contents in a few long swallows, washing out the dust that caked his throat. A few people gathered around Spencer, each with a radio, a couple with headsets as they coordinated the remaining forces scattered throughout the underground complex, bringing them up to the main corridor. After 10 minutes, Pulaski's loud baritone broke through Spencer's radio. Spencer, let me talk to the president immediately. Burke took the radio. This is Burke. What do you have for me, General? Thanks to Agent Harris, we cleared the main corridor and fought to the first level. That's what I heard. What else? We've pushed the attackers outside the complex grounds and rescued several of our people. We need medical support right away. But the area is clear, sir, and we're currently chasing the bastards out of the area." A cheer went up among the assembled, Burke pumping his fist and howling the loudest before grabbing the radio. "I'm coming out, General. I wouldn't advise that right now, Mr. President." "Don't worry, I'm in good hands. I've got Harris with me, Major Spencer, and a few Marines who are meeting us in the main corridor." Before Pulaski could protest more, Burke handed the radio back to Spencer and gestured to Harris. "Let's go, all of us. We're going outside to breathe some fresh air." With Burke leading the way and Harris and Spencer keeping up, they trekked toward Hall C1 with distant alarms still blaring and warbling through broken speakers, the emergency lights flickering with fluctuating power. "Spencer, does anyone up top know who or what the group was who attacked us?" "Not yet, sir." "Harris, you were up there. Did you get any indication of who it could be after you drove them back with your rocket?" "No." "And why not?" "Well, sir, Go ahead, Harris, speak plainly." "Well, they were unidentifiable, sir." "Unidentifiable?" "Yes, sir, the rocket had an effect." "An effect?" "A prejudicial effect, sir." "I see." "The larger issue is that the base was breached at all." Spencer jumped into the conversation. "We should have been ready for an attack like that." "We were, Mr. President, as ready as we could be. We just didn't have the personnel on hand that we should have." Burke shook his head as they came out in C1, and Harris jumped out ahead and guided the group to the main corridor, stepping back to give them room while also checking ahead for any dangers. Bloody water pooled around their feet and flooded the hallway, the flow growing heavier as the weakened pipes continued to leak. "The armory is up here, sir," Harris said, splashing through it, and up a few doors where the medical team were still tending to the wounded. Harris gestured toward the steel doors lying in the hallway, their fronts scorched with fire, nicked up and pockmarked with bullet and shrapnel impacts. "These are the doors we used to make it to the armory." "Brilliant idea." Burke shook his head at the scattered glass and shrapnel lying everywhere, blood streaking the floor in long smears. "We would have never made it without that, Harris. Kudos again." "It was a team effort, sir. Once we'd established our position, we worked out a second phase of attack and pushed them back." Burke gestured down the hall where the fires had gone out, but the flickering corridor lights illuminated a scatter of bloody debris visible through the lingering haze, the first few body parts at the edge of the light. "That smell." Cindy waved her hand in front of her face. "Is that—" "It gets worse, ma'am, I'm sorry to say." "We'll get to that next, but I thought you might want to stop at the armory first." Harris held his breath and directed them inside, pushing the heavy steel door open, bracing himself for the men he'd helped to be dead. Instead, the Marine with the chest wound was sitting up, his shirt cut open and a massive cluster of bandages plastered to his side. When he saw Harris, he smiled, but when the president stepped in behind Harris, the man's jaw dropped and he attempted to salute. "At ease," Burke said. "All of you, thank you for what you did today. You did an amazing job. Rest up, get well and get strong so you can rejoin the fight." "I'll be back up and fighting as soon as they let me, sir." "I'm sure you will. Do you have everything you need, Dr. Wesley?" A tall doctor with short-cropped, curly black hair and wire-framed glasses stood and nodded. "A couple of these men need serious work. We need to get them downstairs and prep them for surgery. Marines will be here in a minute. You'll take 4 as orderlies." "Thank you, sir." "Hang in there, people." Burke lifted his voice and stared at each Marine in turn. "We're going to take good care of you." Burke and Harris stepped back outside where the staff were talking, and Burke grabbed 4 and directed them into the armory to help the medical staff. With the wounded situated, Burke gestured that he was ready to continue, and Harris once again led the way, crunching over shrapnel and debris and picking his way toward the dark stretch of hallway where the rocket had done the most damage. Taking out a flashlight, he shined it ahead, purposely keeping it pointed upward and letting those behind him know whenever they were about to step on something distasteful. "Body here, sir. Be careful. There's an arm ahead of you, ma'am. It's a little slick over here." "I want to see them," Burke said. "Spencer, your flashlight." Spencer slapped a flashlight into Burke's hand, and the light flicked on and moved around their feet, illuminating the charred and blackened forms twisted into impossible shapes from the rocket's detonation, the sheer pressure and heat from it having flash-cooked multiple attackers instantly. The humid reek of burned bodies rose off the tiles, the group members struggling to keep their expressions stoic as the color drained from their faces. Cindy groaned and pressed her hand to her mouth, but walked on through to join Harris midway down the hall where they waited for the others to catch up. "You weren't kidding when you said the rocket had a what was it?" Burke asked. "Prejudicial effect, sir." "Prejudicial effect, my ass. There's nothing left of them. Sorry to have to take you folks through this, but—" "Don't be sorry," Burke said grimly. "Just lead on." "Yes, sir." With the images of the dead, twisted forms burned into his mind yet again, Harris led them to the end of the hallway near the elevator, and Burke shined his light down the cracks between the elevator and the shaft into the darkness. "Elevator's out. We'll have to take the stairs, sir," Harris said. "No kidding." Burke chuckled and followed him up to the first landing, ducking beneath the collapsed stairwell, climbing up toward a break of daylight illuminating the exit hall. On their way up, they stepped over the bodies of several attackers and 1 dead Marine. "Careful," Harris said. "The stairs are slick." Burke and Spencer stopped and knelt next to an attacker, Burke shining the light on the man's bloody, bearded face while Spencer rifled through his pockets. With a sigh, Spencer sat back on his heels. They looked like regular civilians. No uniforms, no identifying marks, nothing. "HRM," Burke stood and motioned at Harris. "Let's go." Harris held his pistol at the ready as they wound up the stairwell and approached the first landing, turning off his flashlight as daylight filled the shaft, illuminating more dead bodies, but thankfully, no friendly casualties. At the top, they stepped into an intersection of halls with a single short hallway leading to the main blast doors. The main doors were in shambles, having been blown off their hinges and collapsed on their corners with vaguely human shapes lying around them. As they passed, Burke stopped to look at a woman sitting up against the doors wearing a rain-resistant jacket, bullet holes peppering her upper torso, her rifle still resting across her lap. "What would have possessed them to attack us like this?" Burke spoke to Harris, who remained doggedly at his charge's side. "Don't they know we've been trying to help them?" "I guess not, sir. Why don't we check with General Pulaski before we—" Burke suddenly stood and squeezed between the broken-down doors, and Harris hurried to follow him into a brisk Virginia wind that hit him like a slap in the face, sweeping away the stuffy heat of the corridors. The sky was cloudy, though even the mild gray daylight forced them to squint and protect their eyes. The bunker entrance faced the south, where the main gates had been torn off, and there was fencing down everywhere, the watchtowers barely standing, smoking with their spotlights dead, and Marines hanging from their twisted walls. The group circled to get a better view of the compound, where sheds and buildings smoked and smoldered like coal beds, while groups of Marines guarded the perimeter in every direction. more than a few with bloody bandages on their arms or wrapped around their heads. Dead Marines and attackers lay everywhere, most with bullet wounds or showing trauma from explosions, but some had died together in the throes of hand-to-hand combat. Off in the distance, down the hills around the facility, the gunplay continued, and a Humvee rumbled to life and pulled around to the west side of the compound, its mounted machine gun armed by a Marine who pointed it out toward the woods, scanning for enemies. "Over here, sir," Harris said, striding to a near wall where the reinforced concrete had bulged inward and spilled into the yard. Spencer joined him as they knelt next to a blackened chunk of rock where the remnants of wires sprung from a fractured control box. "This confirms the transmissions," Spencer said. "They used C4. "Where would they have gotten that?" Burke asked. "They could have pilfered it from a military stockpile somewhere. Heaven knows we probably have plenty lying unguarded." Burke stepped to where a group of attackers lay in a cluster of bodies and knelt next to one man, rolling him over, rifling through his jacket pockets, then his jeans. He shook his head and stood, speaking to Spencer. "Still no identification, not a single damn thing to tell us who these people were." "It could very well be a one-off incident, sir. There's no immediate indication that this was part of some larger sort of operation." Harris' earpiece popped to life, and Chief of Security Westbrook chimed in for the first time in hours. "Agent Harris, do you copy? We just re-established communication with Mount Weather." Harris turned and saw that Pulaski and a group of Marines had established a command tent, with scraps of tables and chairs brought up and maps thrown down. A radio team was about finished setting up replacement antennas and dishes for long-distance communication, their lights blinking steadily across the tops of the mini towers. "1 second, sir," Harris said to Burke. "I've got Chief Westbrook on the line." Burke nodded. "We'll be over here with Pulaski." "The president is secure," Harris said, stepping away from the others. "I see radio control has some equipment humming right now." "Thank goodness for that." Westbrook let out an audible sigh at the news that Burke was still alive. "What the hell's been going on over there?" Harris got the security chief caught up, starting with the cut communication lines, the attack on the complex, and the damage done on the surface, ending with the defense of the bunker, and how they'd ultimately pushed the attackers back in a bloody battle that had cost many lives. "So the complex is secure." "Not yet, but the Marines have rooted the attackers from the grounds, and the remnants are being dealt with. It's as secure as we can get for the moment." "Good work, Harris. For now, you're the only agent I've got, so you're officially in charge of things until I can get more people to you. Your next task is to work with General Pulaski and facilitate a transfer of the president to Site R in Pennsylvania. Pulaski should be receiving similar orders from NORTHCOM as we speak." "Understood." A second part of this transfer will include survivors from the Pentagon and critical equipment, and supplies moving in from D.C. "Will we meet them at Site R?" "That's up to you, the military staff and the situation on the ground. You can either meet them there or reroute them and have them pick you up on the way. Whatever you decide, we'll need reports from you every 30 minutes. Is that clear?" "Yes, sir." "Talk to you soon, Harris." "Good luck." Harris muted his earpiece and strode over to where the command center was quickly coming together. The officers gathered around a detailed map of the eastern United States spread atop a long table, staffers bustling around, and Marines carrying out crates of ammunition and supplies from the armory. "Excuse me," Harris said, circling the table. Did you receive the orders to transport the president to Site R in Pennsylvania? They just came through, Pulaski confirmed. We're establishing communication with the convoy coming out of D.C. now. Once we figure out where they are, we'll have them meet us here and drive to the site together. Seems like the safest course of action to me. You read my mind, General, Harris nodded. Staffers worked in the background to make everyone comfortable, bringing up supplies from the lower levels. Their faces blanched after passing through the corridors, but going about their business with stoic professionalism as they brought up blankets and first aid kits, tending to the mildly wounded, and handing out rations and cups of coffee. Colonel Crow is handling the defense of our perimeter until we solidify our plans. Pulaski ran his hand through his dirty hair, face smeared with soot and blood. We're not expecting another attack anytime soon, but we weren't in the first place, so I'm not about to get caught with my pants down twice. Casualty reports, Burke asked. We lost 75 Marines. Half that number again are wounded. Attackers lost 290 at last count. It'll be well over 300 by the time we're done counting. Not the best trade-off we could have asked for. How the hell did they field that many if they aren't part of some organization? No idea, sir. For now, though, we're treating them as an enemy force and taking an offensive approach. We have strike teams hunting down the remainder of the enemy forces. I concur with that, Burke replied. A radio control operator came over and saluted the president and general. General Pulaski, we've got Mongoose 1 on the line, Colonel Rachel Kane. Patch her through now, Pulaski replied. The radio controller handed out headsets and everyone put them on and activated them, the line sparking with static and feedback squeals. 1 second, sirs. The controller ran to a tower console and made some adjustments. Okay, you're on with Colonel Kane. The feedback should be gone. Colonel Kane. General Pulaski, this is Kane. The colonel spoke in a clear tone with the thrum of diesel engines in the background. I'm reading you loud and clear. You received your orders from NORTHCOM. Yes, sir. I've got the president and his staff with me on the line, and we're trying to figure out the best way to reach Site R while keeping President Burke safe. What's your current status? When all this started, my people secured decommissioned vehicles from the DC and record armories and started piecing them together. Some of them went with you to MT. Whether right away, and since then, we've pieced together another 6 dozen working vehicles and a small convoy of rigs and tractor-trailers. Excellent work, Pulaski said, leaning over the map with his arms spread wide. Thank you, sir. So, you're well on your way to Site R. We're currently on I-270, between Gaithersburg and Frederick. Given our valuable cargo, the best strategy would be for your convoy to swing by Mount Weather and pick us up. We'd be honored to escort the president and his people to the new site. We'll plot a route to you. Excellent. Report back on your planned route and your ETA. Roger that, General. Give me 15 minutes. Kane out. How long do you think it'll take them? Burke asked. Depends on what the roads look like and the resistance they face. If there are more of these civilian attackers trying to take control of the roadways, we could face more trouble. We noticed the attackers had no insignias or markings, but having such a large group almost forces me to assume they're part of something bigger. Any thoughts? It's hard to tell, sir. We have to assume they're part of a larger group, and all we can do is prepare for the worst and hope Kane gets here quickly. It'll be a race to bring up our supplies and equipment from the sublevels before they arrive. What do you propose? Major Spencer stepped up. If you don't mind, I have a suggestion. Go ahead, Major. Well, I've already been working with the civilian staff and supplies. That includes medical supplies for the medical teams. I know where it's all stored and can have that brought up and stacked outside the front gate in half a day. Good, Pulaski said. I can have Crow do the same with the munitions and military gear. I'll collect the remaining troops, transports, and trucks and begin forming our portion of the convoy. Burke stood back from the table. Will everything fit? I doubt it. I'll get with Kane to see how much extra room she has, though I doubt it will be much. We may need to leave some things behind. We can make sure it's prepared, though, in case some enterprising a-holes come across it. Sir. All right, people, Burke clapped, patting his officers on their shoulders and offering a grim smile. Let's get started. You all know your assignments. Pulaski echoed him and took Crow off to the side, pointing at the west end of the compound, where Marines were returning with weapons and packs. Burke walked toward the north end of camp with his arms folded, plumes of breath rising as the Virginia woods rose before them. The mountains stretched across the horizon through gaps in the trees, the forest-covered spurs descending into narrow valleys, dovetailing north into the lush green hills of West Virginia. Brushes of soft clouds streaked the bright blue skies, marked with drifting smoke from the fires left to burn, so every resource could be thrown into the evacuation. Harris followed a few steps behind Burke, instinctively watching the woods, unable to believe that things were actually safe. We shouldn't wander so far, sir, Harris said. The Marines are stretched thin. Burke shrugged. Meh. I want to savor a bit of fresh air before they pack me into a Humvee and carry me away. We were in the bunker way too long. It's not natural. Yes, sir. Would you look at that view? It's wonderful, Harris replied, trying hard to look past the bodies, the chunks of burning debris, and the signs of violence everywhere. It's good to find some beauty in all this. Burke patted Harris' shoulder. We have to, or we'll go crazy living in constant fear, stuck inside bunkers for the rest of our lives. I understand that, but it's important to be cautious. I'm just looking after you, sir. I know, Burke patted him on the shoulder. Congratulations on stopping those attackers. We couldn't have done it without you. It's what I get paid to do, sir. Burke laughed. I hate to inform you, Harris, but your next paycheck might be a bit delayed. Harris couldn't quite suppress a grin. Understood, sir. Burke joined him in sharing a hearty chuckle, and the two men stood transfixed by the beautiful landscape, the Marine units bustling behind them, the convoy coming together by degrees. Might I ask, sir, what's waiting for us at Site R? No idea. Never been there, never bothered to ask about it. Too many meetings and responsibilities to check out the cool bunkers and all that. What do you know about it? I've never been there, though it's obviously a high-security site. I think they have a nuclear reactor on hand for power generation. Well, it'll be a learning experience for us both then. A group of Marines strode up carrying their carbines at the ready, the fire team leader stepping up and saluting the president. Sir, can you follow us inside? It's just temporary. We need to run some patrols around the perimeter until the convoy arrives. Back in the bunker we go, Burke said, patting Harris on the shoulder and turning him toward the massive blast doors that hung crookedly off their hinges. Chapter 16. Ryan Cooper. Lansing, Michigan. Ryan scrubbed the shower wall hard, removing the last layers of grime and mold to expose clean white tiles underneath. Judging by the scum around the drain, It hadn't been cleaned in a couple of years and was used primarily to wash the dogs and dump dirty water. The spare bathroom stood outside the workshop near the furnace and water heater, 4 walls with no ceiling, and a view of the joists and pipes. Dunking a cup into the 5-gallon bucket, James splashed it on the wall and washed the gray water down the drain. Bleach and surface cleaner hung heavy in the air, and the small fan he'd set up to help ventilate the room did nothing to keep him from constantly sneezing. Backing out of the shower, he collected the scrub brushes, the bucket and cleaner, and set them at the foot of the stairs, then walked over to the water filter and checked the pressure coming in after they'd filled up the 500-gallon tank to the top. The gauge read 45 psi. Not great, but not terrible either. It was enough to draw water from the spigots on the lower floor and use the toilets, and get low-flow trickles upstairs as well. Not long after they'd started pumping water into the tank, Helen had kicked one of the water heaters back on, both of them excited by the potential of a hot shower in the not-too-distant future. Heading back to the bathroom, Ryan put one hand on the glass door and the other on the faucet handle, giving it a turn and waiting as the pipes groaned and shivered, the nozzle spitting and sputtering, until a bit of water sprayed out and dwindled to a trickle. The next pulse came in a spray about half the intensity of normal that rained on the shower floor, settling into an airy but steady stream. Grinning and turning the temperature to hot, the pressure shifted but remained steady until hot water was running out steadily, steam rising up and bringing the lingering scent of bleach with it. "That's what I'm talking about," he said and turned the shower off. The basement door came open, and Helen called down, "Ryan, dear." "Yeah." Sandy S. at the gate. Heat flashed through his cheeks. "Shoot her. The shower's working and putting out hot water, too. It's not blasting, but plenty good enough to get clean from." "That's wonderful, but Sandy doesn't look so well. I watched her through the rifle scope. I can't completely tell from here, but I think I saw blood and bruises, and she keeps looking over her shoulder like she's nervous." "You know what I'd call that." "What?" "A lame try by Jack and the rest of them. Let me know how the shower works tonight, would you?" "I will, and I appreciate you doing this for us. But if you could just come up and have a look at Sandy for yourself, please." Ryan shook his head and shut off the water, moving to the foot of the stairs. "It's just another trap." "I'm not sure what you want me to do. Go out there and get shot at." "No, just come up and see," Helen replied imploringly. "It'll only take you a minute." Ryan put the cleaning supplies down and stomped upstairs in a huff, annoyed by the very thought of Sandy. "The best thing we can do," he said, moving past her toward the front window, "is to ignore them. I've been thinking about it all day, Helen, and we just don't know what they might try. Distractions, tricks, or another all-out assault." "I'm not entirely sure Sandy was involved in the incident yesterday," Helen said, following him into the dining room where he picked his Winchester off the table. "Sandy was with them," he replied, spreading the blinds. "I've been thinking about it all day, too, and I heard what Sandy said to you." "Yeah, that she'd found out about a well pump, which was a lie." "Not that part, the part where she was sorry." "I doubt she was sorry," Ryan snorted as he pulled the front door open and put the rifle barrel through, leaning against the doorframe to steady his aim as he adjusted his scope. What if, maybe, they forced her to draw us out? And why wouldn't they do it again if it worked the first time? I'll tell you, Helen, I'm not ready to deal with any more bullshit from these people. I'd rather just shoot them all and call it a day." Helen ignored his anger. "Look at her, you see what I mean." Ryan studied Sandy through the rifle scope as the wind blew her dark hair around her shoulders. She wore the same shirt as the previous day, an old flannel over a gray camisole, blue jeans, and boots. Squinting, he tried to pick up on what Helen had seen. "Yeah, she doesn't look great," he said. "Her shirt's all torn up on her shoulder, and I can see some shadows on her face. I guess those could be bruises." Ryan lowered the rifle as a shudder of disgust swept through him, torn between feeling sorry for Sandy over her condition and wondering just how far Jack, Barb, and the rest of them were willing to go to trick Helen and himself. Helen rested her hands on Ryan's arm, speaking softly. "We should go down and check on her." "No way," Ryan glared down the driveway. "We're not going down there. It's just another trap." "I don't think so, dear. My guess is that someone must have seen her going back and forth to our place and making trades with us, and they tried to use her to get to us. I don't think she meant to hurt or trick us. She was forced to." "It doesn't matter." Ryan raised the rifle to his shoulder again, taking a deep breath and letting it slip out slowly. Even if Helen was right, they couldn't risk letting their guards down for 1 second. Helen squeezed his shoulder. "If you don't go down, I will." Ryan lowered the gun and shut the door, staring Helen down for several seconds before finally relenting. "Oh, all right," he huffed. "Have it your way. We'll leave the dogs at the house, this time as a rear guard in case. This is some kind of diversion. And you'll cover me but stay back quite a ways." "That sounds acceptable. Thank you." She smiled and gave him a quick hug. They armed up and Helen grabbed a first aid kit and some soft, clean towels. Ryan led the way down the driveway, checking all directions for signs of movement at the pond or the edge of the woods. With the dogs back up at the house, they were protected from behind, but Ryan was taking no chances. When they came to around 50 yards from the gate, Ryan turned to ensure Helen was keeping her distance. Then he finished his walk, stopping 15 yards from the fence and looking everywhere but at Sandy. "I'm sorry for what happened," she said, the words rushing out. "I didn't want to do it, but they made me. Jack and Barb." When everything looked clear, Ryan fixed her with a hard stare, swallowing dry when he saw the damage to her face up close. Her left eye was blackened, her cheek on the same side was swollen, and blood had splattered on her shirt from what looked like a fierce nosebleed, confirmed by her crooked nose. "I'm listening," he grumbled. "If this is some kind of diversion, though, there are 3 furry friends who will take care of anyone who you might have sent up to the house." "I what? No, I swear this." Sandy stumbled over her words and started again. "Look, I just wanted to apologize because I should have fought them harder, but they started threatening to hurt Stephen if I didn't go along with them. I thought about running away, just picking up and leaving, but what little we have is in the house, well, on the porch, and—" Ryan snorted. "You did your job, leading Helen and me into a trap. Why would they beat you up over it? When their plan failed, they took out their frustration on me." She shook her head and wrung her hands, the tears around the rims of her eyes breaking free and racing down her cheeks. "I had to at least let you know I was sorry for what happened and for breaking your trust." Ryan lowered his rifle and kicked at the ground, turning back to Helen and jerking his head toward the gate. Helen rushed up with the first aid kit, reaching the fence and stopping with her hand covering her mouth when she saw Sandy's face. "Oh dear, what did they do to you?" "I'm so sorry, Helen," Sandy said. "Will you forgive me for bringing those people back here?" Helen scolded her softly. "There's nothing to forgive. You're the one who was abused, not us." She put the first aid kit on the fence, opened it, and placed gauze and bandages on the rail. "Now, come here and let me have a look at you." Sandy stepped closer, but instead of stopping at the rail, she reached for a hug through the wide bars, and Helen put aside her things and embraced her, squeezing hard and rubbing her back. "There, there," Helen said soothingly. "I can't imagine what it must be like living out there, next to those animals." I tried to mind my own business and keep Stephen away from them, but they kept coming over and making threats, and when they told me what they'd do to him, I broke down. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Helen glanced back at Ryan, who ground his teeth together, looking around, still half expecting an ambush. "Here," he finally begrudgingly said, pointing at the gate. "Come on inside. No sense in standing out there." "No, I can't stay long. I've got to get back to Stephen. He's at the house alone, and if they find out I came here, they'll do something to him." "Let me see your face," Helen said, patting the rail. "Put your elbows here and lean in." Ryan kept an eye on the tree line and road, watching as Helen cleaned up her cuts and abrasions and applied some antiseptic. She started to put bandages on, but Sandy gently pushed her hand away. "No, no, don't do that," she said. "If they see I've been fixed up, they'll know I was here. Then take this first aid kit with you and tell them you found it and put them on yourself." Sandy nodded and allowed Helen to put the bandages on her cuts and abrasions. "They didn't do anything else to you, did they?" Ryan asked. "I mean, do you have any sprains or broken bones?" "I don't think so. Well, one of them kicked me in the side, but it's just sore. I don't think I have any broken ribs or anything." "That's good," Ryan grumbled. "Those people are animals. I'm glad you're not hurt too badly, but I don't think that's the end of it." "What do you mean?" Sandy asked as Helen placed a bandage above her left cheek. "Well, assuming you're telling the truth." "Ryan Cooper, you stop that." Helen whirled on him and he put his hands up in defense. "Hey, I'm just saying, if she is telling the truth, then I think they'll use her to get at us again." He looked at Sandy. "What I mean is, they'll use Stephen to get you to do their dirty work." "I'm never helping them again." "It won't matter. They know where you stay. A little bit of leverage and you'll be dancing for them." Sandy raised her chin in defiance. "All I care about is making sure my son is safe. I'll leave the area if I have to. I'm sure we can find somewhere else to eke out an existence." "That I sincerely doubt. Trust us, we were out and about at the start of all of this, and it's not fit for anyone, much less a mother and a young boy." "I hate to agree with Ryan right now," Helen said, giving him a wry smile, "but he's right." Sandy shook her head, absently touching the bandages on her face, her expression brightening with an idea. "Could you put us up? I'd be willing to work or do whatever it takes to earn our keep." Ryan was nodding with one arm resting over the rail, watching off into the distance down the road. "I'm thinking that we could arrange something like that. If you can source that well pump for us first, of course." Sandy started to reply, but Helen held up her finger and gave her a forced smile. "Hang on a second while I talk to my husband." She took Ryan's arm and drew him out of earshot before socking him in the arm. "Ryan, how could you say something like that? This woman clearly needs our help, and you're forcing her to trade." "We need that well pump, Helen. In case you hadn't noticed, I still don't trust her farther than I can throw her. And if she's not going to be talking to that group anymore, well, this is the best thing she can do for us. It's simple mathematics. We'd be going through more water with the two of them here, requiring us to pump more. Stephen and Sandy will do all that, and they can do the chores that are too hard on us. We've been wanting help." "All that's true, but it won't be enough. We need the pump, and she needs to be the one to get it. Bottom line, if she does that, then I'll trust her. You and I are too old and slow to go out there scrounging around for something like that, especially when it's something we really need. That jerry-rigged pump. It'll only get us so far." Helen stood with her arms crossed, tight-lipped as she stared out at the woods. "I don't know, Ryan. It seems downright mean to put her in this position." "We're all in this position, Helen, whether we like it or not. Let her prove that what happened before really was coercion, and that she had no choice by doing this one difficult task. If she does it, we open the gates to her and her son and welcome them in." Helen reluctantly nodded. "All right, we'll do it your way, but this is her only entrance fee. We won't ask her to do anything else after this, agreed?" "Agreed." They walked back over to the fence, and Ryan looked at Helen as he spoke to Sandy. "Helen and I talked, and we want to invite you and your son onto our property to stay with us. You'd be safe here and wouldn't have to worry about much. Let's just say we have more here than we're letting on." "That doesn't surprise me at all. I don't know what to say except thank you." "Yeah, well, don't thank us yet. We still need something from you first." "The well pump." "The well pump. If you can get us that pump, you and Stephen can stay. No other conditions or anything else. I mean, you'll both have to work hard, obviously, but consider that pump your entrance fee and your way of showing us that we really can trust you." Sandy thought about it for less than 2 seconds before nodding enthusiastically. "I'm not sure how I'll do it, but thank you so much for giving me a way out. We were sinking. But I'll figure something out, and I'll get you that pump. Shake on it." "All right." Ryan smiled and shook her hand. "I'll come back as soon as I find something. It might not be tomorrow morning exactly. Just look for me to be here over the next few days, okay?" "We will." Helen reached across the fence to squeeze her hand. "And you be careful, dear. Don't put yourself in harm's way if you can avoid it." "I'll try," she said. "But harm's way is a way of life these days." "True enough." They watched her jog to the road and disappear behind the tree line, and Helen locked arms with Ryan, and together they walked up the driveway with the sun bearing down on them and warming the rising breeze. "I take it you aren't mad with me anymore?" Ryan asked. "As much as I'd like to be, no. We were both right about things here. Me about checking on her, and you about the pump. As much as I'd like to let her in now and try to get the pump later. We could have, but I still don't trust her. This'll be a good test to let us know her true intentions. If she wants her son to eat, if she wants to get away from those thugs at the Willoughby's place, she'll have to pay a price. I don't think it's too much to ask." "She's a strong, smart young woman," Helen said, sounding like she was trying to convince herself of the fact. "She'll be fine. She'll have to be if she wants to survive out here." Chapter 17. Alice Burton. Talladega National Forest, Alabama. Alice crept through the dense woods, moving from the river toward the forward bunkhouses, creeping along the tree line, waiting patiently for a chance to strike. An hour went by, the moon drifting across the sky above the clearing clouds, the stars peeking out in pinpoints of light. Most campfires dimmed and died as the adults' parties wound down and they went back to their bunkhouses. But a couple of campfires near the river raged on with a few who twirled and danced without ceasing. The child workers were taken north through a small clearing to another set of bunkhouses, where guards stood silhouetted in the window lights. A lone woman stepped away from a campfire and walked up a side path toward the tree line, heading toward the bunkhouses with her arms crossed, hugging herself in the cooling evening. Alice followed her for 20 or 30 yards, creeping softly through the brush, waiting for a moment where she could ambush the woman. She'd just about given up when a pair of shadows came out of the darkness and walked right toward her. Heart skipping, Alice sank back into the foliage, knife up and ready to fight. A man raised his hand to the woman. "Had enough for one night, Sheila?" "Yeah," she turned and walked backwards, still hugging herself. "I'm done for tonight. Got a big day tomorrow." "Can't hang with the big dogs, huh?" She rolled her eyes. "Yep, that's what it is. Anyway, have fun, guys." "Oh, we will." The men stepped into the woods, swaying slightly as they each found a tree, unzipped, and sprayed the foliage with a pair of urine streams. Alice stood less than 7 yards away, crouched behind some brush, body tense to pounce. "What do they have you doing tomorrow?" the first man asked. "I gotta hitch up that giant horse they brought in yesterday and get a load of building materials from the other camp." "Hercules," Alice thought. "That's hard work, man." "Yeah, I've got to earn my keep," he laughed. "Not like you. It must be tough smacking kids around all day." "Don't let them fool you. Those damn kids are nightmares. They're lazy, they back talk, and they try to escape every time you blink. I didn't join this outfit to be a full-time babysitter. You just gotta know how to handle them. If they get out of line, take 'em down a notch or two." "Yeah, but the bosses don't want broken bones or even bruises. So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't." "I guess so." The second man finished his business and zipped up. "All right, I'll see you back at the fire." "All right, man." As he walked away, Alice kept her eyes pinned on the man still standing by the tree, tensing her body in anticipation of what was to come. When he finished and was about to zip his pants back up, Alice gathered her strength, pushed her pain to the back of her mind, and took 2 long steps from the bushes, not bothering with stealth. Before he could turn, she leapt on him, locking her left arm over his shoulder, clinging there and drawing the knife blade across his throat with the cutting edge angled inward and upward to tear through flesh and sinew, biting into his spongy windpipe and carotid artery and ripping clean through them. He jerked straight and stumbled backward, gasping, gurgling in surprise as hot blood rushed over her arm and down his chest. Alice's feet swayed as he spasmed, her toes brushing the forest floor, struggling to keep hold of him as he thrashed. Alice stabbed him twice more in the side of the neck before she released him, but she was late jumping off, and his elbow caught her in the right shoulder and sent her staggering and falling at the base of the tree. The man gurgled, clutched his throat, and tried to scream, but only pushed air bubbles between his fingers, blinking and mouthing soundless words at her in shock and terror, as blood gushed down his shirt. Alice scrambled to her feet, transfixed by what she'd done, feeling like a stranger in her own body. The man took a step toward her, then staggered back toward the campfires and buildings, taking 2 steps before crashing to his knees and falling flat on his face, a final shudder signaling that his body had lost too much blood to continue fighting for life. Alice leaned against the tree trunk, catching her breath before walking over to stand over the man. She put the knife away and grabbed his feet, dragging him backward, breathing hard as her chest was rocked with waves of agony. The body slid easily over the dry leaves and brush, but it was impossible to get him through the thicker foliage, so, finally, she took some branches and leaves and covered him up so he was just another lump of deadfall on the forest floor. Breathing heavily, hands on her knees, expecting to be crippled by pain, Alice was surprised to find herself invigorated. Yes, the nagging body aches were still there, and waves of pain still cycled through her chest, but adrenaline and a sense of purpose suppressed most of it. She resumed stalking the tree line like a tiger, sticking to the shadows, waiting patiently for opportunities. At the river's edge, she took a drunken man out in the same manner, coming up behind him as he urinated into the river, the act covered by darkness and the sloping bank. Her blood-slicked knife plunged in repeatedly as she clung to him, using her body weight to drag him down into the floating branches and refuse that bobbed along the shoreline, ripping through brush as they went. Like the other man, he spun and tried to throw her off, then tried to punch her, but she'd already gotten away, crawling on her backside up the riverbank, watching flat-faced as he finally toppled backward and splashed in the water. He died face down as well, his body snagged by stones and wet brush, so Alice got up and shoved him with her boot so that he drifted lazily out into the river's flow, turning slowly as the current carried him away. By the third kill, it was almost effortless, though her hands and arms were bathed in so much blood she had to wipe them, and the knife off with leaves so she could maintain her grip on her weapon. On her way back to the bunkhouses where she'd taken her first victim, a woman with a rifle slung on her shoulder stepped away from the campfire and came to the edge of the woods. "Artie, are you out there?" A flashlight sprung to life and flashed right past her, and Alice pressed herself closer to a thick oak tree as the light beam moved back and forth. "I'm not kidding, man. If you're out there and trying to scare me, it's not going to work. Plus, it's a great way to get yourself shot." She stepped into the woods and shined the beam deeper, sweeping it across Alice's tree, though the trunk was twice as big as her, and she remained well hidden. Alice anchored herself with her left hand against the trunk as the crunch of the woman's boots came even closer. "If you blew off your shift and went to bed, I'm going to kill you." The flashlight beam found the spot where Alice had dropped the first man and stopped, drifting slowly across the lumpy form where bits of his flannel shirt and boots poked out. "Artie." The light jerked as the woman slipped the rifle from her shoulder and held it in both hands, still gripping the flashlight in her offhand, the beam trembling ever so slightly. "Artie." She stepped closer and nudged at the body with her boot, dislodging leaves and sticks. "Artie." "Oh no, Artie." Alice stepped in front of her, taking advantage of her shock to wrap the woman in a one-handed hug, squeezing her close and trapping the rifle between them. Burying her face in the woman's hair, Alice punched rapidly upward with the knife from stomach to neck, the blade flashing in and stabbing her stomach, between her ribs, then the soft, fleshy parts beneath her chin, slicing her trachea and arteries to bits, hugging her tighter and dragging her backward into the woods. Blood spilled between them, the hard iron scent rushing up Alice's nose as the woman burst into a frenzy of movement and wet grunts, shoving back with the rifle, head-butting Alice in the jaw with a sharp crack, finally knocking her away and getting enough separation to raise the rifle. Face stricken with blind panic, eyes blurred with tears, choking and gasping as she tried to breathe and swallow, the woman got off a shot, firing blindly into the darkness and missing her target. Alice came around the tree behind the woman, grabbed her by her hair, and jerked her to the ground, finishing her off with a couple of quiet stabs and putting a hand over her mouth as a mewling groan stretched from her mangled throat and faded to a feeble last breath. The camp flew into an uproar, shouts of surprise and alarmed cries ringing out orders, flashlights springing to life and shining across the tree line. Alice rolled the woman over, grabbed her rifle and moved west toward the stables, angling deeper into the woods, throwing glances back as people rushed over from the campfires. The bunkhouses came to life, lights flipping on and people bursting through the front doors. They stood around, scratching their heads, finally seeing the gathering stretched along the trees near the river, and running to see what the fuss was about. Meanwhile, Alice was slowly and quietly slipping away, though a dozen or more flashlights searched frantically through the foliage, and it wouldn't be long before they found the woman and Artie. They were all on one side of the camp, though, giving Alice an idea. She left the cover of the trees and moved quickly across the campground past the first set of bunkhouses, slipping between dying campfires and into the woods. More bunkhouses and buildings stood farther off, interspersed between clutches of trees and brush. Fires burned low, and guards milled toward the south, stopping and scratching their heads, pointing toward the commotion. Alice hid behind a wide birch tree surrounded by a spattering of saplings, rubbed her jaw and took stock of herself, trying to ensure that the blood covering her body from head to toes all belonged to other people. Her chest hurt, but the pain was tolerable, her legs were okay, and her breathing wasn't bad despite the scuffles. Swallowing dry, she pushed off the tree and led with the rifle, circled off to the left to get closer to the buildings, drawn by the lights shining from the smudged windows. Small shapes moved around inside, kids peering out the windows, though they seemed to not notice her creeping through the trees toward the first row of bunkhouses and past an archery range. She glanced repeatedly at the adults a short distance away, 6 or 8 of them who weren't paying attention to her direction, thanks to the commotion happening on the other side of camp. More buildings stood off in the distance, and she assumed there were more guards around every corner, so she swiftly moved across an open area to the north, stopping to crouch behind a set of aluminum garbage cans. She was maybe 20 yards from a small bunkhouse with its screen door closed and shapes moving inside, but some adults were nearby as well, 10 feet south of the building, so close she could hear them talking, questioning what was going on as they shook their heads. A cry went up, followed by shouts and flashlight beams shifting as people ran toward one spot along the tree line. The lights pointed down and then out at the woods, and a man bellowed, "Slick, bring your guys over here now." The guards took off running in the indicated direction, and Alice slipped ahead, coming up the front stoop, drawing the screen door open, and stepped inside to find 4 kids sitting on bunks, chained to the rails. 2 of them had enough slack to reach the south-facing window and were watching the men run away. But when Alice entered, they turned to her with wide, terrified eyes, the 2 at the window jumping back and sitting back down. It was a standard camp-style dorm, musty and dusty, with a few small pieces of furniture around and some old posters half hanging off the wall. A stack of plates sat tilted over in the center of the room next to metal cups and a pitcher. Alice looked down at herself covered in gore and mud, rifle in her bloody hands, red caked beneath her fingernails. It was in every conceivable crease in her clothes and skin, and the kids stared at her like she was the angel of death. Oh, no. Alice stepped inside and held one hand up. "It's not what you." "You're the outside lady," the little girl said in a tiny voice. Alice shook her head in confusion. "The outside lady?" "Yeah, Ricky and Colton told everyone about you. You're looking for Jake and Sarah." "Yes." Alice noticed that she was framed in the window, so she stepped closer and lowered her voice. "Yes, that's right. I met Ricky and Colton outside and I got to talk to them. They told me you guys were prisoners in here." "We're in jail," the little girl said, "where they put bad people." "Oh, you're not a bad person," Alice replied sadly, barely able to restrain herself from reaching out and taking the girl's hand. "The people who put you in here are bad. They're looking for me now. That's what all the commotion is about over there." "We thought one of our friends tried to escape again," the girl said. "We thought they tried to run away, and that's a big no-no. You can get in big trouble for that." "I know, and I'm sorry for stirring things up. Hey, the guards will be back soon, and I need to find Jake and Sarah right away. Can you tell me where they are?" The boy pointed to the east. "Yeah, they're a couple of buildings over, the big one with all the smoke coming from the chimney." "Is it a cafeteria or something?" "No, we used to eat there, but now that's where they make drugs." Yeah, it smells so bad, a second boy on a window bunk said. You can smell it from here if the wind's wrong. Alice inhaled deeply, catching the faint whiff of ammonia and something else she almost couldn't describe, an acrid reek of chemicals burning. A boiling rage grew in her gut, drawing her jaw so tight she could hardly speak. I do smell it. Those. People have Jake and Sarah in a drug den. You say it's that way. Yeah, but be careful, lady, the girl said. If they catch you, they'll hurt you really bad. They're way worse to adults than they are to kids. They'll do horrible things to you if they catch you. The second boy's voice was shaking, and he glanced outside at the crowd searching the woods. Alice grinned maliciously, her white teeth glowing from her muddy, bloody face. Don't worry about me, kids. It's them who need to worry. She put her finger to her lips and softened her tone slightly. Don't tell any guards I was here. I'm going to do my best to get my kids, then see if I can't figure out a way to make a distraction for the rest of you to escape. We won't, the girl replied, the boys nodding in agreement. And thank you. Awesome guys, thanks a lot. Alice waved at them, her motherly smile fading as she backed to the door and stepped outside. Seeing the coast was clear, Alice slipped around the side of the building and caught the kids watching her through the windows, the little girl giving her a faint smile and wave as she went by. Alice clutched the rifle to her chest, stopping at the back corner to wipe away a tear, the sadness over the abuse of the children eclipsed by a rage that bubbled from her stomach to fill every ounce of her body. The drug-making building was across an open space ahead with dead fires and empty benches all around it. It was a long, lodge-style structure with a single peak running its length, black shingles and faded red siding that looked gray in the moonlight. The windows were dark, boarded over, the double doors in front shut tight. Alice stormed straight across the grass, glancing left and right, expecting someone to challenge her, but none did. The camp stood empty and still, with only a symphony of chirping crickets making swells of noise, the adults having all vacated into the trees on the far side. The stench of the drugs grew, stinging her nostrils and turning her stomach, and as she rushed between a pair of smoldering campfires and marched up to the front doors, teeth bared, rifle charged and ready to shoot anyone who stood in her way. She tried the doorknobs and found them unlocked, ripping one open and shouldering the door inward. A long hall stretched before her like in the other bunkhouses, wooden planking and walls, and a pair of doors at the far end bracketing a hearth with a blazing fire, and a big pot boiling and gurgling on a metal grate. Two sets of benches stretched the length of the building, pieced together from picnic tables, and office desks, cabinets, and doors placed across sawhorses. On the benches sat a combination of science-looking equipment and everyday cookware, glass beakers with rounded bottoms and curls of smoke drifting up, plastic soda bottles, pots and pans with modified lids, darts of flame shooting straight up the side of burners cooking bubbling substances, all the pieces strung together by hoses and copper piping. In the center of it all, tied to a pillar in the center of the room, were Jake and Sarah, gagged and blinking in shock as she crept toward them. Sarah made a muffled noise, her eyes flying wide in disbelief as she squirmed and tugged on her restraints. Jake, Sarah, Alice kept her voice low as she rushed over. I can't believe I finally found you. Alice kneeled between them, resisting the urge to hug them, instead taking out her knife, putting the rifle on the floor and leaning in to start cutting at their bonds. Sarah had a bruise on the left side of her face, and Jake's right eye was black and blue, but instead of seeming happy she was there, they both squirmed and shook their heads, mumbling into their gags and blinking in wide-eyed fear. Alice paused with a confused expression and pulled Sarah's gag off. No, Sarah hissed. It's a trap. What do you mean? She leaned forward and started sawing at Jake's bonds. No, stop, you've got to get out of. The front doors burst open, and 3 guards charged in with guns and scowling faces, spreading out across the room with the barrels leveled at her. Chapter 18. Ryan Cooper, Lansing, Michigan. Ryan worked the well pump one-handed and tried to pour coffee from a thermos with the other, his shoulders shifting, hands shaking, as he attempted to keep the majority of the frothy liquid inside the cup and not on the ground. When it was half full, he gave up and placed the thermos down and sipped, watching as the morning sun rose high over the trees, distant and misty, behind a wall of clouds drifting off to the east. Helen was finishing up with the chickens, watching them spread out across the yard and running free with Duke on guard, while Diana and Duchess sat away off to their left, intent on something small and noisy moving in the tree line. Letting go of the plunger, Ryan raised from his lawn chair and looked down his rifle scope for trouble, but the dog's ears settled, and Duchess laid down with her tongue lolling out as whatever small animal it was finally vanished. There'd been endless false alarms and scares throughout the night, Ryan endlessly paranoid about Jack and his people trying to pull a fast one. And after dinner, he'd expanded his area traps on the north sides of the shed and chicken coop, layered with debris and nail boards. That had taken the rest of the hose and more scrap wood from the barn, and his hands were sore from hammering half the night, but he felt somewhat better for being slightly more prepared. Helen drew some chickens off with a handful of feed before she shuffled back the other way in an evasive maneuver with the big rooster and hens giving chase. Laughing and calling to them, she finally turned and tossed the feed off to the left, and the birds broke on a dime toward it. "I could live out here the rest of my life," she said, coming over, panting, smiling, and wiping sweat off her brow. Ryan sat back down and resumed pumping, getting the water flowing again and listening to it splash in the tank. "I'm glad you're having a good time. Meanwhile, I'm being reminded of why we decided to leave this and head for a townhouse." The townhouse was Alice's suggestion. Helen picked up the thermos and another cup and sat in a lawn chair next to him. "And it was a good one," Ryan nodded. "Selling the farm was the right decision. Couldn't expect the kids to take care of their farm and ours. I guess it's something everybody has to think about at some point. Getting old sucks. Beats the alternative." Helen took a sip of her coffee and leaned forward with her knees together, gazing toward the sun. "You know, I've barely thought about the townhouse since we've been here." "I'm sure it burned up like everything else," Ryan replied with a grunt. "I haven't thought about it much either. Doesn't much matter, though, what with all of this going on. We're both safe, that's what matters." Helen smiled. "I love you too, dear. I just wish Alice and James and the kiddos were here with us to enjoy it. They'll come home, I just know it. And it'll be great having Sandy and Stephen here with us. We could use their energy. First thing I'm doing is having Stephen get that milk canister from the barn every day," Ryan chuckled. "The thing about tears my shoulders off when I try to carry it." Helen laughed and gestured to the pump. "Is it my turn yet?" "Yeah, take over for a bit while I take a walk around and check up on things." "Switch seats." Ryan got up and shouldered his rifle, stretching and pulling at his arms and hands to work out the kinks. "Thanks, hun. I'll be back in 15 or 20 minutes to finish topping it off." "Okay, be careful." Ryan walked out to where Duchess and Diana were sitting, petting them, rolling his shoulders, working out the stiffness that had settled in since he'd started pumping water almost an hour ago. The previous evening they'd used the water liberally, each showering before they refilled the jugs and spare plastic water bottles, putting some in the refrigerator to chill. It had only taken the tank down about a quarter of the way, and the pressure in the kitchen spigot had decreased from a moderate flow down to a slow trickle. The basement shower, on the other hand, wasn't an issue, and the pressure was solid even after the usage. "I don't see anything out there," he told the dogs, "but we might as well walk out and see." Ryan strode off with his rifle in hand, and the dogs trotting behind him, getting distracted by little things like helicopter seeds and leaves drifting in the wind. Early signs of fall's approach with the promises of chill winds and rain. They still had to prepare for winter, which was hard to do when he had to worry about people like Jack Willoughby around every corner. He continued circling the property, sometimes walking along the tree line, other times stepping deeper inside the woods, both for a change of pace and to make sure nothing untoward was going on where they couldn't normally see. The spruces and firs stood tall, sticks and nuts clattering on the forest floor, and the heavy, sweet scent of forest musk and dead leaves filled his head. Beyond the trees, the ducks were quiet on the ponds as the sky darkened and storm clouds rolled in fast and low. A distant sound stopped him in his tracks, the faint growl of what first sounded like thunder, but continued on long enough that he realized it was an engine, throaty and deep. Staring south toward the road, he half expected a truck to pass by, but when the engine's roar faded to silence, he hurried back to Helen, placing his gun on the EV's hood. "I know that look." Helen looked up from her pumping. "Is something wrong?" "I heard an engine again, this time from the south. Definitely a truck, diesel." "Is it the same as the one you heard before?" "Nah, this one is much bigger. Sounds like someone out there was able to cobble together some working parts." "Isn't that a good thing?" The military guys showing up was probably a good thing, but I don't know if I trust some random person out there who has the resources to put together a truck." Helen kept pumping. "Might I remind you that we have 3 working vehicles?" "You've got me there," Ryan laughed. "Still, this doesn't sit well with me." A bright flash of lightning lit the western sky, followed several seconds later by a peal of thunder that rolled over them, a rumbling vibration that rattled the windows of the house and car. The skies had changed considerably, dark shapes sweeping in across the blue, the clouds deepening in color as more lightning ripped through them. "Storm's coming in fast." Helen looked over her shoulder. "Looks like a big one." "I have an idea." He walked over to the water tank and lifted the lid to check how full it was. "Hey, can you help me with something?" "Sure." Helen dropped the plunger and stood. "What is it?" "There are several more of these tanks out behind the barn, and Ryan never set them up." "Rain catchers." "Exactly." "That's a great idea. It'd be a perfect backup if Sandy can't get the well pump." "That's what I'm thinking. I just hope I can get them set up before the rains get here." Ryan grabbed the ramp he'd used to drag down the bricks and hooked the chain to it. "If we can't catch this one, we'll catch the next." "Yeah, but the faster we set it up, the better. Give me a hand." Ryan attached the chain to the EV's frame, and they got in and drove up to the garden shed, grabbed another 200 bricks, and stacked them on the wood. Ryan hauled the bricks up to the barn with Helen getting out and shooing away the curious animals to make way. Together, they rolled 2 500-gallon tanks onto the layer of bricks and rested them upright. Constantly checking his rearview mirror, Ryan slowly drove the bricks and tanks down to the house, wincing as the tanks slid around on the bricks, but didn't topple. As the first kisses of drizzle fell from the sky and thunder fell on their heads in claps, they rolled the tanks off and put them aside. "If you clean these out, I'll stack the bricks next to the main tank." "Okay." Helen used the remaining disinfectant mixture to scrub out the tanks while Ryan stacked the bricks 3 levels high. The sprinkles of rain got heavier for a moment but faded just as fast, the wind kicking up, gusting, then falling off again. "Let's roll these up and let them catch what water we can today." Ryan took the lids off and set them aside, holding out his hands to catch a few raindrops. "Might get an inch or more if we're lucky, and this storm lasts for a while." Together, they got them into position and stood back and admired their handiwork, and Ryan gestured. "I'll chain these two to the main tank, but I want to get one more tank, position it at the corner of the house, and run downspout extensions to it. We'll get everything that runs off the back of the house, but it'll have sediment, bird crap, and whatever else is up there. The animals would be fine with it, and it'll save us from having to pump water exclusively for them. Let's go up to the barn and grab the last tank." Helen called to the dogs and put them inside while Ryan waited for her in the car. And as soon as she got in, he drove up past the chickens who were huddling in the coop, seeking shelter from the coming storm. "I swear I'll only be gone for a little while, Stephen. Summer will be here with you the whole time." "But I don't like summer," Stephen complained, where he sat on the floor with his book in hand, staring up at her. The pair had been camped out in the living room since the fires had claimed all the bedrooms, the damaged section of the house completely blocked off with plastic and tarps. Sandy slept in Trace's old recliner while Stephen took the couch, using coverlets and blankets from the hall closet to stay warm. They still had the kitchen, though nothing worked, no electricity or gas, the stove and refrigerator as good as useless. She'd been cooking their food on the porch with a camping stove taken from the attic, and had brought down some sleeping bags for especially cold nights. 5-gallon buckets served for washing up and as restrooms, and she emptied the dirty water and waste each evening in the bushes far from the house. The faucet had worked for a few days, but they were on city water lines, and soon the pressure from the nearby water tower had run out, forcing her to haul water from a nearby creek and boil it on the camping stove. For a while, they'd been okay, gathering supplies from the basement and attic and trading them with Jack's group, but they were running out of things to trade. The cupboards were bare, and she was running out of material to burn to boil water. Her only hope was to get Ryan and Helen the well pump they needed and join them on their farm. "You met Summer before. She's a nice lady." "She reminds me of those other people," Stephen sighed. "Jack and Barb, they hurt you, Mom." "Yes, they did." She brushed his hair back. "But we're going to change all that. I just have to get one thing, then I'll be home right away." Stephen was 10, but he was a sensitive and perceptive boy, and his father's death and their unstable living conditions had sent him into a tailspin of fear and neediness. It hadn't helped when Jack and his friends had stopped in to threaten them, and then followed up by giving her a brutal beating. "You're going to leave and never come back," he said with wide, teary eyes. "That's not true. I'm just going down the street to do a little scavenging so we can have something to eat." She gave him her best mom's smile. "And when I get back, all this will change." "What do you mean?" "I can't explain it right now, but don't say anything to Summer, okay? It's just between you and me." Stephen nodded. "Okay. I can keep a secret." "I know you can. That's why I'm trusting you with this. Be a good kid for Summer, and I'll be back before you know it with something really special." "Is it toys or something?" he asked skeptically. Sandy laughed. "I can't tell you. If Jack and any of those others come around, just tell them I'm out scavenging for food. Got it?" She held up her fist. "Yeah." Stephen knocked knuckles with her and grinned. Sandy raised and looked out the window where the skies were dark. "There she is now. Bye, hun." She kissed Stephen on the head, stuffed her feet into her rubber boots and grabbed a black poncho off a hook, stepping outside and nodding to Summer, who came up to the porch in a yellow sweater. "How long do I need to stay?" Summer asked as a drizzle fell. "I'll only be gone a couple of hours. 3, tops." "You're not going to that farm with those old people, are you?" Sandy scoffed. "Absolutely not. Because Jack told everyone not to go there, and he'll blame me if I'm here watching your kid while you're doing that. I talked to Jack, and he wants me out there scavenging. He gave me a whole list of things he needed, so you helping me helps Jack." "Oh," Summer said, "I guess that's okay." Sandy took her by the arms and smiled warmly. "Look, we've been friends a long time and you know how Jack is. I'm not working against him or any of them. I really want to help, but I'm not okay with them after what they did to me. That's why I'm asking you. Please, just watch my kid for a few hours, huh?" Summer gave her a crooked grin and nodded. "Yeah, no problem. Maybe we'll find a game to play or something. He's got a stack of board games, and he loves the one with the warships." "Okay, no problem. Thanks." Sandy gave her arms a squeeze, turned, and walked off past the junk lying in the yard, the old boat covered up and forgotten, a half-assembled motorcycle beneath a blue tarp, and other reminders of their past life when the family was much happier, or at least appeared happy on the surface. But Trace was gone both for better and worse, and it was up to Sandy to come up with a solution to feed Stephen and herself and help them survive. Beneath ominous clouds and increasing winds, she strode briskly up Kirby Road past widespread farmhouses and fields, their doors hanging open, houses burned to the ground, firebombed vehicles resting crooked in the road or in folks' yards. A quarter-mile down, she turned left on Hawkwood Road and walked another half-mile before going right on Kellerman, where many of the town's small construction businesses were located. The bigger lumber supply stores were farther down Hawkwood, but she didn't have time to go into town, so she'd have to hope she could find the well pump somewhere on Kellerman. She'd driven past the area many times, had seen vans and tractors drive in, but had never gone down it herself. Trace would have known where to look since his company helped service the community's septic tanks and plumbing lines, but he'd gotten himself shot and wasn't doing anyone any good buried in the Burtons' backyard. The paved road turned into gravel, and signs came into view: Evans Sand and Gravel, Mitchell's Plumbing and Accessories, 67 Lumber, and many others. In their parking lots, construction vehicles of all types sat crumpled with their bucket arms gnarled and twisted. The cabs exploded, parts scattered for 100 yards in every direction, though some of the businesses were, mercifully, intact. Sandy stopped in the middle of it all and turned in a full circle with no idea which building might have a well pump. The plumbing store looked like it sold faucets, pipes, and other general supplies, but well pumps were a different matter entirely. "There's got to be one around here somewhere," she said, walking farther down the road, shining her flashlight into the growing darkness. There was a shadowy sign at the end of the road, one her light couldn't reach, so she walked the last 30 yards until it was revealed. Majestic Septic and Well Service was written in large letters, with a company logo beneath it that was too worn away by age and poorly applied paint to make out. The building was medium-sized with an office on the left and a small warehouse on the right, the glass entrance still intact and reflecting both her flashlight and the distant crackles of lightning. She checked the office building first, shining her light through the window at the water tanks on the sales floor, hose and tubing hanging on the walls, shelves full of chemicals, filters, and what appeared to be well-related components in the back. The front door was locked, but Sandy found a brick in the landscaping and smashed the window, using a stick to knock the sharp shards from around the sides. She stepped in and went straight to the back, checking out the signs for the various types of well pumps that were available with pressure readings and gallons per minute posted on their labels. Choosing a pump that seemed about the middle of the road of what was on display, she pulled it off the shelf and dropped it on the floor with a clank. Dragging it a few feet, she tried to lift it, but dropped it again. It must have weighed 100 pounds, and there was no way she'd be able to drag it home, let alone to the Coopers, by herself. She left it on the floor and headed toward the back and through to the warehouse via a pair of swinging double doors. The dark quietness of the warehouse and constant pattering of rain sending cold fingers dancing up her spine. Sandy found a handcart in the warehouse and pushed it to the front of the store just as a flash of lightning exploded and drizzle came down hard before backing off again, teasing, threatening to dump a flood outside. She put her flashlight and poncho down and tried to lift the heavy pump, resting part of it on the cart and using her knee to shove it the rest of the way on. Shrugging on her poncho, she gripped the cart handle and pushed it outside, peering up at the sky where the clouds settled in dark shapes. She started pushing the cart up the gravel drive, but it got stuck on loose scree. Turning it around, Sandy pulled it backward, jerking and muscling it across the lot, keenly aware of the rapidly passing time. After 15 minutes of struggling, she wrestled it onto the paved road and spun it around, leaning on it as she pushed. The wheels clacked and clattered, sometimes catching fast and almost dumping the pump, but she held onto it with a white-knuckled grip and kept it stable. She ran the cart down the middle of Hawkwood as the rain alternated between heavy drops and drizzle, using her flashlight to catch gleaming metal and scraps in the road to avoid them. Turning onto Kirby, Sandy paused there and caught her breath, leaning on the cart and running her fingers along the smooth, wet well pump. The rain and darkness, though a bane to getting it back home, would shield her from prying eyes and allow her to hide the pump temporarily until she could gather Stephen and make a break for the Coopers. Head down, she got behind the cart and pushed it a quarter of a mile until she came around the curve to her house. With a sudden gasp, she jerked the cart to a halt and drew it back behind the cover of the trees. Leaving the cart there, she followed the tree line, keeping to the shadows and watching them from the bushes near her driveway. 50 yards past her driveway, a dozen armed people were squared off, half of them Jack's group, the others strangers. A massive dump truck sat on the left-hand side of the road, with several strangers clustered around the front of it, and more people crouched in the dump bed with rifles and shotguns aimed at Jack's group. Jack and Barb had set their guns on the ground while Mike Jones and the others were in the process of lowering their weapons as well. The leader of the group of strangers appeared to be a thin, older man with a mustache dressed in a military jacket, rifle in his hand, and speaking to Jack. The two men flanking him were huge, wide-shouldered, and big-bellied, though they stood in soldiers' stances with their fingers outside their weapons, trigger guards, barrels pointed at the ground. When Jack didn't give the leader the answer he wanted, one of the big men shouldered his rifle, stepped in faster than Sandy thought possible and grabbed Mike, twisting his arm behind his back and sending him to his knees. A pistol appeared and pressed against the back of his head, and Sandy crept closer, struggling to hear what they were saying over the rain and thunderclaps. Mike held his hands up and begged, "Please, man, don't shoot me. Jack told you already, we don't know any Ryan or Helen. Or any Coopers." A short, compact man stood behind the enemy leader in the same professional pose as the others, but his head swiveled slightly as he scanned the area for any more of Jack's people. When his eyes slid in Sandy's direction, she gasped and dropped down again, crouching and peeking through a gap in the branches. "Ask you one more time," the leader said. "Tell us where the Coopers are." Jack put his hands up and spoke in a low, soft tone. "I told you, man. We don't know any Coopers. Never heard of them. This is our neighborhood, and there isn't much left for you to take. So, you'd be wasting bullets if you—" The leader flicked his chin at the one holding Mike, and Mike's head suddenly exploded, blood splattering the pavement in a V-shaped pattern before he dropped like a log. Sandy put her hand over her mouth to keep from yelping, backing away, staying out of sight and slipping back to the tree line where she'd parked the cart and pump. She grabbed the cart handles with shaking hands, fear coursing through her body. The image of Mike's blood and brains splattering the pavement burned into her retinas. Stephen. Sandy wanted to hide the cart and get inside her house, but she paused, hearing the leader's voice in her head. "Tell us where the Coopers are." If the strangers caught Ryan and Helen unawares, she and Stephen's last hope for a safe haven would vanish, and they would be left alone to fend against the evils of the world. Sandy turned the cart around and pushed it back up the road, running for the only people who could help her. Chapter 19. James Burton. La Porte, Indiana. James leaned inside the Humvee and tightened a few bolts on the fuel pump, tugging on the lines to ensure the clamps were tight. He backed out from beneath the hood and wiped his hands on a rag, squinting into the sunlight that bathed the motor pool's rear parking lot. The skies were blue for the first time in days, and he was working out back to avoid the worst of the field of corpses in the front and middle sections of the outpost. The repair shop shielded them from some of the stench, though an occasional draft would come through the bay doors or around the structure, carrying the scent of rot. Oswell lay on a cot in the shade with her left leg hanging off and her right leg straight, the only comfortable position she could find. She removed her IV and was solidly on the upswing, getting stronger by the hour, her color returning to her face and neck. Her eyes were brighter and more alive, her grins and jokes more frequent between the pained groans as she continued to get through the downward swing from the cocktail of drugs in her original IV. "Thanks for helping me pull this Humvee around," James said, walking up, wiping grease off his fingers. Oswell waved a hand dismissively. "All I did was steer. You pushed." "I got the fuel pump in. I'll install the alternator next, then I'll need your help putting the new tires on." She swung her legs off the cot and leaned into the sun, covering her eyes with her hand. "You're a pretty handy guy, you know that. First tanks, now Humvees. You a grease monkey in a former life." James chuckled. "No, never. I've got a degree in mechanical engineering and I like to tinker." "What you do before all this?" She waved her hands in circles in the air. Corporate gigs, boardroom stuff, research and development, stuff like that. My real love is maintaining our farm. I set up our solar panels and charging system for the whole house, fixed pretty much every electrical and plumbing system in the place twice over, stuff like that. Replaced a few transmissions, swapped a few engines, overhauled our tractor. "Since we're on the subject, how exactly did you fix that tank?" James smiled and grabbed the alternator from a table, searching for a 10mm socket. "Fix is an exaggeration. The firing mechanism was jammed, that's all. Some grease and a good whack got it working again. Plus, there were other tanks. Fixing one didn't make or break that situation." No. You're the hero of Kansas City, full stop." "Yeah, well, right now, I'd settle for the hero of La Porte." Leaning in, he worked the part into place, but the angle was off, and the compartment was crowded with hoses and other components. He grabbed a rubber mallet and twisted the cylindrical alternator in as far as it would go, hammering lightly on the metal frame to get it to snap in place. James' finger tightened all the bolts, used a socket wrench to get them tighter, and connected the wires, then worked the belt into place, grunting and straining to get it on the pulleys and tightened. All right, all done. He wiped off the alternator and backed out. Now to get this tire changed. James jacked up the front right side and applied spray lubricant to the lug nuts of the old wheel. Then he and Oswell rolled the new tire over next to the vehicle. "Hold up a second. Let that lube loosen the lugs up a bit." "How are you feeling?" he asked Oswell. "You good, or you need to sit down?" "Much better. I'm still a little sore and nauseous from the medication, but it's a night and day difference from before. I changed my hip dressing earlier and it's looking clean. No infection." "Fantastic. As soon as we get this tire changed, we'll be good to try and fire this sucker up and see what else needs fixing." He got back to the tire, and with the help of a breaker bar finally got it off. Then Oswell helped him put the new one on, finger tightening the lug nuts before he finished them off with the breaker bar once again. Tossing the tool aside, he circled to the driver's side door and got in. James paused with his finger over the start button. Moment of truth. "Why didn't you test it before we put the tire on to make sure the parts worked?" James pushed the start button and the engine thrummed to life, settling into a smooth idle. "I didn't need to, 'cause I'm good." Oswell laughed. "I guess so." "Okay, let's get packed up and get the hell out of here, eh?" "Ready when you are." James circled to the back, flipped open the hatch, tossed his backpack inside. Oswell had rounded up some food from the vending machines, a few MREs and a dozen bottled waters they'd found scattered through the ruins. He added the extra flashlights, first aid kit, bedrolls, fold-out cots, pillows, and blankets from the barracks, and they had several magazines of M4 ammunition, 2 rifles, and a service pistol each. "Hopefully, we won't need any of this stuff. Something tells me we will." "Yeah, no, I suspect we will too," Oswell shuddered. "You never know what can happen out on the road." "You've got that right." James slipped on his jacket and ammunition vest, checked his weapon to ensure it was charged, and slammed the hatchback closed. "Okay, I think we're ready. I'll take the first driving shift." "Negative on that, Oswell. You're still hurt. And you've barely slept. We didn't come all this way for you to fall asleep behind the wheel and wreck us. Step aside, Mr. Mechanic." James started to protest, but her mention of his state of exhaustion brought it to the forefront of his mind, and his whole body sagged as he leaned against the Humvee. "Fine," he relented. "I'll ride shotgun if that's what you want, but let me know if your leg or hip starts bothering you." "Don't worry. I will." They got in and Oswell buckled up, put the Humvee into drive, and headed around the mechanics lot where several vehicles sat off to the side, quietly rusting in the sun. She navigated the debris-filled streets, easing between the corpses and garbage, sometimes with no choice but to run something over, then push through the gates, breaking the chain and spreading them wide. With the highway open to them, they turned left on Highway 2, heading northeast, no longer limited by the power of their legs. James settled back with his rifle on his lap, surrounded by armor and bullet-resistant glass, finally able to rest without having to do so. He took a few gulps of water and leaned forward, painfully aware of the cuts and bruises all over his body. Rolling up his pants legs, he traced some purple spots along his right shin, tender to the touch, then picked at his socks, which were grubby and brown, boots grass-stained and muddy. He had an ache in his knees that had been there for a while due to the endless hours of pedaling and running, and he was covered in scrapes and bruises from fighting, running, and hiding. Settling back, He flexed his hands and noticed the tiny cuts in his fingertips from fixing the truck, his fingernails caked with dirt and grease. A coating of sweat and dust covered his arms, face, and neck, and the bags under his eyes could hold an elephant each. "You okay?" Oswell asked with a glance. "Yeah, no. Probably not," he sighed. "Feels like I've lost 20 pounds or more, and I'm more beat up than I realized. If there are people at this training camp, do you think they'll have some medics and a shower? What happened to ladies first? Look, I know you're worse off than me, but I wouldn't be surprised if I have some low-grade infections I'm fighting at this point. Plus, I reek. Oh, son of a, I should have showered back there," James groaned, slapping his forehead and sinking lower in the seat. Oswell howled, more full of energy than she'd been since she'd been wounded. "Relax, Burton. You were too busy saving my life and getting us on the road. And yes, they'll have showers. Any chance they'd let me keep the Humvee so I can take it the rest of the way home? That I can't promise. I'll ask, but you know how strapped they are for vehicles." Yeah, it was the same story back in Kansas City." James rolled his eyes good-naturedly. "I'm just good for fixing y'all's stuff." The road passed beneath their wheels, near silent but for the rolling of their tires and the constant thrumming of the big diesel engine, slow and steady, eating up the easy miles. The slight bumps and swerves lulled James into a half-sleep, head back on the hard seat with his hands resting in his lap. His aches and pains were many, but the weariness of the road grabbed him and pulled him down into a gentle and welcoming darkness, and a few moments later, he nodded off to sleep. James came to suddenly, drawn from the depths of slumber by Oswell's gentle shaking. He reached for his rifle out of habit, looking around in a panic for a few seconds before Oswell's words reached him. "James, hey." Her words were hushed but urgent. "Get up. We're here. We made it." He blinked and groaned. "What? We're here already?" "Yep. We made it to the outpost, and everything is fine." She gestured through the front window. James sat up, placing his rifle aside as a contingent of National Guardsmen came running up to their vehicle, rifles at the ready, one soldier knocking on his window and motioning for him to get out. But he was still groggy, shaking his head and rubbing sleep out of his eyes. Oswell popped her door open, putting her hands up as she spoke. "Easy, guys. I'm Private Emily Oswell of the Illinois National Guard. We just came from La Porte." "Private Oswell," a guardsman said, "we need you to step out. Please get out and step to the front of the vehicle. I need a hand. I'm injured and can't walk very well." Hands reached in and helped Oswell out, guiding her toward the front of the Humvee as she gestured and explained things. James popped his door and pushed it open, then hands reached in to take his rifle and pistol, disarming him and pulling him out at the same time. "Hey, guys, I'm on your side. Take it easy." "Relax," a guardsman said. "Just follow directions and you'll be fine." "I understand, just, hey, go easy on the private, okay? She really is injured." James waited until they finished frisking him and lowered his hands, allowing himself to be guided to the front of the truck, where a stocky guardsman with short-cropped hair stood with his hands behind his back. The outpost was much like La Porte, with a wide courtyard and straight lanes leading off to other parts of the complex. Troops were hustling back and forth as orders blared from speakers, and more than a few people stopped to watch them. "You say you came from La Porte?" the stocky officer asked. "That's right, Sergeant Piker," Oswell replied. "The outpost was overrun. The armory and most of the buildings were burned down and looted. We lost contact with them almost a week ago. Did you find anyone alive?" "Negative. There was a mix of civilians and troops there, but everyone was dead. James Burton," she gestured to James. Fixed this Humvee, and we topped off the tank and drove it on over. Let me tell you, Sergeant Piker, you guys are a sight for sore eyes." Piker looked from Oswell to James and back again, still eyeing them with a healthy dose of skepticism. "Glad you made it. Are either of you hurt?" "I was shot in the leg and hip, and I had an infection for a while, but I'm past the worst of it." Piker gestured to a medic. "See to Private Oswell." Oswell waved the medic away, even as she grimaced and rubbed at her hip. "Can you see to my friend here first, please?" "You've been shot, Oswell," Piker said. "My orders are to see to military personnel before civilians." "With all due respect, Sergeant," she replied, "James is the only reason I made it out of Chicago with news about LaPorte. Please, he's been taking care of me the past few days, and he needs medical attention more than I do." Piker started to protest, but Oswell shook her head. "Sergeant, you don't understand. This is James Burton. He's the hero of Kansas City." "Pardon me, Private," Piker asked, the other eyebrow going up. "You mean the tank guy?" "Yeah, that James Burton." "Hey, we heard about that," the medic said. "Something about a jammed firing mechanism he repaired. Got that tank firing again, and they lit up those attackers like it was the 4th of July. Piker's stance relaxed ever so slightly as he looked over at James. "Is that right?" "I mean," James shrugged, "the story is slightly exaggerated, but I did get that tank firing again. I'm no hero, though." A few guardsmen standing around relaxed along with Piker, a couple of them whispering amongst themselves as Piker nodded and spoke to the medic. "Corporal Whittaker, take Mr. Burton to the medical tent and get him checked into an examination room." "You got it," Whittaker replied. "Come on, Mr. Burton, I've got an ATV over here." "Thank you, Corporal. Sergeant Piker, you too, Oswell, catch up with you later." "No problem, James. You're in good hands now. I'll catch up with you in a bit." "Sounds good." Whittaker was a short woman with short-cropped brown hair, and she moved with an urgency, guiding him to an older green ATV with a red cross on the front, helping him into the passenger seat before getting behind the wheel. She started the ATV and drove them in a tight circle away from the crowd of guardsmen who were listening as Oswell continued detailing what had happened to her to Piker. "A civvy fixing a tank?" Whittaker asked, weaving past a group of marching soldiers and taking the first right down a lane of barracks placed side by side along the route. "You know, when I heard that, I thought it was just some BS story. You really do that?" "I have a background in mechanical engineering, and it was really just a simple jam. The crew would have fixed it eventually." "Nah, don't sell yourself short," she said. "From the way I hear it, you basically saved that place single-handed." "Ha, hardly." James chuckled, gripping tight to the handholds on the ATV as it swerved around a group of people. "How have you folks been holding up here? Things were bad at LaPorte, but it seems like you've been holding up okay." "Things have been calm for the most part. We've been sending crews out to help other outposts and have taken in a few refugees. Sad to hear about LaPorte, though. I knew some people who were stationed there." "Yeah, it was a messy sight, a real tragedy." "Where are you hurt, Mr. Burton?" "My side, knees, ankles, everywhere, I guess. It's been a long couple of weeks. We'll start with some X-rays to see if you have any broken bones or sprains." "Thank you, that would be great. Honestly, I think a shower and some sack time will help the most." "I think we can help with that. Okay, here we are." Whittaker drove him up to a 2-story brick building where nurses and guardsmen bustled to and fro, and 2 medics stood outside the doors, talking quietly. They parked in a side lot, and Whitaker circled to help him out. "I've got it, thanks," James said, climbing out with a tired groan. Whitaker took his arm anyway and guided him through the front doors, grabbing a wheelchair as soon as they got inside and gesturing for James to sit in it. "The wheelchair won't be necessary. It's standard procedure in case we need to take you down to radiology." "Well, okay, if you insist." Whitaker wheeled him up to the front desk to talk with the check-in nurse, a prim-looking woman with her hair pulled into a painfully tight bun. She gave him a quick once-over and turned to type something into her computer. First and last name: James Burton. Age: 42. Birthday: James gave her all the required information, and the nurse typed it in rapidly, glancing up at Whitaker when she was done. "Put him in room 15. Dr. Agarwal will be in to see him shortly." Whitaker pushed him past the desk and down the central hallway, turning into the room and placing him near an examination table. Then she gestured to a folded gown. "You'll want to strip down to your underwear and put this on. Just." She looked him up and down, gesturing at his filth-covered clothes. "Fold those up as best you can and put them on the chair there. We'll get them washed for you. After you get changed, you can have a seat on the examination table." "Honestly," James chuckled and stood. "If you've got something better, I'll take it. I've been wearing this shirt and pants for way too long. They might start walking and talking once I take them off." "One thing we've got plenty of is clothing." Whitaker flashed a smile. "I'll see what I can do. Just to let you know, Corporal Moody will be taking care of you, and I'll be busy running errands the rest of the day. If I don't see you again, good luck, Mr. Burton. Real pleasure meeting you." "You too, Whitaker. Thanks a lot." "No problem." Whitaker shut the door as she left, and James undressed, taking off his jacket and t-shirt, his old dirty boots and socks, then peeling off his pants before putting on the soft, warm gown. As he finished, a nurse with shoulder-length hair entered and set a clipboard on the examination table. "Hello, James. I'm Corporal Moody, and I'll be assisting you today. Dr. Agarwal will be in shortly, but do you have any injuries that need immediate attention?" "Hi, nothing critical, I guess. Mostly just general wear and tear all over." "You look pretty beat up," she said, stepping closer, looking him over. "Geez, looks like you've been through the ringer." Moody got all his vitals and updated his chart before stuffing his dirty clothes in a bag and taking them outside. A moment later, a tall Indian man entered with a thin smile, introducing himself as Dr. Agarwal. He went straight over to the chart, picked it up, and had a look, talking as he read. "All your vitals look good. Are you having any pain?" "A little everywhere, doctor, but mostly on my left side." Agarwal finished reading, put the chart down on a nearby desk, and started to put on his stethoscope to examine him, nonplussed by James' rough appearance. "Who did you tangle with?" "Feels like just about everyone. It's a long story. There are a lot of those these days, it seems." Agarwal examined him, starting from his head and working his way down, noting each injury and marking them on his sheet. When he reached the deep cut on James' left shoulder, he murmured to himself and pressed around the wound, drawing a wince from James. "You'll need some stitches. What happened there?" "Could have happened during the fight in the alley with the junkie." James tilted his head, staring off into space. "Or it could have come from a piece of flying shrapnel when Oswell and I were trying to escape an alley. They were shooting at us and dropping bricks on our heads." That would do it." Agarwal clicked his tongue at the sight of James, scraped knuckles, and the large bruise on his right elbow. He stopped to mark those down and checked his heart rate and breathing with a stethoscope. Your heart sounds good, but I'm picking up something in your lungs." He walked around to stand behind James, parting his gown and running his finger from his scapula to his waist. "You've got some pretty severe bruising and intramuscular contusions on this side." "Yep, that's the side that hurts." "What about when you breathe?" "A little." "We'll get chest x-rays." Agarwal circled back to face him and pulled up his gown. "Your shins are marked up pretty badly, and you've got some swelling on this right knee." Leaning forward, he felt around the area, drawing another hiss of pain from James. "Tender there." "Yeah." "Hard to tell if this is a result of trauma or overuse, but I want to get an x-ray of this, too." "You're the doctor." Agarwal stood and marked a few more things on the chart, nodding pointedly. "You mentioned shrapnel. That would be consistent with many of these scratches. Looks like you survived a small war. You're a lucky man." "Don't I know it?" Dr. Agarwal tapped the chart and moved toward the door. "I'll have Corporal Moody take you down, and I'll see you right after with the results." Agarwal exited the room, leaving James sitting in silence for a minute, feeling groggier and in more pain with each second that passed. Moody returned after a short time, helped him into the wheelchair, and rolled him through several hallways, past the bustling skeleton staff, and into a door labeled radiology. She briefly discussed something with the radiologist and had James stand inside the X-ray machine, arms down, arms up, then turned to the side. Afterwards, they had him sit on a table to get a better shot of his knee from different angles, and Moody wheeled him back to the exam room. "Thanks, ma'am." "No problem, Mr. Burton." She parked him closer to the exam table and got out a suture kit, salves, gauze, and bandages. "I'll stitch you up and clean your abrasions while we wait for those x-rays to process." She pulled out a chemical cold pack from a drawer, shook it up, and handed it over. "Here, put this on your elbow." James held the cold pack to his elbow while enduring a series of sharp stings as Moody thoroughly cleaned his cuts and scrapes, applied antiseptic, and covered them with waterproof bandages. She had an efficient touch and had him patched from head to toe in less than 30 minutes, and after numbing the deep cut on his shoulder with lidocaine, she poised with a needle above his skin. "Are you ready?" "I hate stitches," he said and released a long breath. "It won't take long." "Yeah, go for it. Can't be worse than anything that's happened so far." Moody put the stitches in over the course of a few short minutes, leaving him sweating and tense. "All done." She smiled and handed him some pills and a cup of water from the sink. "These first two are for the pain, nothing too heavy." She waited for James to wash them down and gave him a bottle. "This is a regimen of antibiotics, 2 a day for 10 days. It'll knock out any infections you might have." "Perfect, thanks." James popped the top and took the first 2 right away. "I'll let Dr. Agarwal know you're done, and he'll go over your x-rays." "Thank you." "You're welcome. As soon as the doctor is done with you, I'll take you to the showers where you can get cleaned up." "Do you still have hot water?" Her smile widened. "Yes, we do." "Oh, hallelujah. That'll make all this worth it." Moody left, and a moment later Dr. Agarwal entered with a manila folder in his hand. "Well, you've got a fever on top of your cuts and bruises, and I was right about your side." He walked over to the X-ray viewer, flipped it on, and slid the X-rays into their clips, lining them up. "Oh, yeah. I'll start with the knee. No major sprains there, and the ligaments are all intact. The fluid buildup is from overuse, so I suggest taking it easy for a few days. You've got a small fracture on your right foot on that 5th metatarsal bone. Has it been tender to walk on?" Yeah, but I must not have noticed. We were so desperate to get out of Chicago. You'll need to take it easy on that as well. No running, etc. Now, your side is another story. As I mentioned, those intramuscular contusions were a dead giveaway, but the X-ray shows you've got 3 cracked ribs on that left side. Cracked? Indeed. Agarwal stepped toward the viewer and traced the minute cracks with his finger. See here. James leaned forward and squinted. Yeah, I see. Any idea how that might have happened? Probably happened when I fell off my horse. Agarwal's eyebrows rose, the doctor showing some measure of surprise for the first time. Your horse. It's a long story, again. Somehow I'm not surprised. You're not having trouble breathing. A little, but I hardly noticed. The ribs will heal in a couple of months on their own, but do try to take it easy and not get into fights, or fall off your horse again. I'll try not to, James laughed. It might be easier said than done. Pay attention to your breathing. Make sure you're taking deep breaths. Shallow breathing can lead to pneumonia. Oh, I didn't know that. Most don't, and it's admittedly rare, but I've seen it happen. He stepped over to shake James' hand. That's all I've got for you, Mr. Burton. I'll send in Corporal Moody to help you get cleaned up. Welcome to Shipshewana. Moody returned, and with Dr. Agarwal's blessing, James was allowed to forgo the use of the wheelchair. James and Moody walked down several long hallways to the rear of the facility where there were spare sleeping quarters for the staff, a locker room, and a shower and restroom area. The mirrors were still steaming from a recent shower, and the smell of lightly scented shampoo filled the air. Moody handed him some shower sandals, a couple of bottles, a wash rag, and an oversized towel. There's shampoo and soap. Just toss your gown into the laundry basket there by the sinks, and I'll have some fresh clothes waiting for you on that bench there. Thanks, Corporal. Seriously, thank you. No problem, Mr. Burton. When you're done, just come outside and find me at the end of the hall at the administration desk. I'll take you to see Colonel Hawkins. He runs this outpost. Yes. Okay, thank you. I'll be in and out in 10 minutes. James slipped on the shower sandals and stepped into an open shower area with 12 spigots along the far wall. He hung his towel from a hook, took off his gown, and tossed it around the corner into the basket. Over at the last spigot, he adjusted the water to warm and ducked his head into the spray, letting it splash over his shoulders and down his back. The water hit his few unbandaged cuts and abrasions, stinging his skin, but James only cranked it hotter, washing his hair, dragging his fingernails along his scalp, and removing all the grease and dirt. He sighed with relief as suds rolled down his chest and pooled around his feet, the heat sinking into him as the bone-weary cold relinquished its hold on him in a single shiver. He scrubbed himself gently, but thoroughly, watching the dirt and suds run down his legs and swirl around the drain. Hot soapy smells filled his head and banished the lingering scent of corpses, and by the time he was done, his skin was red and flushed with color, and he felt like he'd been entirely reborn. After drying off by the bench, he found the fresh clothes Moody had put out for him, some standard-issue National Guard gear including a new set of boots, green pants and t-shirt, and a light, weather-resistant camouflage jacket. He looked for Moody and found her at the administrative desk, speaking with another orderly and nurse. She turned to him with a smile. Feeling better? Absolutely. I can't thank you enough. Look, I don't want to seem impolite, but is this Colonel you talked about the man to speak to about how I can get going? Already, you just got here. Don't you want to rest for a few days? It's tempting, but I've got to get home. Colonel Hawkins wants to see you first, but I'm sure it won't take long. Right this way." Moody guided him back down the hallway, taking a right at the first hall and walking into a set of offices. She stopped by the conference room door and knocked. "Come in," a man called from the other side. Moody held the door for him, and James stepped inside to find Private Oswell sitting across from an officer with an intense stare that assessed him in an instant, piercing through him and divining all of his secrets, or so it felt. "Hold on a second, Oswell," the man said and shifted to James. "Hello, Mr. Burton. I'm Colonel DeAndre Hawkins and I run this outpost. Please have a seat." "Thanks, Moody." James nodded at Moody and slid behind Oswell to take the chair on her left. Hawkins interlocked his fingers. "Continue, Oswell." "Like I was saying, sir, the outpost was in ruins when we showed up. Half of it was burned to the ground and there were bodies everywhere." "Signs of a fight?" "Yes, all indications were that the civilians had attacked the outpost. It looked like our people put up a good fight but couldn't hold out, I'm sorry to say." The colonel grunted. "I'm not surprised. We've heard similar stories from other outposts. Some are holding out, but too many others have gone offline, and we figure they've been hit as well." Oswell sighed wearily. "Are there any outposts left standing?" "Most are barely holding on. And our orders, let's just say we're holding tight until we can build up enough manpower and machinery to start bringing some law and order back to the cities." "Understood. Anyway, once we arrived, James got an antibiotic drip going for me that probably saved my life, the way that infection was going. We stayed through until the next morning, and by the afternoon, James had a Humvee up and running. From there, it was a surprisingly straight shot here to you. No more trouble to speak of." Hawkins' eyes flicked over to James, his jaw seeming perpetually locked. "The things I've heard about you are impressive, Mr. Burton. You have our thanks." "Please just call me James. And it's nothing, really." "Far from. Oswell told me about you helping her get out of Chicago. What you did for Lieutenant Lister's group is impressive." He let out a small breath, clenching his jaw. "I'd known Frank for a long time, and I'm sorry to hear they were overwhelmed by enemy forces. How you conducted yourself, aiding Private Oswell when you could have left her, is admirable." "I'll admit that I was tempted to cut and run, but I couldn't do that, Colonel," James shrugged. "No way in hell." Hawkins nodded. "And then you dug that bullet out of her hip and got her here on a bike and cargo trailer, no less." "We improvised where we could." "Well, we are incredibly grateful." The colonel shuffled a few papers on his desk, leaning back in his chair. "I'm not sure what your plans are after this, but I'd like to offer you a job. We're short on mechanics and could use the help of someone with your skill set." James gave him a serious stare. "I'm very thankful for that, Colonel Hawkins, but all I want to get home. Is there any chance I can take that Humvee I fixed up?" "I understand you want to get home, and I'd love to give you that Humvee. Truly, I would. But it's already been shipped out along with almost every other vehicle that would run." James put aside his disappointment and nodded. "I can make it on foot from here. It's only another 100 miles or so." Hawkins toyed with the papers as he thought for a moment. "Mr. Burton." "James." "James." He glanced over at Oswell, then back at James, his stiff, no-nonsense demeanor dropping just a bit. "Half my squads were barely a week into training when this all went to hell. Most of my mechanics don't know a monkey wrench from their ass, and we're supposed to be fixing up every mothballed engine we can lay our hands on. Could I persuade you to stay and help us, just for a short while? and offer you an alternative means of transportation by way of thanks. What do you have in mind? Do you know how to ride a horse? James stared at the hard-nosed colonel with a straight face. Then a tickle of laughter grew from his stomach, curling up into his chest to become a full-fledged belly laugh that wouldn't stop. His cheeks and eyebrows crunched up and tried to meet as tears sprang loose from his eyes, and he laughed until it hurt to even breathe. Chapter 20. Alice Burton, Tallahassee National Forest, Alabama. The two adults spread out, their rifles tucked tightly to their shoulders with Alice pinned squarely in their sights. A tall woman wearing hunter's boots, jeans, and a drab green military jacket strode in behind them. "Leave the gun where it is," she barked. "Pick it up and you're dead." Alice's left hand rested on her rifle, pausing as the men charged up on either side of her, making it impossible for her to dive for cover without putting the kids in the way of crossfire. The woman leveled a pistol at Alice's head, glaring from deep-set eyes below a protruding brow line, her blonde hair tied back into a tight ponytail. "I'm serious," she growled in warning. "Leave the gun, or I'll drop you on the spot." As beads of sweat trickled down her dirty face, Alice weighed her chances of grabbing her rifle and squeezing between the tables to take cover before being shot multiple times. She couldn't do it under the best of conditions, much less with her injuries, so she lifted her hand off the gun. "Good. Now stand up." Alice grabbed Jake's hand, clinging to them for a long moment before touching Sarah's shoulder. "Sorry, kids. Hope you find a way out sometime." "No," Sarah struggled against her bindings, tears streaming from her eyes. "Get up," the woman gestured with her pistol. "Now." Alice stood and backed up with her hands up. "Okay, I'm up." "Get her." The guards shouldered their rifles and moved in, one holding her arms while the other circled behind, pinning her hands behind her back and tying them with a length of rough rope. The one behind her grabbed her bindings and jerked hard, digging the ropes into her skin, and Alice grunted in pain, breaking free for a second before he snatched her back with a growl. "Quit screwing around. You're hurting me." "You're not in a position to complain." The woman gestured to a chair with her gun. "Put her down there." The guard hauled her backwards and shoved her toward a seat near a table of nasal decongestant, glass beakers, and small baggies wrapped with rubber bands. The guard slammed her into the chair, grabbed her shoulders, and straightened her, then backed off. The woman holstered her pistol and regarded Alice curiously, stepping closer and lifting Alice's camisole to see the one massive bruise on her abdomen and the scratch down her side. The woman's curious expression deepened as she shifted back to Alice. "That's some wound. Did you get run over by a bull?" "Shot. I don't see any blood. Had a phone in my pocket. It deflected the bullet." "That's some luck." "Incredible luck, yes." The woman placed her hands behind her back and paced. "Did it happen on the trail?" "Yeah." "Who did it?" "Don't know. I was traveling alone, and someone ambushed me from the trees, took most of my supplies and left me for dead." "How'd you find this place?" Alice swallowed dry. "I was coming off a horseshoe-shaped rise and smelled the campfires and food." "And you thought you'd swing through and steal from us?" "I wasn't stealing." "But you broke into this building with these two kids." "I was tired and hurt, just looking for a place to sleep. Found these kids here and thought I'd be a good Samaritan and break them out." "A good Samaritan, huh? You could have come up and introduced yourself." Alice shrugged and the woman stared at her for a long moment. "Well, my name is Riley and I run this place. This is my home and my business, and I don't like when people break into my home and business for any reason. Now, who are you?" Alice stared ahead, ignoring the question. "You go deaf all the sudden." Riley leaned closer with her hands on her knees. "Who are you, and why are you really here?" "Let me go." Alice squirmed in her seat and tugged at her bonds. "Are you with Charlie's group? Did he send you to spy on us?" "I don't know anyone named Charlie." "What 'bout Reese Maddox? You with her group?" Alice only shook her head. "Like I said, I found this place after I got shot. Wanted a place to put my head down. That's all. Just let me go. You won't see me again." Riley chortled. "Look, you come into our camp and killed our friends." Alice feigned surprise. "I didn't kill anyone. How?" "You're a terrible liar," Riley laughed. "I mean, seriously. You literally have blood all over your hands. And judging by you picking this building, you wouldn't be here if it wasn't important. Could it be," she crossed her arms, "that you've come here for some children?" "What would I want with children?" "Not just any children, your children." "Mine I don't." Riley laughed and jerked her thumb over her shoulder. "Oh, sweetie, I know these are your kids. I even knew you'd come to rescue them right here because that's how we planned this to go. See, your mistake is that you're too trusting, and you're a terrible liar. Did I mention that?" Alice shook her head in confusion. "Too trusting." "Yeah, you shouldn't trust anyone, especially little bratty kids. They like to tell on people, you know." "What does trust have to do with anything?" Riley stepped back and crossed her arms. "Ricky, Colton, come in here a sec, boys." The boys walked in through the open front doors with their hands in their pockets, Ricky barely meeting her eyes while Colton only stared at the floor. Alice sighed and shook her head as the pair stopped next to the guards. "Really, guys? You snitched on me. Not cool." Ricky shrugged, "Sorry." "That's right, Alice," Riley said. "Not only do these two cuties work for me, but they're quite good tattletales. Helps keep the other brats in line." She patted their heads a bit too hard and ruffled their hair before pushing them to the side. "As soon as you finished talking to them, they came to the guards and let them know we had a criminal in our midst." "I'm not a criminal." "Looks like it to me. You killed our people, broke in, and were about to kidnap my two newest workers." Alice slumped more, eyes squeezed shut and burning. "I just wanted my kids, that's all." "Bit off more than you could chew, didn't you? You didn't realize we've established a tight-knit community here. All you managed to do is survive being shot and then get caught." "That's not true," Sarah shouted from behind Alice. "She's a good mom, the best. It was your people who took us, Mark and Christine. You're the criminals." "I don't question my recruiters. Out there." Riley gestured all around. "It's a zoo. I don't care." "I watched you hit them. I watched you hit my kids." Alice rose, but the guard shoved her back into her seat with a thud. "Oh, please, spare the rod and all that. We hit them because we have to," Riley said. "It's all about discipline, and that's how we keep things in order around here. It's a small price to pay for safety and security. Sarah and Jake will come to understand this after you're gone." "You better not hurt my mom," Jake replied with a cold stare. "If you do, I'll kill you and tear this place." Riley spun and backhanded Jake in the face in one smooth motion, knuckles cracking across his jaw and rocking his head to the side. Seething with rage, Alice tried to rise only to be shoved down again, landing so hard shock waves of pain rocketed up her side as she spat and screamed. "Don't touch my children, you bitch." "Oh, Tusk. Language, Alice. And they're my kids now, Alice, not yours. They work for me and they'll fit in real good around here. Right, guys?" Riley ruffled Ricky's hair. Yeah, Ricky nodded slowly. We'll show them the ropes. I guess, Colton added in a soft voice as he stared at Jake's bright red cheek. Riley leaned over with her hands on her knees. Hey, boys, how about a reward? That'd be cool, Ricky replied, but Colton only wiped his arm across his nose and sniffed. Riley jerked her chin at one of the men. Give these guys the rest of the night off. Yes, ma'am, you heard the boss. Let's get you back to your bunks. Ricky went straight for the door and Colton threw an apologetic look back at Alice before following his friend outside. Riley turned to Alice, arms crossed. See, that's what I do here. If you work hard and act right, you get rewarded. If you kill my people and try to steal my laborers, though, her tone dropped an octave and her glare dripped with scorn. Then I string you up by your own intestines and burn you alive in front of your kids at first light. Riley spat at Alice's feet and nodded to the remaining guard before turning on her heel, giving her instructions as she walked out of the building. Check her for any more weapons, then tie her up with them. Let's give dear old mommy one more night with her preciouses. Yes, ma'am. The man lifted Alice from the chair, shoving her over to Jake and Sarah, grabbing her shoulders and shoving her down between them. Alice hit the pole hard and slid down, landing on her tailbone, the shock of white-hot pain so terrible she forgot all about her anger and fury. The guard circled and patted her down roughly, nodding once he'd found nothing else, then leaned between Jake and Sarah, snatched Alice's bound hands, and retied them to the pole over Jake's. As he jerked the bonds tight, Alice grimaced, fighting in vain against tears of agony streaming from her eyes. You're hurting her. Jake twisted his hips and swung his left leg around, kneeing the guard in the side. The guard turned and backhanded Jake in the jaw, knocking his head against the wooden pole with a thud. No. Alice squeezed the word between her teeth, bucking and snapping, trying to break free, but his hand flew in from behind and silenced her with a hard slap to the side of the head, her cheek erupting in fire, white noise exploding in her head. Settle down, lady, or getting burned alive'll feel like a gift. The other guard was just stepping back in and laughed. Yeah, he'll hit you so hard, you'll wake up in the next century. Alice sat in a daze, barely able to move or think, much less break free, and her back ached with agonizing pain, shoulders stretched to their limits at an awkward angle. The second guard circled to face Alice and squatted down in front of her. Normally, I wouldn't have to say this, but I think it's important. He leaned closer and glared from Jake to Sarah. Don't try anything stupid. Stupid will get you killed. I'm already dead, Alice gasped. Yeah, but your kids are. Do something stupid and Riley will hang them right next to you, after they watch you die. You don't want that, do you? Alice merely glared at him, and he nodded in approval. Okay, good. We have an understanding then. He stood and joined the other guard by the entrance, and they paused to watch Alice and the kids before slamming the door behind them and latching it tight, leaving them to contemplate their fate. Chapter 21. Red Fletcher, Lansing, Michigan. For a one-horse town, Red said, this is taking way too long to find these a-holes. The salt truck trundled beneath the turbulent skies, the powerful diesel engine growling higher as he shifted to a lower gear and slowed, turning sharply onto Kirby and pushing the accelerator so they lurched forward. The clouds had been growing more ominous by the minute, big voluminous shapes rolling in like a tide, riding lightning bursts and pealing thunder. Red's group had driven up and down the streets in and around Elsie, winding past neighborhoods, burned down stores and hundreds of acres of fields in forest, but had come across nothing that would indicate where Ryan and Helen Cooper might be. After a good minute of driving slowly down yet another road, Red pounded his palm on the steering wheel. Ah, this is no good. Most of the mailboxes had been knocked over and scattered, and half the homes have burned to the ground. We don't have the fuel to check every friggin' driveway and lane that might have a home at the end of it. A half-mile down another long country road, they found several houses still standing, some with soft lights glowing from the windows, setting an almost cozy scene in the stormy landscape. Red stopped the truck in front of a black chunk of a farmstead with a massive, burned-up tree lying across the roof, its gnarled and blackened limbs buried in the heart of what had been the house. What had once been a sprawling property with a three-car garage, sheds, and wide, screened-in porches was gone. That next house up has lights on, and the one behind us does too, Red said. I say we get out and do some knocking. Someone's gonna know where these old farts are. There. Reynolds pointed up the driveway of the burned-up farmstead where two people stood. As soon as they saw the salt truck, one slapped the other in the chest, and they both ran in the other direction, disappearing into a field where distant lights glowed. Might be trouble, Martha said quietly, her voice barely audible over the roar of the engine. Yep, Red agreed flatly. Want us to hit them first? Reynolds asked, his hand lingering on the door handle. Nah, let's get out and play it low-key. He looked over at his wife. Unless, of course, they give us a reason to play rough. When she didn't respond or look at him, he rolled his eyes. Martha, stay here, please. Red and Reynolds got out and circled to the back of the truck where the others waited in the truck bed, expressions grim, rifles in their hands. Red gestured to Tyler. Tyler and Hanson, step out with us. The rest of you stay low until I give the command for you to make your presence known. Several nodded and squatted against the railing, staying out of sight. With a satisfied nod, Red walked into the street as a group of people strode from the field, led by a heavy-set man and woman with a bunch of hair piled atop her head, each of them carrying shotguns on their shoulders, and flanked by another half-dozen men with handguns and blunt weapons. Here we go, boys, Red said, and moved to greet them with Reynolds and Hanson flanking him, and Tyler staying a few paces back. Red scanned over the group. They were all haggard, younger than his people, wearing tattered clothes that were ripped and grubby. And most crucially, none of them was Ryan Cooper. The leader wore a baseball hat and flannel shirt stretched over his wide chest, and while he wasn't as big as Reynolds or Hanson, he wore a confident grin. Howdy, folks, Red called with a wave. How are you this fine? He glanced at the sky. Well, I wouldn't call it a fine day. Not at all. The leader brought his group up to stand a few yards off the street. My name is Jack, and this is my wife, Barb. These are my people. Red turned and gestured. This is Reynolds and Hanson. Tyler's the one behind me. I'm Red Fletcher. Good to meet you, Red. Now that we've got introductions out of the way, what do you want? I promise we won't be long, Red assured him, looking across the group, studying each one and judging them to be lacking. None were hardened or former soldiers, and none looked like they'd ever shot at another person in their lives. I'm looking for the Coopers. Any chance there in your camp? Everyone in Jack's group shook their heads and threw puzzled looks around. We don't know any Coopers, Jack replied with a shrug. Well, you probably wouldn't mind if we searched your camp and around the area then. Jack smirked and his grip on his shotgun tightened. Hell yes, we'd mind. I'll tell you what. Why don't you toss us the keys to that truck and take your boys on down the road? Don't be stupid, Red chuckled darkly. The big woman with the hair piled on her head stepped forward with a smirk. There's 3 of you and 7 of us. Red stared at her a moment, smirked, and raised his hand, and the people in the truck bed rose in unison, their rifles pointed at Jack and his group. Barb's smug expression melted as she stepped behind Jack, who'd suddenly gone as pale as a ghost. Like I said, don't be stupid. Now put down your guns so we can get what we came for and get out of your hair. Go ahead, Jack swallowed hard and nodded over his shoulder. Everyone put your weapons down. I want to see everyone's hands, Red said. That's right, good, and don't try anything funny. Now tell us where Ryan and Helen Cooper are. Jack balked. I swear that we don't know any Ryan or Helen Cooper. We've never heard of M. Red nodded at Hanson, who shouldered his rifle and grabbed one of Jack's men out of line, twisting his arm behind his back and forcing him to his knees. Hanson whipped his pistol out and put the barrel to the man's skull. Please, man. Don't shoot me, the hostage said, hands up and shaking. Jack told you already, we don't know any Ryan or Helen or any Coopers. Last chance, Red spoke with indifference, idly picking at one of his nails. I'll ask you one more time. Tell us where the Coopers are. Jack put his hands up in an attempt to pacify Red. Look, we honestly don't know any Coopers. Never heard of them. This is our neighborhood and there isn't much left for you to take. So, you'd be wasting bullets if you. Red sighed deeply and Hanson's pistol popped with a sharp crack, followed by a spray of blood on the ground in front of him and the soft thud of the man's body hitting the ground. What the Barb threw both hands to her mouth and hid behind Jack. You shot Mike. You bastards killed Mike. Why'd you shoot him? The rest of the group jolted and backed up, shocked and gaping as their friend's blood soaked into the pavement. You'd be wise to stay right where you are, Red warned them. A ripple of thunder tumbled across the sky and shook the ground, emphasizing his words. Just answer the question, Red smiled pleasantly, and you can go about your day. Where are those old bats hiding? If they're up in your camp and you're lying to us, though, you'll all die. Jack's face worked through several emotions, confusion, concern, and fear, before something finally clicked. Wait, did you say old bats? Yeah, a couple of old people, Ryan and Helen Cooper. I might have mentioned them. Do you mean Alice Burton's parents? Ryan has a daughter named Alice. A thin smile spread across Red's face and Jack deflated with relief. Geez, man, why didn't you just say that? You didn't have to kill Mike. Yeah, we know where they are. So where's the house? Jack pointed up the road and both men turned. Last house at the end of the road, up a long driveway. You can't miss it, but I've got to warn you they're a couple of mean old coots. They killed 5 of us and wounded another when we were just trying to get some help from them. Red chuckled, taking a step forward, causing Jack's entire group to flinch. Help, huh? You mean you were trying to steal from them? Jack's shoulders slumped. They shot first. Hell, man, we didn't expect him to put up such a fight. You say they killed 5 of you. Yeah. Red's eyes narrowed. I assume some of you are hunters, so you must know how to shoot, yes. Most of us, yeah. We know our way around guns. And Ryan and Helen kicked your butts. What the hell happened? Jack glanced at Mike, still lying in a big round pool of blood. A soft crack of lightning broke across the sky, and thunder boomed once more, grumbling like a distant, hungry stomach while the houses stood silent and dark. We didn't think about them at first. Most of us didn't even know James and Alice had gone on vacation. Then everything happened and most of us lost our homes. Supplies got tight. Mike said a couple of old people were house-sitting up the road. Alice's parents. We figured they'd have some things we could use. We tried to scout them, but their damn dogs kept us from getting too close. One day, we heard a tractor on their property, so we snuck up and watched them harvest all the food they had. Jack scratched his head. They have a chicken coop and were bringing in eggs every day. Cow milk, too. They've got everything up there, man, and we were getting desperate. We tried to scavenge in town, but everything was crazy there and we got run out. We thought about going to one of the government camps, but those are too far away. So you decided to attack the Coopers. Yeah, we tried to steal some eggs, but the dogs chased our guy out. Then we sent Mac Tilly to get a count of how many sheep and goats they had, but we think they killed him, 'cause he never came back. Rita, Mac's wife, lost it and demanded we go up there and attack them head on. We got together and rushed right up the front yard, but that old man had traps behind the trees. Jack spat, tone shifting from fear to anger as he related what had happened. He picked off 2 of us, but we finally made it to the porch. That's when we stepped on the nails, and one of us got cut up trying to open the back door. Nails cut up. Yeah, they put razor blades on the doorknobs and glued nails on the steps. Hurt us bad. We eventually made it inside, and that's when things went really bad. How bad? They sixed their hellhounds on us, killed 3 of us, mangled us to pieces. Ron and I barely got out of there with our lives. What kind of dogs do they have? I don't know what they're called, but they're big, white, shaggy things. Probably weigh about 200 pounds each easy. 200 pounds? They're Great Pyrenees, Barb chimed in from behind Jack. I've seen Alice walking them on the road sometimes. Yeah, those get pretty big, Reynolds said. Used to own a couple when I was a kid. Real protective animals. Red sighed and stared up the road for a long moment before holding up a finger to Jack, smiling broadly and taking Reynolds by the arm. "'Scuse us for a minute, folks. Don't go anywhere." He and Reynolds stepped back toward the truck, and Red whispered, "Those old codgers might put up a real fight." "Looks that way, boss. We're up for it, though, you know it." "Traps and big dogs are what await us up the road," Red mused. "We've got weapons and numbers, but it sounds like Jack and his people made Ryan and Helen be more prepared, and they'll likely be ready for an attack. This won't be easy. Thoughts?" "It's up to you, boss. You led us here, and if you think it's too big a risk, we'll back you on that." Reynolds' big shoulders shrugged. "I don't know where we'd go from here, though. Everyone's been looking forward to this." Red's jaw worked. "You're right. We've come a long way, and we have to see this through." He and Reynolds walked back to Jack's group, and Red resumed the prior conversation. "So, you gave up after you got your butts whipped?" Jack shook his head. "We regrouped and talked about attacking them again, but no one wanted to get shot. We were about to give up when we found out Sandy Crenshaw had been playing nice with them, trading and talking to them like regular buddies. We convinced her to lure them out and tried to get them to see things our way, but they didn't want to listen to nothing. Almost shot us up again. Nah, man, we're not going anywhere near that place again." "What are you going to do?" "We're thinking of moving out of here, trying to find greener pastures." Red rolled his eyes. "Everything you needed was at that farm, but you couldn't man up and just take it." Jack placed his hands on his hips and looked at his wife. "Yeah, that about sums it up. You mentioned you got this, who was it, Sandy, to lure them out. Where is she now?" "I don't know." Jack shook his head and turned to look at a house about 40 yards up the road. "She lives right there." Red squinted. "Is that her standing on the porch?" "No, that's Summer, a friend of hers. She's probably watching Sandy's kid." Red smiled and waved, raising his voice to be heard. "Hey there, Miss Summer, why don't you come on down?" The woman standing on the porch was youngish with light hair and a round, frightened face, and when she saw Red was talking to her, she shook her head and backed up toward the door. "Look, young lady," Red beckoned for her again. "Don't make me send one of my boys up there to get you. You don't want to end up next to all Mike here, do you? Summer looked from Red to the dead man lying in the road, and her resilience broke like a wet paper bag. She came down the steps and strode over briskly, stopping at the edge of the yard with her arms crossed and her eyes averted. Now, don't be shy. I won't bite unless you make me. Come on over. That's it. Summer hugged herself harder and walked the last few yards until she was standing right in front of him. That's better. Jack here says you're a friend of Sandy's. Yeah. Where is she? She went out scavenging. And she left you to watch her house. She wanted me to watch her kid while she was away. A boy of about 10 stood on the porch, watching them with big, scared eyes. Red smiled at Hanson, and they both turned their grins on the boy. Well, hello there, son, Red said. What's your name? Chapter 22. Alice Burton. Talladega National Forest, Alabama. As the doors slammed shut and the guards' footsteps faded, Alice tested her bonds by tugging at them but found them so tight that she could barely wiggle her wrists. Are you kids okay? Jake, did you? On it. Mom, Sarah's voice trembled. What happened to you? I saw you get shot. We thought you were dead, Jake grunted as he spoke. We saw Mark shoot you right in front of us. He shook his head and leaned over to brush her shoulder with his. I can't believe you're alive. Easy, son. I'm still hurting pretty bad. You're not a ghost then, Sarah asked. Takes more than a round to the chest to put me down. Alice winked at her daughter. Believe me, I'm as surprised as you are. Turns out I had my phone in my breast pocket, and the bullet ricocheted off the titanium plate and down my side. Didn't kill me, but I'm pretty sure I've got cracked ribs and then some. Oh, Mom, Sarah laughed and cried all at once. I'm just glad you're still alive. We couldn't even think straight the last couple days, Mom, Jake said, his voice gathering strength. I wanted to hurt them so bad for killing you. Well, hurting you. We'll worry about that later, sweetie. Give me the rundown on this place. It's some kind of work camp for junkies and drug dealers, Sarah said. From what I heard, this place was abandoned a few years ago, so they've been making drugs here part-time for a while. Then when everything happened, they decided to move here full-time and take advantage of free labor. Children, Alice snarled. Disgusting. Yeah, they've been working us really hard ever since Mark and Christine left us here. We got thrown in here out of nowhere, though, while we were working outside. I saw you from the woods not long after I talked to Ricky and Colton. I didn't think they'd tell on me like that. You can't trust anyone around here, Jake said. It's not really the kids' fault, though. They're doing whatever they can to survive. I had no idea why they threw us in here, Sarah added, but I guess we know why now. You're the reason. I saw them slapping some kids around, and then you got into it with that foreman. You okay? Yeah, he's a jerk. Jake shifted positions, his hands shifting back and forth behind his back. Most of the kids are orphans, I think maybe all of them are. I guess this is better than starving, but... But what? Alice cut in. Never excuse evil just because there's tragedy. I wasn't, Mom, I was just saying. I know, I'm sorry. Alice's head sagged. We need to get out of here and fast. Wait, what about the rest of the kids? Sarah asked. Don't they deserve to be saved too? Alice hesitated. I don't know how to do that, hun. So evil gets to be left alone just because we don't know what to do to stop it. Point taken. But I'm not doing so hot, and it'll be a minor miracle just to get us 3 out of here. Mom, Sarah stared at her and Alice groaned. Okay, yes, I will do everything I can to give these kids a chance to escape. We can't take them with us, though. We can't just kill all the adults here, and there's no way us three can lead all the kids out of this forest. A chance is all they need. Sarah looked at Jake. I think if there was a big enough distraction, something that really showed them they could fight back, they would. I'll do my best to make sure we can give them that chance, sweetie. But right now, we've got bigger problems. This is a life and death situation, and death is coming for me at first light, apparently. How are you coming with that rope, Jake? Not too bad, I'm about halfway through it. The blade's pretty dull. What you do to it? Oh, the usual, sawed some trees, cut some throats, stabbed some chests. Alice chuckled darkly. Sorry, it's been a long couple days. Sarah looked confused. Wait, what knife? What's Jake doing? I gave him my knife earlier when Riley and her goons came in. Alice winked. Pretty bad acting I put on there, wasn't it? Worked pretty well to distract them. It was awful, Mom. Jake grunted as a piece of rope snapped. I didn't know what you were doing at first. Wait, Sarah's brow furrowed, then her eyes grew wide. Did you seriously? Yup, and for the record, it takes a good actor to pretend to be a bad actor. Jake rolled his eyes. Give me a couple more minutes and I think I'll be done here. A minute later something snapped, and Jake rolled to his knees and started working at Alice's bindings. Alice felt the tight, rough rope start to loosen, and she pulled her hands free, rubbing her wrists, sucking air between her teeth while she waited for another bout of chest spasms to pass. Help me, son, she said, and held out her hands. Jake took them and gently pulled her to her feet, putting his arms around her in a light embrace, whispering into her ear, Glad to have you back, Mom. He broke away with tear-filled eyes. Go free your sister, Alice nodded and shuffled along the nearest row of countertops where the demented science experiments bubbled softly. Smoke spilled from the beakers down the sides, and the acrid scent got stronger, making her nose hairs curl. She turned away as Jake finished loosening Sarah's ropes and helping her to her feet. Sarah rubbed her wrists. What now? Just stay there a minute. I want to check something. Alice walked to the front door, listening for a moment before creeping to the window to her left. The cold campfires in front of the building were dark, and the surrounding woods were still bathed in eerie moonlight. Off to the left at the edge of the yard, Riley and her guards guided a handful of kids who were dragging a pallet of jugs and cans in the general direction of the bunkhouse, Riley motioning for the children to hurry. The kids were leaning forward, straining against the ropes, and giving it everything they had to drag the wooden sled across the grass and gravel. They got it within 10 feet when Riley told them to stop and gestured for them to take some of the items inside. Alice, who'd been peeking around the edge, jerked away and hustled toward the wooden pole, pointing. Quick, kids. They're coming back. Get down in the same positions you were before and act like you're still tied up. Crap, 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 Sarah groaned as she rushed to the pole, sitting and fiddling with the ropes. Jake guided Alice over and helped her sit, waiting for her to put her hands behind her back before he draped the ropes on her wrists and tied them loosely. I'm good, she whispered. Sit and do yours. The latch rattled and the door swung open just as Jake hit the floor, and Alice leaned a little to the right so whoever was coming in wouldn't see what he was doing. Ricky and Colton walked in with canisters in their hands, moving all the way across the room past Alice and the kids, staring straight ahead as they placed the supplies at the end of the row and turned to get more. Speak of the devil, Alice said dryly. I thought you two were getting the night off. Ricky kept walking, but Colton slowed, glancing at her guiltily. Riley changed her mind. What a shock. Shut up, Ricky muttered. Colton, why did you tell on me? I just wanted my kids back. They reached the door, Ricky stepping outside, and Colton turned and held his hands out plaintively. "We had to. It's not like we wanted to." "You don't have to do anything if you don't want to, Colton. You can help us." Colton shook his head and turned away, about to follow Ricky, when Alice hissed softly, "Colton, if we escape, if we find a way, you have to take advantage of it. Understand? You kids need to get out of here and find help." The young boy froze, a deer in the headlights, with his hand on the door as he looked back at Alice for a long moment, then headed through the door. "Mom, seriously," Sarah whispered. "They betrayed you. Colton clearly doesn't want to be here doing this. It was Ricky who told them about me, I'm sure of it." Ricky and Colton returned with more supplies, 4 metal containers with no real labels except for some permanent marker scrawled on the sides, looking heavy as they bumped against the kids' legs. "What is that stuff anyway?" Alice asked. Ricky shrugged. "I don't know. Some kind of chemicals they use to make all this stuff. Quit asking questions." Alice bristled. "You've got quite the mouth on you, you know that." "Only to stupid people who get themselves captured," Ricky said, scowling at her and slamming the cans down hard next to the others. Colton kept his face averted as he followed behind the bigger boy to the end of the counter and waited to put his canisters down. "Those Ray the last ones, Colton," Ricky said, dusting his hands off. "Let's get out of here." "You can still do the right thing," Alice said as they walked by. "Set us free." "Hey, kids, look at me when I'm talking to you. Ricky, Colton, they're going to kill me in the morning. Is that what you want?" When they were just a few feet from the door, Ricky turned, his cheeks red. "Shut up, lady. Just 'cause you're in trouble doesn't mean you need to ruin it for us too." They stepped outside and the door slammed shut, the latch locking hard. "I don't know, Sarah. Even if they have a chance to escape this, they might not actually do it." "Can you blame them?" Sarah leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. "They've lost their parents, and this is the only stability they have, as cruel as it might be." Alice pulled her arms out slowly and slouched in the only position that stilled the ache in her side. "I don't know what to do for them." "Hope that the older ones take charge for themselves when we give them the chance," Jake answered, standing up and offering a hand to Sarah. "And when we get to something resembling civilization, tell someone with authority about this place and what they're doing." "I guess that's the best we can do," Sarah sighed and helped Jake get Alice to her feet. She embraced them as hard as she dared. "Sarah, go check the windows and report if you see anyone coming, but be careful. Don't let anyone see you." Sarah nodded and moved off while she and Jake had a look around, casting shadows across the floor from the glowing burners. "Let's check these out first." Alice shuffled over to some cabinets against the back wall. "Look for any kind of weapon we can use." "Sarah." The 2 guards are standing on the other side of the dead campfires, but they're walking in the other direction. "Good, stay as low as you can. Don't let your shadows betray you." They reached for the cabinets and opened them, checking inside but only finding hazmat suits, N95 masks, and boxes of latex gloves and heavier rubber ones. "Do you see anything, Jake?" "Just a bunch of hazard gear and boots. Do we need any of that?" "No, just keep looking." They spent the next 5 minutes going through the cabinets, gently opening and closing the doors, finally giving up and shutting the last one. Alice walked over to Jake with her left arm held against her side and her right hand on her hip, squirming to find a position that didn't make her teeth clench in pain. The fighting and sneaking around had worn her body down, and she was struggling to continue forcing it to function. Alice took deep, steady breaths, looking around, trying to clear her mind. "What's this here?" She walked over to the containers Ricky and Colton had brought in. "Hand me one of those, please." Jake picked one up and set it on the counter, tilting it back to read the black marker scrawl. Dethyl ether. What's that? Alice shook her head and chuckled softly. Well, this is a meth lab, kids. Jake's eyebrow went up. How do you know that? I watched a lot of Breaking Bad. Bottom line is, this stuff is really flammable, like explosively so. If we set a fire near these cans, the place would go up like a bomb. A big bomb. Think we could use it to mask our escape? Yep, and Riley and the others would think we were dead and wouldn't even come after us. Might take a few of them out if they're close by. So how do we do it? Alice walked along the counter and eyed the instruments and burners. We could probably just open the containers and run, but I want to be 100% sure this works. Find me something to make a wick, like some cloth or something, and let's get this show on the road. You too, Sarah. Sarah nodded and searched along the other counter, checking boxes and shifting things around. What about after we blow it up? I'll explain it as we go. Just hurry and find something. Alice stooped as far as she dared, checking beneath the counters and tables, but only finding more glass beakers and other chemicals. Endless packages of cold medicines still in their boxes, jugs of water and canisters of butane. What about the kids, though? Sarah asked. What will happen when this place goes up? Hopefully, they take advantage of the situation to either escape or take a little vengeance out on their captors. We can't help them any more than that, Sarah pleaded with her. Hun, Alice rubbed her eyes, racking her brain but finding nothing. Like I said before, I'm barely hanging on by a thread. Between the three of us, we're going to be lucky just to get out of here. The kids are. Mom's right, Jake spoke as he checked the other cabinets. We want to help them, but we aren't capable. Best thing we can do is get out of here and try to send help for them later, if we can find anyone to help. At the end of the day, we just need to make sure we have each other. You kids are the world to me, understand? We love you too, Mom, Jake replied. But are you sure this is even going to work? Oh, I'm pretty sure it will. Will this work? Sarah was holding up 2 rolls of paper towels. I was thinking we could unroll these and twist them up like a long rope. Hey, that might just do the trick. Jake, move the cans of dethyl ether closer to the back door. Sarah, unroll the paper towels and I'll start twisting them together. They worked at the end of the counter next to trays of clean white powder, scales, and baggies. Alice took the line of paper towels and twisted them tightly, stretching them out to make a sort of delicate rope, building it until they had 20 feet coiled on the floor. Okay, all the cans are in place, Jake said. I checked out the back window, and I didn't see anyone out there. Great, let's lay this strip of paper towels from the cans to the door. We'll leave one can open to put the end of the paper towels in, slip outside, and light the wick. Then we'll run like the wind. Run where? Sarah asked as they carried the coiled paper towels over. To the river, then circle south to the horses. You found the horses, Sarah gaped. I thought they killed them for meat or something. All but Hercules. I heard someone say they were hitching him up to get supplies, so I don't know if he'll be around. Before Sarah could protest, Alice said, Okay, let's do this. She grabbed a butane lighter near the edge of a counter, and they moved to the back door with the dethyl ether containers, placing them in a cluster about 10 feet from the door. Jake unscrewed one top and set it aside while Alice put the wick inside the opening, bunched it at the top and on the floor, then led the rest to the door. Hurry, kids. I think just the fumes from this stuff alone will make the place go up, and we don't want to be near it when it does. "Are you sure this is going to work?" Sarah murmured as she stood by the door with her hand on the latch. "One way or another. Okay, open the door." All was dark in the backyard, with empty boxes and crates stacked up alongside garbage cans and other waste. The forest stood wide open beyond that, and Alice wanted nothing more than to hide deep within it. But they had one thing left to do if they wanted to get away properly. Sweeping winds came in from the west, rustling the treetops and drawing thick clouds over the moon and stars to bathe their surroundings in darkness. "Okay, everyone outside. As soon as I light this, you run like crazy to the woods. I'll follow a minute later. No questions. Ready?" The kids came out to stand on the back porch of the bunkhouse, nodding nervously as they looked around. Alice flicked the butane lighter on and lit the end of the paper towel line. Pieces crumbled off, but the flame ran swift and true, devouring the knots in seconds and flying through the room. "Oh, that's fast. Come on, get going." She held out her right arm and the pair came down off the porch and rushed through the backyard, angling north into the woods, crunching over the dry debris. Alice dashed back inside the building and flung open the front door, putting on her best high-pitched, young girl voice and screamed at the top of her lungs. "They're escaping! They're escaping!" Without looking back, she slammed the door shut and dashed past the paper towel fuse, which was already uncomfortably close to the open drum of ether. The cool air soothed Alice's lungs, clearing her sinuses of the chemical smells, and once she reached Jake and Sarah, they slipped behind a thick tree, clinging to the rough bark as they waited for the meth lab to explode. Shouts came from across the camp, and several individuals she couldn't make out raced across the open space between bunkhouses, disappearing around the front of the chemically laden one. The trio heard the front door being thrown open, and there were shadows of figures standing around inside, along with shouts and pointing. "Mom, did you seriously?" Sarah asked, staring at the figures as they appeared to make no effort to leave the bunkhouse. "Yep, told you I'd do what I could. The fuse was already under the table, so I'm just hoping they don't notice it before it goes off. Come on already." Alice averted her face slightly, wincing, expecting an explosion at any second, but when none came, she deflated and shook her head. "I thought for sure it would work. Maybe our wick failed and the fumes aren't concentrated enough. Or they found it and snuffed it out. Should I get closer, see if I can hear what they're saying?" Jake asked. "Absolutely not. That's a powder keg ready to explode, and if it doesn't go off, then we'll have to." A whoosh of glowing light blossomed in the windows, making them gleam for a split second before they exploded outward in a fiery gush. The roof lifted off the building, bubbling in the middle, breaking into multiple pieces as the walls bent outward under the force of the massive, orange blossom. Alice grabbed Sarah and pulled her closer. All three of them pressed to the thick tree trunk as shrapnel zipped by, taking off chunks of bark and slicing through the foliage around them. Chapter 23. James Burton, Shipshewana, Indiana. "Sorry, Colonel, I can explain." James' laughter finally petered out and he wiped the tears from his eyes. Oswell sat back in her chair, a petrified look on her face, and the chiseled colonel's eyebrow was arched yet again. "Please, enlighten me, Mr. Burton." "It's just, I had a horse. She was loaned to me by some Amish folks I traveled with for a while. But she was killed in Chicago when I got jumped and knocked off. I'm pretty sure that's how I cracked my ribs." "Ah, I understand." "Yes, I'm sorry about that. I'm pretty punchy at the moment." "Indeed." Hawkins leaned forward and fixed James with an intense stare. "Look, if you can help us get a few more of our Humvees fixed up, I'll make one of the horses we have on record for logistics and transport disappear off the books, and you can take it. It's a lot easier to make an animal vanish than a Humvee. The former don't have serial numbers, if you catch my drift. James couldn't answer quickly enough. A horse would be perfect. How long will you need me to help you? Hawkins spread his hands. It depends on how fast you can fix the Humvees. Get 4 or 5 up and running for me. Show the idiots how to do some basic repairs on their own, and you'll get that horse. James shook his head. It depends on what they need. Replacing transmissions will take a while. We don't need transmissions replaced. It's a lot of small things needing done. Fuel pumps, wiring jobs, fuses, welding cracks in frames. We don't need perfection, just enough to get them up and running. If it means transportation, then it's a deal, Colonel. The two shook hands and Hawkins stood. Fantastic. I'll have someone show you around the outpost. By the way, all your gear is in barrack storage, but Oswell held on to this for you. Said you'd appreciate having it back sooner than later. The colonel leaned back, plucking James' staff from where it rested in a corner, handing it over to him. James patted the titanium composite stave with an affectionate grin. She wasn't wrong. Thank you, I was hoping to get this back. We've been through a lot together. No problem. What about you, Oswell? James asked. What will you do? She grabbed a crutch that was leaning against the table and stood. I've got an appointment with Dr. Agarwal, then I'm hitting the showers. You're in for a treat. Almost makes me forget the sewers. Sir? Oswell looked at the colonel and he nodded. Dismissed. I'll show you out. Wait here a moment, Mr. Burton. Hawkins and Oswell left the room, but Hawkins returned a moment later with a guardsman he introduced as Corporal Church, a red-haired young man with blue eyes and freckles dashed across his cheeks. Corporal, I want you to take James Burton to the motor pool and introduce him to Sergeant Peterson and Specialist Diaz. Tell Peterson to put him to work on the Humvees. Mr. Burton is in charge. They are to follow his instructions and do everything in their power to absorb as much information from him as possible. Is that clear? Church saluted. Yes, sir, Mr. Burton, if you'll follow me. James stepped out with Church, followed him down the main hall, through the hospital lobby, and outside. They took a quick right around the building to a row of electric golf carts painted green with numeric designations on the sloping front hoods. If you get in the passenger side, sir, I'll drive you over. Sounds good. James got in and waited as Church hopped behind the wheel. Where'd you get all these carts, anyway? Church hit the accelerator, and they whipped out of the lot and turned left, heading deeper into the outpost. Golf courses all over the area, from Elkhart to South Bend. Hawkins sent us after them shortly after things went south. It's an easy way to get around and transport officers and guests to different parts of the outpost. We use the generators and solar panels to charge these and keep the hospital running, mainly. Oh, and the mechanic's shop. The rest is on staggered electricity, while they try to run down more solar panels and batteries. The sun stood at its zenith in an empty blue sky, the heat feeling doubly good on James' face as they hummed past a vast training ground where guard units were taking target practice with carbines. 6 troop barracks buildings lined both sides of the road, with a few guardsmen seen strolling through the campus. Everyone seems pretty busy. We're only at half capacity, but Hawkins keeps everyone hustling, especially since a lot of our people weren't anywhere close to being done with their training. When we're not running patrols and scavenging for things we need, we bolster the outpost's defenses. Have you had much outside trouble yet? James asked, thinking of Laporte. Groups of curious citizens mostly, and we direct them to the nearest refugee camp, which is close. Sometimes we give them supplies to take if they're in bad enough shape. Doesn't seem like you're lacking ammunition or supplies. Got plenty of supplies, though fuel has been an issue. We keep hearing about new shipments coming in but haven't received any. Ah, here we are. Church pulled into a massive lot filled with a dozen rows of armored vehicles. Giant hulks parked from smallest to largest toward the back. They passed lightly framed trucks that resembled old-style Jeeps, some more like ATVs or go-karts with weapon mounts in the back. These are all light strike vehicles and desert patrol models. We've got a few advanced strike vehicles Hawkins wants to get repaired pretty quickly, but mainly he wants the Humvees running. They're stripping some down to repair others, and that's what you'll be doing. Dozens of bulky 3-ton Humvees sat in a row of rusted armor and broken headlamps, hoods thrown up, engines stripped of their parts. They in turn were eclipsed by even bigger vehicles encased in thick armor and resting on tires and tracks, dwarfing the golf cart as they drove by. These are the big boys, Church continued. Stryker APCs, reconnaissance vehicles, mobile gun systems, and fire support. None of them work, though. Any plans on repairing them? James asked. Not that I've heard of, just the Humvees for now. Oh, and these guys. Church nodded at a pair of Abrams tanks on their left, 60-plus short tons of menace, the 120mm cannons looming over them as they passed. I guess those aren't too intimidating since you've been in one. Oh, they're still intimidating. They're amazing machines. They pulled up to a large gray building with mechanics and maintenance written on a small brown sign. 6 bay doors stood open, Humvees sitting inside with their hoods thrown up, and Church drove around to the back, where several Humvees stood in a row, stripped down even more with pieces of armor and windows missing and tires removed. How do you get these pulled up if they don't run? Sergeant Peterson puts out a call, and we grab some guys and gals who are on patrol to come help push pull. Once we get them parked, it's all up to Peterson and Diaz. Church coasted to a stop and hit the horn. James got out and stepped around to the front as a man and woman walked out from the rows of Humvees, wearing sunglasses with their sleeves rolled up and grease spots on their arms and faces. Sergeant Peterson was tall and clean-cut with a thick, well-trimmed brown mustache, while Diaz sported ink-black hair that was combed back and gathered in a tight bun on the back of her head. Peterson was wiping grease off a wrench as they stepped over. "Who's this, Corporal?" "This is James Burton. Hawkins wants him to help you rebuild some of these Humvees." Peterson snorted and pushed his mirrored sunglasses higher on his nose. "Is that right?" "That's right, Sergeant. It's a direct order from Hawkins." Peterson paused and smiled, revealing a set of perfect white teeth. "He doesn't look like a mechanic, and we don't have time to train him. It's the other way around. The colonel's putting him in charge of repairs for a day or 3. "Excuse me," Diaz shook her head. "I know my way around engines," James explained. "But do you have any experience repairing these?" Peterson jerked his head toward the row of Humvees behind him. "Fixed one up yesterday so I could bring Private Oswell here from La Porte. I've done plenty of wrenching back home, too." "He's also the hero of Kansas City," Church broke in. "You know, the guy who fixed the tank during the attack." Peterson lowered his head and looked at James above his sunglasses. "That was you." "I wish people'd stop calling me that," James laughed. "The firing mechanism had a jam. It was no big deal." Peterson nodded appreciatively, his tough exterior breaking just a bit. "Still, okay then. Maybe you won't be a pain in my backside, and we sure could use the help. Between you and me, Diaz and I are pretty fresh to motor pool, and we're struggling." "We good here?" Church asked, and Peterson nodded. Go with Diaz. She's got a list of parts we need stripped. If you've got any tricks, don't be shy in sharing. Peterson flashed him a good-natured grin. After all, the colonel says you're the boss now. Mr. Burton, I'll be back in a few hours to show you where to get dinner. Church got back in the golf cart and took off. Come on, Diaz said with a wave as she turned away. I'll show you around. James followed Diaz through the rows. How long have you been in the guard, Diaz? Diaz stopped in front of a Humvee with the hood open and a light strung up that shined down into the engine block. An empty cart stood nearby, and a small tool case rested on the engine. I signed up for 8 years, and I was halfway done before all this happened. Looks like I'm in for life now. She grabbed a wrench, leaned in, and started loosening bolts. Sorry to hear that, James replied hesitantly. So, what are we looking for? I assume alternators, pumps, hoses, and things like that. Here's the list, she said gruffly, and handed him a greasy piece of paper. Start with that one over there. Retrieve the parts, load them onto the cart, go to the next vehicle, and keep searching for more. James looked over the items and nodded. You don't want to work together. I'll come check in on you. Contrary to Peterson's claim and his own abilities, I'm not half bad at wrenching. Fair enough, he laughed. Spare set of tools. In the garage. James went inside, found an old toolbox, and started collecting some ratchets and wrenches from the workbenches before heading back out to the cart. He hooked the battery-operated light up and moved the cord aside, diving in after his first part, starting with the hoses and fan belts to clear the crowded space between the motor and grill, then tackling the alternator and shifting to the front fuel lines, getting them out quickly, and setting them on the engine block. Working in the back, he got a few more wires, fuel pump and other odds and ends before he headed back to the cart and double-checked his list. Disconnecting the battery terminals, he hauled it out and arranged everything on the cart, placing the alternator last on the bottom shelf, separating the hoses, clamps, and extra nuts and bolts. Diaz backed out from the hood of her vehicle, face covered in a sheen of sweat and a smear of grease on her forehead. Her eyes widened in surprise. Not bad, James. Not bad at all. The next few hours passed quickly as James fell into the work and put aside his pains and worries. He got lost in the nuts, bolts, and wires, getting sweaty and dirty again, reopening some of the cuts on his fingers and the backs of his hands. The headlamps came off, followed by the spark plugs and every clip and clamp he could find that he thought would be helpful in the final repairs. As he worked, he noticed one and then two shadows periodically nearby as Diaz and Peterson first checked on him. The shadows came around with more frequency as the day went on, and the pair began to ask him questions, using his years of experience and general knowledge base to guide their own work. Soon the cart was full, the late-day sun was on its way down, and James was tiring as the ache in his side returned. Let's take this inside, Diaz said, and they grabbed the fully laden cart and pushed it over to where Peterson was working on another repair. Yo, Peterson, Diaz called to him. I think we're finished for the day. The sergeant turned, beaming at the pile of parts on the cart. Damn fine work, the both of you. This is more than Diaz and I've pulled in like a week. Yeah, turns out the civvy's not too bad at wrenching. Diaz gave James a good-natured punch in the arm, and he laughed. I'm just glad to be of help to you all. Are we done for the day? Yeah, you are. Peterson pointed at a clock mounted up on the wall. Church'll be here in a few to collect you for dinner. Diaz and I will do a bit of inventory, then hit the mess hall too. As if on cue, Church pulled up in his golf cart and waved. Ready for dinner, Mr. Burton. James smiled and jogged out to the golf cart, hopping in and resting back, cleaning off his hands with a rag. Church drove them to the barracks and up a side lane to a long building with picnic benches and about 40 troops eating off trays. They parked by a set of golf carts and ATVs. Heading inside, James smiling as aromas of beef and vegetables poured over him, his stomach starting to growl madly. After getting their trays, they found an empty spot at the end of the picnic bench and sat, James digging into the beef tips and noodles, green beans and bacon, finishing everything off with a brownie and a cold glass of milk. "I feel like a king," he said. "We're pretty lucky," Church agreed with a wave of his fork. "There are a lot of other outposts like La Porte who weren't so lucky. We've got a fair amount of supplies coming in. Well, all except for the fuel. Once that starts rolling in, we'll be in good shape." James looked up from his food and watched the sun descend toward the horizon, engrossed in the pinkish hues cast across the sky. "I'd like to think there'll be an end to this, but I don't know when or how. We haven't heard a thing from D.C. We get our orders from Hawkins and do what needs to be done. Morale isn't great, but everyone works hard, and we're all grateful to be in here and not out there." James dipped a piece of buttered bread into his beef gravy, cleaning off part of his tray before taking a large, satisfying bite. "You folks are doing a great job here. Any word on Oswell?" "She's doing much better and getting some rest at the barracks. She'll return to patrol as soon as she's able." "Good to know. She's been through a lot and deserves to be here with this outfit." James finished his plate, stood, and rolled his shoulders, loosening any remaining tension and nodding to Church. "I'm ready to get back to work, Corporal. I want to get these vehicles repaired so I can get that horse and get out of here." "You sure you don't want to get some sleep?" "I'll sleep after I get that horse." James smiled. "All right, Mr. Burton, let's go." They dropped off their trays, got in the golf cart, and headed back toward the shop, where Peterson and Diaz were already back and sorting through the parts and assigning them to the various trucks in the bay. "Well, well, well," Peterson called. "Look who the hard worker is. You know, I bet Diaz she couldn't get one of these suckers fired up before you could." Diaz wore a wry smile. "Are you ready to fix some Humvees, man?" James laughed and got out. Challenge accepted. At the last second, he turned back to Church. "Hey, can you do me a favor?" "What is it?" "Can you send a message to the refugee camps between Florida and Michigan? I'm looking for some people. I put my name in the refugee database at Kansas City, but my people hadn't made it to a camp yet." "Consider it done. What are their names?" "Alice, Jake, and Sarah Burton, my wife and kids." Chapter 24. Ryan Cooper. Lansing, Michigan. Lightning cut the sky in jagged tears as dark clouds sped by, winds whipping the drizzle into stinging droplets. The scent of rain carried along with leaves and twigs that flew across the yard, Duchess and Diana barking and snapping at them as they gave chase. "Settle down, you mutts," Ryan bellowed. But only Diana paid him any mind and came trotting back as he and Helen tilted the last water tank upright at the corner of the house. They'd cleaned out an additional 2 tanks, making that a total of 5 for drinking water, and an extra one at the corner of the house to catch rainwater off the roof via a downspout. They didn't have enough bricks to raise the additional tanks any higher, but repositioning them was a problem for the future. Ryan took a screwdriver from his pocket and started unscrewing the lower section of the downspout and pulling it off. He laid it along the side of the house and grabbed a flexible plastic spout, putting it over the metal one coming off the roof and screwing it in. "I think we're in for a real doozy," he said. "If we can fill these extra tanks, we'll be in great shape. Should be able to increase the water pressure eventually, too. Helen backed up and dusted her hands off. The skies look absolutely terrible. It's going to come down hard. Good, Ryan chuckled and angled the flexible spout into the top of the tank. The more the better. The wind gusted hard, throwing more debris across the yard, whipping the drizzle into a blender. Out at the chicken coop, a couple of hens and the rooster stood outside, picking at the feed in spite of the wind being strong enough to ruffle their feathers and knock one hen sideways. "Stupid birds," Ryan said, starting toward them. "You'd think they'd get inside and stay there with a storm about to hit." "Sometimes they don't take the hint," Helen called after him. Ryan rushed out to the chicken coop, grabbing the door and sweeping the two hens in with his feet. He missed the rooster, who clucked and took off in the opposite direction. Cursing and slamming the door, Ryan turned to go after him, but Duchess sprinted up and planted her paws in front of the fleeing bird, her deep-chested chuff sending the bird right back at him. Ryan stepped aside and threw open the door before the rooster flew in, flapping and squawking. "Good girl, Duchess." He slammed the door and locked it. "Let's go." They rushed back to the house where Helen stood off to the side, pointing to the front gate as the wind blew her hair around. A woman was screaming and shouting above the storm, the howling wind carrying the sounds to them from a good distance away. "What in the world is going on? Is that Sandy?" "Looks like it," Helen said. "She's down at the gate and it looks like she's in trouble." "When is she not?" Ryan grumbled, coming around the corner to look down at the gate through his rifle scope. Sandy stood at the gate, hopping, waving, carrying on, and throwing glances over her shoulder. "She's all in a tizzy about something. We have to go help her. We can't just leave her down there." Ryan clenched his fists and stared through the rain, finally sighing heavily. "Grab the dogs. I'll get your gun." Ryan picked up Helen's rifle from the EV's hood while she got the dogs and put them on their leashes, and they once again began their trek down the long driveway. Once Sandy saw they were coming, she stopped screaming and waving but kept one eye on the road, her face drawn with strain and worry. "What's wrong, Sandy?" Helen said when they got there. "Is there trouble?" "Yes, no, sort of. It's one or the other, woman." Ryan watched the road behind her. "Make up your damn mind." "Someone's looking for me. They're looking for you, too." "What in the world are you talking about?" Ryan asked, the hairs on the back of his neck starting to stand on end. "Come on inside, Sandy." Helen unlocked the gate and opened it so she could squeeze in. Then she faced her and gave her shoulders a shake. "You're safe. No one's going to hurt you. Now, take a deep breath and tell us what's going on." "Just tell us what you saw," Ryan said, softening his tone. Sandy nodded, focusing, her voice shaky at first but growing steadier as she spoke. "Okay. So, I was coming back from looking for a well pump and I got it too." Ryan saw the cart and pump sitting on the other side of the fence. "Is that it there?" "Yeah, I found it at a septic tank service place." Ryan rubbed his jaw as he studied the shiny new pump. "It's different than the one I pulled out, but it'll work. Nice job." "I was coming back with it when I saw a truck parked outside the Willoughby's camp. Not a pickup truck, but a huge thing like a dump truck. Salt truck. You know the kind." "Yeah." Ryan walked over to the fence and gave the pump another look, glancing both ways down the road as well. There were a bunch of people in the truck bed with guns, and the three main guys were standing in the road and talking to Jack and Barb. Sandy's eyes rested on Helen. "I overheard them, and they were asking about you. At first, they said the Coopers, and I didn't put it together. Then I heard your first names, Ryan and Helen." Helen squinted in confusion. "Why would they be asking about us?" Ryan's voice turned deathly somber, his neck hairs feeling like they were trying to eject themselves from his skin. What did they look like? Sandy turned. The leader is kind of tall and skinny, and he's got one of those gray broom handle mustaches, and he was wearing a baseball hat. What about the others? Two of the guys he had with him were huge, big and fat, dumpy with greasy hair. They were all wearing military coats and baseball hats, if that helps. Ryan walked the fence line, turned, and came back, racking his brain as to whom it could be. Let's see. Skinny guy with a broom handle mustache and two big boys, all with military coats and… Wait a second. Ryan turned to Helen. Could she be talking about Red Fletcher and his buddies? What were their names? Reynolds and Hanson, Helen asked. Aren't they hunting buddies of yours? I never hunted with Reynolds and Hanson. Met them once, but they're friends of Red's. I played golf and poker with Red a few times. Nice enough guy. They didn't seem nice. They shot Mike, Sandy said. They shot Mike Jones, Ryan gaped. Like killed him. Sandy made a gunshot gesture to her temple. In the back of the head. Boom. That doesn't sound right. Ryan shook his head. Those were our neighbors from Grand Rapids. I remember them being sort of intense the few times I saw Red. Helen said. They're veterans but not killers. Ryan paused. Well, as far as I know anyway. Apparently they are now. Helen swallowed hard. Not that I'm all that surprised. You saw how the neighbors changed when this happened. Maybe Red and his friends changed too. Maybe. This isn't good, Ryan. Nope, no, it's not. Sandy, did they say why they wanted to find us? No, they just kept demanding to know where you were and then shot Mike. Then they started talking about me, so I bolted here. It was the only thing I could think to do. I thought about grabbing Stephen, but I didn't know if I could get to the house without being seen. They think I was out scavenging, but if they find out the truth, they'll punish you for it, Ryan said pointedly. Or your boy. Sandy went back to the gate and rested her hands on top. Stephen is with my friend, but I don't know if she can keep him safe for very long. I'm so scared for him. Please, you've got to help me go get him. No way in hell. Ryan's response was immediate. I'm sorry, Sandy, but I can't risk Helen and I's safety by leaving, especially if Red Fletcher has lost his mind and is trying to find us. Please, Ryan. Sandy turned to him and took his arm. He's my son. Ryan shrugged out of her grasp. Look, I appreciate you getting the pump, but… He was alone with Summer, because I was trying to get this pump for you. For you too, Ryan pointed out. News flash, if you're going to be staying here, you'll need that pump as badly as we do. Ryan, Helen's words were sharp. Don't talk that way. This isn't some random person or object we're talking about. It's her son. He gestured angrily toward the road, frustration in his rising voice. What do you want us to do, Helen? Take on the neighborhood plus a band of former military men? You don't have to take them on, Sandy sputtered. Just help me get Stephen out of there. We can do it quietly under the cover of the storm. Ryan shook his head. I'm not a fighter, not like this. He clenched his fists as turmoil burned in his chest, face twisting with a mixture of emotions. Ryan. Helen rested a hand on his chest and gazed up at him. We have to help her. She's genuine. I don't. Yes, you can. It's the right thing to do. Ryan's eyes glassed over and he squeezed them shut, the raindrops mixing with his tears. Tilting his head back, he groaned and sighed deeply, then patted Helen's hand and turned to Sandy. Okay, let's go save your boy. Thank you, Sandy wrapped her arms around him and Helen both, squeezing them tight. "Thank you so much." Ryan nodded and drew away. "Save your thanks for after we get him. You two stay here with the dogs. Let me run up to the house and grab a few things." Ryan rushed up to the house as fast as he could limp, the wind battering him, his coat whipping around his waist, pant legs snapping. He threw open the door and went straight to the hall closet for the emergency supplies they'd stashed, taking James' rain-resistant jacket out, slipping it on, and grabbing a metal flashlight that could double as a weapon. Halfway to the front door, Ryan paused and went back. If Sandy was going with him, she might as well be armed. From the top shelf, he pulled a 9 pistol and a couple of spare magazines, putting them in his pocket and zipping his coat up tight. He slammed the front door behind him and hurried back down to the gate where Helen and Sandy were holding the dogs' leashes, their hair swirling around their heads. "Okay, I'm ready to go." Ryan took his rifle off the fence rail and slung it on his shoulder. "Where are we heading?" They were out front at the Willoughby's, but I don't know where they are now. I guess they could be in the camp in the Willoughby's backyard. Ryan nodded. "Okay, we'll head up the road and take a look." "I love you, dear," Helen said, grabbing his jacket and pulling him close. "Stay safe." "I love you too. Do me a favor. While we're going for Stephen, can you push that cart with the well pump to the house?" "Of course." "It's pretty heavy," Sandy said. "You may need to drag it over the gravel." "I can manage." "Keep the dogs inside the house with you, and keep an eye out for us when we come back. We might need your help." "I'll be watching the road." She gave him a pointed look. "You get Stephen and come home safely, hear me?" They walked into the road without looking back, and Ryan unslung his rifle and held it against his chest, bending into the wind. The darkness was complete, the storm blasting them and throwing them off balance, still more wind than rain, howling against the backdrop of the advancing lightning and thunder. Sandy strode beside him with her arms crossed, head bowed as she leaned into the wind, arms wrapped around herself. Once they'd gotten a ways down the road, Ryan nodded to his left, speaking loudly a few inches from her ear. "What do you say we cut through these yards here, swing way around, and come at them from the east? We'd have the cover of the woods." "That's exactly what I was thinking. Get around behind them. What's their camp like?" "They've got a bunch of RVs parked in a semicircle around a big bonfire. If we come at them from the east, we'll be coming up behind them." "Perfect." They cut between 2 houses, stepping over debris hidden in the tall grass, catching a whiff of charcoal drifting off the remains that mixed with the fresh rain. The Willoughby's campsite was a faint glow through the backyards, looking to be a quarter-mile away or so. "Yeah, I see them now." The woods were straight ahead, and once they got within the tree line, they moved south through the brush, moving where there was the least resistance and cutting through gaps in the foliage. "We'll check out the camp first," Ryan said, lips practically touching her ear, trying to keep anyone else who might be nearby from hearing them speak. "If Stephen isn't there, we'll circle to your house." "Okay." "It's likely we'll want to bring him back through the woods. The street will be too risky." "Right." They kept the campfire glow on their right at all times, smoke drifting by, voices reaching them above the rumbling thunder. Through the trees, Ryan saw the squarish shapes of RVs and tents highlighted in orange light, several makeshift sheds and carports set up as shelters. Shadows lingered near the bonfire, quietly talking beneath an awning, but Ryan couldn't tell whether they were members of Jack's crew or the new arrivals from Grand Rapids. "We need to get a little closer." They circled to the east behind the RVs, and Ryan moved to the edge of the woods just out of view. He parted the damp foliage and peered between the RVs where people milled around and talked quietly or laughed, patting each other on the backs, acting, as best as he could tell, like the best of friends. Two burly men stood out in the tangerine glow, framed in shadow but unmistakable as they tilted up bottles and drank. There, S. Hanson and Reynolds. Jack and Barb, too. Didn't you say they were arguing when you saw them last? Yeah, Sandy said, puzzled as she leaned in beside him. Seemed like the new people were going to kill them all. And now they're like best friends. Ryan narrowed his eyes. That's a little too convenient. If they've teamed up, never mind. We'll deal with that later. Sandy started to move when Ryan stopped her. Hold on a second. I got something for you. He reached into his jacket pocket, pulled out the pistol and magazines and handed them over. What's this? Just in case. If they're killing people, then you need a way to defend yourself. Sandy put the magazines in her pocket. Thanks, Ryan. You know how to shoot. Yeah. Good. Don't use it unless I fire first, or we're in a real tight spot. I'd prefer to do this quietly if possible. Okay. Come on, let's move slowly and try to spot Stephen. The bloated sky gave a burp of thunder that shook the woods, causing the people in camp to pause their revelries and look out from under their shelters, pointing at where a brilliant lightning strike had landed a mile or so away. Ryan felt the vibration in the sapling he was holding onto, wincing as a torrent of rain swiftly followed the lightning, the line of rain followed by a gale-force wind that carried it sideways and well into the tree line to drench them. Ryan grabbed Sandy and pulled her down. This rain is going to be a problem. She shook her head. We're not going back. I'm not leaving without my son. Never said we were. Come on. Ryan threw up his hood and gestured for her to walk south along the tree line, surveilling the area, stopping to look between the RVs as the groups of people realized their lightweight shelters were doing nothing. A few ducked and ran with jackets over their heads, doors opened and slammed, and the people by the fire clustered beneath a carport for shelter as the firelight flickered and danced. I can't see anything in this, Ryan yelled into Sandy's ear, barely able to be heard as water dripped from his hood and ran off his chin. I see some people on the south side of the camp. Let's check it out. Ryan followed Sandy as she kept to the trees, their footsteps in the crackling brush drowned out by the rain. Soon, he saw what she was talking about, a small side camp constructed from pieces of plywood nailed to a cluster of trees, the low branches forming rafters with tarps hanging down, spiked to the ground as they whipped and fluttered. There. Sandy stepped into the open and pointed to a group of kids who sat in the middle, protected from the wind and rain, a soft lantern glow lighting up their little space where they huddled over something on the ground. Stephen's got to be with them. Wait, Ryan called and shook his head. The children were too far away from the adults, and while he could recall heading off on his own at a young age, none of it made any sense. The children by themselves in a storm, the adults partying like they were old friends, none of it added up. I don't know, Sandy. Something doesn't seem right here. I just don't think. Sandy came back, grabbed his arm and tugged it. He's right there. I'll get him and meet you back here, okay? Before he could stop her, she took off toward the children and Ryan jumped out after her, rain thrown into his face, drenching his hair and running down his neck. He got 10 yards before he stopped and squatted. The bonfire was almost out, flames sputtering to stay alive but giving way to darkness, and the men and women who still remained under the carport continued to laugh and carouse. An RV door opened, and a man ran outside with a flashlight. the pale beam jiggling and shaking with their movements, barely able to penetrate more than a few feet into the torrential downpour. Ryan crouched and froze, waiting for someone to shout and come after them, ready to cover Sandy and her son with gunfire if he had to. But the man with the flashlight headed back into the RV a few seconds later, seeking shelter from the storm. Sandy's form was highlighted in the shelter's lantern light, making shadows on the interior walls as she grabbed Stephen's arm and backpack and hauled him into the rain. Ryan stood and backed up as they got closer, sweeping his rifle barrel across the camp and waiting for anyone, to notice what was happening. A few seconds later, Sandy and Stephen were past him, panting, half staggering on the slippery grass, holding their arms out for balance. Ryan turned and followed them back to the tree line where they disappeared into the woods and settled behind the bushes. Sandy grabbed Stephen in an embrace and shook him, planting a kiss on his forehead and hugging him yet again. "Oh, my poor little man. I wasn't sure if you were okay." "You said you'd be right home," Stephen cried, his eyes red and bloodshot. "I thought you left for good." "No way, kiddo." Sandy held his cheek. "I just couldn't come get you with those people around. Did any of them hurt you?" Stephen shook his head. "Good. Ryan, should we get some things from my house?" "Absolutely not," Ryan said. He'd been watching the camp, waiting for someone to notice the three of them, but the kids stayed where they were and kept playing, and the men and women continued carrying on. "This is too weird, too easy. Who leaves a bunch of kids out by themselves in a storm like this?" "I don't know." Ryan shook his head and growled. "Let's just get moving back to the house. I want to get home now." They turned and pressed through the forest with the storm raging around them, the torrential downpour soaking the forest canopy with water dripping on their heads and leaving pools of filth on the ground. Soon everything was wet and soggy, the mud soft beneath their boots as they tried to move quickly in the darkness. Ryan couldn't have asked for better cover to use during an escape, but that didn't stop him from throwing glances over his shoulder as they hurried on. Chapter 25. Alice Burton. Talladega National Forest, Alabama. A wave of dry heat rolled over them like a furnace, drying and superheating the air and singeing the hairs on her arms. Sarah cried out as she and Jake gripped their ears as the explosive sound boomed through the woods, the pressure threatening to crush their eardrums. Alice slammed her hands to her ears, too, pressing her cheek against the rumbling tree trunk that was getting struck by pieces of flaming debris. When the heat wave passed, they were left with fat chunks of wreckage hitting the forest floor and setting patches of woods on fire. Alice removed her hands from her ears, the ringing intense, but she was still able to hear. "Let's go, follow me." Shaken, they crept quickly through the woods, circling to the northeast, the wind blowing cinders around and catching in their hair and on their clothing, forcing them to constantly pat at themselves and each other. The burning building cast shadows long across the forest floor until they reached the thickest part of the trees and were mostly out of sight. "Okay, east toward the river." "I can't believe you lured them in like that, Mom." "Yeah, well, I had to do something. Hopefully kids like Colton will take the hint and help the others escape." "You did good, Mom," Jake squeezed her hand. "Real good." People were shouting and running toward the burning building, but Alice kept her chin down and clung to Jake's arm, the three trying to make their way through the darkened forest without tripping and falling. Soon, they were past the bunkhouses and storage sheds, and into the open fields where new constructions were going up with poorly poured concrete foundations and shoddily constructed wooden floors, likely more sleeping quarters or perhaps another meth lab. The smell of the river hit them far before they saw it, and they reached it a few moments later, descending a rocky bank covered in scree and scraggly bushes. Slipping along the shoreline, they watched the bunkhouses and abandoned campfires where the food burned on the unattended grills. Lights had come on in the bunkhouses, and people were rushing toward the blaze where smoke curled into the sky, the fiery debris setting off smaller explosions and fires in the nearby buildings as propane and more stores of chemicals ignited. Screams echoed after the secondary explosions, though as far as Alice could tell they were from adults, not children. The sloping shoreline rose slightly, hiding Alice and the kids from view if they stooped low enough, and she nudged them onward. "There's nobody at the campfires." "Let's go." They reached the south side of camp, where a dead body still floated offshore, its feet caught in a tangle of branches, and Jake stopped and looked between it and Alice, but she only nodded and gestured for them to keep going. They climbed the bank and crept along the tree line past the spot where Alice had killed the 3 people, their bodies having been dragged out into the open and lined up in a neat row. The massive fire was plainly visible, but it was far off past the bunkhouses, where the campground was littered with chunks of flaming debris on the roofs and in the yards, the fire spreading out of control. Shadows and shapes stood out against the glowing lights as people threw buckets of water, though their attempts were half-hearted as the fire outpaced them. Alice knelt slowly next to the bodies and started feeling around in their pockets and belts. "What are you doing?" Jake asked. Sarah's jaw was slack for a second. "Did you really kill these people?" "Yep, none of this blood's mine." "What are you doing?" "Checking for weapons, tools, anything we can use." She glanced up nervously across the campsite. "It's not going to take them long to figure out we weren't in there." "I'm on it," Jake said and joined her, rifling through the pockets of the deceased. "They don't have anything." "Yeah, crap, stripped clean." Alice stood and gestured for Sarah to take the lead. "The horses are in a stable a few hundred yards away. If we can get to them, we can get out of here." Right as she spoke, a man's voice rang out above the raging fire. "Riley's dead. They killed her. Find him. Now I want their heads." Alice smiled coldly. "Looks like I wasn't the one who got to be burned alive. Come on, move it." She kept the kids moving, hastening her own pained gait, pushing through thick underbrush and past stiff stands of poplar saplings as they traversed down a hillside, a humid mist rising from the forest floor. Soon, the rough shape of the stables came into view with fog rolling up the walls and angry shouts pursuing them. As they stepped inside the stables through the crooked door, a huge smile spread on Sarah's face, and she ran to Stormy and threw her arms around the horse's neck. "I can't believe it," she said with a burst of cheer. "I never thought I'd see you guys again." Buck and Rocky stamped their hooves and strained against their tethers as Alice pointed. "The saddles are over here, kids. Let's go quickly now. We've only got a couple of minutes max." While the kids pulled the saddles from their hooks and started preparing their horses, Alice grabbed Buck's and immediately dropped it, clenching her side and wincing. "I'll help you in a second, Mom," Jake said, and he mumbled himself through the steps of saddling Rocky. "Put the saddle on. Leave 3 fingers between the front of the saddle and the neck. Make sure the straps are firm but not pinching his skin." In less than 5 minutes, the kids had their horses saddled and came to help Alice while she stood and wondered how she'd mount up without some significant pain. When they were done, she walked right over and put her left foot in the stirrup, reaching for the saddle horn with no other choice but to do it. Jake and Sarah helped keep her stable as she climbed up, threw her leg over, and settled into an uncomfortable position with her legs spread and more weight on her lower back and chest. A fit of spasms hit her, and she leaned forward, breaths coming in shallow gasps, vision curling black around the edges until she caught her breath and relaxed with a short sigh. "Are you okay?" Jake asked as he held Buck steady. "Yeah," Alice gasped and clutched her side. "I'll live. Let's try to keep it that way." Jake threw open a wider set of doors in the back of the stable, and they guided the horses out, finally outside and free in the cool night air. Every time Alice shifted for balance, her rib cage rebelled, her muscles tightening around her sides, squeezing, sending waves of pain through her torso. If she leaned to the right, the pain was slightly more tolerable, and she gave Buck a kick to send him into motion, galloping down the long lane leading out of the campground with the kids right behind her. They rode westward a while, and Alice took the first northward trail they came to, with the moonlight illuminating the bushes and tall, swaying grasses bracketing the path. Alice slowed as they entered the trail, pushing beneath low-hanging branches and walking Buck up a slowly rising hill. "You think we're safe now, Mom?" Jake asked. "Not till we're very far away from this forest." "I wish we had Hercules." Sarah shoved vines out of her face. "Don't get me wrong, I'm glad we have these three, but—" "I know. It's sad, but we can't go back for him. I'm sorry." "Yeah." "Do you know where this trail leads?" Jake asked. Alice chuckled. "As long as it takes us north away from the people trying to kill us, I don't care." They rode in silence, navigating the treacherous slope with the trail littered with leaves and sticks, climbing hundreds of feet into the hills, finally reaching the top where the trees thinned and left a wide clearing spread out before them. Alice guided them around the right-hand edge, which gave them a view of the camp through the gaps in the treetops. The silhouettes of buildings stuck out in the bright orange glow, the fires having spread from the meth lab to the outhouses, sheds, and trees, the conflagration raging out of control, the entire campground looking like a charcoal grill with a belly of open flames. Figures ran around, tossing buckets of water drawn up from the river while flashlight beams flashed through the woods. "Looks like total chaos," Jake said with a raspy voice. That was the idea. Alice pointed at a series of lights that branched far off into the woods, heading north in the valley. "I wonder if those are some of the kids making a break for it." "I sure hope so," Sarah replied. "And for the record, I think you did a good job giving them a chance, Mom." "Thanks." "Of course, hun." Alice patted Buck on the neck. "How're the horses feeling? Anyone limping or injured?" "Rocky's good," Jake said, still in his jean shorts and old black t-shirt with the rock band design on it. "Tough as nails." "Nothing's wrong with Stormy." Sarah's white t-shirt was smudged all over, her jean shorts torn in the front. Sarah's button-up shirt hung from her shoulders, the plain blue camisole beneath it grungy and sweat-stained, just like she felt. They were all bruised, filthy, and exhausted, but they were alive. "Can you see where the path starts up again?" Sarah rose in her saddle and pointed. "I think I see it over there. Do we stay on it?" "As long as it's heading north, yes." "We are so screwed," Jake said with a dry laugh. "We lost everything. All the equipment we collected, the MREs, our weapons and ammunition. We didn't lose everything, though." Alice walked Buck closer and grabbed his arm, smiling through the pain. "We have each other. After all this, nothing else matters as much as that." "I'm glad you found us." Jake's eyes were glassy. "I still can't believe you survived that gunshot." "Well, you better believe it." Alice turned her smile on Sarah. "This world will have to try harder if it wants to tear me away from you kids." Sarah laughed through her tears and nodded. "I love you, Mom." "What should we do now?" Jake asked. "I mean, I know north, but what about after that?" "Water first, then food and shelter." Alice gazed across the raging fires. We'll survive, that's what, just survive. A pink glow rose alongside the sun over the abandoned town, shot through with old fires and road wrecks. Decayed bodies and bones picked clean and scattered across the highways, filling the bellies of turkey vultures and four-legged scavengers who'd fed well over the past weeks. Where there'd previously been bustling neighborhoods and a busy town center was nothing but a disturbing, unnatural peace and quiet. Creeper vines crawled unchecked up the high school walls, and the football field grass was almost a foot high. Birds were coming alive with song, their twittering and chirping filling the air, robins hopping through the weeds and tall grasses in search of a meal. They were somewhere north of Talladega National Forest in a place marked by an old, crooked sign, Munford. Inside a small country grocery store, Alice used her pocket knife to break open a package of kitchen knives, handing one each to Sarah and Jake, who promptly tucked them between their belt and jean shorts with the blades pointing backwards. On the checkout counter sat a bunch of canvas shopping bags half open to reveal a couple of gallons of water, several boxes of pasta, a small metal pot, and a few cans of concentrated soup. Jake lifted the bags so the contents filled out the bottoms. "How far do you think this will get us?" "Not far, but it's a treasure trove after we lost everything." Alice kept her movements steady and light, trying to avoid aggravating her injuries. "It'll sustain us for a few days. The best news is this water, though." She put her hand on the gallon jugs and closed her eyes, sighing with relief. "You think Riley's people will come after us?" It sounded like she didn't make it. "Good." Alice's answer was very matter-of-fact. "I doubt very much that they'll follow us, but at least we have some minimal means of defense again." "What I wouldn't give for our pool sticks," Jake grinned. Alice laughed and ruffled his hair. "If you can manage to find some pool sticks, I'll be impressed." They slipped the bag handles onto their arms and carried several each outside, crunching across the gravel lot where the horses were tied up behind a dumpster. They lashed the full bags and a few empty ones to the horses, saddles with pieces of twine and some bungee cables they'd found in the store's tiny automotive section. Then untied the horses and mounted up, Alice grunting and gasping as she climbed up and settled, relaxing and waiting for the pain to pass. She nudged Buck into motion and guided them along a lane of brick buildings with old-style store signs hanging above the doors. The wide front windows were smudged and dirty, prices and sales covered in dust, a few windows shattered with glass gleaming on the sidewalks and reflecting sparkles of morning light. They passed a coffee shop and a deli, a vintage record store, and a place that sold blinds and drapes. "Hey, Mom." Jake pushed Rocky up beside her. "There's a shoe store." "I saw that, let's check it out." Hank's Shoes was, or had been, a small place with only a few aisles of boots and tennis shoes, slippers, and a big bargain bin full of socks. Some racks had signs that read "Buy one, get one free," and there was a hallway in the back that led to some restrooms. Most of it had been picked over, but a fair amount was still left, survivors having been in more of a rush to get their hands on food and water instead of comfortable footwear. "Oh, I'm all over these socks," Sarah shouted, running to the bin and grabbing the biggest athletic socks she could find, slamming 2 pairs into her face and breathing deep. "Ugh," she pulled back with a grimace. "Smells like smoke." "Are you really going to complain about fresh socks?" Alice raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Set aside several packs for each of us on the counter up front, and add some ankle socks too, if you can find them." "Okay." "Find some shoes that fit you kids," Alice said. "Make it something we can travel in. I'm grabbing some boots, but you guys can get sneakers if you want." "Hiking boots for me," Jake said with a firm nod, kicking off his ratty sneakers and checking the work boots against the wall for his size. Waterproof. Good choice. Try for something durable and light, but I'd go with durable first. We'll hopefully be riding most of the way, but you never know. While they searched through the store, Alice kept her eye on the horses who were tied up to the frame of a sedan askew out in the street. The town was deathly silent, even with all of their talking and noise-making, a welcome, though ominous, relief. Soon they had their shoe selection stacked by a row of chairs near the counter, swapping out their old dingy socks for new ones, and then trying on shoes. Jake walked around in his rugged work boots, and Alice found a similar pair in a woman's size, sitting back after lacing them up, wiggling her toes and thumping her heels and toes against each other to check the fit. These would have come in handy before. "Hey guys, check it out." Sarah came walking down the middle row with a pair of big fuzzy slippers on her feet, her skinny, dirty legs in stark contrast to the fresh new footwear as she struck a pose. "What do you think?" Jacob laughed and Alice smirked but pointed at the boot aisle. "Boots, now." "Yes, Mom," Sarah said with a sideways grin. They left the store in their new footwear, flexing and testing the fits before climbing into their saddles and walking the horses down the lane. They found some additional gallon-sized water jugs in another mini store at the end of the block, along with a box of processed cupcakes, more canned soups, and assorted snacks. On the next corner stood a bank, and just past it was the wreckage of a gas station, its concrete pads in ruins after the main underground tanks had blown. The town proper ended after the gas station, giving way to old homes spaced far apart along the highway. Most of them were either destroyed or too fire-damaged and unsafe to enter, though others stood empty and still on the roadside. They checked a two-story house on the right, something built in the 40s or 50s, almost Victorian in its styling with its covered front porch and high peaks. "I don't see any cars or trucks in the driveway. Think it's worth risking?" Alice asked Jake and Sarah. "We could use some flashlights or other basics if we can find them." "There's a garage out back," Sarah noted. "But I guess if it had cars, the place would have burned down already." "Exactly." Alice stared at the house for a long moment. "Nobody's been at the windows and it seems deserted. I think we can take a chance. Just be ready to run like the wind if there's even a hint of someone there." They followed the cracked blacktop driveway to the rear and tied the horses up to the posts of a large back porch that spanned the entire length of the house. Alice went up first, knife in one hand, the other pressed to the glass. Despite the older style of the place, the inside had reasonably modern furniture and a flat-screen TV on the living room wall. "I don't see anyone, but I guess we should still knock." Alice walked across the creaking floorboards and knocked on the back door, holding her knife low and staying a good 3 feet away from the big pane of glass where she could see the hardwood hallway and partially into the kitchen. When no noises came from inside the building, Alice shrugged. "I guess no one's home." "Maybe they never made it back from wherever they were," Sarah said. "Kinda like us in Florida." "You're probably right. Jake, can you find me a good-sized rock?" "On it." Jake jumped into the yard and came back a moment later with a piece of brick from a flower bed. Alice tried to take it from him, but he gestured for her to move. "I've got this, Mom." Alice stood aside and Jake drew the rock back and threw it through the glass with a crash. He reached in and unlocked the deadbolt, then pushed the door open and stepped inside, boots crunching over pieces of glass as he gave Alice and Sarah room. Alice followed him and immediately turned into the kitchen where the cabinets and pantry stood wide open with most of the food gone except for boxes of hard candies and chocolate, soft drinks and fruit juices. "I guess I was wrong," Sarah whispered. "Yeah, these folks must have bugged out after the disaster. Maybe they had an electric car or something. Or someone came in here and looted the place before us. Can we take some stuff?" "Whatever you can carry, sure." Looks like the owners, or whoever was in here, thought the same thing and took most stuff, though. While Sarah gathered up some food, Jake and Alice walked through the house, having a careful look around for anything they could use, but finding no flashlights in any of the kitchen or living room drawers. The upstairs bedroom floors were covered with discarded clothes and suitcases, as if the former occupants had made a hasty escape. And in the master bedroom, she found an assortment of women's clothing that was slightly bigger than her size, and she started sorting through them for a comfortable riding outfit. Jake came in. "There are 2 girls' bedrooms back there and maybe some clothes for Sarah, but nothing for me." "A man lived here," Alice gestured to a different closet. "Try those jeans on. Even if they're a little too big, you can roll the pant legs up. There's a belt hanging from a hook there, and we can make our own belt holes and cut the end off if we have to." "Sarah, honey." Boots trounced up the stairs, and a moment later Sarah stood in the doorway. "Yeah, Mom." "Jake said there are a couple of girls' rooms at the end of the hallway. See if you can find some jeans and t-shirts. Maybe a jacket or windbreaker if you can find one." "One of the girls likes foxes," Jake called as he held up a pair of jeans to himself. "A lot." "Foxes?" Alice asked. "Yeah, she's got a creepy amount of fox posters all over her room." The exclamation from the end of the hall told Alice and Jake both that Sarah must have been happy with her find, and a moment later, she came back with a pair of jeans that fit her perfectly, a dark brown belt which she'd tucked her knife into, a fresh white t-shirt, and a girl's red and yellow flannel shirt with a fox emblem over the left breast pocket. "I love this stuff." "Those fit you great, honey," Alice said, as Sarah walked back and forth across the room. "Now find an extra change of clothes to take with us." By that time, Jake had put on the man's underwear and pulled his jeans on, but they were way too big and barely stayed on his hips. Alice worked on the belt, making more holes and using her knife to saw off the excess leather. Pretty soon, they had him dressed in oversized jeans, a black t-shirt with a motorcycle emblem on the front, and a medium-weight gray jacket that was way too big but would protect him from the elements. Alice found a couple pairs of jeans for herself, 2 nice-fitting camisoles, and a gray sweatshirt to go over them. The woman had some decent jackets, but none were made for traveling, so the sweatshirt would have to do. "Okay, let's each find one set of extra clothing and get everything packed up." With their items gathered on the kitchen counter, Sarah tried one of the spigots and found it working well enough to wet some paper towels and wash their faces, refreshing themselves as they scrubbed off the mud and dirt. "How's your chest?" Sarah asked as she rubbed her arms clean and dried them with the towel. Alice lifted her sweatshirt and her new black camisole to reveal the severe bruising that marked her left side and went all the way past her waistline. The kids both blanched as she showed them where the bullet had ricocheted and traveled down her side. "Mom," Jake shook his head and blinked back tears. "You got really lucky. Sarah, we almost lost Mom." "I know," Sarah replied, staring at Alice's injuries. "I thought she was a ghost when she walked into that meth lab. I thought I was going crazy for a second there." The 3 hugged for a long moment in the kitchen before Alice wiped away her tears and extracted herself, favoring her sore side. "Reports of my death and all that. Let's continue this on the road, though. Kay. After that campground, I don't really want to sit in one place for too long anymore." They packed their things into the saddlebags and mounted up, walking the horses down the driveway and onto the highway where they turned north again. "I feel so much better," Sarah said with an exaggerated sigh. "Those old clothes smelled horrible." "Definitely," Jake laughed. "I don't think we changed for who knows how long." "That is not a subject we're going to discuss," Alice snorted. "Let's just be thankful for what we have." The morning wore on, growing into afternoon, and they found more patches of grass for the horses to walk on as they left the highway, always heading north. The landscape was riddled with destruction and death beneath clear blue skies and a bright, beautiful sun as they traversed through fields carpeted with long Bermuda grass and explosions of wildflowers. They saw fewer farmsteads and neighborhoods and entered a string of massive, round hills to the east, piled together under the sky and covered in rich forests. On one lonely highway, they came across a building burned to its foundation with the husks of cars flipped out front, and the remnants of a neon sign out front read Whiskers Bar and Grill. As they were passing it, Jake grinned and angled toward the building. "Hey, what are you doing?" Alice asked. "Check it out, Mom." He walked Rocky along the side of the establishment, hopping off for a moment before jumping back on the horse, holding a pair of pool cues. "Well, I'll be." Alice tilted back her head and laughed, genuinely, for the first time in days. "Dude." Sarah accepted one of the cues as Jake tossed it to her. "We are seriously right back at square one again." "No," Alice chuckled, nudging her horse to continue on, Jake and Sarah riding beside her. "Not square one. We're much closer to home, we've got reliable transportation, and a wealth of experience in our hands." "And pool cues," Jake added, wiggling his eyebrows as he held one up. "And pool cues," Alice grinned, laughing again as her family continued moving forward ever north. Chapter 26. Ryan Cooper. Lansing, Michigan. Rain beat against the side of the house and the boarded-up windows, drumbeats of tiny hands trying to worm their way in through any crack and crevice possible. Ryan ignored the drips that emerged through the cracked glass and barricades, standing in the darkened dining room with his binoculars pressed to the glass, looking through gaps in the plywood. He was dripping wet, boots muddy on the hardwood flooring, clenching the binoculars and holding down the rising bile in his stomach. The tree line and road were clear, but the absence of movement did nothing to make him feel any better. The storm hadn't let up, rattling the rooftop, shaking the windows, and scaring the dogs who went from room to room every time thunder crashed above their heads. The dogs were afraid of the storm but curious about Sandy and Stephen, who stood dripping on the floor by the dining room table. Helen was helping them, hanging Stephen's backpack on a chair and gathering their wet coats as Duke and Duchess sniffed at them with slowly wagging tails. "If one candle isn't enough light." Helen nodded at the single candle burning on a table in the corner. "There are more in the kitchen." "Thank you," Sandy nodded. "No more light," Ryan growled. "One is enough." Helen stared at him for a few seconds and frowned. "I'll just put these wet coats in the laundry room and go up to get you all some dry clothes to get into. Just hang tight." Sandy swept her wet hair back and walked a few steps back into the foyer, gazing up at the catwalk and vaulted ceiling. "This is a lovely home." "Thanks." Ryan's reply was soft and distracted as he still stared through the window. "I've only been inside once." Sandy coughed lightly. "A couple of years ago when Alice had a book club thing going." "Memo." "Anyway, I promise you, Stephen and I won't be a burden. We'll do our share of work and help out wherever we can." When Ryan didn't answer, Sandy half smiled and came to stand behind him. "It must be nice with just the two of you here. Plenty of room with chickens and animals out back." More than enough for 2 people, Ryan muttered. But when the rest of the family gets here, it'll be tight. You expect them home soon. Any day now. We're just holding down the fort until then. I see. Sandy turned to Stephen, who was standing and shivering. What do you have in your backpack, son? Any games? Yeah, I have a chess game, and checkers too. Oh, I'll bet Ryan loves those games. I'm sure he'll play with you. Ryan ignored Sandy's comments, shifting to the other window, the one that had been completely boarded up after the intruders had crashed through it. Wind whistled through the gap and water slowly dripped through onto the floor, but the binoculars revealed nothing moving on the west side of the property. And I'll play if Ryan doesn't have the time. Sandy trailed off, wrapping her arms around herself and shifting back and forth awkwardly. I found some clothes, Helen announced, descending the stairs with a big stack of garments in her arms, putting 3 separate piles on the table. I got some of Jake's clothes for you, Stephen. They might be a little big. Oh, don't worry about that, Sandy assured her. We really appreciate this a lot. Helen smiled. You're a little taller than Alice, but she always wore her sweatpants and sweatshirts a size or 2 large, so I brought some of those for you. Dry socks for everyone, too. That's amazing, Sandy said. Thank you. Where can we change? Go down that hallway and take a right into the kitchen. The laundry room is just off that. Thanks again, Helen. I'd hug you, but Sandy gestured to her wet clothes. You can hug me when you get back, Helen laughed. Come on, Stephen, Sandy said, taking him down the hall with their clothes. Helen folded her arms and walked up behind Ryan. What's got you in a mood fouler than the weather, hun? Lightning flashed off to the left and scattered across the sky in a pattern of zigzagging flashes that lit the yard like a strobe light. The smaller, sturdier trees out in the middle of the yard thrashed wildly in the crushing winds while the row of maples bowed deeply, their heads whipping back and forth like fans at a rock concert. Watching and waiting. Why don't you sit down and rest? When Ryan continued to stare through the binoculars, Helen sighed. I'll make our guests some food. Do you want anything? I'm good for now, thanks. Helen went down the hall to put something together while Sandy and Stephen came out and sat at the dining room table. Sandy wore Alice's black sweatpants and gray pullover with Michigan State written across the front, and Stephen had on a pair of Jake's blue jeans and a white t-shirt with a space design. When Sandy came back into the kitchen, she was carrying 4 plates, which she put down with a soft clank. I tried to help Helen with the food, but she just handed me some plates and utensils and told me to come out here. Sit, make yourself comfortable, Ryan said. Best you don't wander right now. A shadow passed over her face, but she nodded and guided Stephen back to the table where they waited in silence, listening to the constant thunder as the lightning tried to tear the sky asunder. The smell of hot food preceded Helen carrying 2 big bowls into the dining room and setting them on the table. These are leftovers, but still pretty good. We've got broccoli tuna casserole and spiced potatoes. I promise, the casserole isn't nearly as bad as it sounds. Are you kidding me? Sandy asked, taking a big whiff of both bowls. That smells delicious. We haven't had anything this good since. She gave Stephen a sad glance. Anyway, thank you. This looks incredible. No problem. Helen patted both Sandy and Stephen on the back. It's good to see smiles on fresh faces. Helen scooped potatoes and casserole on each plate, and Stephen and Sandy quickly began to eat. While they did, Helen went to the kitchen and returned with 2 glasses of milk, leaving the pair gaping in disbelief when they appeared in front of her. Milk, Sandy said around a mouthful of casserole. This is heaven. Clearly we've died and gone to heaven. Ryan, are you sure you don't want anything? Helen asked. Yes. Helen brought a towel to Ryan and patted his head and neck. You really should get dried off, dear. I put some spare clothes on the table for you. I said I'm fine, Helen, he said gruffly. Just let me be. Why are you worried, dear? No one will show up in this storm. We're fine for now. No one's shown up yet. Would you look at it out there? Everyone will be hunkered down until this storm's over. We can wait until morning to start worrying. That's what they'll be expecting us to do. Shaking his head, he turned to Sandy and Stephen. That was way too easy, Sandy. There has to be something going on. What do you mean? Sandy swallowed her milk, wiping her mouth on a napkin. Ryan put the binoculars down and leaned in and leveled a hard stare at Stephen. What were you and your friends doing out in that shelter playing games? Stephen shrugged. Ryan, Helen whispered, and he turned to Sandy again. Don't you think it's strange they put kids out there when it was about to storm? Why would they leave them there and not put them in a house or camper somewhere? Well, it wasn't storming yet, dear. Helen moved in between Ryan and Sandy. They just put us there, Stephen said. Some kids wanted to go out there and I thought it would be fun. It was like camping out like my dad and I used to do. Ryan closed his eyes and pushed aside a pang of guilt. Well, who put you out there? Who actually told that you could sit outside and play? Ms. Barb and Ms. Summer. They said we should play over there while the adults were talking. Barb and Summer. He glanced at Sandy, who was staring back at him. What are you thinking, Ryan? She asked. Then her eyes widened in understanding. Wait, do you think we're working with them or something? You said they shot Mike. That's right. I didn't see the body. You could have made that up. Ryan, Helen said, just what are you getting at? Why are you being such an, she whispered the final word, ass? It was just. He stepped back from the table, rubbing his hand across his face, glaring from Sandy to Stephen. Come on, did they put you up to this? Did they help you find that well pump so they'd have someone on the inside here? Sandy dropped her fork on the table. Why would I do that? One man kept asking me questions, Stephen said in a weak voice. What one man? Ryan turned back to Stephen. One of the new people. He had a big bushy mustache. Did they call him Red? I think so. Ryan spun on Helen. I knew it. They planted that boy out there to lure us in and see what we would do. Probably so they could watch me, see what weapons I brought to rescue him, figure out our status. What could they have possibly learned that they wouldn't have found out from the neighbors? Helen asked. It doesn't matter. Ryan walked back to the window with the binoculars and looked outside. If those old coots killed Mike in cold blood, they're darker than I thought possible. I mean, if Sandy's telling the truth, they killed Mike in cold blood to get more information on us. He turned back to the table with his hands on his hips. Hell, just knowing we're alive is more than worth the price of admission. But they'd need more, wouldn't they? He spoke to himself, starting to pace, the hairs on his neck once again starting to rise. Wait, if they planted your boy out there to lure us in, I wouldn't be surprised if, hold on a second. Ryan raced over and snatched Stephen's backpack off the chair, throwing it on the table and rifling through it, opening the front flap, reaching in and pulling out a walkie-talkie with a piece of duct tape over the transmit button. He brandished the radio at Sandy, shaking it in her face, teeth bared. What the hell is this? He screamed and ripped the tape off the transmit button. I was right, was I? You set us up. No, Ryan, I swear. Sandy shook her head, tears streaming down her face. I don't know how it got in there. I swear I just grabbed his backpack when I was trying to get him out of there. I didn't stop to look inside or anything." Ryan whirled on Stephen. "Then where did it come from? Did you put it in there, son?" The dogs were feeding off Ryan's intensity, all of them standing around and watching him with their floppy ears raised, Duke growling low in the background. Helen took Ryan's arm and tried to draw him back. "Ryan, stop." He shook off Helen's grip, banging his fist on the table. "Come on, Stephen, tell me the truth." I didn't put the radio in there." Stephen's eyes were glassy, tears flowing freely down his cheeks as he bawled. "They gave it to me, said it had games in it." A low, coarse chuckle came through the radio speaker, like a rock being slowly dragged across sandpaper. "Well, howdy there, Ryan Cooper. I'm guessing all the silence on our end means you found our little toy. Good to talk to you again." Ryan whirled away and strode over to the window, glaring at the gate through the binoculars but still seeing no one. He swallowed hard and kept his voice even. "Red Fletcher. You remember me. That's good, my friend." "I'd hardly call us friends," Ryan growled. "Oh, come on now. We were on a first-name basis. And Bane on a first-name basis is the first step to establishing a long-lasting friendship, don't you think? We played a few hands of poker and a bit of golf. We're acquaintances, not friends. What the hell do you want?" The low chuckle came through again, and all three dogs growled at the sound. "Well, first of all, don't blame Sandy or her kid. It's not their fault. You're just too damn gullible. After all, remember the poker games. You never could see through a good bluff." "What do you want?" Ryan repeated. "We've come a long way to see you, of course. Look down at your gate, Cooper." Ryan stood stiffly, a chill running up his spine as two people stepped off the road, walking up to their gate and resting their arms on the rail. He couldn't make out who they were, but they held rifles and appeared to be far too relaxed. "You see them. Easy targets for my .30-06. That's a long shot from your front door. Tell them to keep standing there for a couple of minutes, and they'll find out." Red chuckled again, the sound grinding in Ryan's head, but he turned to Helen and gestured toward the back of the house. "Helen, check the windows, would you? Be ready." Wordlessly, Helen grabbed a rifle off the table and marched down the hall with Diana and Duchess at her heels. "We come in peace, Ryan. We just want a little bit of help. You're one of the only people with a working vehicle. Did you know that? Is that what you want, my tractor? You've got an electric car, too, I hear. At least that's what Jack told me." "Jack's a liar." "Now, Jack might be a lot of things," Red laughed, "but I don't think he'd lie to me." "Why? Because he's scared you'll do him the same as Mike." "Something like that." "What turned you into an animal, Red? What turned you into a selfish prick, Ryan?" Red's voice changed, taking on a sinister note. "Jack and Barb filled me in on the situation, but I don't think I got the whole story quite yet. I know they were trying to steal from you, and you had every right to defend yourself. Still, you could have shown a bit of brotherly love to your neighbors. You could have brought them into the fold and had a few more bodies to defend the property, work the fields, stand guard. Stay off said property, or you'll regret it." "Oh, come on now, Ryan," Red chuckled again. "Why not share willingly? We're not going away empty-handed. If you talked to Jack, then you know we held them off already. Killed some of them, too." "Yeah, 5 of 'em. Heard you have some hellhounds up there. But let me tell you something, Ryan. Jack isn't smart like me. He didn't bother surrounding your whole house while it was pouring rain so that you have no clue how many rifles are aimed at you and your pretty wife's heads right now. He didn't have a small army who's armed and trained, and ready to do anything to get what they want. And he doesn't have the resources to bring something to knock that house down, with you inside of it if necessary. But I do, Cooper, I do. Another cold chill ran down Ryan's spine. What the hell are you talking about? An engine bellowed over the pounding rain, the chesty sound of a big diesel threatening to shout down the storm. Tires rumbled and chewed up the gravel and mud as a massive truck, with a tall grill and side pipes billowing smoke, appeared behind the tree line and roared toward the gate. Ryan's stomach dropped as the truck swerved straight at the gate, smashing through it, rails and fencing careening outward as another burst of lighting fired across the sky. As the lightning faded, the truck's headlamps kicked on and shined up the driveway. Then more lights appeared in the trees and woods to the left and right, flashlights and laser beams alike. "Helen!" Ryan bellowed, scanning the lights, trying to count them, unable to focus for the fear flowing through his body. "I see them. They're around the back, too. Looks like a dozen at least." Ryan turned to grab his gun, his vision blurry and head dizzy as adrenaline flowed through his body. The vehicle didn't stop, though, merely trundled slowly between the maples and ponds, stopping in a spray of water just past where the driveway angled up, sitting there idling in the rain, its engine singing a low harmony to the rolling thunder. Ryan stood shaking, jaw clenched tight, finally breaking his frozen stance, grabbing his rifle, and returning to the window. Calming himself with a deep breath, he raised the binoculars, tracking the figures moving through the trees on the east and west sides of the property. The dump truck's passenger door popped open, and Red stepped out to stand in the howling storm, waving up to him with a broad, smug grin before lifting the radio to his mouth. "So, what'll it be, Ryan? Do you want to share your bounty with your friends, or would you prefer to die instead?"